Chapter 301 Invasion of Ire. What does that mean? Tal'Daran. In the ice blue life-sustaining liquid in the Dragon Knight mecha tank. Seemed to be in the ocean. And some white bubbles flashed in front of his torch-like eyes. You want Tassadar to disobey the order of the Supreme Council, and refuse to resign, and return the command of the fleet. Tal'Daran immediately read the direct meaning of this passage in Augustus's superficial thoughts. The true thoughts of this human are self-evident. That's right. Augustus watched Tal'Daran's long Dragon Knight mechanical limbs pass over several huge black rocks, and stop uneasily at the edge of the crater. Tal'Daran's reaction was the same as that of the Templars present. Stunned, shocked, and at a loss. For the high-ranking Templars, this was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. Executor Tassadar was considered an outstanding leader comparable to Adon. He was wise and knowledgeable, and was full of enthusiasm for the people and system he wanted to protect. Since he became the executor, Tassadar has been regarded as the most outstanding military leader, the most tolerant wise man and mentor. But after the Supreme Council decided to try Tassadar, this respected executor will lose all his glory and even suffer humiliation. There has never been an executor in charge of a fleet who was brought back for trial during a war. This is not only a great damage to his reputation, but also puts the person on trial in an insulting position. The people of the Protoss Empire will not be told that Tassadar disobeyed the order of the Supreme Council out of pity for humanity. He will only become a sinner. A Templar who dared to disobey the order of the arbitrator in the Supreme Council. Have things really reached a point of no return? Tal'Daran walked past Augustus and Cyrodiil, and his voice reflected in their minds was like waves in the wind, with the roar of waves hitting boulders. I still can't understand the Supreme Council's actions. Even Cyrodiil didn't believe his own words. Perhaps this is due to the arbitrator's long-term considerations and other irresistible factors. The Supreme Council cannot tolerate an executive who disobeys the Supreme Council's orders. Because it was because Adon once disobeyed the order to execute our ancestors that the ancestors of the Dark Templar were able to flee to the Eternal Dawn Star Shakuras. Although the history of being expelled from the Supreme Council made the Dark Templar feel disgusted and hateful towards him, Cyrodiil still did not believe that the rulers of the Protoss Empire would issue such an order without any long-term thinking. All the Templars believed that Adon was a perfect and glorious hero. But he had also disobeyed the orders of the Supreme Council, sheltered the ancestors of the Dark Templar, and taught them how to use the Forgotten Void's psychic power. Anyway, you have to return to Tassadar to know, Augustus said. You can take our ships to leave Char. Cyrodiil took over Augustus' words and said, these ships are equipped with ancient and advanced Xel'Naga technology and cloaking devices, which can send everyone out of Char. Aren't you leaving with us? Raynor was very smart, combining the conflict between the Dark Templar and the Templar. He immediately understood Cyrodiil's approach. The Templar will not welcome us. Cyrodiil made a farewell gesture to Tal'Daran. May Adon bless you. I'm afraid it's more than just unwelcome. Tal'Daran put away his uneasy emotions and listened carefully to what Cyrodiil said. After Adon, all the Protoss in the Protoss Empire were repeatedly indoctrinated with the knowledge that the Dark Templar were evil and the terrible legends about it. Tal'Daran read Cyrodiil's concerns from his mind and expressed his understanding. Even Tassadar was greatly affected. His choice to cooperate with the Dark Templar may just be the best choice in the war situation. Tal'Daran is one of the few Protoss who survived the age of Adon and knows the truth about the exile of the Dark Templar. If it wasn't him who led the landing army, Cyrodiil's Dark Templar would have drawn their swords against each other as soon as they met. So, when can we leave this damn place? Tychus threw his cigar on the ground, crushed it, and spat. If you have already decided, then you'd better hurry up. Char, this damn place with smoke everywhere, is about to give me a rash. The air here is terrible, and the sun can kill people. It's all your fault. You've been smoking and drinking in the power armor. Raynor complained. Tychus, the doctor has been reminding you that you may suffer from lung cancer or other difficult diseases. The spaceship is right next to it. Cyrodiil was not displeased by Tychus's rudeness and impoliteness, because this muscular Terran man is the image that the Protoss has always known about humans. Greedy and cunning, overindulgent, selfish and cold, cruel and vicious. Augustus and Raynor constitute the only positive image of the human race in Cyrodiil's impression. As Cyrodiil spoke, several dim black Protoss spaceships appeared in front of Augustus and others in the distorted light. They were the strange spaceships they had seen in the high-altitude orbit of Char before. Compared with the golden and blue spaceships of the Templars, The spaceships of the Dark Templars appear restrained and low-key. And they also pay more attention to stealth and detection interference technology, which is to deal with the pursuit of their fellow Ire. Despite this, these inconspicuous black spaceships are also full of artistic beauty. The hatch of the spaceship opened with the melodious hum of the crystal matrix, and a soft green light flashed inside. Tychus led the way and ran straight to the spaceship without any hesitation. "You still want to stay in Char? It's dangerous here," Augustus said to Cyrodiil. "Although the Protoss spaceship can directly load passengers on board through the warp matrix, they will also set up a gangway entrance composed of openable shaping energy curtain walls and light bridges to deal with emergencies. We must stay here to monitor the Overmind and the brain worms, and look for opportunities to kill them." Cyrodiil replied, "This is the duty of the Dark Templar. This is the mission of the Nerazim." Cyrodiil's psychic voice sounds deep and magnetic, perfectly matching Augustus's perception of the voice of a wise elder. He is the kind of elder who has countless experiences and stories. The kind old man who can make noisy children calm down and listen when telling stories. "Elder, we will definitely meet again." Augustus always addressed Cyrodiil as Elder, which was another consistent name for the Dark Archon. The fact that Cyrodiil would stay in Char was acceptable to Augustus, which meant that he at least had an exact location to know where he was. "Dark Archon Cyrodiil, perhaps you can seek help from your matriarch Razidil." As Taldarin was preparing to take a ride with the Dark Templar to leave, he issued a retreat order to the dozens of ships still in Char's low Earth orbit. "If more Dark Templars can join the fight against the Zerg, we will have a chance to kill more brain worms. I will consider this suggestion." This is undoubtedly Cyrodiil's humble words. "I have been away from my hometown for too long. I wonder if the people of Shakuras still remember their brothers." After Augustus said goodbye to Cyrodiil, he and Raynor walked into several Dark Templar spaceships, accompanied by the Martial Guards and the high-ranking Templars of Taldarin. The interior of the Dark Templar spaceship looks no different from the Zelnada spaceship Void Seeker, except that the light source is more abundant. The cabin is filled with huge dark metal seats and dark purple silk cushions similar to futons. In the recessed niches on the four walls of the cabin are placed green crystals carefully carved by Dark Templar craftsmen. There is no pilot in the spaceship, but the operating system is not much different from that of the Ire Protoss. The words and numbers used have not changed either. After all, the Dark Templar is also a branch of the Protoss Empire. Several spaceships lifted off amidst the sound of the Matrix's resonant resonance, pushing aside the dense ash clouds of Char's spacetime and heading for space. At this moment, Cyrodiil had become a black dot in the mountain wind. Above the Overlord hive were Zerg flying creatures that blocked out the sky and the sun. Hundreds of millions of Overlords, Mutalisks, and Swarm Guardians were accompanying Leviathans that looked like asteroids as they leaped into the wormholes above. From high above, it looked like black smoke pouring into a black hole. The Dark Templar spaceships were traveling at an extremely fast speed, and they silently passed through the dense Zerg flying creatures in Char's high-altitude orbit in a state of secrecy. When entering the reconnaissance range of the expeditionary fleet at the edge of the galaxy, these ships were quickly detected and almost locked as hostile targets by the weapons system. While waiting for the ship to arrive at the fleet, Augustus rested for a while on the seat of the ship. At this time, Augustus realized that the injection of stimulant he had taken last night was about to lose its effect. When the headache and dizziness were about to hit like a tsunami, he gave himself another injection. For at least 2 days after that, Augustus had to regret his decision at this moment. But he absolutely could not fall down at this moment. Augustus realized that compared to the extreme fatigue and severe headache caused by the side effects of stimulants, the excitement and refreshment of stimulants were simply intoxicating. This was also the reason why Lisa Cassidy became addicted to it. If humans could develop a stimulant with fewer side effects, it would definitely be welcomed by the army. He sat on the cushion in the cabin for a while, and calmed down almost immediately. The cushion was releasing some kind of negative ions with a calming effect, which was a must for the Dark Templar when meditating. There was hardly any turbulence. When the light curtain hatch of the spacecraft opened again, the light from the Star Shuttle immediately shone in. Damn! Is this a palace made of gold? Maybe I can exchange this for a lot of money. When Tychus stepped on the deck in the Star Shuttle dot that seemed to be made of gold, his eyes immediately lit up. This is really a miracle. When Tychus uncontrollably did his job of stealing and taking advantage of others, Renault, Corporal Faraday and others exclaimed in amazement. If the battleships of mankind still have to compress the space of each cabin and passageway due to the limitations of the times and technology, then the deck of the Star Shuttle, the flagship of the Protoss Empire Expeditionary Force, has no sense of oppression due to the small space and dim lighting. The dock deck of the Star Shuttle is unusually open, with hundreds of interceptors with butterfly-shaped wings neatly stacked on several wide platforms that are constantly rising and falling, like golden butterflies lying on leaves. The view here is wide, and you can see the control core and the relay matrix composed of blue crystals in the distance at a glance. Those crystals cut into regular hexagons are like azure neutron stars, constantly radiating wave-like light outwards, brilliant and dazzling. The ground beneath their feet was also engraved with leaves and curling vines with the exquisite craftsmanship of the Protoss Calais engineers. The walls were covered with a blue light curtain, and behind it were exquisite carvings and wooden decks. Above their heads was not a ceiling but a gradient starry sky. The brilliant and charming starlight was cast through the upper deck formed by energy, giving people a wonderful feeling that they were in the universe. In the dock and the wide corridors leading to other directions, there were hundreds of Protoss phase technology and tropical angelfish-like mechanical servants in blue robes, and armored Templars stood on both sides like statues. To Augustus' surprise, Tassadar was waiting for them at the dock. "I am so happy to see you, Marshal Augustus," Tassadar said kindly, not seeming to be frustrated or angry about being dismissed. "General Duke's soldiers have been well received, and the wounded are being treated. Now, you are the commander of this fleet, the great Archon Taldarin." He turned to Taldarin next to him. "I would rather not have been appointed." The distance between Taldarin's eyes seemed to narrow a little. "You are the executor who deserves this honor, not to be sent back to Ire for trial. Since Kaz, the founder of Kala, established the First Order after the turbulent Aeon, the Arbiters have been the ones who define the laws and issue orders, and the warriors of the Templar are the ones who execute these orders. They are just people who execute orders. It sounds like this Supreme Council is as unreasonable as the Federation's Parliament." Tykes lit up a high-end cigar imported from Antigua Starport during this break. The quality of the cigars Tykes smoked can tell his recent financial situation. When he is short of money, Tykes doesn't know what good people should do, but he knows what bad people do. Usually, Mr. Tykes is not in a good mood at this time, especially when he was left in charge for so long. Those in power only care whether their authority is damaged, and don't want to hear even the slightest voice of opposition. There is only one way to deal with such a person, and that is to smash his mouth. "It doesn't matter. I was prepared when I decided to disobey the orders of the arbitrators to help humans." Tassadar is a philanthropic person. He cares more about others than himself. This kindness even transcends racial barriers. "Taldarin, you must not have heard the bad news from our homeland. Just now, Executive Officer Moyo, who is cruising in the Edna system, told me, although I don't know where the sudden enemies come from. Aire is under attack by alien insects." Chapter 302 Abducting Tassadar. "This can't be true. Aire. Aire's coordinates are secret." "It's a secret. A secret only we know." Taldarin seemed to be hit by a bullet. In the past, the mechanical limbs of the Solar Dragon Knight moved freely like a part of his body. But now each mechanical limb seemed to have its own will, and went its own way. The angry emotional fluctuations manifested as a surge of psychic energy, and his pale skin shrank unnaturally. There are no lies or deceptions in the Karamine network of the Ire Protoss. In that vast spiritual ocean, everything is the closest to the truth and the most sincere reflection. Ire is the home planet and holy land of the Protoss, and no one is allowed to blaspheme. Other high-ranking Templars and Valari spearmen felt a shock and staggered, as if they had lost their strength. Some Protoss could barely keep calm, while others fell to the ground, their glowing eyes losing focus. The exposed skin of the Protoss showed dark spots and stripes, like an octopus that changed color due to fear, which was a sign of their great mental trauma. The Protoss Calais phase technicians and ship engineers wearing blue robes in the dock of the expeditionary flagship Star Shuttle were also affected, and some began to scream out of control like crying. These howling screams were also a great torture for Augustus and other humans. It was as if the sound of millions of people crying at the same time appeared in their minds, and the sound of grief made the humans cry uncontrollably. Emotional fusion is a manifestation of the high evolution of a race with psychic powers, which is extremely difficult to see in humans, who are clumsy in responding to psychic powers. Augustus has only seen this scene in one human. That is Sarah Kerrigan. Are they crying? Like a soft and a crybaby. Haven't humans been involved in a world of war for so many years? Tychus is not an emotional person, and he will not sympathize with the fate of the Protoss. when Augustus, Raynor and others were wiping their tears. Only the hard-hearted Tychus seemed unmoved. What a shame. It's quite shocking. Reno paused, indicating that he was frightened. Honestly, when you know that your hometown has been infested by insects, all the green mountains and rivers and cultural treasures will be destroyed, and your family may encounter unexpected events, you will react the same way. This is what the Chaucera and Mausera people have faced. That's something I don't have, Tyke said with a disdainful snort. Like a donkey snorting. Augustus took a towel from Corporal Faraday and wiped the tears from his eyes. He almost couldn't remember when he cried like a child because of pain and grievance. Because he was hurt. Wow. I haven't seen Augustus cry yet. He is really like a gray-haired beauty. After glancing at Augustus, Tychus immediately realized that this opportunity was the only one in his life. If someone said that Augustus Mengsk was a crybaby in a skirt when he was a child, then every revolutionary soldier would regard it as a huge insult to himself. In many cases, Marshal Augustus Mengsk, the leader of the Korhal Revolutionary Army, is considered to be a person with extremely strong will. A professional writer for the Umoyan Korhal News Broadcasting Company once described Augustus Mengsk as follows. Augustus Mengsk is wise and cold, and is the fortress and high wall of Korhal. He never cries, because steel and stone do not shed tears. This is not a shameful thing. Augustus did not take this as an insult to himself. But Tychus would soon learn what to say and what not to say. After saying that, Augustus threw the towel back to Corporal Faraday, not noticing that the latter was carefully keeping the towel. Corporal Faraday always firmly believed that Augustus was a hero and a great man who would definitely accomplish great things. So the significance of this towel was more than just a towel. Augustus walked closer to Tassadar. Only he did not suffer a huge blow like other Protoss. But that might be just because he had known the news long ago and had already mourned. Executive, now we can determine where the wormhole that appeared on Char leads to. That is Ire, Augustus said to Tassadar. I am no longer an executive. Tassadar looked at Augustus and read his thoughts. But you don't care about this. Tassadar's blue eyes, burning like flames, tilted slightly. This is a kind expression similar to a smile. In fact, for humans, the Zerg invasion of Ire may not be a bad thing. It means that the Protoss and the Zerg are about to have a head-on war, and they have no time to care about the trembling humans hiding in the cracks. The Protoss territory, which has always been isolated from the world, will become the main battlefield for the war between these two very different, but equally powerful civilizations. The Overmind will definitely send the main combat forces of the Zerg to the territory of the Protoss Empire, and the pressure faced by humans will be much less, judging from the attitude of the Supreme Council towards humans. Once the strength of the Protoss Empire is weakened, they will no longer have the energy to burn infected human planets all day long. This is why the Zerg suddenly appeared in the Ire system in such a short time. The executive officer fully agreed with Augustus's idea. According to the monitoring of the detector, countless Zerg are pouring into Ire in every sunlight cycle. The wormhole must be destroyed. After all, Taldarin was a military commander who had commanded troops on various battlefields thousands of years ago. He quickly stabilized his emotions and transformed his sadness into anger and cold determination. His determination was passed on to other Protoss through Kara, making those Protoss who felt extremely painful gradually calm down. Even those Protoss of the Calais civilian class, who were considered more vulnerable and must be protected, no longer trembled with grief. I thought about doing that, Archon. I have thought of all possible ways, and have repeatedly pondered them, practicing them on the battlefield with simulated light curtains. Executor Tassadar was a little listless. Although he was not overwhelmed by the resolution of the Supreme Council, he also felt physically and mentally exhausted. The fact is that without the support of other fleets, our fleet alone can no longer break through the Zerg's defenses in the high-altitude orbit of Char. His calm voice appeared in everyone's mind. There are many ways to destroy the wormhole. Maintaining such a wormhole requires an enormous amount of energy and dark matter. The executive continued, energy and dark matter maintain a balance. As long as this balance is destroyed, or the Overmind is unable to continue to maintain the wormhole, we can temporarily close it. Only temporarily, Taldarin repeated. If the Overmind can create one wormhole, it can create a second one. Augustus immediately understood what Tassadar said. If the purpose is just to transport the first batch of landing troops, the Overlord doesn't even need to maintain this wormhole, the executive officer said. As your ship is returning to the shuttle, the wormhole is shrinking, and its existence is almost undetectable now. Then we will wait until the Overlord tries to create a second wormhole. One of the mechanical limbs of the Tal'Daran Dragon Knight armor slammed heavily on the deck, as if to emphasize what he said. Unfortunately, the hives scattered in the Copperless sector are returning to Char. And at the same time, there are still a large number of Zerg coming from the direction they came from. The executive said, I am afraid that if we don't evacuate here, the Zerg will surround the fleet. Tassidar's fleet is just a huge expeditionary force temporarily formed after the emergence of the Zerg. Their name is the Copperless Expeditionary Force, which is a branch of the Protoss Empire's magnificent invincible fleet. In addition, there are expeditionary forces and colonial fleets in other sectors. They are scattered throughout the galaxy. Their duties include scientific research, protecting colonies, searching for Xel'Naga ruins, searching and hunting down Dark Templars, etc. The Copperless Expeditionary Force entered Char without the support of other fleets and fought against the Overmind swarm at its peak for many days. Now it is really difficult to continue. Executor, you make the decision, Tal'Daran said after a silence. You are the commander here now. The executor said. I refuse to perform this duty entrusted to me by the Supreme Council. Like most Aiur Protoss, Tal'Daran is straightforward and honest. He neither knows euphemisms nor refuses any false rhetoric. Okay, let's go to the bridge, Tassadar said. Who said the Protoss are all dull and stubborn? I think this Protoss executive officer is very cunning. Tychus didn't like to remember the names of the Protoss. They are just very frank, Augustus said, in the Protoss's Kalari. They communicate far more than we can hear, so you will feel that their words are very direct. Augustus led Tychus and others to follow Tassadar through the huge corridors of the Star Shuttle. The Aiur Protoss like the sun's rays. The entire battleship was filled with shining golden light. The edges of the battleship's decks and bulkheads were inlaid with crystals and shining precious metals. The upper dome is an energy-shaped wall and translucent crystal that allows light to penetrate, so that the Protoss can get closer to the starlight that nourishes them. The long and wide fleet corridor extends all the way to the bridge of the Star Shuttle, the legendary flagship of the Protoss. The Protoss walking on it is like walking in a treasure house with infinite treasures. Along the way, they can see beautiful golden patterns and carefully carved blue Cateran heart crystals. These elegant and luxurious artworks and carvings make Augustus feel that he is in the center of a golden, brilliant art palace. Such a brilliant and beautiful work of art represents the Protoss's thinking about beauty in its long history, which is beyond the reach of the Terran humans. The crew members of the Star Shuttle who passed by Augustus all looked at these humans with a certain scrutiny. The ordinary Protoss Calais crew members did not look as strong and agile as the Protoss Templars, nor did they behave so arrogantly. When Tal'Daran and the high-ranking Templars passed by, they had to bow their heads and maintain respect, and they thought it was natural. The strictness and inviolability of the internal system and class of the Aiur Protoss had already begun to emerge. What's going on now? According to what the Protoss said, the Overmind is transferring all the Zergs in Copperloo back to Char. So our goal has been achieved. Tychus walked while trying to find some valuable collectibles in the Protoss spacecraft. The smartest thing to do now is to leave as soon as possible. The farther away from these Protoss the better. He said, from what they said, the Protoss will soon have a big fight with the Zerg, so we'd better not get involved in this mess. Tychus is right. We should leave too, Raynor suggested to Augustus. The Protoss have helped us a lot, but I'm afraid we can't help them at all with our strength. Let's see what Tassadar does first. Augustus signaled Tychus and Raynor to be patient. Tassadar? Isn't he going to be sent back to their home planet Aiur for trials soon? The kind-hearted Raynor was worried about Tassadar. He can't even protect himself. How can we care about him? Tychus said, find a chance for the Protoss to send us away quickly. I don't want to follow them anymore. Tassadar will not surrender. He has the desire to save others in his heart. Augustus said, once he returns to Aiur, he will be immediately placed under house arrest by the Supreme Council and await trial. The Council will no longer allow a person who has disobeyed their orders to serve as the commander of the army, which means that if Tassadar goes back, he will never be able to turn things around. Even if I don't say anything, Tassadar will not go back. Why are you sure Tassadar will do that? Raynor asked. That's not hard to guess, Augustus said. Well, I can't guess at all. When will I catch up with you? Raynor spread his hands helplessly. The Protoss are the most arrogant guys I have ever seen, Tychus said, and the Supreme Council is the most arrogant among the Protoss. As he spoke, Augustus followed Tassadar into a teleportation platform. After a burst of blue flashes and the sound of the Matrix's harmony, they were teleported to the bridge of the Star Shuttle at the same time. The bridge of the Star Shuttle was surrounded by golden light, and the huge, transparent porthole was facing a planet in the Char system. The blue-brown gaseous planet was like a glass bead shrouded in brilliant starlight. In the dim bridge lights and the light of the stars, the Templar standing in front of the control console looked at Tassadar. Tassadar walked to the porthole of the bridge and faced the starry sky. Zamara, open the communication channel for the entire fleet, he said. Are you really going to send all the warships to Ire? Alaga's fleet is still guarding our homeland. Taldarin said to Tassadar, even if the Zerg will eventually cause irreparable damage and incalculable losses to Ire, the invincible fleet guarding Ire cannot be defeated. Once that happens, the outcome will be irreversible. Tassadar made up his mind. Ire must not fall. I am the former executor Tassadar. Warriors, Ire is facing the threat of the Zerg. I have decided to disband all the expeditionary fleets and return to our homeland to help our people resist the attack of the Zerg. But I have a more important mission to accomplish, and I will take the Star Shuttle to accomplish this mission, he said. You have all learned about the punishment imposed on me by the Supreme Council. But if there are other warships and crews who are willing to follow me to complete our mission that we have not yet become and continue to practice the duties of the Protoss as the protectors of all things in the universe, I, Tassadar, will pay you the highest respect. You have decided to do this. Taldarin said, it is not your fault to disobey the orders of the Supreme Council to protect mankind. Great Archon Taldarin, mentor of the Templars and Dragon Riders. Now it is up to you to command this fleet to rescue Ire, the executor said. Hail to Tassadar. The Archon said, may the places where the sun does not shine be covered with twilight shadows. It sounds like we can pull Tassadar to our side. Raynor whispered to Augustus, the Protoss Empire wants to judge Tassadar. Now that he is homeless, we can act together. We can use this ship to bomb Tarsones. Tychus was overjoyed. He had always been obsessed with bombing Tarsones. Jimmy, you hit the point. Augustus nodded. Tassadar did not pay attention to what Augustus, Raynor and others said. The shouts of millions of Protoss Expeditionary Force crew members echoed in the spiritual sea of Kara. We are born Ire. Chapter 303 Augustus and Tassadar's Alliance. Repeat. The fleet is heading for Ire. Go home, sons of Ire. Your loyalty is immeasurable. Tassadar conveyed his orders for the last time in the communication network of the Protoss Copperlo Expeditionary Fleet. Hail to Adon. Behind Tassadar, the Grand Archon of the Templars, Dragon Knight Taldarin, turned around and prepared to leave with his men and lead the remaining fleet back to the home planet Ire. Listen, Tassadar, my brother, heir to the glory of Adon. In the years to come, you will be regarded as a traitor, stripped of all honor, merit, and even dignity. You will lose everything you once had and be alone, Taldarin said to Tassadar before leaving. But you must remember that Ire will always be your home, and the Templars welcome you back at any time. Thank you for your teachings. Tassadar bowed his head again. His chin pressed tightly against the armor on his chest to show respect. Taldarin led his high-ranking Templars and Valari warriors to the teleportation platform on the bridge, and the sound of footsteps gradually faded away. At this time, Augustus was standing next to Tassadar, standing shoulder to shoulder with the former executive officer who angered the Supreme Council for disobeying orders, and their respective followers stood on both sides. This was an unprecedented scene. The human warriors wearing golden and red alloy steel power armor stood together with the Protoss executive officer, discussing their views on the current matter as two leaders. The Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire has stripped you of your power and is determined to humiliate you, Augustus said to Tassadar. You don't have to follow their orders, Executor. You have your own standards for judging the right and wrong of things in the world. Tassadar, you are one of the few who believes that the honor and dignity of the people are above orders and authority. You are committed to maintaining the nobility of your race at all costs, even if it means tarnishing your own reputation. Outside the porthole of the bridge of the Star Shuttle, the flagship of the Protoss Expeditionary Force, several huge Protoss aircraft carriers traveling side by side were adjusting their deflected courses. Their elegant streamlined ships, like a whale flipping in the ocean. Several flight formations consisting of shuttles, reconnaissance aircraft, and carrier-based interceptors passed by the portholes, their golden ship hulls gleaming brightly under the light of the Char binary star system. even though many warships were lost in the battle with Char and the Zerg. The scale of this magnificent fleet was still quite large. You are trying to teach me. As a young human? Tassidar's voice in Augustus' mind turned into an anthropomorphic hearty laugh. Augustus Minsk. You are very accurate in your view of me and this matter. It's as if you have known me for a long time. You are not the first person to say that, Augustus said with a smile. Tassadar paused here. The Supreme Council not only believes that my disobedience is a challenge to the arbitrator class and an intolerable violation, but also an unforgivable crime. He was cautious in using the word crime. In the social system of the Protoss Empire, the word crime is often associated with harming or betraying compatriots. Augustus felt that Tassadar was sad because of this word. You just did what you thought you should do and rejected the unnecessary and cruel orders of the Supreme Council. Even if all human planets were purified, the threat of the Zerg still exists. As a human, you can understand me. Both Protoss and humans are intelligent creatures with rich emotions, and they share sadness and joy. The voice of Tassadar in Augustus' mind was drawn out. Like a lament, the Supreme Council has put itself in an extremely extreme position from the beginning. Even if a human planet is only likely to be infected, it must be purified by fire immediately. But I don't want to do that. I am determined to take a way that can protect our people and not harm innocent people. Send troops to eliminate the Zerg instead of burning a planet that nourishes beautiful life, he said. This is an extremely rational and cold decision. Destroying all the planets infected with humans is not only the fastest and most effective way to eliminate all Zerg and infection, but also prevents the genes and biomass of an entire planet from becoming nutrients for the evolution and growth of Zerg. This is understandable. After all, the arrogant Supreme Council has never taken humans seriously from the beginning. In their eyes, we are no different from real bugs that can be crushed to death at any time, Augustus said angrily. After all, they don't have to consider other races. If the roles are reversed, humans may only become more ruthless. Daw's teachings once taught us to protect other weak races and fulfill our duties as children of God. But now the Supreme Council has completely forgotten this. Tassadar knew that from the standpoint of the Supreme Council, it was understandable to save the Protoss at the expense of humans. The arbitrators in the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire are all elders who are considered to have outstanding foresight and politicians who can ensure that the Protoss continue to walk on a glorious and correct path. For these arbitrators, who have a deep understanding of Kala's teachings, abiding by the system of their ancestors is more important than anything else. The fate of the Empire is above all the Protoss and everything else. Even the Templar class, which is considered to be the most noble, loyal and brave, has begun to show corruption and internal struggles in the erosion of time. The gradual degeneration of the arbitrator class has allowed some arbitrators, who are not worthy of their positions, and do not deserve their reputations to join the Supreme Council. It is obvious that Tassadar has been dissatisfied with the Supreme Council for a long time. Corruption and depravity are inevitable in any system. When they are rooted in a solidified ruling class, the Protoss Empire will be in trouble. It seems that the arbitrators in your Supreme Council are just the same as the Federal Council of the Terran Federation, Reno said. They are all a group of frozen cold-blooded frozen fish. It's really ironic that now it's your turn, little Protoss. At this time, Tychus, who was standing behind Augustus, spoke up. He was gloating and showed it without caring. How about it? Has your Supreme Council made up its mind to burn ire? Tychus didn't care if an alien he hated would get angry or beat him up because of his words. But he didn't mind fighting with the arrogant Protoss. I can understand your anger, just as I can see your good side through your soul, Tassadar said. It must be very little. Raynor laughed. Don't peek into my brain. Otherwise, I will make your damn Protoss head suffer, Tychus yelled, thinking this was Tassadar's response to his mocking words. Wanna fight? You fool. Enough, Tychus. We are the guests. Augustus stopped Tychus, who was taking the opportunity to attack. You idiot. I will deduct your salary for next month, and the month after next. What? What did I do wrong? Just because I said a few words to that Protoss? He is not your father. Tychus didn't remember when he had angered Augustus. Damn, Tychus. You just said Augustus was a bitch not long ago. You know he hates this the most. Reno reminded Tychus. Just because he said he doesn't care doesn't mean he won't retaliate. Oh, petty Augustus. Tychus said in annoyance. It seems that I won't be able to see those sweeties in the club for a while. You have to pay for it. Jimmy. For the sake of the past, you can't just stand by and watch them die. Come on. I didn't agree to such a thing. Raynor emphasized that he was a married man. I won't go to that kind of place with you again. Just help me pay the bills. I'll have money when I have it. Tychus' eyes rolled around. After joining the Revolutionary Army, Tychus had fewer ways to make money, especially with Augustus keeping a close eye on him. Where are you going to go, and what are you going to do next? Augustus ignored Tychus' complaints and turned to Tassadar, ready to recruit him. Next, I will continue my mission with the Star Shuttle to eliminate the Zerg in the Copperless sector, protect other races, and find ways to fight the Zerg. Until my homeland, until Ire needs me again, Tassadar said truthfully. This is exactly what my Coral Revolutionary Army is doing. Augustus immediately said, perhaps we can form a coalition and act together. Augustus believed that Tassadar, the exiled Protoss Expeditionary Force executive, had now got his own script, and only lacked a little rebellious spirit. Tassadar had not thought about overthrowing the rule of the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire. He still believed that although the Supreme Council had begun to become pedantic, self-contained and paranoid, and even wanted to judge the executives they once trusted, it was not yet time for Tassadar to fight the Supreme Council. Coalition. Tassadar was surprised. He looked at Augustus and then understood, yes. Now we all have a common goal. This is precious. A common enemy. A common pursuit. Let's save the world together. Tassadar. We will become heroes of humans and Protoss. Raynor shook off Tychus, who started to play tricks. As an idealistic young man, Raynor still firmly believed that he was saving the world. Most of the revolutionary soldiers represented by Raynor believed that they were carrying out a great cause that would definitely bring changes to the Terran human race. After the Zerg invaded the Copperless sector, fighting for humanity made this goal seem even more magnificent. Hero? If someone can be praised and spread, he is a hero. Tassadar was silent. In his opinion, Raynor was too young. Even a Protoss over 200 years old would be considered too young to take on important tasks. However, Raynor's pure integrity and ideals made Tassadar admire him. Tassadar felt that he was lucky. Augustus and Raynor, the two people he had met the most, were the most upright and charismatic people among humans. With the contrast of Tychus and Duke, these excellent qualities were even more precious. At this time, the Protoss Expeditionary Fleet anchored at the edge of the charred galaxy began to move, and a black spacetime rift appeared in the center of the Protoss fleet, like a black hole sucking ships into it. Hundreds of Protoss aircraft carriers, shuttle frigates, reconnaissance aircraft, detectors and other butterfly star and needle-shaped Protoss spacecraft were jumping into this spacetime rift, and countless shining gravity thrusters and auxiliary high-energy plasma thruster spacetime tails were like ice blue suns. When these Protoss warships reappear, they will appear in the stargates above Ire, and in high-altitude orbits under the guidance of the fleet's beacon. Augustus and Tassadar both noticed that some of these warships did not follow the rescue fleet into the spacetime channel. After all the rescue warships entered the spacetime channel, the warships that stayed in the original place remained anchored in the original position, at the original time point. When Tassadar announced his rejection of the Supreme Council and ordered the fleet to return to Ire, the Overmind had not yet learned the coordinates of Ire. When Tassadar went to Char to find the Queen of Blades, he only had one star shuttle. But now he thought he needed the support of a small fleet. Tassadar respected the choice of everyone in the expeditionary fleet. Those who were willing to follow him stayed, and the others returned to Ire. Now Tassadar's fleet, including the flagship star shuttle, only had 22 aircraft carriers, and hundreds of small and medium-sized warships and ships. Even so, this fleet was still enough to run rampant in the human territory of the Copperless sector. After a while, a series of thumping sounds from metal boots came from behind Augustus. Augustus was sure that it must be the rough and rude footsteps of humans, because the Protoss were a race as elegant and noble as cats, and their steps were extremely orderly and quiet. Marshal, the medical equipment of the Protoss is really advanced. Our wounded. Duke praised the Protoss for a rare few words. Presumably, the medical technology he saw must have shocked him. Otherwise Duke, who was stubborn and never willing to praise others, would never let go. But soon Duke's words were interrupted by Tychus, who came up. Even the nobles don't have money to lend you anymore. Duke glanced at Tychus's old face. I don't care how you get the money. By stealing or robbing. Do what a country bumpkin and an uneducated person should do. If you still have some face and decency, then get out of here. You stupid ass. Gather our soldiers and wounded. We will return to our spaceship immediately. Augustus looked at the timer on the power armor display and realized that his third shot of stimulant was about to expire. Before he showed his ugly face, he had to return to his flagship Hyperion. Through the communication channel inside the power armor, Augustus contacted the deputy captain on duty on Hyperion, but heard a series of extremely hurried footsteps. What happened? Lieutenant Colonel Ryan. Augustus asked the other party. Marshal, I finally contacted you. Lieutenant Colonel Ryan's voice was full of surprise. The fleet of the Nova Squadron found and surrounded us 20 minutes ago. At least 13 Behemoth-class battlecruisers are attacking us, and Holler's Nova Terra is in front. Prepare to fight back. Lieutenant Colonel. Report coordinates. Support will arrive soon. Augustus gave the order decisively. Yes, sir. The lieutenant colonel did not ask who the support was and when it would arrive. Since Augustus said so, it must be there. The federal bastards in the Nova Squadron must not have thought that we just got in touch with the Protoss. Raynor said. Come on. Tychus realized that he might have a lot of spoils to get soon. The heavenly devil Tychus is about to appear. Chapter 304 Tassadar and his pendant. It was the Zerg experiments conducted by the Federation humans in the Ceres system that attracted the Zerg. Tassadar issued an order to assemble in the communication network of the remaining warships. You can say that. Augustus was convinced that the forbidden experiments of the Terran Federation would still be blamed for the massive invasion of the Zerg, which was no less than inviting a wolf into the house. In a burst of ice-blue flashes and the bright wake of the thrusters, dozens of majestic Protoss aircraft carriers formed a tight attack formation around the flagship Star Shuttle. These giants, more than 3,000 feet, about 1 kilometer long, have a smooth golden shell and are an oblong body. Unlike human battlecruisers, Protoss aircraft carriers do not seem to be completely sealed by airtight compartments and exit valves. Their bows and islands are open structures, shaped like cracked figs or flowers that are just about to bloom. This reminded Augustus of golden, plump and round pods. As the sun scorches them, the tips of the pods crack into several pieces. That is the appearance of Protoss aircraft carriers. In comparison, the reconnaissance planes flying near the battleships are like falcons with their wings folded, ready to pounce. Instead of the outer wall and the main deck, there is some kind of extremely hard transparent crystal and a luminous curtain wall formed by pure energy. Through these pure water-like walls, you can see the wide deck of the warship, the dock, and the tip of the iceberg of the main gun matrix. Every Protoss ship, from the huge aircraft carrier to the small and difficult to detect detector, is surrounded by a layer of light blue plasma shield, like a net made of countless hexagons. The ale Protoss like the sun's rays, so their personal accessories and warship mechas are all golden. If a human battlecruiser painted in pure gold would only be seen as an extravagant nouveau riche, then the exquisite craftsmanship and art attached to it by the Protoss make it completely different. Ingenious design, breathtaking beauty. Look at what those people have done during this period. Provoking the Zerg, standing idly by or making trouble behind the scenes. Tassadar has seen everything the Terran Federation has done in the Ceres system and Antigua Prime. The Protoss Expeditionary Force is doing its best to help the Terrans put out the fire under the highest pressure. The Terrans Federation does not help, and it adds fuel to the fire from time to time. I will not easily intervene in the internal disputes of low civilizations. This is also part of Dawes' doctrine. The Kalash arbitration incident happened because we rashly intervened and tried to mediate the civil war between the Kalash people, which led to disastrous consequences. He gave an order, but I will not tolerate it. They slaughter my selfless and brave human friends. Go forward and stop those Federation humans. Knowing you is one of the luckiest things in my life. Executive. Augustus put his hands behind his back, his expression serious, and his clenched hand showed that his heart was far from as calm and composed as his face showed. The Hyperion was a battleship that had been modified several times by the top engineers of Humoyan, the chief engineers of the Revolutionary Army, Rory Swan and Viktor Kaczynski. It was equipped with the most advanced large-scale defense shield generator and could rival 2 Behemoth-class battlecruisers of the same level. But it might not last long when facing enemy ships that were several times larger than its own. Following Tassadar's order, the remaining Protoss fleets made a short jump to 2 astronomical units in a flash of light, and appeared about 10 miles above the 2 fleets. The bridge of the Star Shuttle could directly overlook the 2 human fleets that were slowly closing the distance. The Star Shuttle's star map console projected a beautiful light and shadow, like brilliant starlight, and combined it into a multi-dimensional 3-dimensional screen. on which the scenes of the 1,000-gun laser cannon groups of more than a dozen battlecruisers of the Nova Squadron were played in detail. The gorgeous orange-yellow barrage was like a dense stream of orange-red fire. Human warship. I am Tassadar, the executive officer of the Protoss Expeditionary Force. Stop firing at your compatriots immediately. The main screen in front of Tassadar and Augustus switched to a communication screen with snowflake-shaped electromagnetic interference. A few seconds later, a man wearing a Federal Blue Eagle emblem cap appeared on the screen. It was Colonel Jackson Haller, the commander of the Nova Squadron. This is none of your business. Protoss, don't meddle in other people's business. Colonel Haller put one hand behind his back. His eyes were sharp, and he looked smart and capable. Colonel Haller was a thin-faced man with small black eyes sunken in deep eye sockets. He was probably less than 30 years old, looking young and vigorous, with a pointed, iconic mustache on his upper lip. I advise you, Protoss, you'd better not interfere in the conflicts between humans. The Terran Federation is not easy to mess with. He straightened his hat brim, took out a cigarette, and lit it with his laser lighter. After saying that, Colonel Haller took the initiative to cut off the communication. He did not come to negotiate with the Protoss, but only to issue a threatening warning and ultimatum. People in the core world of the Terran Federation probably only heard the words Protoss and Zerg from time to time on radio programs and news channels, as well as a few words from official channels and various channels. Many Federation people also believe that there is a clear distinction between the two races in the Copperlu sector. However, the Federation commanders, who are actually on the front line, believe that there is no clear distinction between the Protoss and the Zerg. They are both equally bad and equally hateful. If the Zerg are the carnivorous locusts that are constantly devouring the Federation's territory, then the Protoss are mysterious, powerful and dangerous ancient aliens. In Colonel Haller's cognition, the Protoss who burned the sister star of the Ceres system are unreasonable and brutal creatures, and humans will never be able to communicate with them or live in harmony with them. Haller obviously knew nothing about the cooperation between Augustus and Tassadar on Char. His warships have always been far away from Char, and he dared not approach Char, which is more than 10 billion Zerg swarms. There was a record of the Protoss fleet appearing and expelling the Federation fleet earlier, but the commanders of the Federation believed that it was just a coincidence, and the Revolutionary Army ships that were saved by the Protoss were just lucky. The Protoss would never attack human warships and large transport ships full of people. At most, they would warn human ships that entered their field of vision. Haller did not know that Augustus had formed an alliance with Tassadar. He believed that as long as he boarded the Revolutionary Army's flagship Hyperion before the Protoss intervened, he could capture the famous Revolutionary Army leader Augustus Mengsk alive. What's going on? Is that guy crazy or mentally ill? Tychus put the heavy machine gun in his hand upright on the ground. Do you think the Protoss dare not open fire? As long as they have seen how the Protoss burned Cha Sera and Ma Sera into a mess. Even if they have only read the reports and impact data. Damn. If the Protoss main gun that can evaporate an ocean with one shot falls on a human warship, how can it be just a joke? They don't know the pain yet. Let the Protoss teach these Federation bastards a lesson. Renault had no idea that he was just bullying others. Earlier, during the Kylian War, Augustus and Renault were also called Federation bastards by the Chimorians they killed. But now they were the ones saying this, as if to prove the harsh words just now. On the main screen of the Star Shuttle, the Nova Squadron warships that were chasing several Revolutionary Army warships in space accelerated one after another. The Nova Squadron battlecruisers have always been proud of their swift speed and unpredictable entry timing. The performance of these warships' power engines may not be better than the Hyperion, which has been upgraded and modified many times by the Umoyans and Swan, but they can steadily overwhelm the Son of Thunder and other Revolutionary Army warships. As long as he could catch up with one of the battleships, the Revolutionary Army Marshal would never abandon the crew of an entire battlecruiser, especially if he had a chance to save others. These Federation battlecruisers painted in dark purple looked like a school of fish swimming towards the sea surface. Just like the name of this Federation Navy squadron, the symbol of the Nova Squadron was also a shining new star. A circle radiating symmetrical lines of light. A star that was exploding. Lieutenant Colonel, report the battle situation. Augustus contacted the deputy captain of the Hyperion again at this time. Their missiles and space torpedoes are about to catch up with us. The deputy captain reported. From the information that the flagship of the Nova Squadron keeps sending us, they seem to believe that you must be on the Hyperion now. He continued, based on the several fragmented encrypted communications of the Nova Squadron that were intercepted. I suspect they may launch a boarding operation against the Hyperion. They want to capture me alive? Augustus thought for a moment and said, Haller is right. A living Augustus Mengsk is far more valuable than a revolutionary marshal who might just die in the accident of the battleship being destroyed. I'm afraid. Yes, sir. The revolutionary lieutenant colonel replied. They are approaching the Air of Thunder. They are firing at its port side. At this time, a report came from the lieutenant colonel's side. Return fire. Open all gun groups. The lieutenant colonel issued orders one after another in an orderly manner. This Cartohe man who graduated from the Umojan Naval Academy was another extremely talented and knowledgeable person after the destruction of Kar. We'll contact you later, Augustus said, and turned to Tassadar beside him. The Federation wants to capture me alive. Ah. He wants to take you back. You're so kind. Colonel Jackson, Raynor, who was standing next to Augustus, complained. What will they do to you after they catch you? Tassadar actually knew what humans did to the rebels. After all, in the past few centuries, he had been observing the Terran human ancestors who had just arrived in the Copperless sector, watching the fire of civilization gradually rise, watching humans destroy the environment of their homeland for development and then reshape it, put him in jail, and hold a public trial. The witnesses are the speculators in the revolution, and the jury is the nobles, merchants, and those vested interests who have suffered losses due to our military actions. Augustus said, but there will never be such a day. I will kill them all first. There is no good person in the Federation army. Tychus judged others by himself. Do you know how much Augustus Mengsk, who is ranked second on the wanted list, is worth? Even if it is a few $100 million. The Federation is willing to pay. Haller was eager to claim the reward. You are a damn genius, Tychus. Augustus praised him. You can take my head to claim the reward, and the money will be used to build the army and the colonies destroyed by the Zerg. I have no objection to this. If the members of the federal parliament were standing in front of me, I would only ask them how much my head is worth. If the price is right, I will personally offer my head. At that time, it will be a question of who should offer the head. Raynor laughed. At this time, Tassadar's flagship shuttle had already shortened the distance with the Nova Squadron in 2 short jumps, without the need for the executive officer to issue another order. All the crew members on the shuttle could do their work in perfect harmony. The Templar pilot on the bridge was tapping the photosensitive screen, and the console inlaid with jewels and crystals at a dazzling speed. The Protoss words and symbols that Augustus could not understand were jumping on the holographic screen. The speed, armor, and weapon system values of the human warships were fully presented in front of the Protoss commander. A series of shrinking blue concentric circles appeared on the huge porthole in front of the Star Shuttle's bridge. It was the main gun of the Star Shuttle that was being focused and calibrated. The light from the dome of the bridge illuminated the entire bridge in blue. Unlike the way humans use nuclear reactors and high-energy gas engines for power supply, all the facilities in the Protoss warships are directly powered by catering crystals, and they do not need to spend too much time on supplies. In the dock of the Star Shuttle, thousands of carrier-based interceptors are automatically detaching from the energy cables connecting them to the warships, and taking off from the dock runway of the aircraft carrier with the assistance of the gravity ejection drive. Under the guidance of the Kara Psychic Network, the Templars and the Karai engineers each perform their duties, as if they were one mind, existing as a whole. Honor and loyalty are rooted in the hearts of every Protoss, and every Protoss empathizes with the thoughts and feelings of others. Betrayal should be impossible and unimaginable. During combat, the entire bridge of the Star Shuttle was silent. Without complicated orders, the crew's reports and the commander's roar mixed with slang. Only the pleasant resonance of the crystal matrix. Augustus walked into the porthole of the bridge and saw thousands of butterfly-shaped carrier-based interceptors taking off from the Star Shuttle aircraft carrier passing by quickly. The other 20 or so Protoss aircraft carriers also released thousands of interceptors, as if they were a swarm of angry bees. It really stirred up a hornet's nest. Tychus sighed. These small planes are much faster than ours. These hornets are not much different from a Goliath, Augustus said. In the distance, the Nova Squadron warships firing at the Revolutionary Army warship Air of Thunder could be clearly seen. There were 3 ships in total, including the flagship. They sandwiched the Revolutionary Army warship below and fired at the same time with the broadside guns and ground guns. However, when Augustus realized that the main gun of the Star Shuttle had aimed at the Nova Squadron flagship and fired. A beam of light so bright that it was blinding appeared, and 1/3 of the Nova Squadron flagship was wiped out by the beam, as easily as cutting a piece of butter with a hot knife. A large amount of red particle streams, cables, metal fragments and people were pouring out of the broken part of the flagship of the Nova Squadron, like metallic and orange blood flowing out of a wound. The main gun beam of the Star Shuttle seemed to just pass by the stern of the flagship of the Nova Squadron. But the damage it caused was more than just a scratch. This was not a random shot. The main gun beam avoided the area with the least crew in the design of the human battle cruiser, avoiding more casualties as much as possible. "Oh my god," Tychus chuckled, "these bastards are in trouble. What are you going to do?" At this time, Tassadar, who had remained silent, asked Augustus, "Capture their commander alive and force the remaining warships to surrender." Augustus said, "Adjutant, prepare the jump platform and send out our boarding shuttle." Tassadar said, "Gather my loyal Templars. This is the first battle between the Zealots and humans. Come on. I can't wait to start." Tychus raised his heavy machine gun and said loudly, Chapter 305 Traitor. The flagship of the Nova Squadron was severely damaged and deviated from its original course under the impact of kinetic energy. If this warship is a fish in the ocean with half of its body bitten off by a shark, then the flames and parts gushing out of the crack are internal organs and blood. The other two Nova Squadron warships gave up chasing the air of thunder, and instead lowered the hatch to receive the lifeboat that came out of the flagship's ejection compartment. The other Federation warships began to move at high speed to the starboard side of the flagship, and the ship's guns ejected orange-red bullets as they moved. The main engine room of Colonel Haller's flagship, the Nova Terra, was completely destroyed. The violent explosion was tearing apart the severely damaged ship and dismembering it. It was only a matter of time before it sank. Right below the bridge of the Star Shuttle, dozens of Protoss shuttles were heading towards the Nova Terra at high speed in the light of the aircraft carrier's traction matrix, and thousands of reconnaissance aircraft and carrier-based interceptors escorted them, like a golden torrent. "You want to participate in this landing battle?" Tassadar looked at the battlefield ahead. When talking to the Protoss face-to-face, they will not only project their thoughts directly into Augustus' mind, but also project their emotions of joy, anger, sorrow and happiness. Destroying a behemoth-class battlecruiser that humans are proud of is no more difficult than crushing a flying insect. The gap between the Protoss Empire and human civilization is as big as that between humans and monkeys. Thousands of years ago, the Protoss motherships were already cruising at the edge of the Milky Way. They can manipulate time and even create a short black hole. But in Tassadar's eyes, the Protoss, as the eldest son of God, slaughtering low-level and backward humans is tantamount to blasphemy against Dao's teachings. If it is not a last resort, Tassadar will never attack human ships that have not been infected by the Zerg. Tassadar is unwilling to kill innocent people. But that does not mean he will not attack humans. No matter what. I will never refuse to be in the limelight. Augustus answered Tassadar's question humorously. When Augustus was young, he was a flamboyant speeding party and a shaman enthusiast. But now Augustus is a completely different person from the past. Others attributed it to military service and the upheavals of Coral, saying that it was the hardships and deaths of his comrades that shaped Augustus Minsk into who he is today. Without further delay, "Let us go," Raynor said. "I don't think I would refuse any proposal to turn the federal hybrids." Tyche said insidiously, "The joy time is about to start, and I can't wait to do it." In the past, the new Star Squadron was only equipped with Alpha's boots. Duke was still as arrogant as ever. "Ladnanix, take these humans to the teleportation platform," Tassadar said. A Protoss Templar in golden armor led the way in front of Augustus, and stepped onto a mobile platform that could be raised and lowered. Amid the resonance of the crystal matrix, Augustus and Raynor and others were teleported to a larger teleportation platform. Now he was accompanied by only more than 30 martial guards of Corporal Faraday and the elite guards of Alpha Squadron. This teleportation platform is located in the middle spine of the Star Shuttle. The dome is a whole crystal dome, reflecting the gorgeous starlight. Hundreds of Templars in golden armor and blue robes stand with their heads held high, like statues. When Augustus and others appeared on the teleportation platform, all the Protoss looked at them in unison. Silence. Indifference. "Hey, buddy. Good morning. Are you also rushing to catch a ride to Nova Squadron?" Tychus smiled awkwardly, What a coincidence. It's my honor to fight you guys. Reno nudged a Templar next to him with his elbow, earning him a glare. Don't be like that. I know you're happy too. You stepped on my foot. You damn blue alien. I'm going to throw you in jail. Fearless Duke pointed at a Templar's long chin and cursed. Although Duke's opinion of the Protoss has changed a little. In his opinion, these are still a group of dangerous aliens. Not even as good as the country bumpkins. Give me a gun. Augustus thought to himself, how could he overthrow the Federation with such a group of people? The Protoss, especially the Templars as a warrior class, are always very serious. It is absolutely impossible to expect them to understand the bragging of humans. For a moment, all the Protoss simultaneously withdrew their gaze from the human who suddenly appeared, and the blue light that fell from the sky enveloped Augustus' head. The next moment, the sound of the shooting and explosion of the Gauss rifle reached Augustus' ears. They appeared on the middle and upper deck of the Nova Squadron flagship, which was mainly a cafeteria, restaurant and entertainment facilities. A matrix network generated by the catering crystal tower matrix spread out around them, covering all areas within the naked eye. This was the main passage from the transfer service cabin to the crew cabin, with a relatively wide spacing on the left and right, which could accommodate 4 Marines passing through at the same time, but facing the charge of the Templars. Such a space made it impossible for the Nova Squadron soldiers guarding here to form a high and low crossfire network. All bullets and grenades were deflected by the Templars' plasma shield. They were facing a brutal, one-sided massacre, when Augustus quickly adapted to the light here and prepared to shoot. The Templars around them had already shown their shining blue blades and charged. Their strong feet began to exert force, and their figures almost became an elusive phantom. When Augustus was holding his rifle and looking for a target to shoot, he saw with his own eyes that a soldier from the Nova Squadron who was shooting was cut in half by a hot blue psychic blade, as easily as cutting a piece of tofu. A Nova Squadron soldier was so frightened that he started firing randomly, and before he was beheaded, he smashed off the head of a comrade. The battles of the Protoss Templars were accompanied by brilliant swords and fanatical charges, and the human battle line was quickly torn apart. The human power armor may be able to deal with most calibers of firearms, but the claws and psychic blades of the Zerg can still easily cut through it. The Protoss's attack method is often a one-hit kill, while the Zerg is much more brutal. Every time Augustus aimed at a target, the enemy was cut in half by a charging Templar the next moment. It was as if the Protoss read Augustus's thoughts and did not want to share the honor of killing the enemy with him. It was not so easy to win the recognition of the Protoss. The battle in the ship's passageway lasted only a few dozen seconds before the corpses were everywhere. The Templars followed the retreating Nova Squadron soldiers into the cabin, leaving a pile of human corpses. Oh my god! Tychus held up his heavy machine gun and said blankly, I haven't fired many shots yet. Follow me. No one will be left alive. But he immediately shouted, unwilling to be left alone. And Duke, who was also full of blood, led the soldiers of Alpha Squadron to catch up with the Protoss troops that were about to disappear. The bronze deck was full of blood and soldiers of Nova Squadron killed by psychic blades. Their purple armor was neatly cut, and the cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. There were about 100 people lying on the ground. All of them were dead, and there was no one alive. I absolutely do not want to be enemies with the Protoss. Raynor looked at the bloody scene and muttered to himself, if it weren't the Tal'Darim we met in Basur, we would have been finished long ago. How dare Haller to provoke the Protoss? He said to Augustus, who was running forward. Now he knows how scary Tacidar's warriors are. Be careful in your next life. At the same time, violent explosions were still heard all around, and the gravity stabilization device inside the battleship had shown signs of failure. This location was not far from the bridge of the battleship. After Augustus passed through the corridor full of corpses, he entered the upper deck through the vertical ladder that was still able to operate. In the process of rushing to the bridge, all he saw were the corpses of the soldiers of the Nova Squadron and the trembling ordinary crew members, scientific researchers and military doctors. It seemed that the Templars let them go after confirming that these unarmed people would not pose any threat to them. Everything that happened today was a nightmare for the people here. The Protoss boarded their ship and then destroyed all the defense forces with ease. If Augustus had not wanted to capture the commander of the Nova Squadron alive, the battle would have ended the moment the main gun of the Star Shuttle opened fire, and there would not even be any need to board the ship. If the Nova Squadron fought to the death, they might have been able to cause losses to Tacidar's fleet. But the outcome was doomed from the beginning. By the time Augustus walked into the bridge of the Nova Squadron flagship, the Templars had cleared all the enemies on the road. There were corpses and cut power armor everywhere, and many of the barrels of the Gauss rifles were cut open, with the cuts burning red. Jackson Haller, the commander of the Nova Squadron, stood in front of the bridge window of his flagship in a dark blue Federation Navy captain's uniform, with his back to Tychus, Duke, and a group of silent Templars beside him. "Turn around, Colonel Haller," Augustus said as he walked. "Did you hear that? You despicable bastard? We were almost killed by your people in Char." Tychus stretched out a hand and was about to grab Haller and lift him up. "I've finally waited for you, Marshal Augustus Minsk." What Augustus didn't expect was that Haller immediately turned around, smiling, and stepped forward as if he wanted to hug Augustus. "Stop. If you move again, I will smash your mouth." Duke raised his chin, expressing his disdain for this former Federal Navy colleague. "It's too late to say such things now." Renault stared at Haller's black eyes. "But we will spare your life. But you have to let the remaining warships surrender first. Any surrender order will not be accepted by those captains. But I can let them wait at the assembly point. And then you can take over these ships," he said. "I had plenty of chances to escape in time, but I gave up after I sensed you boarding the ship." "Sense?" Duke said sarcastically. "You think you are a psychic? Come on. Admit your failure. Don't be stubborn. Face the reality. Everyone will lose. Except me. Yes, I am a psychic. No one knows except me. A psychic with a PSI level of 8.5. When I was in the Ghost Academy, I was diagnosed as a mental patient, and my level was extremely dangerous." Haller looked quite happy. "I have many abilities, one of which is that I cannot be brainwashed and controlled, which is why the Federation's Ghost Project abandoned me. You may not believe how hurtful those words psychotic, extremely dangerous, untouchable, and highly uncontrollable were to me as a child," he continued, gritting his teeth with hatred. "I was locked in a cage and tortured. And I am alive now just to achieve my revenge on the Federation and Ghost Academy. You are indeed a bit crazy. You dared to chase our ship with the Protoss next to you." Tychus never liked to give face to others. "I can't imagine what terrible things my son would encounter if he entered the Federation's Ghost Academy." Reno knew that the Ghost Academy was scary, but he didn't expect it to be so scary. He had made up his mind not to let his son become a ghost agent. Another mistake they made was to take a person who was already crazy lightly. Later, I escaped from the Wraith Academy in Tarsones and replaced a young officer named Jackson Haller. Another unique ability of mine is mind control. By manipulating the minds of others around me, I quickly gained the trust of others and became the commander of the Nova Special Forces. Haller ignored Tychus's words. After the Federation decided to reorganize the Nova Special Forces into a naval fleet, I naturally became the commander of the new fleet. I have been in the Federation Army for many years just to get a high position and realize my revenge. Only power can control people's hearts," he said. "Several captains in the Nova Squadron have been controlled by me. As long as you give an order, they will immediately be under your command. After you began to gain fame in the various marginal worlds of the Terran Federation, I have been looking for such an opportunity to surrender to you. I have heard about how you deal with those Federation ghost agents. You treat them as real people instead of experiments or killing tools. A ghost agent who once wanted to assassinate your father even became your personal guard. Sarah Kerrigan has always been the best among us." Augustus stared into Haller's eyes, as if trying to find signs of lies. "It's a good story." Augustus paused and said, "Prove your ability. Prove your ability to control minds without the help of equipment." No wonder Haller dared to provoke the Protoss. If this guy was really a rebel and supporter of the revolution who had been lurking for many years, then he might have hoped that the Protoss would quickly stop the Nova Squadron so that Augustus's Hyperion could escape. Haller could have ignored Tacidar's communication signal, but he not only answered it but also threatened in the name of the Terran Federation, just to give Augustus a chance to escape. "Very good." Colonel Haller looked at Tychus. Tychus lowered his helmet and slapped himself hard, and his cheeks immediately became red and swollen. Chapter 306 Rising Star Squadron. Ah! After slapping himself, Tychus regained control of his body. He roared and made a strange cry before attacking, his eyes wide open, and he rushed towards Haller like a bull with red eyes. He had never been so angry as he was now. When the huge Tychus ran rampant in the football game within the Revolutionary Army in this posture, no one could stop him. Tychus was in his prime, extremely strong, and a real humanoid monster. But then Tychus's left foot tripped over his right foot, and he fell forward, landing on his face. I told you. I hate psychers the most. Tychus groaned. They are either crazy, or psychotic. Ha ha ha. A beautiful paratrooper landing, Mr. Finley. But your butt is too high. So I'm going to give you a 0. Few people have seen the gloomy and arrogant Duke laugh. But he is laughing more happily now than when he was told that he was about to be awarded the rank of general. You deserve it, Tychus. Reno smacked his lips. It's time for you to learn some lessons. Remember to keep your butt shut and behave yourself. No one objects that Tychus should learn some lessons so that he can behave himself. In the Revolutionary Army, no one except Augustus can control Tychus. Not even the de facto number 2 figure, Reno. See? Marshal Augustus. This is my ability. Controlling a person's central nervous system and cerebral lobe is just the simplest form of application. I can also distort other people's thoughts and their perception of themselves. Haller said in a show-off manner. Soon, I will be your right-hand man. And you will definitely need my ability. So you can control me too? Augustus asked him back. No. You are determined. And twisting your will is only useful for those cowards with fragile hearts. Haller wiped the cold sweat that had just appeared. Really? Did you decide to follow me for power or ideals? Augustus did not comment. He could not immediately believe what Haller said. Augustus had to admit that if Haller was his opponent, he would be unable to sleep or eat. Jackson Haller was a rare talent, and human psychics above PSI level 8 were extremely rare. Haller thought he would answer this question immediately, but he hesitated in a rare way. Revenge the Federation, so that all children with psychic powers will no longer suffer the same fate as me, he replied. I didn't expect such a person to sneak into the Nova Squadron. At this time, Duke on the side whispered, how corrupt is the Federal Navy? I originally thought that the entire Federal Navy was full of cowards, sissies, and trash who could only chew oatmeal and sing. Reno heard Duke's words. You brainless mudleg. What do you know about the Navy? Duke said foul language. Duke still remembers that when he was on Tullises too. A group of Marine recruits led people to beat up the fleet soldiers of Alpha Squadron in a bar. Later, he learned that it was Augustus who led those Marine recruits. Do you know this man? Renaud didn't want to dwell on this question. No, Duke said bluntly, if I don't know him. There are only 2 possibilities. Either he is the offspring of a small noble who can only wander around the edge of the social circle of the great nobles and form cliques. Or he is a rare Federal Military Academy student who was promoted as a civilian. But those who can command a naval squadron cannot be those incompetent nobles who are promoted in the army by relying on family power and prestige. He is a psychic, as far as I know. The only psychic in the army is psychic agents. There is no other possibility. I will take you in and give you all the honors and status that a talented person deserves. But you must prove your loyalty to me. Augustus did not dwell on this question for too long. Now there is an opportunity in front of him that is almost enough to prove whether Haller is making up a story. Augustus knows very little about Jackson Haller. In the intelligence network of the Revolutionary Army Ogbo, the Sons of Kar and the Umojan United States, this person's identity has always been a mystery. Like many other officers who rose through the ranks in the Confederation, Jackson Haller was a noble, but of only modest rank. Despite this, he rose through the ranks to captain, as was considered an excellent and promising officer in the Terran Confederation Navy, and was given command of Nova Squadron, a unit built for covert operations and special operations. After Angus Mengsk's rebellion on Korhal 4 and Augustus Mengsk's rise from Marsera, Nova Squadron was rapidly expanded into a large naval squadron to counter the threat posed by Augustus's Korhal Revolutionary Army in the Sera system. Previously, the Nova Squadron's main dock was in the Antigua Prime system, and one of their main tasks was to suppress the local situation, which was becoming increasingly unstable due to the rise of Augustus Mengsk. Jackson Hole, who led the Nova Squadron, was a mediocre figure. He did not even achieve any achievements during the Kylian War that were worthy of being written about by the UNN and the Federation's War Flag website and forum. However, when Holt proved that he was a psychic, Augustus believed what he said a lot, because the Federation would never allow a psychic to dominate an entire naval squadron. But he still would not relax his vigilance against Jackson Hole. There are a total of 17 Nova Squadron and Omega Squadron warships in the Char system, including several Deep Blue Squadron survey ships. Haller spoke out his plan without hesitation. 13 warships are following me, and the others are on the edge of the system to establish outposts and mining bases. As the commander, I will announce to other captains that my flagship is completely destroyed before it can be towed into the giant dock for repairs. So all crew members must be evacuated. He said, more than 4,000 crew members will be evacuated to various warships. Then our people will be able to take advantage of the situation. Reno followed up. Good idea. Then we will seize control of those warships. This is not an easy task. There are at least 1,000 or 2,000 people on a battlecruiser. Our number is not enough. Duke pointed to several Alpha Squadron soldiers around him and said, if it is a lifeboat full of Protoss, it will be different. Augustus realized that this was his only option at the moment, and he had to do it as soon as possible. The severely damaged battlecruiser under his feet would soon turn into a coffin floating in space due to insufficient energy supply from the life support system. The other warships of the Nova Squadron would never have thought that their commanders had rebelled, and that the enemy's allies were Protoss. Augustus looked at a Templar standing next to him, who immediately looked at him calmly. He was Red Nanix, who was ordered by Tassadar to take Augustus to the Star Shuttle's transmission platform. The executive officer ordered us to cooperate with your actions. Red Nanix had been listening to the conversation between humans and directly reported it to Tassadar through Kara. This human is the most powerful human psychic I have ever seen. And he did not lie. Augustus was relieved immediately. He could not find a reason for Tassadar to continue to help him seize the battleships of the Nova Squadron. Perhaps the other party also believed that the Federation should be punished or made to lose the ability to pursue. Most of the soldiers on this battleship are my followers, and they will drive the lifeboat for you. Hull said, all the port entry orders and standard instructions are set by me, and this will not be an obstacle. All you have to do is to invade the captain's room to seize control of the battleship, paralyze the entire battleship, and finally settle the remaining people. How confident are you? Augustus asked. Of the remaining 12 battlecruisers, the captains of 4 have been controlled by me, Haller said, at the same time. Send spacecraft disguised as lifeboats to the remaining warships, and we can probably seize control of at least 3 of them. Prepare the lifeboats. Augustus looked at the flickering main screen next to him, which showed the structure of the battlecruiser. Most of the area had turned red, indicating danger, and the values of the life support and atmosphere stabilization devices had dropped to critical points. Execute the new combat plan. Prepare to board the ship. Edmund, Jim, each of you will bring a unit, and the Protoss will cooperate with your actions, he said. Haller and Red Nanix follow me. Augustus had a good memory. Tassadar only called Red Nanix's name once, and he remembered it in his heart. Do you understand your mission? Guys, if you understand, set off. Duke and Raynor immediately left with their men. Under Red Nanix's order, a part of the Protoss Templar followed these humans. Get up, Tychus. Augustus walked to Tychus' side. How long are you going to sleep? Isn't this embarrassing enough? Haller immediately blinked innocently, indicating that he was no longer controlling Tychus. Damn you, you damn bastard. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you know some witchcraft. Tychus suddenly got up and rushed towards Haller again with a thunderous force. But then he fell to the ground with a loud bang. It's not my fault, Marshal. Haller spread his hands. This time Tychus got up quickly. He admitted his defeat. But he didn't let Haller go. This matter is not over. Don't let me find your handle. Come on, Mr. Finley. Haller raised his hands and said in a nonchalant tone, in all these years in Ghost Academy, the only thing I learned is how to kill my target cleanly and neatly. That's good. I need someone who will contradict you. Duke is no match for you in a fight, Augustus said, as he led his Protoss allies to the ship's internal ladder leading to the launch bay. The internal structures of the Terran Federation battlecruisers are similar, and you can find the way by following the arrows. At this time, the warship was shaking more and more, on the verge of collapse. When the ladder descended to the launch bay entrance on the lower deck, about 100 Protoss Templars were following Augustus, and people continued to join their team from various corridors. How many people can the lifeboats here hold? Augustus asked Haller as he ran. The remaining lifeboats are enough for all of us, Haller replied. Does this also include the remaining crew members here? Augustus looked at Haller. There are not enough lifeboats left for them. Haller said in a matter-of-fact tone, there is no need to save those people. They are either resocialized soldiers or professional soldiers. Not. How many people are left? Augustus interrupted Haller. Probably less than 2,000 people. Haller's eyes flickered. Call the Hyperion and immediately send a lifeboat to the flagship of the Nova Squadron, the Nova Terra, which must be able to accommodate at least 3,000 people. Augustus called his fleet on the communication channel. You are indeed different from those people. Haller's voice changed. If someone could lend me a hand at that time. But now I extend my hand to you. Augustus said, if that's the case, then grab it. Aren't you afraid of me? Haller's eyes changed. People say that ghost agents can kill a person in a few seconds. We can kill a person in 1,000 different ways. This is the meaning of our existence. The federal government has always used assassination and persecution to maintain its rule. I am willing to give you a chance. Just like I have given all those who are willing to change their ways a chance. Augustus knew how dangerous a psychic with a PSI of more than 8 was. If it weren't for the other hidden ghost agents of the Revolutionary Army and the Templars of Rednanix around him, he really wouldn't dare to get so close to Haller. The propaganda of the Sons of Korhal is all true, Haller said. Which part? Augustus had seen some of the promotional materials his brother sent him, and was impressed by the shameful and exaggerated parts. After all, even the Terran Emperor of the Light could say such things. All of them, Haller said seriously. You can't believe this guy. He is weird all over. Tychus, who was following Augustus, said. After today, Tychus hated psychics even more. It's not up to you to decide who I should trust. Tychus, Augustus said. They had arrived at the launch port where many lifeboats were docked. These lifeboats were painted bright purple with the logo of a new star burst and the red and blue flag of the Federation. Augustus led the way into a lifeboat, which was driven by a captain of the Marshal's Guard. Rednanix came in with more than 50 Templars. They kept a long silence whether in battle or on the march. When the guidance light came on, the lifeboat sailed out of the launch bay with the roar of the engine, and the black space seemed to be close at hand. In the distance, 2 dark purple battlecruisers of the Nova Squadron were approaching their flagship. The blue-white lights on the side, and the tail flames of the escorting Wraith fighters were clearly visible. They knew nothing about the approaching danger. I am Jackson Haller. Loyalty. Open the hatch immediately. When approaching a Nova Squadron battlecruisers, Haller used the lifeboat's communication device to say, Chapter 307, Seizing the Ship. Through the external camera in front of the lifeboat, the hammer-shaped bow of the bright purple-painted Nova Squadron battlecruiser was gradually enlarged in Augustus's eyes. Compared with the battleship's hull guard plate shining with gorgeous gold edges under the reflection of the starlight, this lifeboat is just a fruit fly about to land on grapes. The Loyalty is a magnificent behemoth-class battlecruiser, which was finally completed and launched at the Bennett shipyard. It was built during the Kylian War and upgraded during the Korhal 4 rebellion to add a prototype Titan reactor to power more laser artillery groups and giant fusion artillery that may be installed in the future. Although the human battlecruisers are not as gorgeous and exquisite as the Protoss warships, they are the pride of the Terrans. Their strong and powerful shapes, spectacular steel armor, and bright white lights dotted on them are still the model and representative of human giant ships and artillery of this era. The lifeboat marked as 303 began to approach the Loyalty battlecruiser and drove along the side, close to the bright purple armor plate. Looking forward along the side, another Nova Squadron behemoth-class battlecruiser was just in front of the bow of the lifeboat. About 10 miles away, another battleship of the same level was parallel to the Loyalty. But farther away, all the battleships and escorting frigates, destroyers, supply ships, and troop transports were moving at a relatively static high speed. Driving a spaceship smoothly into the dock berth had extremely high requirements for the spaceship driver. The lifeboat circled at the entrance of the Loyalty dock for several minutes, waiting for the dock landing bay to open. Haller pulled out a 2D control panel from his seat and entered a series of codes on it. The hatch of the landing bay opened the valve, as if a steel giant opened his mouth facing the space. The blue light of the dock entrance immediately poured out from it. When the lifeboat entered the port, Augustus noticed that on the alloy steel elevated structure of the dock entrance, several T-280 Tarsoni space engineering vehicles fixed by cables were moving on the edge of the deck, and the faint flames of welding were fleeting. There were also 7 lifeboats of the same model following closely. These ships, which were supposed to be full of wounded and refugees, did not arouse the captain of the Loyalty's vigilance. After learning that Colonel Haller was on the first lifeboat, these ships were ignored. Augustus stood up the moment the lifeboat stopped and followed Haller down the alloy gangway. The dock berth of the Loyalty was very empty. Most of the fighters and transport planes were performing missions outside. There were only various ground crews in orange work clothes on board. They were driving space engineering vehicles and unloading robots to and fro in the dock or repairing damaged aircraft. When Haller walked down the gangway, an officer of the Nova Squadron wearing a dark purple CMC 300 power armor was running towards him with several soldiers. There were not many soldiers guarding here. Only less than a combat platoon. Even in the war between humans, boarding battles were rare. Only the Comorians would use their many and fast assault boats to seize the Federation battlecruisers in fleet battles, which was also the usual way for interstellar pirates to deal with large freighters. Colonel Haller, thank God you're still alive. Without your orders, the whole squadron would be in chaos. The Nova Squadron officer was a tall, thin man with rough brows. He lowered his helmet visor so Haller could see his face clearly. He might not be very familiar with Haller, but at least he knew who his superior was. The officer was stunned for a moment when he saw Augustus in crimson power armor behind Haller. Then he rubbed his eyes. Augustus Minx shit. I must be dreaming. The officer took a few steps back, his face dark with fear. For a rebel leader as famous as Augustus Minsk, his first reaction was not that Haller had captured Augustus, but that Augustus and his men had descended from the sky. Before he could say anything, Tychus flashed out from behind Augustus, took 2 quick steps, and rushed towards him with a clenched iron fist. The officer then fell on his back, blood oozing from his broken nose, and his eyes rolled back. Wake up from your nightmare. Poor creature. Tychus looked at his bloody fist and raised his chin. The scar on his face looked even more hideous. Tychus Finley, the devil of heaven. The rest of the Nova Squadron soldiers were stunned. Only another lieutenant officer suddenly shouted, "Rebels." Before he finished speaking, Tychus hit him to the ground with another fast and fierce punch. Nice to meet you, sweetheart. He had just been defeated by Haller, and was full of anger. I'm Colonel Jackson Haller. Haller looked at the soldiers, who were completely at a loss, and had blank expressions. The rebels have invaded this battleship. I need you to be ready and repel the enemy within 20 seconds. Yes, sir. Fight for the Federation. The soldiers immediately stood up and saluted Haller. It is difficult for ordinary people to find the difference between resocialized soldiers and ordinary soldiers just by looking at their appearance. But with a little attention, they can notice the barcodes on the back of their helmets. The Federation never considered resocialized soldiers as human beings. Soldiers, remember your mission. Order and fairness are the cornerstones of the Terran Federation. Haller said. Always be loyal. Are they idiots? Tychus felt bored and returned to the lifeboat to take out his heavy machine gun. At the same time, Tychus made such a big noise that it was hard not to attract the attention of the ground crew on the dock. Some of them were still busy with their work, but they all realized that something was wrong. A federal engineer who was sitting on a pile of supply boxes smoking shouted, I say, what's going on? Those 2 soldiers looked seriously injured. Most of the ground crew and engineers in the Loyalty dock did not dare to speak. And there were always a few desperate and confused people who tried to figure out what was going on by shouting. I am Colonel Haller. There are rebels in this spaceship. Haller replied without changing his expression. They want to seize control of this battleship. And they must eliminate this group of rebels. Okay. Aren't the Zerg and Protoss troubles enough? The engineer believed it. But when he saw who was getting off the lifeboat, he almost fell off the supply box. The people who came off the lifeboat were not soldiers, engineers and scientists, but Protoss Templars with shining armor. Those Protoss warriors walked out of the lifeboat one after another. Thousands of shining blue eyes all facing the same direction. This time, the engineer didn't dare to speak again. Augustus and Radnanix looked at each other, and at the latter's command, a large number of Protoss Templars rushed into the corridors and entrances of the ship. Any human soldiers who dared to resist them were cut by the psychic blades, and blood flowed. Follow me. Marshal. Haller made a gesture and asked his Nova Squadron's resocialized soldiers to walk in front, and walk all the way to the vertical ladder with an arrow. You'd better not lead us into a trap. Tychus picked up his Persuader heavy machine gun. I will keep a close eye on you. Do you understand? If you want to betray us, I will smash your head. The Federation wouldn't spend so many warships to plant a spy, would it? Haller said. Who knows what's going on in your ghostly head? You may hate the Terran Federation, but you don't necessarily like us. Tychus shook his head. Yes, I do dislike you. Haller said. If you really think I know witchcraft, then you'd better be careful. Jackson Haller was a member of the Terran Empire's Hidden Blade Ghost Agent program, and one of the first psychics to use Terrazine on himself. Augustus ignored the quarrel between the two men. Tychus was not liked by people, and Haller was obviously a man with deep scheming and great ambition. Such a person, who pursues power, is not so difficult to control. Tychus was not really keen on becoming a high-ranking official in the Revolutionary Army, although he thought it was not a bad thing, as a higher position would be more conducive to his own abuse of power. Tychus was full of thoughts of returning to his old job if the revolution failed. He was a chaotic factor. But for Augustus, he was much more reliable than Haller, who had just surrendered. After Augustus followed Haller into the elevator, the alarm inside the Loyalty finally sounded, and the captain of the ship had obviously seen what happened through the surveillance screen of the dock. "I am Captain Joe of the Loyalty. We have been invaded. Jackson Haller betrayed the Federation. I repeat, Jackson Haller betrayed the Federation, and he is no longer our commander. Protoss, they are coming. Augustus Minsk is here with them. It's Augustus's rebels. Run! This is a trap. We are surrounded. Evacuate immediately. I am not a demon." Augustus thought they didn't need to be so nervous. The ladder kept rising and stopped at the main deck on the top floor. The corridor leading to the command area was full of fully armed Marines from the Nova Squadron. "Fire!" The officer commanding the unit shouted immediately. "Stand at attention." Haller straightened his military cap and said calmly, "Put away your guns. Eject your bullets." Dozens of soldiers in purple power armor responded to Haller's orders with a series of impeccable standing and holding gun movements. The tinkling sound of bullets falling could be clearly heard in the suddenly quiet corridor inside the ship. All the resocialized soldiers could recognize who Haller was in their neurally modified brains. As the highest commander of the Nova Squadron, Haller's orders were obviously higher than anyone else's. "Damn it. Why did you betray us? You treacherous dog," the Nova Squadron officer said as he took out his P220 electromagnetic pistol and aimed it at Haller. "I'm sorry." Haller's black pupils were filled with gold. Then, the officer pointed the gun at himself and fired. "Who are these people?" Tychus got goosebumps all over his body. At this moment, Tychus suddenly remembered the red-haired female ghost beside Augustus. Since Kerrigan served Augustus, she has rarely killed anyone, which made Tychus almost forget that high-level human psychers are guys who can kill people with just one look. High-level psychics are very rare, and their tortured childhoods often make them more cold-blooded and even twisted than ordinary ghost agents. But their minds are pure. In less than a second, Haller lowered his head and raised it again, walking past a group of Nova Squadron soldiers standing at attention on both sides of the corridor waiting for orders. Their masks reflected thin, resolute faces. "Does killing make you feel painful?" Augustus asked Haller. "Yes, Marshal. The memories of the deceased before death will be rooted in my mind. Only brainwashing can make me forget all of this." Haller hesitated and replied, "But I can't be brainwashed. Which means I can't forget those memories." "Then you'd better not do that after this," Augustus said. Augustus was convinced that Jackson Haller was probably the strongest psychic he had ever seen except Kerrigan and Nova, and he was one of the very few who had special abilities. Moreover, at least in his opinion, this man was not hopeless. Haller continued to move forward, and almost every time he walked a distance, someone rushed out to stop him. The Federal Colonel was only wearing a blue Navy uniform and a Federal Guard medal on his shoulder, but no one could hurt him. When they rushed into the bridge, the Templars of Rednanix were already waiting for them there. The bridge was full of traces of fierce fighting. The captain of the Loyalty collapsed on the ground, and at his feet was an electromagnetic rifle cut off by a psychic blade. "Lieutenant Colonel Joe, there is no need to work for the Federation anymore. They will burn themselves sooner or later," Haller said as he walked up to the captain of the Loyalty. "It is time to establish a new order. The Zerg and Protoss are poisoning our homeland. The Terrans need a wise leader. He is Augustus Minsk." The lieutenant colonel did not speak, but remained silent. Outside the bridge of the Loyalty, the Nova Squadron fleet was in chaos, and the 4 battlecruisers supporting Haller were firing at the remaining warships. When Augustus looked over, a Nova Squadron battlecruiser was firing hundreds of anti-aircraft missiles at her sister ship, leaving a large area of burns and damage on the side of the battleship. Although the rebel warships were not in a dominant position in terms of numbers, the warships on the Federation side did not know which warships had betrayed the Federation. After several Nova Squadron warships took the lead in folding away, the remaining Federation warships actually began to retreat step by step. Chapter 3089 Behemoth-class battlecruisers. In front of Augustus, outside the porthole of the Loyalty Bridge, was a magnificent battlefield. The Nova Squadron warships and spacecrafts that had surrendered to the Revolutionary Army were fighting desperately with their colleagues on the edge of the Char Galaxy. The majestic battlecruisers aimed their dense guns at the enemy dozens of miles away. Every fleeting fire in the barrage came from a Wraith fighter or transport ship. Every warship and every person was merciless to their former comrades in arms, but now enemies. Like two fists colliding fiercely. Again and again. A large number of spacecraft fragments and wreckage were thrown far away with the shock wave of the explosion, flying towards celestial bodies billions of miles away until they were captured by the gravity of asteroids and planets. Another round of salvos. Two Nova Squadron battlecruisers that turned their allegiance to the Revolutionary Army damaged a Federation battleship named Achilles. A terrifying flash lit up in the middle of the Achilles, and the bright purple armor suddenly turned black. The Achilles did not retreat, but bravely fought back against the Revolutionary Army's warships. However, there were only 6 Nova Squadron battlecruisers that were still loyal to the Federation and could still fight. After the Hyperion and the other 2 Revolutionary battlecruisers turned around and joined the battle, the Federation warships were already at a certain disadvantage, with a whole hostile Protoss fleet right next to them. The Federation fleet had no intention of fighting, and one after another was ready to start the warp drive to escape. Stop them, Augustus ordered in the command channel of his own fleet. The Hyperion joined the siege of the Achilles and held it tightly with the other 2 battlecruisers, making it unable to enter the jump state immediately. It is very likely to cause a terrible disaster if it rashly opens the hyperspace channel under the interference of strong plasma energy flow. Normally, the captain who issued this order would not even have the opportunity to be brought to the military court for trial. The captain of the Achilles decided to use a short jump to avoid the attack of the Revolutionary Army warship. But the battleship was severely damaged by the salvo of the Hyperion's gun group close to its stern, and the relatively backward armor failed to protect it. In a dozen minutes, the warships of both sides exchanged fire, which turned into the flight of the Federation fleet. A large number of armor fragments and spacecraft wreckage drifted away with the wake of the fleeing warships, and the time-space vortex flashing with colorful radiation, like a drifting bottle drifting along the ocean currents. The debris flow composed of fragments and wreckage stretched for dozens of miles. When Augustus refocused his attention on the captain of the Loyalty as the bridge deck shook, the space war had already come to an end. 4 Federation warships escaped the pursuit and left the Char system. Achilles and another sister ship, Epeos, were surrounded and severely damaged and failed to escape the battlefield with other Federation warships. The Loyalty did not join the battle. Augustus's troops only attacked the upper deck and the command mezzanine. The middle and lower decks were still under the control of the Federation crew. They were led by some brave officers to resist the attack of the Protoss, and even wanted to recapture the warship. Captain, if you can still listen to me, then I want to tell you that your fleet has been defeated, Augustus said calmly, in a tone that was indisputable. Immediately order your men to surrender to avoid unnecessary casualties. I pity those Federal soldiers who are still fighting bravely. If they surrender immediately, I will definitely give them a chance to return home after the war. You devil! Who threw you here from hell? Captain Joe of the Loyalty was sitting on the ground, raising his thickly bearded face and staring at Augustus. Angus Mengsk and Catherine Mengsk gave birth to a terrorist and extremist leader. How many people have been killed in the war you brought? How many more people will you have to kill before you feel satisfied? You are the devil. Remember Korhal? This hatred is not over. Do all the people who stay there deserve to die? Before Augustus could speak, his personal guard, Corporal Faraday, raised his fist angrily. I am tired of telling others that iron and blood, sweat and sacrifice are the price that must be paid for change. If you open your eyes and look, you should see that the farmers in Shiloh, Helsin and Altair are starving because of the Federation's heavy taxes. You should see that since the middle of the 25th century, the laws of the Terran Federation have been written to protect the interests of the rulers without any surprise. Augustus' voice seemed to have some kind of magic, so that everyone would look towards him unconsciously when he spoke. The number of people who died because the Federation refused to provide any assistance to the refugees from the marginal worlds displaced by the Zerg invasion was far more than the civilian casualties caused by the Revolutionary Army and the Federation Army. It's all because of you rebels. Without you, how could we not save those refugees? The captain didn't seem to believe what he said, because his momentum was not as good as Augustus's. Augustus just laughed it off. This is the unified statement of the Federation military and official media. All the mistakes were the fault of the revolutionaries and the rebels. If the Federation has any guilt, it is that they have not done enough to control the people and eliminate the rebels. Since Angus Mengs declared independence on Korhul 4 in 2489, this white-hot revolution has been going on for 3 years. The people of the Federation often see news about the government army and the rebels fighting on some extremely remote edge world outposts and space stations. The conflict between the two sides has gradually become a normal thing. This guy is really a stone in the toilet. Smelly and hard. Tychus used the words Augustus once used to describe himself on the federal captain. Give him 2 hits, and he will be obedient immediately. Colonel Huller. Augustus looked at Jackson Huller next to him and said, hearing Augustus' words. Huller nodded, and the gold in his eye shone even more. I am the captain. This is my order. Under Huller's mental control, Captain Joe of the Loyalty twisted his neck unnaturally, and his lips trembled as he turned his earphone. The war is over. Resistance is meaningless. I order you to surrender to any enemy you see. It was my fault that led to this defeat, and the blame should be placed on me, he said. I order you to lay down your arms. Joe's order echoed on the decks and cabins of the Loyalty, especially among the resocialized soldiers. Even those federal officers with independent judgment soon realized that the Loyalty had become an isolated island in the universe. It would not be long before a large number of rebels and Protoss would board the ship in the lost dock. Augustus looked at the trembling captain of the Loyalty again, thinking about the position from which the middle-aged man said those words just now. Not everyone can abandon everything and join the revolution, especially when the victory of the Revolutionary Army is still not obvious. After all, those who join the Revolutionary Army with full enthusiasm are only a minority. For those men who have already established a family, this usually means that he is likely to abandon his wife and children and follow the rebels whose future seems uncertain to go to a place several light years away or even further for many years. Corporal Faraday. Lock him up, Augustus said. Captain, I will never execute anyone who surrenders. If you are unwilling to abandon your past and serve the Revolutionary Army, you will also have the opportunity to return home. Of course, after the Federation is overthrown. Augustus would not refuse to incorporate the regular army of the Federation into his own army, because they are professional soldiers after all. When Corporal Faraday waved his hand and ordered 2 Marshal Guard soldiers to take the captain of the Loyalty away, Augustus leaned over the control console of the battleship's bridge, on which the captains of the Revolutionary Army battleships such as the Hyperion and the Heir of Thunder popped up. After waiting for a few minutes, the numbers of the 4 Nova Squadron warships that fought for the Revolutionary Army in this battle also appeared in the battle sequence on the screen. They were all captains that Haller had controlled or turned against using his powerful psychic and mental power during the years since he took over the Nova Squadron. They secretly swore allegiance to freedom rather than the Federation. What did you do to the captains of these warships? Augustus asked Haller softly. He didn't believe that he had conquered these captains who had at least thousands of men under his command with his personal charm. I can't just use my mental power to forcibly change their thinking and self-perception. Haller walked behind Augustus, with his hands behind his back. I can only temporarily take over the control of other people's brains over their bodies through mental power. But I can't directly distort their thoughts. What I can do is to add some different memories to these people, just like the neural transformation of the resocialized soldiers, so that their self-perception will be distorted. He explained to Augustus, in the long run, these people will think that they are loyal to me instead of the Federation Navy Command and the Federation itself. But this is dangerous and does not always work. Otherwise you would have controlled the entire Nova Squadron in these years, Augustus said, without prior contact, premeditation and detailed planning. Jackson Hole turned to Augustus. Originally, Augustus thought that he would be lucky if he could only capture 1 or 2 battlecruisers. Yes, I have not succeeded many times. And those with strong minds can find the deviation between the transplanted memory and the original memory. Haller said truthfully, they are also likely to find out that they have been given extra memories one day in the future. That is to say, this is not stable, and it takes a long time to control them. Augustus nodded. So the captains of those warships should be replaced because they may betray us. Haller has naturally spoken from the perspective of the Revolutionary Army. Of course, Augustus will not allow a captain whose loyalty cannot be guaranteed to command a battlecruiser that is so precious to the Revolutionary Army. And even most of the crew members must be replaced soon. These battlecruisers that once belonged to the Nova Squadron will be full of Revolutionary Army soldiers from Korhal and Ma Sera. And those Federal soldiers who originally belonged to the Nova Squadron must prove their loyalty before they can be incorporated into the combat sequence of the Revolutionary Army. And all of this must be confirmed by deep mind reading by the psychics in the Revolutionary Army. This is a very difficult task. There are at least 40,000 to 50,000 Nova Squadron soldiers who surrendered, while there are less than 30 psychers in the Revolutionary Army. He knocked on the console and saw a communication from a Nova Squadron battleship. A Federation behemoth battlecruiser named Eris. Augustus, I followed the Protoss to capture this battlecruiser. God, you can't imagine how fierce the battle was. The captain of this battleship even buried his own battleship to stop us. Raynor's head appeared on the screen on the console. Fortunately, Tassidar's Templar beheaded him. He was a good man. But unfortunately, he was an enemy. I am Duke. The plan went smoothly. I led the Protoss to kill all the Nova Squadron members who dared to block the way. Duke's image also appeared. At this time, his arrogant voice did not sound as bad as before in Augustus' ears. We are clearing the remaining resistance forces on various decks and cabins. Many people tried to escape using the lifeboats of the battlecruiser. He said arrogantly, these ships have no warp drives. They can only wait to die on Char. Contact these ships. If they are willing to surrender, I will not leave them here. Augustus said to Duke. Received Duke's avatar disappeared, and he turned to busy himself with Augustus's task. At this moment, on the main screen of the bridge, the cameras and sensors were pointed at the Achilles and Apius, and the assault boats and landing craft sent by the Hyperion. Air of Thunder and NORAD 3 were still trying to approach the two power engines, but were constantly forced back by the firepower network of the laser artillery group. The crews of Achilles and Apius still did not give up the resistance, although they could no longer complete the warp. Most of the battlecruiser's weapon systems were still functioning normally. These two battlecruisers had become mobile fortresses, and it was not easy to break into them. Achilles and Apius will be ours sooner or later. Haller smiled. Even a fool can see that, Tyka said, as he took a box of high-end cigars from the filing cabinet on the bridge of the Loyalty, secretly calculating how many good things he could get from this battlecruiser. What are the Zerg doing? Augustus checked the radar surveillance image of the Loyalty, and found that no Zerg life signals were detected on it. It seems that the Zerg are busy attacking Aiur, and have no time to pay attention to us. At this time, 6 Nova Squadron battlecruisers with dark purple paint and shining Nova logos have appeared outside the bridge, and another 2 are on the right. After Augustus fully controls these battlecruisers, the 3 warships he brought from Antigua will become a fleet of 12 warships, together with the original warships. This means that Augustus already has the strength of 2 Federation Navy squadrons in his hands. Not to mention that Tassidar's fleet will follow him. Chapter 309 Agent of the Zerg. Time had unknowingly reached the end of 2491, and the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army spent a simple but ceremonial Christmas on a warship drifting on the edge of the Char Galaxy. It turned out that the supplies brought from Antigua Prime were not enough for the soldiers far away from their homeland to feel the festive atmosphere. But the supply ship of the Nova Squadron solved the urgent problem. Renault even found several Christmas trees on 6 supply ships full of boxes of food, medical supplies, tea, wine and cola drinks, which made the soldiers who missed their families and hometowns overjoyed. In addition to 9 Behemoth-class battlecruisers and 7 destroyers, Augustus's troops also seized more than 200 CF/A-17 Wraith fighters, more than 390 APOD-33s and 5 scientific ships, and nearly 1,000 other shuttles, near-ground spacecraft, and small and medium-sized transport ships. 3/5 of the Nova Squadron fleet ships were incorporated into the Revolutionary Navy's combat sequence. They once fought for the eternal glory of the Terran Federation, but now they only obeyed Augustus's martial command. The paint scheme of these ships is also different from the past. In addition to the Shining Star logo, the Revolutionary Army's ring emblem is added to the bright purple shipboard, which means that they are now fighting for a noble goal that is completely different from the past. As for the soldiers on board, Augustus retained the organization of all resocialized soldiers intact, but replaced their leaders with officers in the Revolutionary Army. The number of resocialized soldiers is about 35,000, which is an astonishing proportion. The remaining 22,000 people were regular soldiers who enlisted in various ways. In other words, they were just like Augustus when he joined the Federal Marines. They were ordinary people who joined the army for various reasons, and had their own personalities and consciousness. Most of them did not join the army voluntarily, and their attitude towards the federal government was similar to that of the Shiloh farm boy like Reno. They were disappointed with the federal government and hoped that the government and parliament could take effective measures to save the sluggish market economy and those marginal worlds on the verge of collapse. The federal soldiers were more or less influenced by the federal government's smear campaign against the rebels and the forced ideological education in the army. They did not think that Augustus's revolutionary army was a good group of people, or believe that they were just a group of displaced Korhol 4 refugees, unscrupulous businessmen, pirates, private security guards and colonial militias, and did not notice why their army had been experiencing failures. Out of caution and other considerations, Augustus could only put these non-resocialized soldiers in prisons converted from the living cabins of various warships, and only those who swore allegiance to him and the revolutionary army could be forgiven. The biggest gain was in equipment. More than 40,000 sets of CMC 300 power armor and AGR-14 and C-14 electromagnetic rifles from the Nova Squadron were equipped to Augustus' army. The more than 200 Arclight siege tanks, Goliath robots, and Vulture vehicles in the arsenal of these battlecruisers were also a pleasant surprise. Augustus will soon be able to fully equip an entire Revolutionary Army armored division with these, which will enable the Revolutionary Army to compete with the Zerg or Protoss forces on the front battlefield. Augustus's team continued to grow, and this was by no means the end. On the last day of 2491, Augustus, who did not feel much joy for the arrival of Christmas, gathered his generals on the Hyperion to hold a memorial ceremony for the dead and prepared to leave the Char system before the arrival of the new year. Those warriors who were brought back after the death were lucky enough, while those who were torn to pieces by the Zerg and hastily buried in the deep ash layer of Char faced a more tragic fate. If one day the living people return to Char again, they will find that their forgotten friends and comrades will reappear in front of them in a hideous appearance as part of the Char swarm. The battles in the Char galaxy caused thousands of brave revolutionary soldiers to lose their lives forever. On this day, Augustus, who was standing on the bridge of the Hyperion, stared at Char with orange-red lava flowing on the screen between the dark brown or dark gray uniform shoulder straps of the scattered revolutionary officers, and began to think about this question. If there are souls in this world, then are the people who died on Char and other planets lingering on the battlefield and unwilling to leave? With so many dead people staring at Augustus, how could he stop? At 1422 on the ship, the senior officers of the Revolutionary Army who participated in the morning ceremony had dispersed, leaving Augustus staring at the star map of the Copperless sector and even larger constellations, star fields, and an entire spiral arm of the Milky Way on the main screen. On the other side of the Milky Way, the solar system and the Earth on the Orion spiral wall are just a tiny point of light shining with a little light. The area explored by humans is still insignificant on the scale of the entire Milky Way, but the enemies they encounter are so terrible. This young race that thinks it has an outstanding civilization is still clamoring to conquer the vast Milky Way, just like a bug that has just explored a pile of mounds and says it wants to conquer the world. Zerg and Protoss are enemies that are completely on a different level from humans. Copperless human civilization is as fragile as a candle in the wind. Augustus had already given up hope on the Terran Federation, even though it was still strong. At this time last year, Augustus was still working on resettling refugees from Korhol 4 in the agricultural colony of Agria. But now he has come to the other side of the sector, fighting the Zerg in this remote system full of dangerous Zerg. At this time, Augustus was standing next to Raynor, Corporal Faraday and Jackson Hull, who had changed into the gray-blue Revolutionary Navy uniform, with a military cap and badge with the ring of the grip, panda and hammer emblems. Augustus had to admit that Haller was the kind of person who looked righteous and majestic once he put on his uniform. No one would have thought that he was a traitor who wanted to overthrow the Federation all day long. At a certain moment, a list folder popped up on the main screen in front of Augustus. It was the list of ghost agents in the Nova Squadron. As a federal naval squadron that is particularly good at special operations and secret infiltration, the number of ghost agents in the Nova Squadron is much larger than that of other squadrons, which is why they were sent to set up psychic transmitters in Char, including the Nova Squadron flagship Nova Terra, which had become scrap metal. There were a total of 64 Federation ghost agents on the list, which surprised Augustus because he believed that these psychics had greater value than being cold killers. Augustus swiped his finger across the list on the screen. flipping through the names and photos attached one by one. They were all very young. The oldest was only 25 years old, and the youngest was only 17 years old. Each photo was a recent photo updated in real time, wearing a ghost uniform or an officer. But without exception, no one had a smile on his face. Most of these ghost agents have pale skin and cold or gloomy expressions. They are killers, and they are told that they are born to be like this. After Dr. Francos begins to remove the psychic inhibitors in their brains, these ghost agents will turn to us without hesitation. When Augustus reviewed the list, Haller said, "I can confirm that the ghost agents deeply hate the federal government and the Ghost Academy that have changed their lives forever. How many of them can bear the possibility of the tragic memories they have lost being revived again? Beware of the possibility that the high-level psychics among them will lose control after the operation." Moreover, not all psychic agents are willing to believe in a rebel organization that has only been gaining momentum in recent years. Augustus only has the most cautious and lowest expectations for everything. It is enough for him to be happy that 2/3 of the ghost agents will join his revolutionary cause. Of the 64 ghost agents of the Rising Star Squadron, 53 have a PSI index between 5 and 6, which means that they have reached the minimum standard to become ghost agents and have sensitive telepathic abilities. That is, they can read minds. But this does not allow them to gain any more abilities than this. 10 of them are level 7 psychics, which are obviously stronger than most ghost agents, but also limited. Only one female ghost agent with long black hair is a level 8 psychic, which means that she can not only read minds, but also use mental telekinesis to move objects. On those planets with progressive ideas, she may be regarded as a superpower, but she may also be regarded as a freak, alienated or persecuted by her compatriots. Psychics of level 8 and above have a certain chance of obtaining special abilities, such as Haller's ability to temporarily distort the minds of others. Some unique performances are more like something similar to magic, such as using a deadly psychic shock wave or creating fire. Augustus clicked on it and began to read the information of the female ghost. The girl with beautiful dark brown eyes had a miserable childhood as usual. She was abandoned by her parents in the slums of Tarsones because of her strange behavior. A butcher in a meat shop raised the child, but after the people in the Ghost Project found her, the butcher disappeared. The next step is to learn the memory of using weapons and assassination in the Ghost Academy. The students will be divided into 2 different teams and compete with each other. It was like an army, where only the strongest could win respect. The equipment of this female ghost looked better and cooler than others. Renault was standing on the right side of Augustus. This proves that she is the strongest among them. Augustus carefully checked her information. She has no special abilities, but she once lost control. 45 people died in that accident, and more than 370 people became crazy or suffered from mental illness. This girl looks very powerful. Renault said, "People say you have a special liking for female ghosts." "Yes. Hot, powerful, dangerous, and can kill you at any time," Augustus warned Renault. "Colonel Haller, do you know this ghost agent?" he asked Haller. "In the past, I always stayed away from the psychers in the squadron as much as possible, because they might be able to detect that I have psychers," Haller said. "I know her. Before the psycher suppressor and resocialization technology were invented, this person killed 2 instructors. She is extremely dangerous," he said calmly. "Until she was implanted with a psychic inhibitor, she was considered a lunatic and a monster. In the earliest days, the Ghost Academy was full of psychopaths. Big psychopaths and small psychopaths. Some with obvious symptoms, and some with less obvious symptoms." Haller was still reminiscing about the past, but he seemed to be telling another story as a bystander. "The situation is better now. At least it's like a real academy. She is very dangerous. Generally speaking, I would suggest you kill her directly," he added. "But she is a psychic, and I just hope that all people with psychic powers can live like normal people. No more trouble forever." "What a tough guy," Raynor said. "You do it." Augustus handed the matter over to the newly surrendered Haller without hesitation. This was not a decision he made suddenly, because he always thought about everything again and again. At this time, Augustus found that he suddenly missed the days when Kerrigan was around, and he suddenly couldn't tell who was relying on whom. "It's great that you can trust me." Haller did not object. "That's why I followed you, because you were willing to give the psychics a chance." He then said, "I joined the revolution because I believe that human beings should be free to live and freely choose the way they and their descendants live. People can follow democracy and freely elect every government and leader, and have the right to overthrow them. It sounds easy to do, Renault said. I originally thought that all psychics were trained to become ghost agents at the Ghost Academy. How many ghost agents like you are out of the control of the Federation? Augustus asked Haller. As far as I know, there are quite a few, and they are all high-level psychics. Haller thought for a moment and replied, Captain Buzen of the Chimera Pirates has several ghost agents under his command, and some have become mercenaries or professional killers. They can hardly integrate into normal life again. Chimera Pirates? I heard that those pirates are scarier than private armies. This was not the first time that Raynor had heard the name Chimera Pirates. In the Copperloo sector, powerful mercenary organizations and space pirates could even fight against government forces. At this moment, the lights of the Hyperion suddenly dimmed, and the Dark Templar Cyrodiil appeared in a cloud of mist. Augustus and Raynor both involuntarily put their hands on the electromagnetic pistols at their waists. Haller didn't know Cyrodiil, so he immediately stood in front of Augustus and tried to use his powerful psychic power to drive away the uninvited guest. Haller's reaction was definitely not fake. He really wanted to protect Augustus. Like those who had seen Augustus, Haller also believed that this 23-year-old man could bring fundamental changes to the corrupt Terran Federation. I am not your marshal's enemy. Cyrodiil raised one of his hands to indicate that he was not here to cause trouble. I say, please go through the main entrance next time. Raynor straightened his forehead. Dark Templars must remain secretive. Cyrodiil replied, if necessary. I have no objection to taking shortcuts. Okay. You decide. Raynor shrugged. You must believe me. Augustus, when I was on Char, I sensed the swarm's intentions, heard the Overmind and the brainworm whispering under the lava, and they sent the swarm to a planet called Hegi to find a new swarm agent. Cyrodiil turned to Augustus and said, that world is about to be destroyed. He said, you don't have time to grieve. We must look forward. Chapter 310 The Overlord's Plan. I believe you. Augustus recovered from his initial shock. To be honest, he was willing to believe Cyrodiil because he knew what kind of Protoss he was. Please tell me what you found in Char. Elder, I need to know the details of what happened. The words of the Dark Archon Cyrodiil were always quite reliable, although in many cases he would only give a little clue and let others find the truth by themselves, instead of explaining the whole story of a matter completely from the beginning. Cyrodiil may be a good teacher and guide for young people. His broad and magnetic voice and calm tone are very suitable for telling a story in an attractive way. He is very powerful. The psychic energy of this Protoss is colder than the glaciers that have not melted for millions of years. Haller knew that Augustus would no longer attack or defend himself after knowing this Protoss. He looked at Cyrodiil and gave his own evaluation of him. But he still remained highly vigilant. Due to his special experience and personality, Haller would never trust other people easily. He even thought that he would never trust others again in his life. Swarm Agent Raynor said to the dusty Cyrodiil. What is that? A human who has been twisted by the Zerg, but still retains his wisdom. Cyrodiil's dull dark purple robe looked even more tattered, and his coat with a brown beast skin hat was covered with various scratches and holes left by sharp stones and Zerg spikes. His robe may have been finely crafted and luxurious in the past few centuries, but now the edges have been completely worn and become ragged and worn. But Cyrodiil's clothes did not become dirty because of this. In fact, they were closer to spotless. Even so, Cyrodiil's eyes, emitting a dust-like green light, still shone like stars. Since then, I have traveled through the land of ash and black rock in Char, watching between the lava and volcanoes that raged with heat waves and storms. Cyrodiil's image is part of an ancient poem about the conspiracy. In the main nest of the Overmind, I heard the conspiracy of the Overmind and the Cerebrates. Originally, I should not be able to hear their conversation at the level of mind connection, but the sound seemed to come from the void. Cyrodiil said, in the process of invading the human world, the Zerg are constantly infecting the humans on those planets with viruses. It is not just a part of the genetic assimilation process. Without exception, all infected humans will become hideous, twisted and deformed monsters without wisdom. Only Psykers can retain their past wisdom under the infection of Zerg. He obviously said these words after careful consideration. The Overmind needs such a creature. He was once a human, but after being infected, he will have the powerful, highly evolved body of the Zerg and the ability to control the swarm, while retaining his wisdom, experience and strategy as a human. Cyrodiil's voice was low and distant in everyone's mind. and hatred. This unparalleled monster will eventually become an agent of the Zerg Overmind. A commander different from the Brainworm. The Overmind is looking for a new Zerg agent. A creature powerful enough to control the Zerg when it leaves Char. It is so anxious that all the Zerg can feel the anxiety of the Lord of the Zerg. Doesn't the Overmind still have those brainworms? Raynor asked in confusion. Why would it go to a human planet to find an agent? What kind of person can be smarter than a brainworm? When it is not here, those brainworms can fully take charge of the work of commanding the Zerg. Wait, if the Overmind wants to leave Char, where will it go? He suddenly thought. It is as tall as a mountain and rooted deep underground in Char. How can such a thing move? Don't be ridiculous. It and its swarm have only recently arrived in Char. The Overmind's huge body must be able to move between galaxies in some way. Zeratul replied, after I killed several brainworms. The Overmind realized the flaws in the command mode of the Zerg Master Brain. This may be the main reason why it needs a replacement for the brainworm. Oh, Raynor said thoughtfully. It's chilling just to think about it. Go on, Elder. Augustus did not express his opinion on the matter. But after hearing what Zeratul said, the first person Augustus thought of was the Queen of Blades, Sarah Kerrigan, the agent of the Zerg, the Queen of the Zerg. According to the meaning of Zeratul's words, with Augustus protecting Kerrigan well, the Overmind decided on the next target. It was anxiously looking for such a role that could replace Kerrigan, a human who could still maintain wisdom after being infected. At the same time, this human must also have strong enough psychic power. At least level 8 should not be enough. As far as Augustus knows, there are only 3 clearly recorded level 10 psychics. Sarah Kerrigan, Nova Terra, the youngest child of the Terra family, and Sarko Angelini, the principal of the Ghost Academy. And if Augustus remembers correctly, Hedgie is the hometown of Gabriel Tosh, the future first Ghost agent. But Tosh's psychic power level has always been a mystery. Thinking of the scene of the devastation of the people, Augustus did not want to have another opponent as terrible as the Queen of Blades. Under the command of the Overmind, the hives of the Cerebrate Carlos and Nugar have traveled through a newly opened wormhole to the world called Hedgie, a human colony covered by strong winds. Zeratul looked at Augustus and said, that is the human world. So I came to you first because you are the bravest and most courageous human I know. Most importantly, Augustus, you have a precious and upright heart. I am afraid we are in big trouble. Elder. Wormhole. That means the Zerg may have reached Hedgie now. Augustus took a few steps back and typed Hedgie's name on the star map console. A series of data popped up on the screen. One of the edge worlds. The environment is harsh. Most areas are poor and backward. And the general education level of the people is extremely low. But the Terran Federation has set up an administrative center in that area and stationed an army. Renault took a look and said, the population of Hedgie is more than several million. It's terrible. Why did the Zerg target it? He said, this planet is far away from the system invaded by the Zerg. And it is safe in theory. This is troublesome. Only we can help the people there. But as Augustus said, by the time we get to Hedgie, it may be too late. The Zerg will not play by the rules. And we can't delay any longer. Augustus said, facing the main screen and activating the mechanical intelligent adjutant of the Hyperion. Contact the Protoss fleet's mothership, the Star Shuttle. Immediately. Marshal, with all due respect, do we have to travel thousands of miles to such a distant planet just based on the one-sided words of the Protoss? Haller was confused because he really didn't understand what Zeratul was saying. Haller was used to understanding the meaning of other people's words by directly reading their minds. But this method was ineffective when facing the Protoss. Our most important task now should be to find the main fleet of the Federation to launch a decisive battle to determine the fate of several star systems, rather than wasting time chasing the illusory words of the Protoss. Who knows if what this Protoss said is true or not? I can't see through him, Haller said. Newcomer, I see you don't understand anything. Reno shook his head. Anyway, the most important thing now is to save people. Put everything else aside. Hedgie is our next destination for promoting revolution. And the people there need us. No matter what the enemy is planning or doing. As long as we can disrupt their actions, it will be beneficial to us. The more the enemy wants to accomplish everything, we must do everything we can to hinder him. That's enough. At this time, the Hyperion was connected to the Protoss flagship, the Star Shuttle. Protoss Executor Tassadar swept the bridge with his glowing blue eyes, and finally stopped beside Augustus and Zeratul. A Dark Templar, Tassadar immediately recognized Cyrodiil's identity from his clothes and darker skin color. The muscles on his narrow cheeks seemed to twitch and twist together, and the edges of his eyes stretched and drooped in surprise. In Augustus's interpretation, this should be a complex expression that includes fear, disgust, and curiosity. He swore that Tassadar's facial expressions had never been so rich. You are Cyrodiil, the Dark Archon of the Dark Templar. I know you and your people. Tassadar stopped here and said no more. But Augustus, Cyrodiil and others could feel that Tassadar also had some prejudice against the Dark Templar, due to his Templar education and the limitations of the times. This situation was common among the Iyer Protoss. Yes, respected High Templar and Executor Tassadar. Salute you. Cyrodiil held out his hands and spread them, showing his palms. A friendly gesture. I was told that the Dark Templar were traitors exiled for their sins. Corrupted ones, who could not control their powers. And because of their inability to control their psychic powers, they caused a storm that swept across Iyer. Tassadar was an honest and frank Protoss who would tell others all their feelings, both good and bad. That is true. But now we have learned to suppress the powerful and raw power of the void energy, which is the power we use to kill the Cerebrate. Cyrodiil said. I will consider your words carefully. Tassadar said, Dark Templar Cyrodiil. I hope you are not the evil degenerates as the legend says. Your heroic feat of killing the Zerg brain worm is the only reason why I changed my opinion of the Dark Templar. Executor Tassadar, you must use your own eyes and wisdom to see the truth of history and distinguish between lies and truth. And the great sages will give you the right guidance. Cyrodiil is a wise and knowledgeable elder who can always see the truth directly with his wisdom and experience. The Dark Templars just want to break free from the narrow and strict hierarchy of the Protoss Empire. We unite and help each other. But each Nerazim Protoss has independent goals and ideas. Okay. Augustus, tell me why you contacted me. Tassadar at least listened to what Cyrodiil said. I have guessed that it is related to my fellow Dark Templar Protoss. Cyrodiil learned that the Overmind was preparing to invade a human world. Augustus told Tassadar the news brought by Cyrodiil, and emphasized the terrible consequences that this would bring. If this is true, I think it is worth putting aside my plan to return to Iyer for the time being. Tassadar said, my fleet is ready. You can set off together through the time and space we opened. I will also set off with you. Cyrodiil said, I believe this may be an opportunity to mend the rift between the Dark Templar and the Templar. I have absolutely no objection. Master. Augustus saw the Hyperion's port camera suddenly sound an alarm, and about 4 or 5 Dark Templar ships that looked like they were carved from obsidian appeared from one side. The Dark Templar did not muster a large fleet like their brother Templars, but these warriors were equally important in the battle against the Zerg. You will always have a place among my wartime advisors, he said. A Protoss? Cyrodiil's eyes narrowed, and he was obviously amused. This Dark Templar elder was one of the few Protoss with a little sense of humor. At least he could figure out if the humans were joking. A Protoss, Augustus said with a smile. No time to waste. Notify the fleet, and we'll set off immediately. He continued in the fleet-wide command channel. The new destination coordinates will be sent to each warship soon. This time, we'll still act with Tassadar's Protoss fleet. At present, the Revolutionary Army led by Augustus clearly knew that they were allies with the Protoss fleet led by Executor Tassadar, just as most Protoss only knew the name Augustus Minsk. The human side also only knew the name Tassadar. The revolutionaries still have a skeptical attitude towards the Protoss, believing that these aliens may suddenly turn their guns against them one day. The Protoss attitude towards humans is still as cold as ever, and they have no interest in them. The Protoss sometimes regard humans as their equals. And as for other Protoss, it is just like humans cannot regard monkeys as humans. Navigator, send the Hyperion into the hyperspace channel. As Augustus spoke, various numbers and pointers popped up on the main screen in front of him, indicating that the Hyperion was ready to enter the jump state. Everyone stay in the accelerator seats and fasten your seat belts, Raynor said in the channel of the Hyperion. Just below the bridge of the Hyperion were 10 revolutionary battlecruisers lined up in a row, each about 20 miles apart, and thousands of ships were surrounding them. 6 science ships as large as the Behemoth-class battlecruisers were between the flagships. They were like giant scientific research laboratories with prototype bases, full of engineers and scientists who could repair the damage to the fleet ships. A dark vortex emitting colorful radiation appeared in front of Augustus, and a Protoss fleet shining with golden and blue light sailed into it in a mighty manner. with Tassidar's flagship Star Shuttle in the front. Chapter 311 Hedgie. The strong wind blew constantly around the Tosh family's low hut, rustling the hedgy reindeer moss and fluffy hay used to keep it warm. Sitting on a bench with one leg missing in front of the hut, Gabriel Tosh stared at the rolling waves, watching each wave break into pieces as it hit the shore. Hedgie's ocean was icy blue, and the tepid sunlight in early winter was like a gradient layer on an oil painting, with spots and stains of various colors, which were the turbid sewage discharged by the heavy metal smelting factories in the city and along the coast. The old diesel fishing boats, with clattering motors, are at the equally shabby docks on the coast, and the blue-green flags fluttering at the sterns look like rags struggling in the wind. Gelati fishermen always go out to sea to fish day after day in their small fishing boats that seem to have come from centuries ago. This is their only chance to make some money, or even identity proof. But no one has ever succeeded. This ocean was once rich in aquatic products and picturesque, but now it is on the verge of death because of the brilliant human civilization that shines here. People here always see no hope. But in this poor and backward world, tomorrow will never be worse than today. The clouds in the sky are loose, and the strong wind is blowing them around, as if it is a shot that is played 10 times or 100 times faster. Sometimes Tosh would try to figure out what is on the other side of the ocean, and then he realized that if he kept going forward, the sea was still the sea, and the other side was a wasteland that was even more vast than this ocean. When Tosh realized that his increasingly elderly grandmother was calling him, he stood up and looked back from the roof of his shack. There were more dilapidated houses and shacks built with bricks, rotten wood and scrap metal, and there was no end in sight. Every few hundred feet there is a wind turbine, with huge blades spinning with the strong wind that sweeps through the slums, bringing precious electricity to the poor people. This is also the cheapest resource in Hedgie, a moon world that is always rolling with hurricanes and tornadoes. The noise of the wind turbine and the sound of the wind are the sounds that never fade in this world, better than the calls of birds and animals. Only the restless heavy metal rock music can bring a little ups and downs and passion to the desperate and oppressive life here. At the end of the slums, on the other side of the bay, is the tall buildings of Grande City, where there are bright lights, factories, goods and clean streets. The slums and the bustling city are so close to the people here that they can walk across the distance in less than 40 minutes. Tosh has never been to Grande City. He has been in this slum with no hope since he can remember. Just like the people in this slum, Tosh cannot go to school, and cannot even receive the simplest education. People in the slums can always look up and see the brilliant city that seems to stand in the sky, but no one has ever been able to step into it. In a corner on the edge of the city, the filth, stench, poverty, hunger and disease that even strong winds cannot dispel are still destroying the lives of everyone here, causing them to age prematurely. This is also a place where filth and dirt are hidden, where gray interests and gangs are rampant. The Grande slums that have been associated with the construction of Grande City since then are the dark side of the entire city. Little Gabriel, go back to the house. Tosh's grandmother was still calling him. Manon Threes told me that a powerful storm is coming. It will destroy everything, and the walls will collapse. Tosh's grandmother was extremely old. Her dark brown skin was full of wrinkles and spots, and she was so thin that she looked like a bag of bones. Grandma has always been a strong family matriarch and the leader of this small tribe. She was wrapped in the robes of the high priest of the Hedgie voodoo sect. It was a dark linen robe, with twisted and absurd totems painted with blood-red paint. The most eye-catching Vev logo symbolized Manon Thresh, the goddess of death in Hedgie. After hearing his grandmother's words, Tosh turned around and returned to his shabby shack. His grandmother had always believed that she was blessed by Manon Thresh, and red was the representative color of the goddess of death. The followers of the Hedgie voodoo sect believed that the goddess of death was real, and the totems and ornaments symbolizing Manon Thresh would bring them protection and strength. Low education, superstition and ignorance make the people in the slums of Grande retreat to the chaotic structure of gangs, families and tribes after more than a dozen generations. In the more remote corners, nomadic tribes outside of civilization are the main worshippers of the popular voodoo sect. Tosh's shack is built with several suspended car frames and rain awnings, which can't stand for long when a hurricane hits. But the same is true for stone houses. After the hurricane destroys everything, people always have to rebuild their homes. Day after day, year after year, there was a 5-foot-long bed in the shack, which was Tosh's most precious possession. The rest were bottles and jars. Animal skins or other things Tosh had picked up from the garbage dump. Expired food or rotten apples. Take it and kill it. Man in Threes needs blood for the sacrifice. The grandmother lifted the blue gauze curtain that was used to block the prying eyes of mosquitoes and flies and thieves from the shack, and handed Tosh a screaming glandy blue-eyed rat. There were no rats in Hedge originally. Like flies and mosquitoes, they followed the human colonists of Terran to this remote moon planet. These cunning rodents have adapted perfectly to the environment here, and their population is much more prosperous than humans. Tosh pinched the screaming rat's tail to prevent it from biting his fingers. Then, Tosh pulled out a sharp triangular dagger from the garbage pile of bottles and cans nearby and stabbed it into the rat's brain and nailed it to the ground. Then Tosh used another knife to slit the rat's throat and drain the blood. Then peeled off its skin neatly. You did well, Gabriel. Child. The angel sent to me by Man in Threes. The grandmother squatted down in front of the small pool of rat blood. An angel who announces God's will and announces the time of death. But remember, before you peel its skin next time. She wrote the Vev sign in the rat's blood and kindly told Tosh, keep it alive. Man in Threes will tell you when the time is right to sacrifice. Blood, killing and death will win the favor of the goddess of death. But why? We have been offering sacrifices to the goddess of death. But she has never responded to me? Tosh asked his grandmother. It is not yet the time of destiny. The grandmother showed an angry expression for a moment, which made Tosh feel afraid for a while. But fortunately her anger disappeared quickly. Man in Thresh is deep in the soul world. In your heart and ours. Grandmother has always been kind to Tosh. Even though she is a strong person that the tribe fears. Grandmother is a loyal believer of the goddess of death. Man in Thresh. She is strange and mysterious. A fatalist. And even Tosh, who can read other people's minds, can't see through her. Did I not do enough? Tosh's black eyes showed a milky white luster, and a red light lingered on the surface of his body. Oh! She's looking at you. The wrinkles on the grandmother's face gathered together with joy. That's witchcraft. But don't show it in front of others. Except for the voodoo sect. Destiny will guide you. It will never betray you. Witchcraft. Tosh concentrated his mind and released a powerful mental force. Everything in the shack flew off the ground and floated in the air. He knew he could easily crush them. Just like crushing the soft tissue in a brain or a larynx. However, Tosh cannot show his power, because that would attract the police from the Terran Federation or people from other departments. Whenever the federal government comes here, nothing good will happen. They are more frightening than murderers, and are synonymous with trouble that will lead to misfortune. When Tosh was young, he showed his witchcraft, which triggered a terrible superpower phenomenon. People around him were terrified of Tosh's power, and drove his family to the edge of the slums. Which is why the shack is so close to the sea. For a long time, Tosh believed in his grandmother's words. His grandmother's words were authoritative and all facts. His power was of course a kind of witchcraft, which was given to him by the goddess of death. And his mission was to bring blood to her. When you are ready, you can bring some higher-level sacrifices to Man in Threes. The grandmother picked up the skinned and boneless mouse, sucked the blood on her fingers and said, she said that everything in the world is made of water. And humans are part of water. I don't like killing people. I don't like doing that. Grandma. Tosh once again rejected his majestic grandmother. Forgive me. I can't kill people. No. I can't hurt those innocent people. I only hear the souls of the dead crying. And Man in Thresh remained silent. He said, if possible, I hope I can kill some of the most heinous people instead of street wanderers and homeless people. You are so kind under your face that scares those people. Grandmother showed no anger. Who gets to define the measure of crime? Hegi is a lawless place. Grandma, Tosh said, you will be an honorable leader. And one day you will rule the world. Grandmother laughed. But the sound was as sharp as glass scraping against concrete. Gabriel, you are the savior of Hegi, and the gospel of the world. She laughed and said, you will save others, and declare the death of the enemies of Man in Threes. Praise Man in Threes and her gift. She made you born different. You are destined to be a leader, and the master of the world. As the grandmother spoke, she took out several strings of beads strung together from her long priest robe, and put them on Tosh's neck one by one. Finally, she took out a necklace with a small doll, and put it on Tosh. Watching her grandson smile. It was a human-shaped doll that was only a few inches big, sewn with cloth and buttons. The doll had two expressions on both sides. One happy and the other sad. An ancient magic doll. If you encounter an enemy you cannot defeat, the grandmother said slowly, just nail it with nails. Tosh replied, a lot of nails. At this time, the howling wind outside suddenly increased many times. It was a roar like a tsunami, as if the gods were roaring. This hurricane was far stronger than before. The shack was shaking violently, and it would soon leave them. Tosh suddenly felt uneasy, and he saw the gloomy, dark sky behind the blown curtain. A tornado sweeping across the ocean is forming, which will bring terrible disasters and death. The sky darkened in an instant, as if it had entered the night. The small tonnage fishing boats that did not have time to enter the port were one of the few remaining lights on the ocean. They were racing against time. If they were a little slower, they would be swallowed up by the tornado behind them. The heavy rain poured down, and it took only a few seconds to wet the waterproof awning above Tosh's head. The city of Grande in the distance was still brightly lit, and the neon lights became even more dazzling at this moment. The city stretched out in colorful lights, like countless Christmas trees with colorful lights or a beetle carrying fireflies on its back. The creaking sound of the shed shaking became more intense, but Tosh heard something different from it. There are monsters coming, Tosh said to his grandmother. Monsters? Maybe they are messengers of man in threes. Where are they? Asked the grandmother. In the sky. Tosh stood up and answered. At the same time, the heart-wrenching air raid siren sounded in the distant Grande city. Storms are common in Haiji, and the city will sound alarms when they come. But that sound should never be like this. Several old Avenger fighters flew over the slums at high speed, and the tail lights flew towards the dark clouds in the rain. The accumulated cumulus clouds triggered a thunderstorm at this time. In the light of lightning, Tosh saw hundreds of black spots falling from the gaps in the clouds. In an instant, the face of a screaming monster suddenly appeared in Tosh's mind. It was a creature with a dragon-like head, bad membrane wings and a worm body. In the light of another lightning, a large number of huge, flying beetle-like creatures fell from the sky, like debris falling from the gaps in the clouds. Several bright orange explosions appeared on the horizon, which was the final fate of those brave Avenger fighter pilots. Run! Tosh suddenly rushed out of the shack and ran wildly in the slums. Run! Chapter 312 Gabriel Tosh. Run! It was still pouring rain, and the hurricane rolled up the sewage, pipes and plastic on the ground and hit Tosh with a crackle, making it almost impossible for him to open his eyes. In the heavy rain and thunder, no one could hear what Tosh said. They could only see a crazy black child running around in the rain, talking to each other about the witch Tosh's grandson, who was completely insane due to voodoo. After running a few hundred yards, Tosh turned back to his shack. Then he remembered that he had left his grandmother behind. Where are they? I can't see them. Grandmother walked out of the shabby shack, letting the rain hit her high priest robes. Can you see them? No, but my witchcraft can sense them. Grandma, I am sure those monsters in the sky are not messengers of man in threes. Although he is only a teenager, Tosh's mind is more mature than that of an adult. We will be saved if we go to Grande City. The people in the city will not let us in. The grandmother said hoarsely. The people behind the high walls are greedy and evil. They do not believe in witchcraft and hate it. They are all enemies of man in threes. They have no time to care about us. Tosh pulled up the grandmother's thin and sharp fingers, like eagle claws, and pulled the stubborn old priest out of the shack. In Tosh's heart, his grandmother has an incomparable position. Tosh is considered a real witch since he showed extraordinary abilities. He is worshipped by the voodoo sect and respected at a distance. As for the others, they have long been alienated or avoided Tosh because of their fear of the unknown and the mysterious. As a powerful psychic who is born with the ability to read minds, Tosh clearly knows that there is only one person in the world who still loves him deeply, and that is his elderly grandmother. Her thoughts, words, and deeds have left a deep imprint in Tosh's heart and deeply influenced him. Grandma followed Tosh into the shack in the heavy rain and ran deep into the slum. In the past, Tosh's grandmother had always been a strong female leader and the master of the family. She was always the one who made decisions in the family. She had not received a systematic education, but she was full of opinions and insights. But now, Tosh's grandmother was too old. Her mind sometimes became sluggish, and her body was no longer as tall as Gabriel Tosh, who was almost as tall as herself. Tosh ran with his grandmother in the fierce wind, feeling the hurricane sweeping away everything on the ground. They ran all the way, passing through one shabby hut, shack and street built with car tires. In this storm, everyone hid in their homes and shivered, unaware of the impending danger. They were about to cross the slum and walk on the road, until a sharp scream broke through the night sky, and a monster with flapping flesh wings was hovering over Tosh. More monsters with flapping wings appeared, and their number increased, approaching hundreds. Tosh had never heard of the existence of the Zerg, and he knew very little about the wild animals in this galaxy. These monsters hovered over the slums like vultures looking for carrion. Their dragon-like heads had 4 pairs of scarlet triangular eyes, and their snake-like bodies covered with sharp spikes and shells were weird and twisted. With a terrifying scream, the monsters landed on the roofs of the huts and shacks in the slums and lifted the tiles and awnings that blocked the water. They used the spikes on their tails to pierce the bodies of their victims and grab them into the air, just like peeling off the hard shells of shellfish to grab the meat inside. The monsters grabbed the screaming people and flew high into the air. The others in the slums looked out to figure out what was going on, but it was too late. More monsters fell from the sky, grabbing the screaming people and taking them into the air. It was a nightmare scene. In the darkness of the storm, one screaming person after another was grabbed by the monsters that fell from the sky. These people were soon thrown down again, broken into pieces, and blood was flowing. Darkness, hurricane, rain, thunder and countless screams came towards Tosh, forcing him to keep running forward. A monster with flapping wings stared at Tosh. It flew low over the ground and pounced on him. At this moment, under great pressure, Tosh obeyed his instinct and released the spiritual power that was originally suppressed in his body. An invisible spiritual shock hit the monster's brain tissue, and it immediately flapped its wings weakly a few times and fell heavily on an abandoned agricultural grain thresher next to it. It turned into a pool of green, highly corrosive acid in a few seconds. With a creaking sound that made people's teeth ache, the thresher slowly melted in the acid. Tosh didn't dare to look at it, but just kept running forward. His grandmother couldn't keep up with Tosh's pace, so the child actually carried his grandmother on his back and ran with his strong physique and will. Most of the children in the slums of Grande were weak due to malnutrition, but witchcraft gave Tosh far more power than ordinary people. He had already passed through the slums and walked onto the road. In less than 10 minutes, he would be able to enter the city wall of Grande, which was equipped with automatic machine gun turrets, armed outposts and anti-aircraft missile towers. There was also a whole Federal Army division and a Goliath-armed robot armored brigade stationed there. Originally, such a remote planet did not need to station such a large army. It was enough to maintain a militia force that could resist the Comorian interstellar pirates. These were prepared for a man named Augustus Mengsk and his evil rebels. The federal governor of Hygie and the highest commander of the garrison, General Sol Carrick, seemed to believe that the heavenly demons and the revolutionary army would attack this planet. Therefore, in the past few years, they have been taking a series of measures to strengthen the military armed forces of this planet. Several more monsters roared and pounced on Tosh, but they were immediately hit by a series of powerful mental shocks and smashed to pieces. They are the embodiment of death, the messenger of Mananthress, said the grandmother on Tosh's back in a hoarse voice. They are the banshees of the goddess of death. They are reaping death. Behind Tosh, the entire slum was shrouded in the shadow of death of countless flying monsters, and it completely turned into a hellish slaughterhouse. There was blood and the cries of dead humans everywhere, and the feelings and thoughts of everyone who died at the moment would flood into Tosh's mind, who was extremely sensitive to psychic energy, making him on the verge of collapse. One after another, the outlines of larger shadows appeared from the sky. Like round, shelled jellyfish, they moved slowly in the sky, surrounded by a large number of flying creatures. At this time, a beam of light tore through the darkness. It was the light of the Federal Army armored vehicle, followed by the sound of brakes and servo motors running. Several 12-foot-tall Goliath-armed robots appeared in the light of the armored vehicle, and their drivers raised their 30mm machine guns and pointed them at the sky. As the machine gun rotated at high speed, the dense barrage of bullets instantly blasted a swooping dragon into a pool of bloody fragments. The front Goliath-armed robot was still wearing a red and blue federal flag and the inverted triangle emblem of the local armored forces. The Goliath's huge walking feet strode forward, and its speed was not inferior to that of the vehicle. It's a dragon. Damn it. How did the monster from Antigua get here? We must report to the Federal Supreme Command. A hoarse voice came from the loudspeaker of the commander of the Goliath wing. He was smoking, and his voice was intermittent. Another dozen roaring dragons approached their target, like black shadows wandering on the ground. "Fire!" the federal commander shouted. About 7 or 8 Goliath-armed robots raised the Hellfire anti-aircraft missile launchers, and nearly 100 anti-aircraft missiles roared into the air, tearing apart all the invading dragons. A large amount of limbs and blood fell from the sky with the heavy rain. "Command, tell the general that we are in big trouble," the federal commander said. "We need to immediately block Slum 16. Not only Wayne Street and Enris Street. The entire slum must have been infected by Zerg, and they must have been lurking here for a long time. This is all the fault of the Grande City Hall and the council. It's the army. Help us! Help us!" Tosh put down the grandmother on his back and jumped up, trying to let the soldiers in the Goliath robot know his presence. Locking the target. The sound of the Goliath's built-in intelligence and design-assisted fire control system made Tosh feel like he was falling into an ice cave. For a moment, he almost thought they were going to shoot at him. "Stop. Don't waste bullets." The federal commander drove his huge Goliath robot to Tosh's side and noticed the trembling grandmother in the robes of a high priest next to the child. "It's the people in the slums who are unlucky. Help us, sir." Tosh tried to get closer to the Goliath robots for shelter. He spoke incoherently. "There are still many people there. There are tens of thousands of people in the block. Get out of here." The federal commander pointed his gun at Tosh and said contemptuously, "This bastard may have been infected by the Zerg. He will bring the plague into the city. If you take another step forward, I will kill you. Do you understand?" The federal sergeant shouted through the loudspeaker. Tosh immediately raised his hands to show that he was unarmed. Calling the command center. "There are civilians here, General." A woman's voice came from the cockpit of another Goliath-armed robot. "Do you want to let them pass?" "I understand, General." The woman immediately said, "This is an order from the command center. Set up a cordon immediately. This road is blocked, and no one is allowed to enter. The engineers will be here soon. We need to establish a defense line. Do you understand? Get back, you slum bastard. Son of a cockroach and a pillbug." The commander of the Goliath squadron lowered his cockpit in front of Tosh, and the bright cockpit lights made Tosh almost unable to open his eyes. "You damn mudblood. Bedbugs should stay with bedbugs. Don't bring the Zerg infection to us." Tosh's eyes widened. He knew that the people in the city didn't regard the people in the slums as human beings, but he didn't expect that they didn't care about the lives of these people. "Now, back off. Yes, look behind you," the federal commander said in a cold and ruthless tone. "Go back to your doghouse. Look, those people are really damned." Tosh's grandmother sat on the ground and whispered to Tosh. "Mananthress will not let them go." Grandma coughed and spoke, her voice getting weaker and weaker. Grandma had lived as long as this slum, and many people said that she should have died long ago. But she was still surviving with witchcraft. "We just want to survive," Tosh yelled, and no one noticed the red light attached to his body. "Sorry, kid. The female Goliath pilot should be a lieutenant." She walked towards Tosh and said, "We can't let you go. No one knows how long this place has been infected. Once the Zerg take root on a planet, the infection will spread immediately. The infection is a more terrible enemy than the sharp teeth and claws. Only the Korhal rebels will risk being infected to save people. But in any case, it is no different from suicide. You don't need to explain so much to him. Many people die every day in slums like this." The commander of the Goliath squadron emphasized. "We should forgive them. After all, she has apologized." Tosh's grandmother's voice became weaker. Her voice was hoarse and sharp, with some terrible creaking sound, like a screaming laugh. Tosh slowly sat on the ground and leaned against his grandmother. Behind him was the slums where the Zerg were rampant, and behind the slums was the ocean with huge waves. No matter which direction he went, it was a dead end. At this time, some of the slum dwellers who escaped from the claws of the dragons fled. There were about hundreds of them, followed by a dozen circling dragons. The Goliath robot team lined up and opened fire, and the hot gun flames swept across the people on the ground and the dragons that flew too low, smashing everything they touched into a pile of debris. The next group of people ran out of the slums and were swept down one after another. Tosh just listened silently, and the desperate screams and grief of the people deeply reflected his heart. Tosh's use of his magic was still very crude, and he couldn't kill all the people in this Federation Goliath robot corps and the army behind them in an instant. Tosh could use his extremely powerful mental power to blow the brains of a few of them in an instant. But the rest would kill him immediately. A feeling of despair gripped Tosh's heart. And the hatred for these people, the Terran Federation and the Zerg, was growing wildly in Tosh's heart. He was on the verge of losing control, and could no longer control his innate, horrifying power. An unprecedented psychic storm was forming. Chapter 313 shocked Augustus for a whole year. January 2492. The exit of the Spacetime Channel. This is a special fleet of large-scale, but unusual combination. The golden-red steel giant ships of the Human Revolutionary Army and the golden-blue warships of the Protoss Expeditionary Force sailed together. A large number of escorting small and medium-sized human and Protoss warships shuttled up and down the bow and sides. At the forefront of the joint fleet were 2 human and Protoss flagships sailing side by side. The Hyperion and the Star Shuttle. If there is any difference between the bridge of the Hyperion and the past, it is that the Revolutionary Army's chief engineer Rory Swan has referred to the new design of the newly captured Federation Nova Squadron battlecruiser and carried out a new round of ongoing renovation work, such as upgrading more advanced navigation charts, radar scanning systems, and sensor arrays and sophisticated anti-eavesdropping devices under the bridge plywood. Of course, the most prominent change is the numerous cables of various colors that are impossible to sort out, which is why Swan, wearing an orange-gray engineer's work uniform, is working overtime here with his men. But this Mainhof dwarf seems to enjoy these heavy tasks. The main control console of the Hyperion's bridge is also different from the past. The keyboard is inlaid with a crystal clear, 3-foot-high green void crystal, which is obviously well polished and looks like a warm pebble. This is the Zelnada void crystal that Augustus found in the corridor of Marsera, after Zeratul and his Nerazim engineers boarded the Hyperion. They kindly repaired the pieces of void crystal and placed them in the human computer. According to the Dark Templar, they also added the time and space technology of Shakuras. But according to Swan, those dark-skinned Protoss just glued a few pieces together with some unknown glue, and then inserted them randomly. Although humans including Augustus doubted whether the crystal could make the passage of time faster, the computing speed of the Hyperion computer was indeed much faster anyway. As for the ancient stone tablet excavated with the crystal, Zeratul gave his own answer by studying the Zelnada characters on it. Those characters were not chaotic and disordered mumblings in the void. All the words came from the Void Forerunners, from our Creator, and they all pointed to the same point. The Zelnada artifact fragments were the key to opening a door in the universe. In order to understand the Zelnada prophecy on the stone tablet, Zeratul chose to stay on the human warship Hyperion to decipher these beautiful words that are similar to the Protoss words, but have completely different meanings. Augustus prepared a clean and quiet cabin for Zeratul and several Dark Templars who followed him, and ordered a captain of the Revolutionary Army to pay close attention to the requests made by the Dark Templars to fulfill his hospitality. However, during the time when the Hyperion entered the hyperspace voyage to Hygie, Zeratul and his Dark Templars had been living an ascetic life, and spent most of their time sitting and meditating on soft silk cushions. Although the Dark Templars also sleep and rest, it seems that they do not have the same entertainment and leisure activities as humans. The Dark Templars always sit quietly like silent statues. They also drink water. And when they feel hungry, these Protoss will go outside the cabin and go to the bridge or public observation window to bask in the cosmic rays for a while. Hygie, a place of disorder and trouble. The city of Grandi on the Morisai subcontinent is the capital city of this planet, and there are about 3 million people living in that city. At this time, Raynor was sitting in the command chair of the console and operating the search system of the battleship database. More than a century ago, early colonists discovered mysterious ruins on Hygie. Later, the planet was also affected by the wave of colonization during the expansion of the Terran Federation. After a series of Earth transformations, it was incorporated into the Federation's vast colonial territory, Raynor said while browsing the information of Hygie planet. In any case, Hygie's federal governor is absolutely incompetent. Otherwise this planet would not have become what it is now. Finally, Raynor concluded, this planet has a harsh environment. But the land is not barren, considering that it is located in the Federation interstellar shipping network. Even if the resources are sold, most people here will not live so miserably. On a holographic projection main screen, a gray satellite and the huge rocky planet it orbits are rotating constantly. I believe that it is because these outputs are swallowed up by someone. Augustus is wearing a dark gray cloak and a captain's hat with a gold emblem. Just like the wise and powerful image on the propaganda poster, the gap between the rich and the poor here is more exaggerated than that of Tarsones. Who is the highest military commander there? Augustus asked. It's General Saul Carrick. Raynor swiped the screen of the console a few times and said with a grin, it seems that this is a general with outstanding achievements. Judging from the local news reports, he has fought many tough battles with the Coral rebels on the edge of the Copperless sector. I swear I have never fought with General Carrick. Augustus shrugged. Maybe that's because he is a small character wandering on the edge of the battlefield and has not attracted our attention at all. Renault joked. Give the general a face. Jimmy. Augustus turned to the other side and looked at another command chair next to Renault. That was the young Matt Horner, the number 9 man of Teledor. Although Matt still seemed immature, he soon won Augustus's attention because of his firm belief and intelligence and eagerness to learn. Matt Horner had good character and was serious. Augustus trained him as the captain of a battle cruiser and even the future fleet commander. Matt, is there any feedback from the radar monitoring system? Yes, sir. The Zerg are invading the planet. Matt looked up at Augustus and said, today, Horner is learning from the first officer of the Hyperion, and his job is to report radar scans and alarms. Almost all major gathering places have been invaded by the Zerg, and more than 10 million people have been affected. All interstellar ports have been blocked by the Zerg Air Force, and they obviously don't want anyone to escape from Hygie. At the same time, the main screen of the Hyperion showed the main picture of the ground of Hygie. A desolate world composed of gray dust and huge craters. The dark purple fungal blanket was spreading across the surface of Hygie at an alarming speed. The rampant swarms of insects submerged cities one after another. The originally gray Hygie planet showed a slowly growing gray-brown scar on the satellite display. Our life detectors show that there are only about 800,000 alien insects invading Hygie, compared with planets like Marsera and Tagainchar. It is really a small number. Matt continued to report. Compared to tens of millions or hundreds of millions of insects gritting at you, these are still ordinary, Raynor said from the panel in front of the controller. These Zerg swarms of Hygie are also different from those we have seen on the previous planets. They are rare. But there must be something else special. We all know the characteristics of the Zerg. They don't need the genes of weak people. You know, even scum like Tychus has his merits. Find out where they are attacking from, Augustus said. After a while, Matt Horner said, the scan results are out. Sir, there are at least 4 Zerg Leviathans in the high-altitude orbit of Hygie. Conservative estimates suggest that there are at least tens of thousands of Zerg in their bodies. We have never seen this creature join the battlefield, but it is obviously more aggressive and threatening than Behemoth, he said. They are terrible enemies, each of which is much larger than the warships of the Protoss and humans. This is a level 10 psychic creature, and we must deal with it carefully. This shows that the Overlord attaches great importance to this operation and will not allow failure. Augustus nodded when sending out the scouting force. The Zerg only sent out behemoths. The scan of the Leviathan appeared on the main screen in front of Augustus. They were so huge that the asteroids and rocks passing by them were dwarfed by them. These Zerg Leviathans can be up to 4 to 5 miles long, and there are even larger ones among them. Even the largest Hyperion in the Revolutionary Army seems small in front of these giant creatures. At the same time, unlike the Zerg Behemoth, which mainly serves as a transport ship without any ability to fight back, the Leviathan is more aggressive. It is a terrible space predator rather than a slow-moving herbivore. The Behemoth is more like a giant filter-feeding whale shark, while the Leviathan is a ferocious toothed whale. Send out our fighters and reconnaissance planes. I need to know the landing point and route of the Zerg, Augustus said, staring at the huge Zerg Leviathans on the main screen. If they are looking for a new Zerg agent, then it should be a high-level psyker with outstanding psionic talents. And pay close attention to possible psionic fluctuations. Send all our science ships and ghost teams. And we must find that psyker before the Zerg. Augustus, we can't monitor the situation of the entire planet with our equipment, Reno said. This kind of thing can only rely on luck. And we can only pray that it happens to be when our equipment scans there. I am more worried that we are too late, Augustus said. The Zerg jumped directly to Hygie through the wormhole opened by the Overlord. They arrived at least 2 to 3 days earlier than us. Sir, we received a communication request. The address shows that it is from the Hygie governor's mansion. Matt, who was sitting in a command chair on the side, reported at this time. It is a highly encrypted communication signal. If it is a distress signal, there is no need to worry about it being leaked or eavesdropped. Bring it in. Augustus ordered. Listen to what the governor has to say to us. After all, he is a local. It is you, Augustus Minsk. The picture shows a fat-faced middle-aged man wearing a top hat. Under his gentleman's suit and blue scarf, several gemstone necklaces can be vaguely seen, judging from the way he sits with his waist bent. These gorgeous jewelry must be a very heavy burden for him. Rebel fleet and Protoss aliens. I knew it was you who did it. You brought these alien creatures here. Only you would get involved with aliens. He twitched like a lunatic and an epileptic, chattering non-stop. I knew it a long time ago. Who else could it be except you? How could the remote places of Hygie be invaded by alien insects? The fall of this colony is all because of you. Damn it. I remember a federal governor said something similar. Raynor whispered, these stupid federal bureaucrats and fat bastards. They never think about their own problems. Is that what you're saying? Augustus glanced at Governor Hygie. His contempt was self-evident. Your people are being slaughtered. Think about what you have done for them, instead of being furious here. You really look like a fat lame duck. Take the governor away. He looks completely crazy. At this time, a big hand wearing a power armor alloy glove stretched out from the side of the camera and pushed away Governor Hygie, who seemed to be drooling because of extreme anger. A man with a golden beard appeared in front of Augustus. He sat down on the red velvet chair of Governor Hygie and took off his hat with the Army Eagle emblem, revealing his head that was shining as if it was greased. I am General Sol Carrick of Hygie, the highest-ranking military commander on this planet. He slammed his fist on the expensive Chaucera Sunwood table in front of him. I have been fighting against people like you all my life. Against lawbreakers, criminals, lunatics, and regime subverters. I want to tell you, Augustus Minsk, that the Zerg and Hygie have been effectively controlled, and the defenses of major cities are impregnable. It won't be long before the fleet's support arrives, and the Federation doesn't need you scum to get involved. So stay out of other people's business. If you dare to accuse me of collaborating with the rebels, I will tear you apart alive. General Korik disconnected the communication link after saying this, as if he hated Augustus to the extreme. Reno said in surprise, these people think they can hold the main cities. But what about the people in other places? Are they crazy? I'm afraid so. Augustus hesitated for a few seconds and said, order General Duke and Colonel Huller to prepare to send landing troops and medical ships. We will land in Hygie soon. From what this federal general said, he wants us to mind our own business. Reno said mockingly. What a person he is. Augustus said in a rare angry tone. I'm so angry with him. I'm so angry with him. Chapter 314 Fenris Swarm. Augustus' order was immediately transmitted to the flagships of Nova Squadron and Alpha Squadron through the fleet's command system. At that time, Jackson Huller, the commander of Nova Squadron, was eager to prove his loyalty to the Revolutionary Army through a war. And Duke was very happy that the Marshal still valued him. Augustus Minsk. An old voice came from Augustus' ears, and the Dark Templar Cyrodiil appeared beside him from a spreading black fog. During the time on the Hyperion, Cyrodiil studied the prophecy on the Zelnaga slab, forgetting to eat and sleep. Elder, seeing you at this time makes me feel much more at ease. Augustus looked in the direction of the voice. This trust is really precious. Cyrodiil walked towards Augustus. This is Hygie. Cyrodiil. Renault, who was sitting in the command chair, turned his head and said, Captain Jim reminds you that we have arrived at the station. I am really happy to see you wearing a new outfit. Cyrodiil had changed into a dark purple cassock and a new long veil, but it still looked old. This outfit looked dull under the lights of the Hyperion's bridge, as if it could absorb the light. Their sun-worshipping Iron Protoss compatriots liked gold and blue, while the Dark Templars living in the twilight-shrouded Shakuras preferred darker colors because they were a race from a shadow planet. Thank you, James Raynor. Cyrodiil also knew Raynor's name. In his opinion, this pure and righteous human was indeed a likable guy. The reason why Raynor did not become the leader of this human army was not because he was not good enough as a leader, but because Augustus Minsk's brilliance was too shining and Raynor was willing to be inferior to him. In fact, Raynor had never thought about becoming a real leader, and he didn't even have the slightest idea, especially when a leader like Augustus, who was shining with the glory of a great man, was right next to Raynor. He had no such idea. He was a member of the Heavenly Demon Platoon, and he followed Augustus to make revolution with passion. As for how to make revolution, and how to truly change the corrupt political system of the Terran Federation, Raynor had never considered it. It was enough to leave this matter to Augustus. What he had to do was to shoot the enemy of the Revolutionary Army Marshal in the head if he slashed at head one. Augustus, I feel the presence of the brainworm Carlos and Nudgar, and their tribe is raging like a storm on this planet. The idea that Zeratul wanted to express was directly transmitted to Augustus' mind. This was a direct spiritual communication between the Protoss, accompanied by a strong expression of emotions and thoughts. Since the two brain worms are still here, it means that the Zerg has not found the agent they want in Hedgie, Augustus said. The Zerg that appeared in Hedgie were temporarily named the Fenris group. They have bright green shells and are extremely aggressive and predatory. As for the other group, it has not appeared yet. We still have a chance. There are 6 advanced giant science ships in the Revolutionary Army fleet. Each science ship is equipped with an extremely sensitive sensor array. They are not only mobile laboratories and supply centers, but also provide the Revolutionary Army with qualitatively changed detection methods. These science ships are the ears and eyes of the Revolutionary Army fleet. If we concentrate all our efforts on finding the Zerg agent, there should be a chance, Reno suggested, but we still have many people to save. Damn it. Judging from the distress signals from all over, the federal government, the Planetary Defense Force, and the federal garrison of Hedgie have completely abandoned the areas outside the city. The people in the towns near the mines, gas refineries, factories and archaeological sites are quite a lot. It's not enough to find a person on a Zerg planet. We can't ignore the people who are ravaged by the Zerg, said Augustus. At this time, Tassidar's flagship, the Star Shuttle, was connected to the communication channel with the Hyperion. He was wearing a delicate silk high-level Templar vestment that was shining with a blue glimmer, as if it was cut from the blue sky of Ire. Augustus Minsk. My fleet has detected large-scale Zerg activity signals on the surface of Hedgie, Tassadar said. I am initiating the fleet to deploy orbital bombardment to clear the main administrative areas and settlements infected by the Zerg. There is no possibility of saving those areas. All Terran Federation humans have been killed or infected. The 2 Zerg hives that invaded Hedgie are better at infection, and their speed and sense of smell are also quite sharp. So, they are the hounds of the Lord. Raynor heard what Tassadar said. After all, every profession has its own specialty. Let's do it. Augustus thought for a moment and said, I have no objection to this. We will fight side by side again. Humanity will always be grateful for your righteousness. Great Executor Tassadar. And there are still a certain number of Terran Federation defense forces left in these locations. If you decide to send reinforcements there, my Templar will immediately provide assistance. Tassadar continued. Then the entire scan of Hedgie was uploaded to the main screen of the Hyperion, with several red dots marked with human text annotations. That was the last defense location of the Terran Federation garrison. The Revolutionary Army has not been able to intercept or decipher the Protoss's communication so far. It is a transmission method that they cannot understand at all. On the contrary, human communication is still quite primitive for the Protoss. The Protoss's technology is extremely advanced, and this is under the extremely conservative development of the Protoss Empire's technology. In an era when both technology and civilization have reached a very high level, the technological development of the Protoss has stopped for many years, and has imposed more restrictions on its war technology. Augustus confirmed by comparing the Protoss scan map that the last defensive positions of the Hedgetaran Federation garrison were only the cities of Grandy and Masera on the Hegemoris subcontinent and the city of Hager on the main continent of land. In addition, there are more than a dozen locations where the Hedgie people are still holding on to the outside world and sending distress signals. After thinking again and again, Augustus gave the task of supporting these areas to Duke and Holler's Alpha Squadron and Nova Squadron. Their troops have already been ready to go. The Revolutionary Army's 1st Guard Division, the 3rd Army Division, and Hogg's Armored Brigade will land 5 miles outside of Grandy City. Considering that the federal garrison is not very friendly to us, if any federal troops shoot at us, we will immediately fight back. Augustus issued orders one after another. Tell the port that I hope all shuttles and landing craft will be ready when I arrive at the bridge of the Hyperion. Are you going to command this army yourself? Renault asked. It's not time for me to step aside. After announcing his order, Augustus looked around the wide and bright bridge of the Hyperion and said, Where is Tychus? Whenever the Revolutionary Army Marshal Augustus was about to send troops or wanted to go to the battlefield in person, his first question would probably be to ask the people around him where Jim Raynor was. If Raynor was around, Then, the target would be senior commanders such as Hanak Hank, Tychus Finley, and Lund Stein. In any case, only the people of the Heavenly Demon team were the ones Augustus thought of and mentioned first. "Oh, I saw Tychus Finley when I passed by the bar. He was playing cards at that time," Rory Swan, who was fiddling with the cables nearby, replied. "As you wish. You know, I don't have any objections anyway." Renault spread his hands. Renault was not idle. He had to coordinate the crews of each cabin of the Hyperion, the personnel transfer of the soldiers on board, and the entry and exit of the spacecraft on board. After Augustus left, he was also the commander-in-chief of the entire fleet. "Very good, Jimmy. Now I need you to take full command of this fleet and provide support for the landing troops." After Augustus finished speaking, he walked towards the valve at the entrance of the bridge of the Hyperion. The two soldiers standing guard at the door immediately saluted the approaching marshal. Their CMC 300 power armor, with a golden red background, was brand new and shiny, and their C-14 Gauss rifles were equipped with sharp bayonets. Corporal Faraday, the commander of the marshal's guard, was standing outside the bridge door. When Corporal Faraday saw Augustus coming out, he immediately followed him. As the most trusted guard officer of the Revolutionary Marshal, Corporal Faraday will appear anywhere according to the needs of his superiors, including kitchens, restaurants, bars, and battlefields, because he should be omnipotent. Cyril also followed Augustus, but he remained silent, as if he was always thinking about something. The Dark Archon always thought again and again before giving his opinions, and spent most of the day meditating and thinking quietly. The Shadow Master of the Dark Templar practiced the doctrine of caution throughout his life. If Augustus asked Cyril for his opinion on the war, Cyril would remind him that he should hide himself before launching an attack. Augustus walked through the ship's corridors, cabins, and elevators that were crowded with orders. In the corridors between the crew cabins, dozens of revolutionaries in dark gray uniforms and flat-top hats with gold emblems of the ring passed by him every few minutes, rushing to the armory to collect their armor and weapons. Most of them were young. Some were still freckled boys, but they were already brave warriors and veterans. They still felt nervous and shy when they saw Augustus, and they admired Augustus' cold and serious eyes during the war. The Hyperion had more than 6,000 crew members, including 2 full battalions of the 1st Brigade of the 1st Guards Division of the Revolutionary Army, about 1,800 people, in addition to the ordinary crew members. The rest were on large troop transports, escorted by a large number of warships and fighter planes. When Augustus walked into the Hyperion bar, Tychus Finley was sitting on a high stool rubbing his hands and preparing to violate the ban on drinking. When Tychus calmly pushed the bottle under the table, Augustus had already grabbed his collar. Although Tychus Finley has always been a rude and arrogant character, now he can only grumble and be unlucky but dare not fight back. All along, Tychus only obeys those who are much more powerful than himself. "Put on your armor, Mr. Finley. Augustus's aura is very strong. I will only say this once. Don't expect me to forgive you every time. The butt is moving. Moving. Marshal." Tychus reluctantly put his cigarette in his pocket and followed Augustus. After passing through several open and closed air valves, Augustus walked onto the noisy bridge of the Hyperion. One APOD transport ship after another was heading into space through the open dock hatch. A platoon of the Marshal's Guards and an army company of the Guards Division were ordered to follow Augustus on board the Little Devil transport ship. The performance of this transport ship was as reliable as its crew members. It and the Heavenly Devil squad accompanied Augustus through the most difficult period at the beginning of the uprising. There are several sets of commander-level power armor in the spacecraft. Augustus put on one of them with the help of Corporal Faraday, sat on the alloy bench in the passenger compartment, and fastened a seat belt. These power armors were made by Hiram Fick, the power armor technician of Heaven's Devil, who is also Augustus' personal armor technician. As a soldier's second life, the reliability and safety of power armor are very important. Being awarded the power armor of the Revolutionary Marshal means that Hiram is deeply trusted by Augustus himself, almost equivalent to his personal butler. When Augustus confirmed that the vanguard, mainly the 1st Battalion of the Revolutionary Guards Division, had left the port on a transport ship, he ordered the imp to take off. At this time, Cyril was sitting on the right side of Augustus, and Tychus was sitting on the other side smoking, because Augustus hated others smoking around him. Tychus was one of the few warriors who dared to smoke in his closed armored helmet, so that Colonel Finley was always described as having an iron lung. Elder I believe that you and your Dark Templars are crucial in finding the Zerg agent of Hedgie, Augustus said to Zeratul. Of course. The Dark Templar will lend you a hand. When Augustus turned to him, Zeratul said to him, we fought together. So our fates are closely linked. The imp accelerated out of the Hyperion's dock and merged into a large number of transport ships and wraith fighters. These transport ships were loaded with fully armed revolutionary soldiers, Arclight siege tanks, Goliath armed robots, Vulture vehicles and spider mines. Hundreds of ships leaving the transport ship headed for the surface of Hygie, away from the huge fleet, and gradually disappeared into the atmosphere of the planet. After a period of turbulence and sailing, the Little Devil transport ship entered the sky above the Maurice subcontinent. At this time, Augustus was able to see the narrow coastline and green coniferous forests of this continent through the external detector of the spacecraft. The core area of this subcontinent was covered with dark fungal carpets, like a pool of disgusting and sticky paste. Prepare to land at the designated location, Augustus ordered in the command channel. Wait a minute, Augustus. I feel the residual traces of psychic impact nearby, which seems to come from a powerful human psychic, Zeratul said to Augustus at this time. We should go and take a look. Chapter 315 Infection. It was sunrise time, and the sun of Hygie cast beautiful red and orange light along the horizon where the water and the sky met. And the valley surrounded by green plants was shrouded in a colorful halo. The hurricane swept across the plains and valleys as always, circling in the huge crater mountains. Two golden red Revolutionary Army Wraith fighters flew low over the devastated ruins of the Grandy slums. All the dilapidated huts and houses on the ground were covered with countless purple organic tissues and pulsating tendons. This was once part of the coastline, adjacent to a superior deep-water port. But now all signs of human civilization are gone, and there is no sign of any biological activity. If the tens of thousands of people who lived here in the past did not have time to escape, they would have already become part of the fungal blanket. The Zerg are not a human army. They have no mercy, and do not accept any pleas or surrender. If human commanders still think that their wisdom and strategy can surpass these seemingly tyrannical, but lacking wisdom creatures, they are greatly mistaken. Thousands of overlords were floating in the sky above Grande's city in the distance, and the towers of skyscrapers surrounded by dragons were flying like a group of bats returning to their nests at dawn. The anti-aircraft guns and anti-aircraft machine guns of the federal garrison were trying to shoot down the flying creatures above the city, and the staggered orange barges crossed the airspace of the city. It was only a matter of time before the city fell, and the worm tunnel network was extending underground. Once the fungal blanket began to spread, the terrible infection of the Carlos brain worm group would come as expected. The two golden red wraith fighters circled over the Grandy slums for several times before leaving. 10 minutes later, dozens of Revolutionary Army APOD transport ships landed on the open ground of the slum ruins. In the air waves raised by the plasma of the transport ship's thrusters, Augustus walked down the gangway of the Little Devil. The entire slum was razed to the ground by the hurricane and the attack of the alien insects. The simple wooden and brick walls of the slum residence collapsed, leaving behind a pile of rubble and construction waste. In the small areas that have not been covered by the fungal blanket, bloody scratches are clearly visible. They are the nails of a person who is about to be dragged into the ground. In places where the fungal blanket cannot cover, the Zerg will of course eat people. This may not be because of hunger, but because of the survival instinct mixed in their genetic fragments. The most terrifying thing about the Zerg is that they will kill a person in a cruel and bloody way or eat a part of the other person's body while he is still alive. Tychus Finley followed closely behind with a heavy machine gun. Stepping into the sticky Zerg fungus blanket, it's disgusting. Sticky. Wet. I can't imagine anything worse than these things. As Hank, the red-haired boy, said, it's like a pile of shit. More Revolutionary Guards and Guards Division soldiers wearing golden red power armor filed off the Little Devil and other transport ships and lined up at the landing point. Several other larger transport ships drove down rumbling tanks, Goliath armed robots, and T-280 space engineering vehicles. These vehicles and mechas more than 10 feet high had golden wolf head logos and ring badges painted on their deep red primers. Augustus walked a few steps in the ruins of the slums covered with fungal blankets, and the various environmental values of the area immediately popped up on the HUD display of his commander armor. At Augustus' feet was an alloy wheel stained with dried blood, which was once part of the tire of a Federation heavy armored personnel carrier. It seems that there are no survivors here. I never knew that the Zerg needed prisoners, Tychus said with one hand on his waist. Cyril also walked down with Augustus. His glowing green eyes swept around the landing site in silence, and then bent down to search for clues related to the psychic signal he sensed in the ruins. In the strong wind blowing from the sea, the buds on the fungal blanket twisted and swayed like ears of wheat. Far away, there were many broken glass glittering in the sun, full-body seats that were cut into pieces, control panels, and large-caliber machine gun barrels that were cut into several sections. A charred Federation flag covered these wreckages. Federation Goliath walking robots. And there are more than one. The bugs must have torn them to pieces. Tychus smacked his lips and said, "A bunch of poor bugs. I hope they didn't get scared to the point of peeing their pants when they were killed." At this time, Augustus pulled one of his feet out of the muddy fungus blanket and prepared to move forward. But he stopped just after taking a step. Where he raised his foot was a pile of twisted bones stained with rotten flesh and blood. Augustus and his men soon found themselves standing on a large pile of dead bodies. At least hundreds of bodies were buried under the thick Zerg-infested fungus blanket. These human corpses covered by the fungus blanket were becoming nutrients for the Zerg swarm. The dead curled up their bodies, reaching their hands to the sky in the wriggling fungal carpet and pus. A graveyard. Augustus had experienced battlefields with tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people, and had seen hundreds of thousands of corpses laid side by side. But he could not feel that such a cruel scene was sparse and normal. This was a slaughterhouse. The Zerg captured these people and killed them, and their butcher knives were as efficient as machines in a factory. It was not all the Zerg who killed these people. At this time, Cyril walked around the ruins of the slums for a few times and came to Augustus. The purple cloak behind him fluttered in the strong wind of Hygie. It was human bullets and psychic energy that killed these people. So, it was the people of the Federation who did it. Tychus grinned, and was sure that the Federation army had clashed with the people in the slums. Human psychic energy. Augustus immediately summoned his ghost agent. "Recruit, what did you sense?" The new recruit of the Revolutionary Army ghost agent appeared on Augustus' right-hand side in the light and shadow of the environmental refraction suit. There is no doubt that a human psychic with a PSI of at least level 8 has appeared here before. The ghost agent was wrapped in a blue and white close combat suit, with AC-10 long-barreled rifle on his shoulder. He wore a precisely designed helmet, and the auxiliary mechanical prosthetic eyes transplanted on the mask allowed the wearer to see farther than ordinary people. This is just my guess. This psychic is still unable to control his powerful mental power, or no one has ever taught him how to control his mental power. This is a compulsory course for high-level students in the Ghost Academy. The ghost agent squatted down and wiped off part of the fungal blanket on the ground, revealing the heads of the dead below. Some people died directly from the damage to brain tissue caused by mental shock. Their brains were crushed like crushed garlic cloves, and they died of bleeding from all 7 orifices. High-level psychers are more likely to lose control under great mental pressure and other stimulation, causing a disaster caused by terrible psychic shock. If you have seen the psychic storm released by the Protoss high-level Templar, it is basically like that. He said, "I saw it once when I was at the Federation Ghost Academy in Tarsonis. An unstable 8th level psyker lost control because his cat died. The psychic shock that broke out in an instant killed everyone within a radius of 200 yards except him. I don't know why anyone allowed him to keep a cat. This human psyker is probably the agent the Overmind is looking for. And he probably hasn't been captured by the Zerg yet." Zerdal added, "Oh, how did this guy manage to hide for so long when so many Zerg were looking for him like crazy?" Tychus was amazed. "The good news is that he is probably still hiding somewhere." Augustus concluded, "The bad news is that he is hiding so well that even we may not be able to find him." "Perhaps I can find that psychic," Zerdal said. "I can feel his presence." Perhaps to humans, psychic signals are as intangible as sound waves. But in our eyes, they are as clear as beams of light in the dark. Like the thread connecting fate and the intangible light. That psychic didn't go far. He learned to shield his psychic signals to avoid the Zerg's hunt. But how can he survive? He looked at Augustus with glowing eyes. "During my time on the Hyperion, I learned a lot about humans. That this strange race cannot survive on sunlight and water alone. Follow me, Augustus. I will take you to him." Zerdal finally said, "I hope we are still in time." Zerdal left this sentence and walked forward. He seemed to be following a footprint. His steps were slow. "We will follow you closely, Elder," Augustus said. "This Protoss has a very good nose." Tychus muttered. "Be careful that Zerdal hears you saying bad things about him," Augustus reminded him. I don't care whether people like or hate me, Tychus replied nonchalantly. Augustus looked to the right of the city of Grandi while Tychus was speaking, where the sound of artillery was still rumbling. This at least shows that the federal defenders of this city still have sufficient weapons and ammunition, and still believe that there will be a fleet to rescue them. However, according to the intelligence that Augustus learned, there is no Terran Federation Navy fleet at least 6 light years away from Hegi. These fleets are either consolidating the defense of the edge of the copperless sector in the core world, or near the system where the Zerg invaded. Hegi's location is quite awkward. It is on the interstellar shipping route of the Federation world, but it is not a developed core world. Its economy is backward. Its legal system is chaotic, and its political influence is almost negligible. It is probably only after the end of the Zerg invasion that the Federation will remember that this remote place was attacked by the Zerg. Even if the federal government of Tarsones received Hegi's distress signal, I am afraid that by the time the slow-moving Federation fleet arrives, there will not be many living people left on this planet. Forward, Augustus ordered in the command channel. Keep a distance between the front and the back, and be careful of your steps. Zergs may come out of the ground at any time. Report to your superiors immediately if you find anything wrong, and make sure the officers and political commissars are where you can see them. About 700 revolutionary soldiers gathered under the command of Augustus and the officers. They were all veterans who had experienced many battles. They were allowed to use the golden wolf head of the Minx family on their power armor, which was not only a symbol of honor, but also a strong proof that they had experienced many battles. At first, Cyril walked very slowly, but after more than 10 minutes, he confirmed the direction and had a clear goal. Augustus followed Cyril for 6 or 7 miles in the wasteland covered with fungal blankets, passing many towns and factories completely covered by Zerg tissues along the way, until they saw an abandoned border checkpoint. Cyril stopped half a mile away from the border checkpoint, and Augustus ordered his troops to stop at the same time. Gods, when Augustus observed the unnatural and weirdness of the abandoned border checkpoint, Cyril beside him sighed with fear. Too late. The border checkpoint was originally part of the old city wall of Grandi, used to intercept homeless people, tribes and slum people who tried to enter the city illegally. It was originally just a few square single-story houses cast in clean cement, with a steam furnace powered by high-energy gas next to it, which was used to provide electricity and heat for the entire complex. Normally, the Hegi military was in charge of this place, but when Augustus saw the checkpoint, it was obviously abandoned. Not only that, the main part of the checkpoint building is completely covered with a sickly gray-brown film, like a fetus wrapped in amniotic membrane. Every part of the building is covered with clusters of fungal blankets, as if covered by a rotten blanket. Some sharp, more than 10 feet high spikes derive from the edges of the infected buildings. They are active, like tentacles with chitin blades tied to the tip. These tentacles lurking in the fungal blanket can release a row of moving spikes from the ground, which can pierce the entire soles of human soldiers wearing alloy power boots. If Augustus opened his helmet visor, he would be able to smell the foul odor of decay in the air. The Zerg had already infested the building, even more thoroughly than those in the slums. Even though Augustus had seen many Zerg infestations, he still felt a physical disgust at this. Look at what's in there. Augustus glanced at Cyril and said on the command channel, "Keep going. I need my bravest warriors to lead the vanguard." Augustus issued a few more orders in the channel, and a vanguard composed mainly of fire bats approached the infected border checkpoint first. At this moment, the sound of shells and sharp claws rubbing against hard objects suddenly came from the originally silent wilderness, and many hydralisks and zerglings with copper-green shells appeared from the infected checkpoint. Seeing this scene in front of him, Augustus' heart sank, and he was sure that the psychic had been captured by the Zerg. More Zergs emerged from the checkpoint and nearby pits, making low humming sounds, like the low humming of countless insects in summer. These hideous monsters roared in a low voice. They did not immediately launch a violent attack, but wandered in the pipes and fungal blankets around the checkpoint. At this time, they were more like the guardians of a nest than bloodthirsty hunters. Keep moving forward. Run and shoot. This is the only thing you have to do. Augustus ordered loudly, "Kill them." Chapter 316 No Mercy. I knew it was no good. Hearing Augustus' words, Tychus rushed forward with a heavy machine gun in his hand, and with him were more than 30 red devil fire bats of the Revolutionary Army and the dark Archbishop Cyril, who moved like a shadow. The fire bats in the Revolutionary Army have different names from those in the Federation. They proudly call themselves Red Devils, because Honik Hank, the first fire bat in the Revolutionary Army, still regards his troops as part of the Heavenly Devils. A full-strength combat company of about 120 soldiers from the Guards Division strode past Augustus on both sides. These elite soldiers were equipped with a large number of AGG-12 grenade launchers, Punisher grenades, individual rockets, and electromagnetic weapons, which were enough to deal with the hard chitin shells of the Zerg and the plasma shields of the Protoss. Augustus ordered the soldiers to launch an attack while calling for more reinforcements. He believed that the Zerg would definitely defend the new agent of the Zerg swarm to the death. When a Goliath-armed robot with a revolutionary flag on its cockpit passed by Augustus, he announced his last order and led the martial guards and several companies behind him to move forward. In Augustus's sight, Zeratul at the front was like a fleeting shadow. His steps in the light and shadow were graceful and coordinated, like a cat approaching its prey, incredibly fast. Compared to him, Tychus and the other huge fire bats seemed too bulky, and they were able to keep up with Zeratul because the Dark Templar Master deliberately slowed down his speed. This time, the Zerg did not roar and attack the humans. They hid behind the high walls of the infected border checkpoint and in the shadows behind it, watching the attackers' every move. Deploy the Psychic Disruptor? Augustus waved his hand and ordered the engineers carrying the Psychic Disruptor components in the team to assemble them immediately. However, with the low roar of a hunter-killer Hydralisk, hundreds of Hydralisks, whose shells shone metallic green in the sun, swam through the fungal blanket like snakes, moving the spines on their backs to fire dense poisonous spines at the attacking enemies. These deadly spines, which can penetrate 2 centimeters thick fine steel plates at a distance of 500 yards, have sharp serrations and green acid on the edges. In a blink of an eye, they pierced through the front few fire bats' power armor and penetrated into the goggles of their helmets. The sound of the spines piercing the hard alloy steel armor was as crisp as a sharp knife scratching a piece of white paper. The fire bats, pierced by dozens or hundreds of spines, died the moment they fell to the ground, and their armor servo systems immediately locked the entire power armor connection and the bleeding area. Under normal circumstances, this would help the people hold on until the arrival of the medics. But now, it was just locking a cold steel coffin. The fire support team of the combat company of the veterans of the Guards Division behind the fire bats almost simultaneously launched ground-to-ground missiles and used heavy weapons such as railguns to suppress the Hydralisk in the checkpoint. The distance between them and the Zerg was rapidly shortening. After Augustus took another quick breath, Zeratul and the human vanguard behind him were less than 50 yards away from the entrance of the checkpoint. At the entrance, there were large numbers of Zerglings ready to attack. They paced along the walls and barbed wire outside the checkpoint like hounds hiding behind trees, as if they were thinking about where and when to launch the most fatal attack on their enemies. Augustus was surprised to find that the Zerg of the Fenris swarm were obviously smarter than the individuals of other groups. Or in other words, more cunning. When at least 200 Fenris Zerglings gathered at the entrance of the checkpoint, they were like a group of hungry but patient wolves. They were as bloodthirsty as other Zerg, but they knew when to attack, even though they were few in number. The Fenris Zerg of the Cerebrate Nagar was still one of the main attacking groups in each hive under the Overmind. They possessed absolutely deadly acumen and the precision of a hunter. If the Zerg of other groups were mad beasts, then the Fenris Zerg were keen wolves. Fenris Zerg are deadly and even elegant hunters in the Zerg swarm. Their mission is to find excellent genes for the Overmind and capture prey that is of great benefit to the evolution of the Zerg swarm, expanding the gene pool of the entire Zerg from a signal that cannot be detected by humans and Protoss. The inside of the checkpoint suddenly boiled up, and hundreds of Fenris Zerglings approached the attacking enemy from different directions at the same time. Although the gene sequence of Zerglings in the Zerg swarm is known for speed and agility, the Fenris swarm is obviously faster and more sensitive. Augustus's revolutionary soldiers often describe the Zerglings as ugly, scarred, and mossy-skinned dogs. And they are ugly. But the Zerglings of Fenris are encased in a beetle-like copper-green carapace. Their sickle-like appendages and transparent, leaf-veined insect wings flutter as fast as moving lightning. Following the Zerglings are many Fenrisian Hydralisks, which are not as large and dangerous as the Tiamat hordes, but are much faster, swinging their spiked tails over the slimy fungal carpet like black mambas swimming in the grass. Zeratul was the first to fight the Fenris Zerg. He followed a moving shadow to a Zergling that was jumping towards him with its strong hind legs. The green psychic blade that stretched out from the wrinkled cuffs of Augustus's hands cut off half of the monster's head in one breath. Then, Zeratul turned to a Fenris Hydralisk that pounced on him. dodged the fatal blow of its sickle-like forelimbs. And while turning around, he leisurely used the psychic blade in his hand to dig open the relatively soft abdomen of the hydralisk. Augustus' eyes could hardly keep up with Cyrodiil's movements. For the first time, he felt the limitations of human eyes. In stark contrast to his usual slightly hunched appearance, Cyrodiil on the battlefield was a deadly and elegant killer. He slew the Fenris Zerglings and hydralisks that pounced on him one after another, like an elegant swordsman waltzing and slitting the enemy's throat. Extraordinarily elegant and agile, graceful and deadly. This seemed to be the innate talent of the Protoss. What distinguished the Protoss from humans was not just their appearance and customs, but their different body structures and functions. Humans had never seen how Cyrodiil and the Dark Templar fought, and Cyrodiil gave a lesson to the revolutionary soldiers behind him, such as Tychus, telling them not to try to anger a Dark Templar in the future. Cyrodiil told Augustus that a Dark Templar should hide himself, strike from the shadows, seize the opportunity, and wait for the opportunity to act. But in Augustus's eyes, the Dark Templar Archbishop just rushed forward and cut the enemy into pieces in the flash of swords. Cyrodiil may be deadly and powerful enough, but he is not strong enough to face an entire swarm alone. As Cyrodiil killed the roaring Fenrisian Zerg one after another, Tychus raised his Honey Whisperer heavy machine gun and fired a series of depleted uranium bullets at a row of Zerglings. And the Red Devil firebats behind him raised their flamethrowers and fired dense plasma flames. More than a dozen Zerglings struggled and fell in the hot plasma sprayed by the firebat troops, making crackling sounds like burning dry gentian. Augustus was in the middle of the advancing column, with Corporal Faraday's martial guard and two huge Goliath-armed robots beside him. When the dense Fenris Zerglings tried to attack Augustus from the flank, the Goliath-armed robots beside him quickly calibrated and fired. When the 30mm machine gun barrel rotated, one Zergling after another was blown to pieces. However, these Zerglings were not only extremely agile and fast, but also obviously adapted to the human attack method. Their zigzag formation was quite scattered. It was impossible for humans to easily sweep several or even more Zergs with a missile or a row of bullets. At this time, the psychic jammers carried by the Revolutionary Army were activated, but the Zerg here did not seem to be affected much. The jammer failed again. An agile Fenris Zergling deftly jumped over the corpses of its own species lying on the ground and dodged among them, jumping left and right, and pounced on Augustus along the gaps between the Goliath-armed robots and the Gauss rifles of the Revolutionary Army soldiers, as agile as a coyote or a sparrow. For a moment, Augustus could almost see the terrifying scarlet eyes of the screaming little monster. Augustus was sure that the Zergling was heading straight for him. He raised the Gauss rifle with the golden wolf emblem on the butt in his hand and aimed at the fast-moving Zergling, aiming and shooting calmly. Augustus had such qualities when he was in the Tullises boot camp. Even if the shells fell not far from his feet, he could still keep shooting. When dense, large groups of Zerg rushed towards the front line, such momentum was enough to intimidate any enemy in front of the Zerg. As long as a human soldier could shoot at the enemy accurately and without making mistakes, he could be considered a veteran. Just as Augustus emptied his first magazine, the zippered worm was hit by a row of bullets. Augustus didn't know whether the bullet that killed the worm came from the gun in his hand, but no one would care about it at this time, even though the Zerg of the Fenris swarm were more deadly and dangerous than those of other groups. They were also facing an elite force. The soldiers around Augustus were all the best fighters from the Korhal Revolutionary Army, and their equipment was also the best, comparable to the special forces of the Federation and the most famous elite mercenary squads in the Copperloo sector. The Zerg that invaded Hygi obviously did not expect Augustus's troops to come here. In the eyes of the brain worms of these tribes, this plan should have been flawless. Augustus's men quickly repelled the attack of the Fenris Zerg and forced them to retreat, opening an open road between the Zerg and the border checkpoint. The Fenris Zerg retreated temporarily, but judging from the vibration frequency on the surface, a large number of Zerg reinforcements should still be on their way through the underground tunnel wormhole network. By the time Augustus arrived at the entrance of the checkpoint, the steel door at the entrance, which was covered with creeping fungus, had already been torn apart by the Zerg, and the remaining part was also covered with sharp scratches left by the Zerg's sharp teeth and claws. All the Zerg organic tentacles with spines had been swept away by Cyrodiil and Tychus, and the remaining Fenris Zerg were forced back to the warehouse inside the checkpoint. One of the warehouses was particularly well defended, and the fire bats and guards division behind Cyrodiil and Tychus were launching a final assault there. There were dozens or hundreds of Zerg and Revolutionary Army soldiers' bodies on the ground. Many people had their limbs cut off by the scythes of the hydralisks, or had their chests pierced by the spiked tentacles. And their bodies were torn into pieces as they lay in a pool of blood. At this time, Augustus left a dozen Goliath-armed robots and arc tanks to guard the direction they came from, and brought his own guards to support Cyrodiil and Tychus. There were still a dozen Fenris Zerg guarding the entrance door of the warehouse. Behind them was a huge fiberglass door, whose smooth surface was covered with vine-like tentacles and tough blue veins, locking the door like a chain. The walls of the entire warehouse were covered with organic main nest honeycomb shells and intertwined hard exoskeletons. Augustus killed the last Fenris Zergling in front of the warehouse with his own hands and ordered the demo man to use D-type explosives to blow open the door. When the flying fiberglass fragments scratched Augustus' shoulder armor, the scene behind the door made his eyelids jump. It was a huge, oval pupa or cocoon, composed of sharp bone nails and a green membrane-like skin. It was more like the soft eggs of snakes than the cocoons formed by the transformation of insects. The pupa shone like the sun, emitting bright light in the dim environment. Augustus could see through the thick, sticky pupa wall a humanoid creature inside. It should be an underage child, curled up in the liquid-filled pupa. After that, the pupa will be taken to Char or other places for further transformation by the evolutionary masters of the Zerg. The cells of this humanoid creature will be deconstructed, stretched, extended and reassembled into an incredible creature by the Zerg. Near the pupa, like a snake embracing a snake egg, there are 4 Fenris hydralisks of the Zerg crawling around. Their bright green crowns are almost half of Augustus' body, and the huge bone sickles on their forelimbs are like bone-colored giant swords inserted into the wooden floor. The robe with the Vev pattern painted in bright red paint, and several papers with various symbols on it laid on the pupa made the place look even more bizarre. If you look up, you can see heads and extracted bright red human spines hanging from the top of the warehouse. Surprisingly, even though there were hundreds of rifles, grenades and rocket launchers pointed at them outside, the 4 Fenris hydralisks were unusually calm, like dogs lying at the door guarding the house in the midday sun. The hydralisk only hissed threateningly, occasionally raising its crown like a cobra to look at the humans outside. This is so weird. Tychus had goosebumps all over his body. My God, he's still alive. I can sense that this human named Gabriel Tosh still has a clear mind. Cyrodiil slowly walked towards the chrysalis, ignoring Augustus's shouting. He is immersed in sorrow. He is crying. Is there any hope for this child? Augustus asked Cyrodiil. The Zerg have infected him, and this infection has changed his essence at the genetic level. As far as I know, this is irreversible. Cyrodiil replied. This is my order. After a moment of silence, Augustus ordered without mercy, destroy this chrysalis. Chapter 317 Ixer Giant King Worm. Fire! After Augustus gave the order, a captain of the Revolutionary Army immediately shouted and ordered his company's soldiers to shoot. They used almost all weapons that could destroy the chrysalis, including the Mark railgun, electromagnetic pulse grenade and explosives. This triggered a chain reaction, and the 4 Fenris hydralisks that were originally guarding the chrysalis immediately turned from a peaceful rest to an extremely manic state. Their huge sickle-shaped forelimbs pried open the fiberglass door and crawled out of the warehouse. Their heads with brightly colored crowns roared and pounced on the revolutionary soldiers who were shooting at the pupa, as if they were the pharaoh's guards walking out of the ancient tomb. These huge Fenris hydralisks were not only much larger than any hydralisk Augustus had ever seen, but their shells were also indestructible. Their chitinous shells seemed to be integrated with some special materials or rare metals, becoming extremely hard. Ordinary 8mm electromagnetic rifle bullets would bounce off the shell as soon as they touched it, just like hitting the armor of a tank. For Fenris hydralisks stood between all the bullets and shells of Augustus's Revolutionary Army and the dark green pupa. Each of them was 15 feet tall, about 4.5 meters. Like a real behemoth. Not only that, they could even ignore the hot plasma flames released by the revolutionary fire bats. Augustus was seeing a brave revolutionary fire bat trying to burn the Fenris hydralisks in front of him with his Hellfire flamethrower. But the flames that were usually enough to burn Zerglings and hydralisks to ashes only left black marks on the copper-green shell surface of the Fenris hydralisks. Back off, Corporal Pascal. You are no match for him. Augustus ordered the fire bat to retreat while calling for fire support from the rocket team. Augustus knew the fire bat. He was a meritorious soldier of the Harnack Hark Red Devil Flamethrower Brigade. Augustus had read the name of the fire bat when he reviewed the troops, And the reason why he remembered this person was because of the prominent, densely packed Kelmorian Ripper emblems and 18 family emblems from the Kelmorian Commonwealth Guild on his CMC 250F power armor. It was like a tattoo on the armor. Corporal Pascal was a veteran of the Alpha Squadron Federation during the Guild War. The graffiti-like emblems on his armor represent how many people he has killed. If you pay attention, you can also notice the symbols of the Planetary Defense Forces of Chaucera, Mos Sera and Antigua Prime, and even 2 heads of the Taldaran Protoss. But the Fire Bat didn't hear what Augustus said. The eccentric corporal liked to listen to hot heavy metal music through the private line inside his power armor to cheer himself up when the high-energy gas fuel turned into a raging flame. Considering that this brave soldier never retreated, he would not obey orders even if he heard what Augustus said. Even though the giant hydralisk in front of him remained motionless in front of the blazing flames, Corporal Pascal still concentrated on pouring hot plasma on its abdomen. He was intoxicated by it. Corporal Pascal had burned many people alive, but such a huge hydralisk was the only one on his barbecue list. But this time, Corporal Pascal did not burn all the enemies in front of him as he did in the past. The hydralisk in front of him raised its forelimbs with a huge bone sickle at the end and chopped directly at the Fire Bat, cutting off an arm that was still spewing plasma flames. Then, the Fenris hydralisk once again swung its huge bone sickle to cut off the remaining arm of Corporal Pascal, to ensure that the human would no longer pose any threat to them. In the war with humans, the Zerg gradually learned one thing. That is, killing a human would only destroy the enemy's manpower, and seriously injuring this human would force several or even more people to take care of him. As for the Zerg, there is no such concern at all. If humans kill a Zerg, then the hatchery in the main nest will produce hundreds or thousands of times more eggs to be hatched. The Fenris hydralisk's ferocious mouth was stretched wide from ear to ear, and it let out a shocking roar as it attacked. Augustus had no doubt that it could bite off half of a person's body in one bite. Kill it! Kill this bastard! In addition to Corporal Pascal's heart-wrenching screams, several officers shouted out attack orders in the communication channel. More Gauss rifles were aimed at the Fenris hydralisk, but its small-caliber bullets were useless. At this time, a ground-to-ground missile from a Revolutionary Army armed robot whizzed over Augustus' head, hitting the huge crown of the Fenris hydralisk and tearing it apart, causing a part of the entire bone crown to be torn off. Augustus, Corporal Faraday and 2 other martial guards rushed to Corporal Pascal, who was lying on his back and fainted on the ground, and grabbed him and dragged him back. When Augustus and others handed Pascal to the medic, a Goliath-armed robot was rushing towards the Fenris hydralisk at the fastest speed, using the inertia to use the alloy shield welded on the shoulder of its full-range movable mechanical arm to hit its injured head. And the Gatling gun at the other mechanical arm continued to shoot at the hydralisk's abdomen covered with hard scales, causing the monster to further howl in pain. This Red Gold Revolutionary Army Goliath-armed robot has been modified to some extent. The 2 30mm machine guns have been replaced with Gatling guns and mechanical arms that can be equipped with mechanical claws and buckets. Such modifications are common in the hands of the Comorians, because Goliath-armed robots can accept a considerable degree of modification. Not only that, they can even be equipped with the laser pulse cannon of the Wraith fighter. After the Guild War, this type of Goliath-armed robot, which is mainly modified to adapt to various changing battlefield environments, can also be seen in the Terran Federation Army. The most common modification is to replace the machine guns on both sides of the cockpit with flexible multifunctional mechanical arms, which will make the Goliath-armed robot more like a larger T-280 space engineering vehicle rather than a walking giant. The driver of the Goliath-armed robot fought the Fenris hydralisk bravely, as if a steel giant was wrestling with a monster. A few hundred yards away, the other 2 Fenris hydralisks were killing Tychus and the Guards Division Battle Company, and 14 or 15 Revolutionary Army soldiers had already fallen to the ground. Dark Templar Zeratul was facing a Fenris hydralisk alone, which made the Revolutionary Army soldiers behind him afraid to take decisive aim. He didn't know when he had jumped onto the huge crown of the hydralisk, hanging on the edge of the crown with thorns, like a matador on the back of a bull, to avoid being thrown off. When Augustus looked at Zeratul, the Dark Templar Master had already stabbed the psychic blade on his right arm into the hard and thick skull of the Fenris hydralisk, gouging a huge bloody hole on it. Guards, kill that pupa. Noticing that all the Fenris hydralisks had left the warehouse, Augustus realized this was his chance. A squad of Marshal's guards rushed forward without hesitation. But at this moment, A crimson scorpion suddenly emerged from the pulsating organic flesh pads under the pupa. Its multi-segmented body was 20 feet long, making it look like a giant millipede or a scaled snake. The scorpion itself was a monster, raising its upper body like a cobra and making a hissing sound. That was not the hissing of its vocal organs, but the sound of inhalation when its shell contracted. A powerful elite scorpion worm. The unclean one. The unclean one opened its ferocious mouth and spit out a ball of scarlet neurotoxin towards the martial guards, who were close to the pupa. The sticky red liquid that fell on the soldier's golden red power armor seeped into the armor in an instant, almost without any signs or cries. All the people fell down. Augustus fired a burst of bullets at the giant red scorpion, but only a burst of sparks splashed on it. "Follow me!" He waved his hand, and Corporal Faraday and the remaining marshal's guards followed their marshal and rushed towards the giant scorpion. But the ground suddenly began to tremble violently, and the thick dark purple fungal carpets collapsed one after another. The walls of the entire warehouse covered with Zerg organisms collapsed in the tremor. A pair of extremely huge eyes appeared from the ground and slowly rose, and countless curled tentacles broke out of the ground. "Oh my God!" Corporal Faraday beside Augustus exclaimed. It was a giant king worm that had buried itself underground. It had now awakened and broken free from the shackles of the concrete blocks, holding up the pupa and the entire warehouse from underground. It was the largest king worm Augustus had ever seen. When it rose from the ground, hundreds of thorny appendages and tentacles fell from the air like the roots of a banyan tree, along with a large amount of reinforced concrete debris. This king worm was so huge that the Goliath-armed robot looked small in front of it. Yggdrasil, the world tree in Norse mythology. The middle part of its branches is where humans live. The giant worm has wisdom that is incomparable to other members of the alien insect group. It looks down at the humans on the ground from a high place, making a thunderous humming sound. The pair of claw-like appendages hanging from its lower abdomen swayed from side to side, and the thick appendages on its body that stored a large amount of helium emitted dangerous red flashes, which came from its terrible psychic power. Augustus immediately understood that it was probably this extraordinary elite king worm that strengthened the mental connection between the Zerg and made their psionic jammers ineffective. With a buzzing roar, the huge shell of the Ixer king worm and the capsule underneath it stretched out, and hundreds of Fenris dragons stretched their bat-like wings and flew into the air, surrounding it and screaming trickery trickery. At this time, Augustus received a report from the troops guarding outside the checkpoint. The detector showed that a large number of Zerg were approaching through the tunnel worm network. Before the situation got out of control, the sky suddenly darkened, and a huge circle that was absorbing sunlight appeared. It was a wormhole that was about to take shape. "Damn it. The number of worms is increasing." Tychus Finley, who was shooting at a Fenris hydralisk with a heavy machine gun, shouted in Augustus's channel. The huge Fenris hydralisk in front of Tychus was trying to drag the bone sickle hydralisk on its forelimbs into the chest armor of a soldier of the Revolutionary Guard Division, while the surrounding soldiers roared and fired desperately to kill it. "Retreat. Leave this checkpoint immediately." Augustus realized that even if they killed all their men here, they would probably not be able to destroy the chrysalis. If they continued this meaningless attack, they would only fall into the encirclement of the Zerg. The brain worms of the Fenris tribe were quite smart. Although they did not expect the arrival of Augustus and Tassadar, they would not be careless. The specialized and rare elites in the entire Zerg were deployed around the chrysalis. Brain worms are not the corrupt and greedy federal governors in the Terran Federation or the generals, who have only been in high positions because of their background and qualifications. They are smart and cunning, proficient in strategy, and almost never make emotional mistakes. Augustus ordered the troops to retreat while carrying the Martial Guard soldiers, who fell to the ground due to the scorpion worm's neurotoxin spores. The soldiers were dying, but the toxins would not kill them immediately. "Priest." Augustus called Zeratul, but noticed that the other party had already dealt with a Fenris hydralisk and was standing on the head of the giant king worm fighting with the red scorpion worm, just like fighting with a red giant snake. Hundreds of Fenris dragons were rushing towards Zeratul, and the heroic Dark Templar was finding it increasingly difficult to hold on. Meanwhile, the height of the Ixer king worm continued to rise towards the wormhole that was being formed in the sky, until it became a black dot in the sky, after being scratched by the knife-like forelimbs of the red scorpion worm. Zeratul came to Augustus with a cloud of swirling black smoke. "These cunning creatures evaded my eyes, and they have been guarding here to protect the creature in the chrysalis. We need to take a long-term view. A large number of Fenris Zergs are still approaching here. They no longer attack the human cities of Hygie, but gather together and wait to evacuate the planet. The brain worms of this group obviously think that Hygie is no longer safe. Jim. Augustus carried a wounded Martial Guard soldier on his back, ignoring his shame and crying, and contacted the bridge of the Hyperion. Damn it. Prepare tactical nuclear bombs. It's not the little one with a yield of 10,000 tons. It will take out all our assets. There is also an apocalypse on NORAD 3. That's it. Where is the target? Raynor asked. Augustus reported a series of longitude and latitude coordinates. There's a wormhole somewhere. Don't worry about it. Throw the nuclear bomb in. Wow. An exclamation came from Raynor. I like this trick. A great gift. Chapter 318 Throwing a nuclear bomb at the wormhole. Before the Fenris swarm support troops formed a siege on their side. Augustus's troops quickly but still maintained their organization and order and withdrew from the border checkpoint outside the city of Grandy. However, the Fenris swarm seemed to be uninterested in chasing Augustus' troops. Only a small group of Zerglings were still following them slowly, and the rest of the Zerg gathered under the wormhole to guard it. Augustus stopped in a depression 6 miles away from the checkpoint, waiting for the transport ship to land below the sea level. This depression is a nearly regular circle, like the part of a coin that someone has embedded in the soil and then dug out. He gathered the wounded together, ordered the Goliath armed robots and Arclight siege tanks to build defenses, and sent more than a dozen scout teams to the outside of this temporary resettlement area. Only then did Augustus's subordinates have time to set up psychic jammers to prevent the Zerg from continuing to pursue. While waiting for the transport ship to arrive, Augustus put down the soldier he was carrying. The soldier's name was Elvin. He was a member of Augustus' loyal Marshal's Guard. Few people knew that Elvin was the only remaining heir of an old noble family in Castelling. When Augustus took off Elvin's armored helmet, he was already in tears because he could no longer fight for the Marshal. A cunning and vicious Fenris Hydralis brutally cut off Elvin's 2 legs. Although the servo emergency locking device and hemostatic agent of the power armor had stifled a lot of bleeding, he could no longer fight as a Marshal's Guard soldier. Augustus half knelt in front of Sergeant Elwin and praised the warrior's bravery, and patiently told him that he would never abandon him, and that he still had a chance to fight as a member of the Revolutionary Army. Tychus and Corporal Faraday both stood beside Augustus and watched all this. Corporal Faraday had a serious expression, while Tychus smoked silently, feeling particularly unhappy about the scene in front of him. Dark Archbishop Zeratul leaned over to check the warrior's injuries, but he could do nothing about it. If the Protoss can regenerate the limbs of the wounded, there is no need for the Dragon Knight mecha, which can be equipped with artificial intelligence instead of the Protoss warriors with broken bodies. Not far away, there are more than 40 wounded revolutionary soldiers and their bodies, and many of them were directly torn into pieces, and even their bodies were not rescued. Among the survivors, some are very brave and don't say a word, while others are crying silently. They are the bravest warriors, who have experienced many battles, big and small, and even saved many people from the sharp claws of the Zerg. But honor cannot make these warriors invulnerable. After comforting Sergeant Elwin like his own brother and son, Augustus walked towards the other wounded. Some of them were lucky, only having their armor pierced by the sharp sickle forelimbs of the springtail. After returning to Umogen for treatment and recuperation, they had a chance to pick up their guns again. As for others, they were not so lucky. The soldiers who were previously infected by the giant scorpion's deadly toxin did not survive for too long, and all died of brain tissue suffocation caused by the neurotoxin. Augustus had already forgotten how many dead soldiers he had said goodbye to. He originally thought that he would remember all their names, but in the end, he failed to do so. There were so many casualties that it would take Augustus several days just to read out the list of casualties. Augustus assured the wounded that they would receive prompt medical treatment and then headed to a higher hill outside the depression, using a telescope to observe the checkpoint they had escaped from. He couldn't see exactly how many Zerg there were, but he could see the black, twisted wormhole in the sky. It was already afternoon, and the sun was low in the sky. The sunlight was a light orange color that contrasted well with the blue sky of Hygie. If it were normal, Augustus might have the leisure to appreciate this scene. The space here is pure like a glass, blue with green, as if it came from the plateau. At this time of year in Grandy, especially in windy weather, the temperature has been maintained at around 10 degrees Celsius. If there were no servo system inside the power armor, Augustus and his men would have to waste their minds on the bad weather. The bugs are going to run away, Tychus said maliciously, standing on Augustus' right hand. The Zerg are ready to leave Hegi. Their mission has been completed. Zyrtl said. We failed to keep the chrysalis, and the psyker named Gabriel Tosh in Hegi forever. Augustus sighed. He was now more worried about the fate of everyone in the Copperless sector, including his family, rather than Tosh alone. The Overmind will use Tosh to create a character similar to the Queen of Blades, Sarah Kerrigan. He will become a terrifying character with an immortal body and powerful psionic powers, rather than a brain worm that cannot protect itself when encountering an enemy like the Dark Templar. This new swarm agent will also be the key to the Zerg's escape from the enslavement of the corrupted Zelnaga Amon, which is why the Overmind had to create such a creature. However, Sarah Kerrigan should be irreplaceable. She is not only the strongest human psyker in history, but also a unique human who has some other connection with the Zerg. No one can replace Kerrigan, and the Overmind must not be very satisfied with Tosh as a replacement. What Augustus is more worried about is that Tosh may not be the only candidate for the swarm agent. No matter what, Augustus could no longer kill Tosh. At this moment, in Augustus's vision, the king worms and dragons that covered the sky and blocked the sun were flying around the wormhole. And from time to time a group of dragons from other directions rushed into the wormhole. This is the Hyperion. I'm Jim. The fusion strike is ready. When can we send the nuclear bomb in? Raynor's voice came from the communication channel at this time. Now, Augustus said. Okay. Let me find the red button. Renault replied. I didn't like this thing in the past. A single press can decide the life and death of hundreds of millions of people. But if the ones who get hit by the nuclear bomb are the Zerg, then I won't have so much burden. That's because we don't have much stock to begin with. Even for anti-ship strikes, tactical nuclear bombs can be used. It seems that we have to tighten our belts for some days. After all, we can't build such a large fusion weapon now. Keep your eyes on the sky. Guys, in 8 minutes, a nuclear bomb will rain down on some parts of Grandy City on the star Hegi. Jim Raynor reports. So we'll see the big fireworks soon. Tychus was also on this channel. A few minutes later, the first curved trail crossed the sky above Augustus's head. It was a small tactical nuclear bomb with a TNT equivalent of 20,000 tons. Then came the second, third, and fourth. The one with the brightest trail was the Apocalypse-class nuclear bomb, which released far more energy than all other tactical nuclear bombs combined. There was a command center with a top-notch sensor array, radar antenna and signal sensing tower installed on top near Augustus. Then he must have received the alarm that the mechanical intelligent adjutant detected the fusion strike on the way. Fusion strike weapons. Primitive but powerful. Zyrtl was also staring at the sky with his green eyes. Whenever these nuclear bombs fall on the enemy's head instead of our own. This is my favorite thing, Tychus yelled. I can't wait to see which lucky guys get hit by the nukes. I told you. Damn worms. We have a long way to go. Augustus watched at least 40 nuclear missiles fly toward the wormhole. The Zerg tried to intercept them, but to no avail. More than 30 of them passed through the wormhole, and the rest exploded above the checkpoint. The world suddenly turned extremely white, and the light was enough to blind a human. The ground began to shake, and red clouds rose in the area. Jim reports to you. Augustus, we detected that the energy released by Hegi's wormhole is weakening, and it is likely to collapse soon. Half a minute later, Raynor contacted Augustus. It's a pity that we can't see what happens behind the wormhole, but I guess it must be exciting enough. I hope those nuclear bombs can kill Tosh. Augustus shook his head. He had done everything he could. Although Augustus was not a fatalist, he could only leave it all to fate. The places where Augustus had fought just now were razed to the ground. The wormhole disappeared completely, and the shock wave generated by the nuclear explosion tore apart all the Zerg there. My detector shows that the Zerg on Hegi are evacuating several major settlements. It's strange that they don't plan to continue the attack and eat all the people, Raynor said in Augustus's channel. The Overmind is not trying to conquer Hegi, but just to find the Zerg agent on this planet. Augustus explained, before our fleet and Tassidar's fleet arrived. The Zerg did not need to evacuate immediately, but after the Protoss fleet came here, the Zerg gave up, because the Protoss would blow up the entire planet sooner or later. Raynor said, this is the Protoss style. So Hegi's strategic value to the Zerg is equal to 0. If only we come. It's hard to say, Augustus said. The latest movement of the Zerg fleet has been discovered. The Zerg Leviathan in the high-altitude orbit of Hegi is retreating, and it looks like they are preparing to leave here. Reno cheered again. Good things come in pairs. The next step will be much easier. Augustus announced his order. Once it is confirmed that the Zerg Leviathan has left, immediately send 2 additional divisions to the surface of Hygie. We need to clear all remaining Zerg and Federation forces on Hygie. I hope the governor and generals of Hygie can cooperate with us more. After all, we are not here to rescue them. Reno muttered. I heard that you have some wounded people. The Alpha Squadron science ship Amerigo is entering Hygie's atmosphere to support you. If the weather in that area is good enough, you should be able to see that behemoth now. As Renault was talking, a huge behemoth appeared above them. It was a science ship with a diameter of more than 1,700 feet, about 530 meters. This bright white painted Alpha Squadron scientific vessel is made of a wide metal frame and solid electroplated steel plates. The slope superstructure is equipped with a cutting-edge sensor array and a landing platform. In the light of the plasma thruster, it looks like a steel mobile platform floating in the sky. This super-large exploration ship is almost equivalent to a mobile space station. It can also be transformed to take on the work of a mothership, which can dock fighters, transport planes, and carry sufficient supplies and personnel. However, the science ship of this period did not have the ability to defend itself, and was an auxiliary ship incorporated into the main fleet. Therefore, there were 2 squadrons of nearly 100 latest model Wraith fighters escorting the Amerigo. And these fighters were all from the Nova Squadron fleet that had just joined the Revolutionary Army. One after another, Apod transport ships took off from the science ship and landed in the depression where Augustus was, sending all the people on board the Amerigo science ship. After commanding the crew to send all the wounded to the Amerigo's first aid station, Augustus walked into the interior of the science ship. The Amerigo is a large ship, and its internal corridors and aisles are even wider than those of the Hyperion. At the same time, since it is a scientific research ship, the proportion of its internal laboratories and warehouses is much larger than that of giant ships such as battlecruisers, because scientific ships do not need to carry fighters and other weapons. Its internal structure, including the crew cabin, entertainment area and dining area, is more humane, unlike the cold and pragmatic style of the fleet's warships. Augustus led Tychus and others through the corridors and the elevator to the Amerigo's cockpit, and the Dark Templar Zeratul followed him silently. Although Zeratul still had various worries, he usually just kept them in his heart. That's not because the Protoss is a taciturn race. Whenever Zeratul talked about something, it often meant that he had thought about it countless times in his mind and had his own answer. The cockpit of the Amerigo was far from being as wide as the Hyperion's bridge that could overlook the entire battlefield, but it could barely be called a combat center. The observation windows between the steel panels seemed too narrow, but the control panel displays connected to the detector sensors and sensors replaced the commander's eyes, allowing him to see more information. The captain of this scientific ship is Lieutenant Commander Mal Heisenberg, a middle-aged man with golden curly hair, and his every move is elegant like a Tarsonese noble, which Tychus would privately call affectation. Marshal Minsk. The Zerg life signal on Hygie is now less than 100,000. As soon as Lieutenant Colonel Heisenberg saw Augustus coming in, he saluted him and said, "Considering that the Leviathan in the planet's orbit has been evacuated, the number of Zerg in Hygie should not increase in the short term." Augustus did not dislike noble officers like Heisenberg, as long as he was talented and proved to be loyal after being read by the psychic. He would trust him. We must clear all the Zerg and main nests in Hygie to prevent the Zerg from continuing to expand, and use fire to prevent them from reviving. Augustus walked past Lieutenant Colonel Heisenberg, turned around and looked at everyone behind him, and said with a serious and resolute expression, Chapter 319 Messenger of Justice. January 4th, 2492. Mankato Town, near Grande City. In the morning light, this is a town that rose from oasis agriculture. The developed irrigation industry and the use of giant agricultural machinery have made it possible. The impact fan area at the foot of this giant crater has become one of the main food production areas of Hygie. It is precisely such scattered agricultural and industrial areas that provide food and raw materials for the city. The surrounding continuous craters can shield Mankato Town and Grande City behind it from Hygie's strong winds that can roll up houses and livestock. It is both a natural barrier and part of the local strange and alien landscape. This was one of the few natural landscapes in Shanghai that could be shown off on postcards, because the rest of the place was either desert or endless craters. However, when the new year came, all the beauty was gone. The Zerg attacked the town at midnight on January 3rd. When people were still asleep, countless screaming, Nightmare-like monsters fell from the sky, with hideous giant mouths and bright shield-shaped crowns, and broke into this quiet town like a torrent in the mountains. The sounds made by these hideous monsters seemed to come from all the fantasies of human beings about alien monsters and thrillers, and from the screams of ghosts. At the beginning, only a few people realized that they were attacked. By the time the sheriff in the town called the local garrison, the streets were already full of ferocious skinned dogs and twisted creatures like giant snakes. The swarm slaughtered more than 6,000 people in one night, leaving less than 200 small town residents who survived by relying on the wreckage of the colonial ship left over from the early colonial era and the weapons in a federal outpost. People used huge agricultural machinery and harvesters to build the last line of defense, struggling to survive in desperation. On this morning, when the morning light just sprinkled on the bloodshot eyes of the people from the bunker shooting hole in the center of Monte Cato, which was originally the cockpit of the colonial mothership, the crackling sound of the alien insect shells and spikes colliding with each other was heard again. That was the marching swarm of insects, a group of abominable creatures with fast movements and strict organization. When they moved forward, they were like insects crossing the fields in summer, buzzing over the ridges. The smooth carapace of each zerg reflected a gorgeous metallic color in the sunlight, and their thin wings like leaf veins vibrated the air, making crackling sounds. The streets were already devastated, with street lamps across the center of the road, and broken glass, rubble and human corpses that were bitten into pieces everywhere. People died in different postures. Some people were bitten off their necks by the zerglings that jumped on their necks while walking along the street, while others were cut into pieces by the roaring hydralisks. The streets were stained with blood. These ugly alien creatures that looked like reptiles and insects were once extremely unfamiliar to the people of Monte Cato. They only heard a few words from the radio program of UNN Universe News Network, but never thought that alien insects would appear on the remote planet of Hygie. In just over 20 hours, those creatures that seemed to have walked out of a nightmare have brought too many painful memories to the people here. The residents of the town who had not slept all night picked up their last weapons: the grenade launcher of the police station, the electromagnetic pistol, the shotgun, and even the sickle that the farmers used to weed on weekdays. These weapons allow these farmers, who have never received professional military training, to have some ability to fight back against the Zerg. If it weren't for the harsh strong wind environment and agricultural labor in Hygie, which forged the strong physique and tenacious will of the town residents, they would not be able to hold on until now. Mayor Gray of Monte Cato was once a soldier and interstellar adventurer. He has been to many places in the Copperless sector, met the profit-seeking Comorians and the Umoyans, who always talk about democracy and freedom, and met the most vicious people and the most upright people. Mayor Gray had fought against illegal colonists, mercenaries, scavengers, scrap dealers, and space pirates. He knew all kinds of people, and his magnificent life was enough to be written into a book. But Mayor Gray had never seen these hideous monsters in front of him. If Man in Threes wants to punish the disrespectful, she can punish me instead of the people in this town. Mayor Gray walked in front of the defense line built by more than a dozen agricultural harvesters and cranes, constantly encouraging the townspeople with weapons with words. The federal sheriff of the town died heroically when the Zerg arrived. Now Mayor Gray is the only commander here. Hold on for another day. The army will come. Don't give up. For your family and children. Don't give up. We must continue to live. In the Grande area, Voodoo is a sect with a considerable influence, almost able to compete with Christianity, because the Voodoo priests just held a witchcraft ceremony outside the town of Monte Cato when the new year arrived. Many people believe that the invasion of the Zerg is related to the death goddess of the Voodoo sect, Mananthres. No one responded to Mayor Gray's words. Everyone had been fighting for a whole night and was extremely tired. To this day, Mayor Gray still feels that it is unreal that these hastily built buildings could last so long in front of the Zerg army. The only explanation is that the main force of the Zerg easily attacked Monte Cato town and then turned to attack the city, leaving these unimportant people here to struggle. It is simply a fantasy to expect these people who tremble at the sight of Zerg to resist the Zerg's attack. The ammunition is almost exhausted. If the federal garrison in Grande does not send more people over, the remaining people will have to fight the Zerg with hoes. However, Mayor Gray knew that support would not come again. The enemy this time was not just some interstellar pirates or small-scale rebels, but the Zerg, a vast sea of Zerg that devoured everything. Mayor Gray looked up at the sky, and the huge king worm seemed to be right above his head. No one had taught the mayor about the Zerg. But he believed that these giant creatures in the sky must be commanding the entire swarm of Zerg. As the buzzing sound got closer and closer, Mayor Gray and the people around him could almost smell the stench of the Zerg's bloody mouth full of saliva and poisonous liquid. The little monsters in the front were jumping back and forth between the walls and rubble of the ruins nimbly, making piercing screams from time to time. They looked like coyotes with ringworm. Extremely ugly. Today, Mayor Gray noticed that the attacking Zerg were no longer as orderly as before. From time to time, the Zerg stopped to eat human corpses on the ground, and even fought each other for a piece of meat. The scene was bloody. But this was not a good thing for Mayor Gray and his colonies. These Zerg were no longer as orderly as before, but also more hungry. The first round of firing was from one of the few C7 electromagnetic guns in the colony. It was an obsolete product that should have been abandoned by the Federal Army. But it was already a magic weapon in the hands of these people. The weapons of the Tyranids were not helpless against the Zerg shells. But what the townspeople lacked now was the accuracy of aiming. When facing a large-scale, densely packed Zerg, even random aiming could still hit them. But now it was difficult to hit the extremely sensitive Zerglings. Mayor Gray grabbed a double-barreled shotgun that had been with him for many years and fired closely at a gap between a tiller and a grain thresher. He fired more than a dozen shots in a row, but none of them hit the target. As if the Zergling he was aiming at had a reaction speed faster than the speed of the bullet. A few lucky guys or experienced hunters shot one or two Zerglings, but it did not have much effect on the situation on the entire battlefield. When the Zerglings climbed up the shelves of a large sea transport truck, the friction between their claws and steel made the townspeople feel like they were falling into an ice cellar. Mayor Gray could even hear the excited snoring of the Zerglings from a distance of a freight truck. This reminded Mayor Gray of a dog begging for food and a cat playing with mice. This time, humans were just meat in the mouths of the alien insects. Some people began to cry. All their courage had been exhausted by the nightmare of yesterday. People knew that once the Zerg crossed the barrier built by the vehicles, even a Zergling not much bigger than a large dog could easily harvest the lives of dozens or even more people. Mayor Gray gritted his teeth and roared at the coward who disturbed the morale of the army. But the next moment a Fenris Zergling with a bright green shell jumped into the crowd and started killing like a wolf among sheep. The closest to the Zergling was a middle-aged man holding a semi-automatic rifle. He wore simple framed glasses, with conspicuous muscles and a sturdy physique. This man was the blacksmith of the town's school, and he still used the craftsmanship of several centuries ago to forge farm tools and furniture. He was a generous man who used to drink with Mayor Gray. But the Zergling just pounced forward and grabbed the blacksmith, cruelly using its sharp fangs and claws to tear the man into pieces. The latter died without even making a wail. Then it jumped up from the corpse, arched its back and pounced on the next victim, biting a half-grown boy who was defending with the adults in half, like tearing a piece of rag. More Fenris Zerglings jumped down, ruthlessly harvesting people's lives. No! It's gnawing on my legs! Ah! Save me! Save me! Scream after scream further destroyed the will of the townspeople. The desperate wails did not sound like what humans could make. Despair failed to break the Hemingway-like tough guy of Mayor Gray. He rushed towards a Zergling that was biting a woman, trying to attract its attention by shouting. The Fenris Zergling that was biting the woman's soft face was attracted by Mayor Gray shouting. It threw away the prey in its hand and jumped towards him. Each jump was 6 or 7 feet high, and it flew forward. Damn bastard! Mayor Gray stood still and shot at the Zergling. But 2 consecutive shots missed. When the mayor was ready to reload and shoot again, the Zergling was only a few feet away from him. Mayor Gray had not given up yet. He pulled out a dagger that had been with him for more than 30 years and prepared to fight the Zergling. At this time, a roar from a fighter plane reached Mayor Gray's ears. It was a golden-red Wraith fighter plane diving towards the ground, followed by at least 20 Wraith fighter planes, Avenger fighter planes, and APOD transport ships. The bright ice blue tail looked like the wings of a blue phoenix. The beautiful Wraith fighter spun and used its wings and 25mm pulse laser cannons under the belly to shoot several orange-red beams at the ground. After a burst of burning sensation, the hopper in front of Mayor Gray was immediately burned to ashes by the laser. The Wraith fighter flew very low, almost passing over Mayor Gray's head. He recognized the logo on the tail stabilizer of the fighter almost at a glance. On the shiny crimson primer of the fighter, a golden, powerful arm surrounded by a whip. And between the arm and the whip was a golden 5-pointed star. The Car Revolutionary Army. Look at that fighter plane! no matter how the UNN News channel discredited this army in the past. In the eyes of Mayor Gray, they are the saviors of himself and the townspeople. It's the fighter planes of the Revolutionary Army. They are here to save us. Another formation of 5 Wraith fighter planes flew over the people's heads, and the Zerg in the crowd fell to the ground in the laser pulse beam. The people who were still alive were stunned on the spot. They looked up at the sky in disbelief, cheering or crying. These people may not recognize that this is the famous Korhal rebels instead of the regular forces of the Terran Federation. But they know that it is a human fighter plane, a human army. 2 EP301 transport ships painted in the same golden-red color tore through the sky and landed among the people with the roar of the engine and the wind caused by the thrusters. One after another, Goliath-armed robots walked out of the open hatch with heavy steps, and the rotating automatic machine guns swept the remaining Zerglings. The torrent of shellless bullets was like a roaring torrent of steel. A ferocious Fenris Zergling was about to pounce on a panicked child, but it was immediately mowed down by a 30mm machine gun bullet. A modified Goliath-armed robot used the diamond drill on its modified automatic multifunctional arm to crush the crown of a Hydralisk and its brain, and then stepped on a Fenris Zergling that was mowed down by the machine gun to death. A team of fully armed revolutionary soldiers wearing red power armor. The leading soldier stretched out his hand to show the armband with a black panda head on his right arm, and made an attacking gesture. Kill all these bugs. The political commissar of the Revolutionary Army waved his powerful right hand. All civilians board the ship immediately. We are the Revolutionary Army. Repeat. We are the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 320 Thunderstrike. January 7th. Morning. Grandi Administrative District. Revolutionary Army Base in Montecato Town. As in the past wars with the Zerg, the reliable Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps would set about building fortifications, bases, or outposts around certain buildings after the combat troops recaptured cities and towns. This was originally the central square of Montecato Town, but now it has been transformed into a base surrounded by more than a dozen supply stations, warehouses, barracks, heavy factories, and command centers. The wide open space with anti-aircraft missile towers standing in the middle of these red-painted buildings is the location of the parking platform and the Battlefield Medical Center. The town of Montecato, which had once become a hunting ground for the Fenris Zerg, had been swept by the Revolutionary Airborne Division, and more than 100 Zerg hiding in houses, vehicles, and irrigation canals had been completely eliminated. The work of collecting the bodies of the dead townspeople and repairing damaged roads and living facilities began on the day of clearing the Zerg. Even though the Revolutionary Army had many experiences of fighting Zerg, the bodies of the streets and residents' houses that died in extremely tragic conditions still made it difficult for the soldiers, who were collecting the bodies, to eat normally for many days. In order to prevent the Zerg virus from spreading through the creeps in the military camp, the Revolutionary Army burned all the creeps with refined high-energy gas fuel, and then cremated all the bodies and buried them. All steps and procedures must be strictly followed. The next day, a storm washed away most of the blood, as if it also took away all the people who had lived here in the nightmare. The survivors were temporarily placed on a Nova Squadron science ship, where they would be tested to confirm whether they were carrying the deadly Zerg virus, because the Revolutionary Army found that the infection of Hedgie was more terrible than that of the Sarah and Antigog galaxies. If the Fenris group is a group that excels in sophisticated and efficient hunting, the group of Carlos, another brain worm that came to Hedgie, is a group that excels in infection. They are even more inclined to drive infected humans to fight. Compared with the previous ones, the alien Zerg virus of Hedgie has changed to a great extent. The RNA sequence has undergone fundamental changes. It can be said that it is two completely different viruses from before. Just like the Zerg itself is constantly evolving, the virus is also constantly changing. This is also the real reason why human technology has never been able to develop an effective antidote. The Zerg virus mutates too quickly and cannot be cured at all. Augustus once asked Tassadar for help, but because the Protoss cannot be infected by the Zerg, there was no need for the Protoss to develop an antidote in this regard before. And Tassadar did not have enough scientists around him to carry out relevant research and development work. If Augustus wants to get help from the Protoss in the future, he can only count on Ire. At this time, an APOD transport ship painted with the Heaven's Devil was landing on the helipad of the base, when Augustus, wearing a dark gray cloak with golden wolf head epaulets, walked down the gangway of the transport ship. A Colonel Brigade commander of the Revolutionary Army's 1st Guard Division and a dozen senior officers and staff were standing there waiting for him with their backs straight. The strong wind of Haiji blew the lapels and long hems of the dark gray military coats of the Revolutionary Army officers, and a crimson flag fluttered in the wind. Marshal, the Zerg main nest in the Grandi region has been cleared, and the remaining Zerg have fled into the underground wormholes with 4 well-developed channels. The dark and narrow underground cave world is the battlefield terrain they are best at. Colonel Gorid, the commander of the 1st Brigade of the Guards Division, saluted Augustus and said, Colonel Gorid was originally an army captain in the 33rd Ground Assault Division of Augustus' brother, and came from the isolated colonial world of Tartarus. After his old boss Arcturus Minx publicly declared that he was an enemy of the Terran Federation, he chose to withdraw from the army and proved his loyalty to Augustus. Colonel, I want to know how many people you saved. Augustus stood on the crowded tarmac, with Tychus Finley and Corporal Faraday guarding him on both sides. One of the 2 men was impatient, while the other raised his head slightly because of a sense of mission. We sent companies, special tactical forces and rangers to all areas where there might be survivors. But we didn't save many people. Colonel Gorid sighed, except for the city. The outlying villages and towns have at most some machine gun turrets and missile towers to defend against bandits and space pirates. And there are no policies and measures to deal with the invasion of alien insects. This is still considered good. The vast slums of Haiji are where the most casualties were. We probably only rescued more than 20,000 people, not counting those in the city. The conservative estimate of the death toll is more than 3 million. The colonel then gave the specific numbers. There were almost no casualties. Only a few Haiji people who were burned by the acid of the dragon and pretended to be dead saved their lives. You have done a good job. At least we have rescued so many people. When facing the Zerg, we can only try to be an optimist. Although Augustus said this, his face was not very good. All the rescued people have been properly settled. Colonel Gorid continued, unfortunately, about 8,000 people were infected to varying degrees. But do your best and accept your fate. Augustus was silent for a moment, as if mourning for those people. This is probably the most desperate thing. They escaped when they thought they were going to be eaten by the Zerg. But then, they learned that they would soon become hideous and twisted monsters. This kind of joy and sorrow after surviving the disaster is enough to make people mentally collapse. When will the people in the biological laboratory find a way to deal with the Zerg infection? I don't want to be infected with a strange disease that will turn me into an idiot, Tychus said. I'm afraid this won't be solved in a day or 2. The Zerg virus has been mutating all the time, and the people of Frankos are completely helpless against it. Augustus was silent for a while, then turned to ask Colonel Gorid, what about the movement of the Federal Army in the city? I learned that they are sending reconnaissance planes to the outlying villages and abandoned outposts. Since the large Zerg force withdrew from Haiji, the Federation's military actions have become more and more bold. A dozen minutes ago, a Federation garrison just exchanged fire with our garrison at the new St. Francis Church. While the colonel was speaking, Augustus glanced around and strode towards the command center, with a vigorous and strong style. No matter how approachable and easygoing Augustus was in his daily life, he was now accustomed to giving orders from a high position. Augustus was a stern commander, always calm, serious and convincing. And he was also a charismatic commander. Not surprisingly, he was extremely confident. But that did not turn into arrogance. In any case, what kind of person Augustus was depends on who is commenting on it, and what position they hold. Some people began to worry that Augustus, who was in a high position, would become more and more distant from the people he swore to protect. But more people thought that was just nonsense. Go on, Colonel, Augustus said as he walked. Once the Federation army is convinced that the Zerg have evacuated Haiji, they will most likely attack us immediately, the colonel said. They are increasingly detecting our outposts and bases, and refusing to communicate with our troops, even when our army is fighting the Zerg. This is a sign of an upcoming large-scale attack. General Saul Carrick knows that there is absolutely no possibility of peace talks between the Federation army and the Revolutionary Army. Augustus had already walked into the command center while he was talking. A battle map drawn by Colonel Gorid was displayed on the wall facing the main entrance of the battle center. The command room was well lit, with transparent glass on both sides. Officers and staff stood on both sides when Augustus walked towards the battle map. If I were you, I wouldn't waste my time talking to those federal bastards. As Augustus examined the battle map, Tychus couldn't help but say, "This is a rare time when I agree with you, Tychus." Augustus nodded. But I believe that the first to launch an attack must be the Federal Army of Hygie. I asked someone to investigate the information of the local military commander, Saul Carrick. His career in peacetime was mediocre, and he had not fought any hard battles. This person likes to show off his achievements and fabricated achievements like Duke. But he is a complete idiot, he said. He has appeared on the cover of Hygie fashion magazines many times, posing, and he is more like a politician and star who likes to show off. You know, Tychus, I have always favored people who are willing to do things down to earth. Wait, if our Korik wants to attack us first, then he will definitely make a big mistake in tactics and strategy. The enemy will be the first to show a flaw. This is what I learned from my swordsmanship teacher. The Zerg siege of Grandy City caused heavy losses to the garrison there. But if they continue to rely on strong fortifications to hold on, unless they use orbital bombardment to destroy the entire city, then, since they have withstood the Zerg's attack, there is no reason for us to be able to take it easily, Colonel Gorid said. But I think the Federation's military commander may rush into the attack without even knowing how many troops we have deployed in Hygie. I don't believe he has the courage to do so, Tychus said. We are not some poorly equipped local militia or small pirates. Most importantly, the bastards of the Nova Squadron have just surrendered to us. If they kneel down and beg Master Finley now, I might be able to be kind enough to bypass them. Right. Calling the command center. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Ruan, the commander of the 34th Battalion. The Federal Army has launched an attack on Hill 1174. We have at least 2 semi-motorized infantry divisions and 2 armored regiments in front of us. At this time, the holographic projection screen inside the command room suddenly lit up. The voice on the other side was intermittent, obviously interfered by the Federal equipment. Hold your position. Reinforcements will arrive soon, Colonel Gorid replied immediately. Look what I said. Augustus found the location of Hill 1174 on the battle map and noticed that the area was an extremely wide plain, which was quite suitable for armored units and large corps operations. But that also means that this hastily launched Federal Army will become a sitting duck for the Revolutionary Air Force. They can't hold their breath, he said in a deep voice. Now it's our turn to strike hard. Upon receiving the order, the Revolutionary Army's 1st, 2nd and 3rd Armored Brigades will immediately move forward along the Bivokal-Toleran Road to support Hill 1174. If possible, advance all the way. Augustus drew the route of the attack on the battle map. The Revolutionary Army's 2nd, 5th and 7th Divisions west of Grande City, 2 Goliath robot armored battalions in the Solon area, and wards 4 artillery regiments set out from their bases to the east, heading straight for Grande City. Xander Max is the commander-in-chief of this operation, he said. This military operation will be carried out with the cooperation of the Air Force. Please read the mission briefing issued in detail for the specific time and space arrangements. Augustus took off his gloves and threw them on the command table next to him. Tell the generals that I hope to see the governor of Hygie before sunset. Yes, Marshal. The officers and staff in the command room immediately saluted and took the documents on the table to carry out their tasks. Colonel Gorid was still standing beside Augustus, because his troops' main task now was to protect Augustus in the command center. The outcome of this battle is already determined. Tychus laughed. How long can we stay in Hygie? Brothers have been running back and forth in Antigua, Char and Hygie for so long. It's time to rest well. The Zerg won't rest, Tychus, Augustus said. If the enemy doesn't rest, I won't rest either. Once we finish this matter with Hygie, we will return to Antigua Prime immediately. By the way, has anyone seen Zerdal, the Dark Archon of the Dark Templar? He disappeared after returning to the Parliament from the abandoned federal border checkpoint. I guess that sneaky guy must be planning something bad. At this time, Tychus suddenly asked, when Hygie was first discovered, there were many ancient city ruins on it. You know, there were originally no humans here. If cultural relics are found, they must be aliens. This is the work of human archaeologists in the Copperless sector, Augustus said before leaving. Zerdal told me that there is probably an ancient Zelnaga temple on this planet. Temple? We have been dealing with mysterious guys all this time. You should trust those who will steal your thoughts. Tychus shrugged. In the following time, Augustus and Tychus were waiting in the command center for the report sent back by the frontline troops. 1.7.11:45. The 1st Armored Brigade arrived at Hill 1174 and had engaged the enemy, and the 2nd and 3rd Armored Brigades were north of the Grand River. 1st Armored Brigade headquarters, 1713:23. The 5th Division has completed the siege of the main city of Grandi. The enemy troops defending the city not only refused to surrender, but also dared to fight back and resist stubbornly. 5th Division Headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. 1714:06. The enemy on the front of Hill 1174 began to retreat, but it did not turn into a rout. Our troops are pursuing them. 1st Armored Brigade Headquarters. 1716:38. Our troops entered the city, and the defenders were retreating towards the governor's palace. 1716:57. Our troops entered the governor's mansion of Hiji. 1717:04. Our army won a great victory. After friendly negotiations, Governor of Hiji, Int McMaster, agreed to accept the summons of Marshal Augustus Minsk before sunset to meet with Commander General Xander Max. Chapter 321 Governor Hiji. The sunset in Grande is as punctual as the sunrise. In the past, Governor Hiji Int McMaster would always stand on the top floor of the governor's mansion in Grande at this time, and admire the silver-white high-altitude suspended train tracks surrounding the city center and the shuttles between the interstellar port and space in the brilliant and short afterglow of sunset. In the gradually dimming afterglow, the roofs of the city were coated with a layer of gold. When countless dim colorful lights are on, the governor will think of the prosperous metropolis of Tarsones instead of this backward planet that is as desolate as a stone. Planets and cities should crawl at the feet of the creator family McMaster. But now, the Honorable Governor Hiji, the highest decision-maker of this colony and the manager of the galaxy, is crawling and trembling at the feet of the rebel leader Augustus Minsk. Maybe it's because he heard that Augustus Minsk would eat people, or heard rumors that the Revolutionary Army shot federal officials. He didn't even dare to look up at the man in front of him in a dark gray military coat. "Hello, Mr. Int McMaster. I met your cousin in Tarsones a few years ago. He is a very easygoing person." Augustus sat down on the governor's luxurious chair inlaid with a huge sapphire. In the strong wind raised by the hem of the dark gray cloak, Augustus raised one foot and placed it on top of the other. "I hope you do the same." At this moment, Governor Int McMaster was kneeling at Augustus' feet in a posture similar to prostrating himself. Fortunately, the entire floor of the governor's office was covered with soft wool carpets. Otherwise, the governor would have been shivering with cold wind when the cold wind blew in from the door. But Augustus never asked McMaster to kneel down, and he would not ask anyone to kneel down to him. Rather than saying that Governor Hage knelt down in front of Augustus, it would be better to say that he was frightened and collapsed to the ground. When Augustus just walked in from outside, his cold gray eyes only glanced at McMaster and frightened him to the ground. This made Augustus wonder what false claims the federal government and UNN had made against him. Besides eating children, what else had the Federation done recently? "You don't need to be so polite, Mr. Governor." Tychus and Corporal Faraday stood behind Augustus. The former was a burly man with a hideous scar on his face and fierce eyes. The latter looked much more respectable, but he was holding a Gauss rifle in his hand. Tychus stared at Governor Hege's trembling body with mockery in his eyes. "I thought that those who could become governors were at least capable people. Now look at what a bunch of idiots they are. An idiot can control a colony. The Federation is completely finished. How many federal governors have we seen in these years? Except for that hunk Pryor. It seems that none of the others have a good ending?" Hearing what Tychus said, the fat on Governor McMaster's face trembled. The McMaster family is one of the founding families of Tarsones Prime. They are a prominent family mainly engaged in politics, and firmly hold a lot of voice in the federal parliament. The Speaker of the Parliament is either from the Tagore family or a McMaster, with more than 200 years of development. The power of this family has already extended from Tarsones to many colonies of the Federation, and even the ancient families in these colonies are mostly their vassals. Due to the advancement of artificial insemination and other technologies, the McMaster family has many descendants, and their shadows can be seen in all walks of life and all aspects of the Terran Federation. To be the governor of a colony, McMaster can never be just a weak and incompetent person. He must have his shining points. For example, he is good at making money and is good at networking. In the early days of the Terran Federation's expansion of colonies, family background and bloodline were not synonymous with nobility. If a person could become the governor of an entire colony, he would definitely be a respected leader. The leader of the interstellar colonial era should be an upright, diligent, responsible and charismatic person. But now, The appointment of a governor is often related to a myriad of relationships and interest chains. The Parliament and the Creation family are doing their best to gain power and wealth through these positions. Or both. Stand up, Ent McMaster, and do not bring shame to your glorious family. Augustus also said, stand up. That will make people outside think I am a slave owner or a violent person. Governor McMaster staggered when he struggled to stand up. And it took him a long time to stand up. In the past, the governor would have scolded the servants around him. But now those people are free. And no one will bow down in front of him anymore. When the governor sat down on a chair opposite at Augustus's signal, 2 Revolutionary Army soldiers in military uniforms walked towards him, with the sound of boots tapping, and stood on both sides of him. As if he, the distinguished governor, was a prisoner awaiting trial. Hello, brave Marshal Augustus Minsk, the savior of the people. Your wisdom and bravery have long been widely known among the nobles of Tarsones. McMaster had not flattered others for a long time. But he still did not forget how to please the stronger. More than a dozen hours ago, McMaster said something different. He called Augustus Minsk a wild dog and a vampire. Really? People of the Creation family rarely say what they mean. It's better for my enemies to worship me than for them to hate me. Augustus smiled kindly at Governor McMaster. It's nice to see you here. Me too. I'm glad too. McMaster's expression had nothing to do with happiness. Before Augustus could say anything else, Corporal Faraday suddenly whispered to Augustus, Marshal. Just now, General Saul Carrick, the federal military commander of Hygie, shot himself. I know. Augustus sighed, but did not feel sorry. Mr. Governor. No. No. I will tell you everything. I don't want to die. I don't want to be killed. I know how you deal with people like me. McMaster suddenly shuddered and shouted, almost shouting at Augustus to spare his life. You are quite self-aware. Tychus laughed. How could we do that? Augustus was stunned for a moment. Then laughed. That's you. Don't worry. I won't hang you. He said, I would rather arrange for you to go mining. To the gas refinery to look after the valve of the exhaust valve. In short, to give you a chance to start a new life. You only need to admit that the governor's office and the grand city government colluded with each other, embezzled taxes, and used the voodoo sect to traffic in people. As for the more disgusting part, I don't even want to say it. Augustus said, just tell the truth. No need to exaggerate. Mr. Governor, whether you can survive the shameful years ahead depends on how many people you can drag into the water. Then, please sort out the evil things that the McMaster family has done over the years. And tell us in detail about how you passed legislation to bankrupt the farmers of Palo Alto and then dumped the products of your own food company on a large scale. McMaster hesitated and looked up, only to find that several cameras were already pointed at him. Augustus quickly lost interest in Governor McMaster. He stood up and walked towards the huge glass window of the governor's office. The greatest value of this Governor Hygie is that he can help the Revolutionary Army obtain evidence to expose the dark side of the Federation, or make the Genesis family feel ashamed. But Augustus does not need a puppet. At a height of several hundred feet above the ground, the wind is particularly strong, and even this solid plastic steel glass is shaking in the strong wind. There was no moon in the sky, but because there were no clouds, the stars were shining. 2 small motorboats with bright blue lights flashing on their thrusters passed by the window, carrying soldiers of the Revolutionary Army on patrol missions over the city. There were still some cunning and dangerous Fenris kings and dragons scattered in the city, hiding on the roofs or inside the skyscrapers in the center of Grandy. These Zerg seemed to have learned how to build nests in the steel forests made of reinforced concrete by humans. Once the brainworm is too far away from them, the Zerg will return to their instincts to a certain extent. Marshal, the government of the Hedgegland Administrative Region has been reorganized under your instruction. Corporal Faraday walked to Augustus' side and said, the army's offensive against the remaining 2 cities is also unstoppable. The whole of Hedgie is ours. What is the reaction of the locals? When Hedgie Governor McMaster confessed to the camera about his and the Hedgie federal government's shameful crimes. Augustus was still looking at the scenery outside the window without turning around. Many people welcomed us, but more people expressed doubts about us. Compared with the people of the Sarah system in Antigua, the reaction of the Hygie people was relatively flat. Faraday replied, the people of Hygie were not very enthusiastic about the arrival of the Revolutionary Army, and they were even confused in the political slogans of the Terran Federation planetary counselors and the UNN propaganda based on this. The Kar Revolutionary Army has always been a heinous rioter. But the Federation will not make it clear which areas the rebels have affected. They will only emphasize the viciousness of the rebels, while claiming that the rebellion is still under control. Hygie is a remote and backward colony with poor information. The most important thing is that there were no revolutionaries active here before, which led to the locals still not knowing much about the Revolutionary Army. Although the propaganda of the Revolutionary Army in Hygie is inspiring, such as the new government that replaced the corrupt governor's office, the new constitution, the new administrative agency, and the simple and clear tax system, which were supported by the middle and lower classes. The Revolutionary Army's vigorous cleansing of local black forces also made them widely praised. But there are still a considerable number of people who are influenced by the federal political propaganda and think that this army is outlaws and terrorists, and they are on the sidelines. It will only take a while for the Hygie people to find that the changes we have brought have profoundly affected their lives, and they will never want to return to the oppressed federal era. Augustus said. The cause of justice never stops. Faraday said loudly. I think you are right. Tychus has been examining the luxuriously decorated governor's mansion. In fact, he didn't really listen to what Augustus and Faraday were talking about. At this time, a burst of black smoke and coldness suddenly rose around Augustus. Augustus Meng's Dark Templar Cyrodiil appeared again. Elder, what have you found in the ruins of Hygie during this period? Augustus has become accustomed to Cyrodiil's sudden appearance and inexplicable disappearance. But no matter what, when he needs Cyrodiil, he will always appear in time. I found a Xel'Naga temple in the polar region of Hygie, although it is not exactly the same as the one in Shakuras, the hometown of the Dark Templar. I can still be sure that it comes from the great creator Xel'Naga. It is a relic from the vast years and billions of years ago. A brilliant miracle shining like a gem, Cyrodiil said to Augustus. Unfortunately, the destruction of the Xel'Naga temple by the Hygie people was almost devastating. They excavated all the clusters of catering crystals around the temple, and emptied the stone statues and exquisite obelisks inside. This is really a catastrophe. I expected it. Augustus was not very surprised. The poor Hygie people would not build a protective museum around the Xel'Naga temple. After more than 100 years of excavations by countless immigrants and archaeologists, it is now difficult for people to find much valuable things inside the Hygie Xel'Naga temple. The Umoyans are the main buyers of these relics of alien civilizations. They are always interested in pursuing advanced alien technology. However, I also found a well-preserved Xel'Naga portal not far from the Xel'Naga temple. Cyrodiil continued. The ancient and magical Xel'Naga portal is hidden under the frozen ocean of Hygie, so humans have not discovered it. Xel'Naga portal? Augustus' eyes lit up, which made him see an opportunity to connect Hygie with other colonies. The most well-known Xel'Naga portals are probably the two in Ire and Shakuras. This kind of portal created by the Xel'Naga is all over the universe. It is equivalent to a wormhole. You can walk into one portal, and then come out from another one. This will undoubtedly greatly shorten the distance between the vast colonies of humans that are far apart. Unfortunately, only the Protoss know how to open and use the Xel'Naga portals. Although humans can pass through them normally, they don't know how to open them. Moreover, once this kind of Xel'Naga portal is destroyed, it cannot be repaired. Is that Xel'Naga portal still usable? Elder? Augustus immediately asked Cyrodiil. Yes. Cyrodiil said, not only that, it is still functioning as it was when the Xel'Naga made it. In other words, this Xel'Naga portal in Hygie is connected to other ones in the universe that are still functioning. But we don't know whether it is a paradise with a pleasant climate or the orbit of the hottest blue star. Tell my warriors that I need a brave volunteer, no matter who he is. Augustus turned to Corporal Faraday. No, there is no need to do that. Cyrodiil's telepathic speech was mixed with laughter. The Dark Templar know how to use it. I can use this portal to connect with the portals I know. For example, Shakuras, the home of our Dark Templar. Augustus was helpless with Cyrodiil's habit of not liking to finish his words at once. So, you can now summon reinforcements from Shakuras? Chapter 322 Xel'Naga Portal. This is a vast ocean that was frozen when it was just born, with thousands of feet of glaciers on its back. The tens of thousands of miles of glacier walls are magnificent under the cobalt blue sky, like the residence of gods at the end of the world. The extreme cold and freezing made the Federal Exploration Department not conduct secondary development even after detecting rich high-energy gas reserves, but just put the plan on hold temporarily, because Hygie has other resources that are easier to obtain and cheaper. At the entrance of a mile-long glacier crevasse, a research station and camp that was just completed today was brightly lit. Outside these white buildings made of environmentally resistant materials, there were several golden blue Protoss buildings. The ice surface emitted a bright sky blue light under the illumination of the Protoss catering crystals. Two huge dark purple Revolutionary Army Nova Squadron science ships were anchored on it. A large number of transport ships and turbine detection drones were surrounding the two science ships and traveling between the sky and the ground. These buildings are not mass-produced houses welded from prefabricated panels, but solid observation stations built with thick board walls and furnaces. The outside is connected to pipelines filled with refined high-energy gas and fuel oil, shaped like tree stumps with intertwined roots. Augustus was standing at the door of a barracks, next to Tychus, Faraday, and Dark Templar Zeratul. At this time, Augustus and others were wearing warm polar work clothes, and only Zeratul was still wearing his thin dark purple robe. Since the Dark Archbishop Zeratul claimed that the extreme cold of the polar regions was also part of the Dark Templar's asceticism, Augustus no longer worried that he would be frostbitten or frozen. A quarter-mile in front of Augustus and the others was the Xel'Naga portal that Zeratul had mentioned. It was a giant arched gate over 1,000 feet high, with a step pyramid at its base. The stones used to build the pyramid seemed to be some kind of living organic matter, with a fluorescent green light on the surface that symbolized life. Shell-like spiral patterns and difficult-to-understand Xel'Naga hieroglyphs covered the surface of the main building, making it look like part of an altar. The perfect combination of nature and technology. A living building that seems to have a soul. This Xel'Naga portal was originally buried a mile under the glacier. Zeratul's Dark Templar used the void energy beams released by their Xel'Naga spaceship Void Seeker to evaporate all the ice on it and bring it to light. The sharp ice cones in the surrounding area are left by the recondensation of water vapor. Around the Xel'Naga portal are towering buildings that are being built. They are interstellar ports and transportation platforms being built. The plan to develop a high-energy gas collection industry in the geological layer under the Hedgie Arctic Glacier has been implemented. In the future, this will become a gas extraction and refining base built based on gas veins. Considering the extremely high strategic value hidden in the Xel'Naga portal, Augustus attaches great importance to it. This is the first Xel'Naga portal controlled by the Revolutionary Army. Through it, the Revolutionary Army can not only transport personnel and materials to other galaxies, but also attack planets or resource collection stations at unexpected times and locations of the Federation. This is the creation of the Xel'Naga, which the Protoss have been imitating but cannot even reach 1/10,000th of. Zeratul and Augustus walk towards the Xel'Naga portal in the distance. The steps and the erected obelisks contain a long poem by a Xel'Naga prophet, recording the story of how they came from the void and spread the seeds of life in the universe. The beauty and poetry of the language are the only ones I have ever seen in my life. Excuse me, Elder. I can't see it. Augustus actually doesn't care much about the artistic value of the alien relics. He cares more about the actual value of such things to himself. This is exactly what makes Augustus different from other members of the Minsk family. He has no interest in appreciating art. Of course. So I told you all this. This comes from Zeratul's cold sense of humor. At this time, a small Protoss shuttle, shining with golden and blue light in the cold polar sun, landed around Augustus. When the shuttle landed, it was as light as a leaf falling on a sponge, without stirring up a hurricane of ice chips like a human spacecraft. Tassadar, a high-ranking Templar in a golden blue robe, walked out of the iris of the Protoss shuttle without any other Templars. Hello, Augustus Minsk. Although we failed to kill the new agent of the Overmind, we at least saved this planet and the people on it. Tassadar greeted Augustus first, and then turned to the Dark Templar Zeratul beside him with a little stiffness. I have long heard of your heroic deeds, Dark Archon Zeratul. Although Tassadar spoke with reverence, he involuntarily took 2 steps back. Then the respected executor lowered his head, as if blushing. The teachings I have received still affect me, but that will not hinder my communication with the Dark Templar. In the name of Adon, I swear to look at the feud between the Templar and the Dark Templar without prejudice. The Dark Templar have always respected our Templar brothers. We have always believed that it was the arbitrator class of the Supreme Council that expelled the Nerazim, and Adon of the Templar class protected us. Zeratul said, I usually don't comment on the decisions of the arbitrators, but they have indeed made many mistakes recently. Tassadar also has some complaints about the Supreme Council, which at least shows that he now has a lot in common with the Dark Templar represented by Zeratul. Despite this, Tassadar still tends to keep a certain distance from Zeratul. Many Templars have an almost instinctive aversion to the Dark Templar. So much so that some Templars will have spots similar to goosebumps when they approach their fellow Dark Templars. Let's see where the Xel'Naga portal can take us, Augustus said, as he extended his hand and asked Tassadar and Cyrodiil to follow him up to the base of the step pyramid below the Xel'Naga portal. Every few steps under the Xel'Naga portal stood a revolutionary soldier holding an electromagnetic rifle and wearing a golden red CMC 300 power armor. And there were flags fluttering in the wind. Walking on the steps gave you a strange feeling of stepping on soft grass. And the spiral patterns and words engraved on the steps and the giant obelisks on both sides were emitting a vibrant green light. The light flickered every moment, and the frequency of the flickering was like a heartbeat, as if it had life. The steps led directly to the main body of the magnificent portal. A huge door that should have been built for giants and could accommodate a fleet. At the top of the steps was a facility similar to a control console, which was built of green organic stones, and the surface was flowing with green void energy. How great! This was not the first time Tassadar had seen a Xel'Naga portal, but he still exclaimed, to this day, "We rarely use the Xel'Naga portal on Aiur. Just like the Xel'Naga temple. It is not common. But the places that the Xel'Naga have reached are definitely not what we can imagine. So there may still be a considerable number of Xel'Naga portals in the universe. But they are extremely far apart and difficult to find. Yes, after being expelled from Aiur by the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire thousands of years ago, our ancestors also wandered in the universe for a long time before they knew their current home, the twilight-shrouded land of Shakuras." Cyrodiil agreed. "We stopped on that dark world only because we found the Xel'Naga temple and the portal there. So, we stayed there forever," Cyrodiil said as he walked towards the portal console inlaid with a huge green crystal, stroking its smooth surface like seaweed, even after endless years of erosion. The various facilities of this portal have not been affected by many years, although it can still be damaged by external damage or even unable to be used again. Hyge's one has not been damaged. Xel'Naga, distant wanderer, ancestor, teacher Han. They must have been here. And these ruins are the evidence. Cyrodiil was obsessed with every ingenious structure of the Xel'Naga portal console, and was deeply fascinated by it. Why are these Protoss saying things I can't understand at all? They just need to tell me whether this door can be used. Tychus listened carefully for a while, but didn't understand. He really couldn't understand what the Protoss god Xel'Naga was. Of course. I'll activate it now. Cyrodiil didn't care about Tychus's impatience. He could understand the peculiarities of this human personality. The Xel'Naga portal can connect to all portals that are still functioning normally, unless the other side refuses it through the console. As he spoke, he fumbled with the crystal button on the console, injected the vast void energy into the crystal at the core of the console, and activated it. "I am transmitting instructions so that it can connect to the portal of Shakuras. Although I have been away from my hometown for a long time, I believe the Dark Templars guarding there are still doing their duty. They know it is me, so they will not refuse to connect to the portal of Hegi." A bright blue light began to light up on the portal, and it radiated a dazzling brilliance, making it almost impossible for Augustus to open his eyes. The light gradually dimmed until a mysterious vortex formed. "Elder, can this portal be connected to the Xel'Naga portal in Aiur?" Augustus walked over to Cyrodiil and said. "And Tassadar just said there is a Xel'Naga portal on Aiur. You can give it a try." Tassadar also walked over and said, "If this works, I can always use this portal to help Aiur. This magnificent Xel'Naga portal is more than a few miles in diameter and can accommodate a Protoss aircraft carrier. Give it a try." Augustus also admitted that the idea was tempting. "I can find the one on Aiur on this Xel'Naga console, but I remember that the portal is closed to the outside world," Cyrodiil said. "I know very little about this." Tassadar showed regretful emotions. Tassadar was just a Templar. His duty was to practice combat skills diligently and comprehend the mysteries of Kala. The work related to the Xel'Naga creations was the responsibility of the Arbitrator tribe, the Surok tribe, and the Templars rarely got involved. In other words, now Aiur is only allowed to leave, not enter? Augustus speculated. As soon as the voice fell, Cyrodiil sighed and said, "Air's Xel'Naga portal has been locked. Not only that, I believe that after the golden age of the Protoss Empire, the conservative Imperial Supreme Council has never activated the portal again. The Aiur of the Protoss Empire are introverted and conservative. After the end of the Golden Age, they completely lost the spirit of expanding territory and pioneering innovation, because they firmly believe that their civilization and technology have reached perfection in the minds of the entire race. The idea of stability above all else has subtly influenced all aspects of the cultural and technological development of the Protoss Empire. They no longer try to explore other unknown worlds through the Xel'Naga portal. For scholars in the Protoss Empire, the Xel'Naga portal should be a valuable cultural relic and heritage that deserves to be properly preserved so that future generations can visit it again. I will locate the one in Shakura's. Cyrodiil saw Augustus nod, and then looked at Tassadar. Tassadar had expected to meet Cyrodiil's compatriots. He hesitated, but finally agreed. I hope they will not hate the Templar because of the past. No. Our matriarch Razadil taught us what forgiveness is. It was not you who coldly expelled us from Aiur, but the arrogant Supreme Council, Cyrodiil said. And the portal vortex they were in suddenly rippled. An arm covered in dark black gauntlets came out from the portal's vortex iris. And then a dark Templar dressed in dark black armor and black tabards walked out. Oh! I think we just poked the Dark Templar, Tychus whispered to Augustus. That's a good thing, Tychus, Augustus said. The more Dark Templars willing to help us, the more the Cerebrates will think twice before invading our world. The distance between the Dark Templar's green eyes shortened a little. A gesture similar to scrutiny. But then he emitted a joyful mental wave. Cyrodiil. Lilac. Brother. Cyrodiil recognized the other party with surprise. Gods above. Is it really you? Lilac is a shadow master who guards the portal of Shakura's Xel'Naga under the order of the Nerazim Matriarch. Will I really see you again? Cyrodiil? Chapter 323 Shakura's. You have some new friends. The Dark Templar Lilac, who came out from the other side of the Xel'Naga portal, looked at Augustus and Tychus, and the distance between his eyes widened a little. They are crude and ugly humans. Weak but violent. Humans killing each other always brings violence and destruction. Wow. You hit the point. Ugly thing. Tychus immediately hit back. You may be right. But Augustus Mengsk and his human revolutionary army are different from those humans. Cyrodiil introduced his human friend to his fellow Dark Templars. Cyrodiil praised Augustus. Augustus has a Protoss soul. When a Protoss says that a human is like a Protoss, it means that they have recognized the noble qualities of this human under the appearance, and are willing to treat him as a fellow. I believe you, Cyrodiil. This human does have a straightforward, cheerful and fearless heart. Lilac looked at Augustus for a few seconds, then turned to Tychus. But why? Although they are both humans, these two people are completely opposite. I don't understand. I'm going to get angry, Tychus warned Lilac. Tychus Finley is a selfless man who can stand up to the wall behind you. Augustus said something nice about his old friend. I don't mind if you compliment me, Tychus smiled broadly, not feeling ashamed or blushing. Augustus was good at finding and praising the good qualities of others, but Tychus was almost never praised. Dark Templar Lilac lost interest in the humans, narrowing his eyes in caution as he turned to Tassadar. A Templar. Hi Templar. I am not pleased to see you here. Lilac spoke his mind bluntly. Granted, he did not hate the Aiur as much as some of his fellow Nerazim, but he did not like them either. And yet, you are still hunting us. His smooth skin, darker than Tassadar's, was mottled with anger. Even if he is executed, a Dark Templar will never agree with Kala. Kala is a cage, a chain around our necks. It clamps our thoughts, suppresses independent personality, and blurs the differences and boundaries between each other. We choose to liberate freedom. Embrace freedom and truth. This is the meaning of Nerazim. People who embrace truth. I am not here to hunt down the Dark Templar. On the contrary, we should be compatriots and allies. Tassadar confessed his views on the Dark Templar. I have always thought that you and the power you hold are heresy and wrong. But now I have seen the Dark Archon Cyrodiil has proved to me the bravery and kindness of the Dark Templar. What did he say? Cages and chains? Tychus, who was listening nearby, searched for the key words and whispered to Augustus. Someone put chains around the necks of those Protoss, which reminded me of dog leashes. What kind of person would do that? Treat the Protoss like dogs. I care more about who holds the end of the chain. Augustus' tone sounded like he was joking. Anyway, it must feel good, Tychus said. Tassadar was once an executive officer of the Protoss Empire, but was exiled for disobeying the Supreme Council's order to destroy the colonies infected by the Zerg. Now Tassadar and his Templars have broken with the Supreme Council. Cyrodiil explained to Lilac at this time. You surprised me. When Lilac heard that Tassadar, as an executive officer, had broken with the Supreme Council, his attitude towards him suddenly changed 180 degrees. High Templar. I see some characteristics of the Twilight Apostle Adon in you. Greetings to you, Tassadar. You are a friend of the Nerazim. It is my honor, brother. Tassadar made a forward bowing gesture. Cyrodiil, many magnificent stories must have happened in a long time since you left Shakuras. Lilac turned to Cyrodiil and Augustus. You just mentioned the Zerg. The disturbing whispers in the void have intensified, which indicates that the disaster is coming. The abomination is destroying the Garden of Xel'Naga, and this may be the beginning of the end. He looked at Cyrodiil and said, the matriarch has learned of the Xel'Naga creations of the Zerg in the Copperless sector. You are the only Dark Master nearby. The matriarch wishes to learn what is happening there. With pleasure. Cyrodiil spread his right hand flat on his shoulder to show respect for the matriarch mentioned by Lilac. And then he looked at Augustus and Tassadar. I hope to invite you to my homeland of Shakuras. Augustus Minsk. Tassadar. I'm honored, Tassadar said immediately. Dark Templar Lilac didn't seem to have any objections. Shakuras welcomes non-hostile Templars and Kalai. But no arbitrator of the Supreme Council is allowed to enter. If you invite me, Elder, I will go, Augustus said after a moment of silence. But I may bring a few people with me. My people have not seen much of the world. Augustus would not miss the opportunity to meet the leader of the Protoss Dark Templar. After all, Cyrodiil could not represent all the Nerazim Protoss of Shakuras. If possible, Augustus hoped to gain the support of the Nerazim Matriarch. Shakuras welcomes them. Cyrodiil looked at Tychus and Corporal Faraday. And then he led Lilac and Tassadar through the portal. Notify the command center that I will be away for a few hours. During this time, Major General Xander Max will be the Supreme Commander of Hygie. Augustus first conveyed his orders to the command center, and then prepared to follow Cyrodiil through the Xel'Naga portal in front of him. Do you really want to go? We don't even know what's behind it. Tychus was reluctant to go. Do you know what kind of place is Shakuras? The Protoss are completely different from us. Who knows if the place where they can live is harmful to us? Follow me. What are you afraid of? Augustus smiled and provoked Tychus. If Jimmy was here, he would definitely not complain about this or be afraid of that. Faraday. Let's go. Do you want to bring the guards? Faraday said. I'm worried that the Protoss might be unfavorable to us. I know what you think. But the Revolutionary Army can lose me. But they can't lose you. No need. We are not going to fight. Augustus shook his head and walked into the vortex of the Xel'Naga portal, flashing blue light without paying attention to Tychus's muttering. As soon as Augustus stepped in, he found himself on the soft sand. The blue light of the portal illuminated the sand and the huge purple crystal clusters around it. But it was dark in the distance. Shakuras is shrouded in eternal twilight, as if it is always between day and night. Its deserts reflecting lavender light, and mountains buried in crystal veins extend across its vast and empty land. This planet has sparse vegetation, and strong winds can easily blow up sand. These sands spinning and flying in the wind reflect blurred blue-purple light under the light of the moon, with a unique and strange and magnificent beauty. The fresh and cold air here can meet the standard of human breathing. But you must be careful of the broken sand in the wind. In the distance was the lavender desert, vast and far away, with a silent tranquility. There were two huge purple moons in the sky, which almost occupied half of the sky. This made Augustus feel that the sky was so close to him, and the mountains like the back of a dragon seemed to be on the moon. Not far from the portal was the magnificent Protoss building complex, and several dark green giant crystal towers were radiating bright light. A small Protoss shuttle, only 100 feet long, was parked at the bottom of the steps of the Xel'Naga portal. Cyrodiil, Lilac and Tassadar were walking down the steps and talking towards the dark small shuttle. The atmosphere seemed quite harmonious instead of the tense atmosphere at the beginning. Why is it so dark? Full of sand and pebbles? How come we have to come to these poor and barren planets these days? Marsera, Antigua, Char, Hegi, and this damn place. Although Tychus was reluctant, he finally followed. Tychus walked to Augustus' side, took out a laser lighter from his pocket, and started to light a cigarette. Isn't it? Augustus glanced at Tychus and walked towards the Protoss shuttle with Corporal Faraday. Augustus followed Tassadar into the shuttle through an iris-emitting green light, and was surprised to find that it was already full of Dark Templars wearing black armor. Rather than saying that this was to show the importance of the Dark Templars to the guests, it was more like a warning against them. Facing 20 or 30 silent Dark Templars, even Tychus did not dare to complain about the bad weather in Shakuras. Augustus sat down calmly and appreciated the magnificent and fantastic natural scenery of Shakuras through its huge porthole when the shuttle took off. The shuttle was as light as a butterfly in the blue glare of the portal. It was almost non-reflective and silent. The shuttles flew continuously in the sky above the twilight of Seguras at a speed far exceeding that of conventional human near-ground aircraft, passing through vast deserts, mountains, and shallow lavender rivers. Augustus even saw a group of creatures that looked like pterosaurs flying past the shuttles. About 2 hours later, a magnificent city in a brilliant and glorious state finally took shape. It was a majestic city standing in the lavender twilight and thick fog, with thousands of dark golden towers and towering pyramid-shaped buildings rising from the rocky ground that spread like thorns. Countless green crystal towers and light bridges connecting the tall buildings formed a shining city. It seemed to be made of bright metal and crystal, and it looked like flowing gold and silver in the dim twilight. A large number of detectors and long shuttle-shaped dark green spacecraft were flying above the city, like fish swimming in the water. A magnificent Nerazim warship was sailing out of the star gate in the sky, followed by hundreds of dark Templar pirate ships. Temetros, the first city built by the Nerazim Protoss after arriving in Shakuras. Sitting opposite Augustus, Zeratul introduced the city to Augustus. Shocking, Augustus exclaimed. The center of the city of Temetros is a towering Xel'Naga temple, which is more majestic than any human building or temple Augustus has ever seen. The shining organic metal surface is dotted with golden ratio geometric figures and spiral patterns, like tender tendrils of ferns. It is like a mountain with a shining spire. The top reaches the sky, surrounded by hurricanes, and stands tall. The shuttle flew around the Xel'Naga temple and headed for another conical spire suspended on an anti-gravity flying saucer next to it. The top of the spire is a spectacular landing platform, where a large number of elegant Protoss dark black shuttles take off and land. The internal structure of this giant spire is very strange, consisting of multiple sets of spiral staircases, as if it is a hollow structure suspended in the air. Gorgeous but not set, shining like metal and gems but as light as velvet. When Augustus walked down, he noticed that he was on a huge circular platform, with dark golden spiral patterns under his feet. On the edge of the platform stood dark Templars wearing dark purple cloaks, each of them standing still. If the matriarch of the Shakuras Protoss was here, then those warriors must be the Shadow Guard. The gorgeous dome with exquisite carvings stretched in front of Augustus, and the green crystals embedded in the dark golden alloy walls around it emitted a gentle and bright light. The several hundred-foot-high statue in the center of the platform is particularly eye-catching. It is a composite statue, a Protoss Templar decorated in the same way as Protoss Executor Tassadar is standing in the middle. He looks softly at the slender Protoss girl who is half kneeling in front of him and holding the end of her robe close to her forehead. There are several Templars and a large number of ragged Protoss standing around. That's Aden, Tassadar said in surprise. At this time, 2 Dark Templar elders, who are much more hunched than Zeratul, and a young and agile female Dark Templar appeared in the shadows and walked towards Zeratul and Tassadar beside Augustus. Zeratul, my old friend, welcome back. You are home. Ha ha ha. The elder Dark Templar hugged Zeratul, and both of them laughed like an old man. Mohanar, the wise man. Zeratul was also very happy. Dark Archbishop Mohanar, Master, Mother is waiting for you. When the young female Templar said this, her shining eyes, which emitted green light, stayed on Augustus and Tassadar for a while. Her eyes are aggressive, alert and sharp, like a wild ocelot in the jungle. This tall and slender female Dark Templar wears dark armor and purple robes, and her long veil, like Zeratul, flutters in the wind. Her twilight robes are like a long skirt, dotted with starlight green jewels. Her proud figure, slender and sharp features are the symbols of elegance and beauty in the hearts of the Nerazim. At first, people who see this Dark Templar will take it lightly because of her slender wrists. But she is definitely a powerful and majestic Shadow Master with many disciples. Augustus knows her. She is the daughter of the current Nerazim Matriarch Razigal and the future Matriarch Vorazin. Chapter 324 Matriarch. Augustus followed Zeratul and his group of Dark Templars along the long corridors and spiral staircases towards the core area of the towering tower. Along the way, he could see Nerazim warriors standing on both sides. They were wearing purple robes and armor, silent and sharp-eyed. This place was very different from the golden and magnificent style of the Star Shuttle aircraft carrier that Augustus had visited. The wide corridors were decorated with exquisite ornaments and green crystal gems, but gave people a sense of oppression, as if countless pairs of eyes were peeping at this place in the shadows. Despite being separated from their brethren on Aiur for many years, the craftsmen of the Nerazim are still as skilled as ever, creating masterpieces of unparalleled beauty. The difference is that the sunless Shakuras do not favor gold and blue, preferring to hide and stay in the shadows. So the architecture of the Nerazim is much more low-key than that of the Aiur. However, the architecture of the Shakuras is still magnificent and shining, just as great as that of their estranged Aiur kin. Tassadar and Augustus walked side by side. Both of them had a wonderful feeling of being open to the world. The former had always thought that the Dark Templar were barbaric thugs who could not control their power, as recorded in the Templar archives, while Augustus was just shocked. They walked into a circular hall together, and the oppressive atmosphere was swept away immediately. This was a wide and bright circular hall, enough to accommodate 2 Tarsoni's federal opera houses. The light from the outside world shone through the translucent crystals of the dome, and the bright purple crystal clusters grew on the dome, supporting the entire dome, as if it was decorated with the sun, moon and stars. Sitting on a huge chair inlaid with green gems and crystals was Razigal, the matriarch of the Shakuras Protoss. She was wearing a reddish-brown robe, golden armor and accessories, and a huge blue crystal on her gorgeous headdress. Her clothes were more like those of the Aiur Protoss than those of the Dark Templar like Cyrodiil. The matriarch's eyes were bright, as if a beam of light was piercing through them. Augustus remembered that Razigal, the matriarch of the Shakuras Protoss, was one of the oldest Protoss, but was surprised to find that the signs of aging on her face were not obvious. Razigal looks like her daughter, Vorazin, but is undoubtedly much more mature and stable. She is calm and quiet, and has won the respect of all the Protoss of Shakuras with the majesty and fairness of a female patriarch. The signs of aging of the Protoss are not as obvious as those of humans, but time will still leave marks on them, making them weak and slow, until their strength declines significantly. I am Razigal, the patriarch of the Dark Templar, and welcome you to our world. The voice of Razigal in Augustus' mind is a mature and beautiful female voice. The Protoss do not have vocal cords, and their voices are determined by their psychological age. Razigal, the leader of the Dark Templar, is solemn and beautiful, and the traces of time are visible in her sharp green eyes. When Razigal was still young, she led the Nerazim Protoss, who were expelled from Aiur, and forged them into a whole. Matriarch Razigal was once a majestic and powerful Dark Templar, but now her power is obviously weakened. Augustus walked towards Razigal under the gaze of the Dark Templars, and bowed in the manner of Korhal as he approached her. Corporal Faraday behind him followed suit, and Tychus was just stunned for a moment, and after a brief embarrassment, he also made an impeccable ceremonial gesture. Tassadar was a little uncomfortable with the oppressive atmosphere around him, but he still stood firmly beside Augustus. Dark Templars such as Cyrodiil, Mohandar and Vorazin stood behind the female leader Razigal. It is an honor to meet you, matriarch of the Protoss Dark Templar. I am Augustus Minsk, leader of the Human Korhal Revolution. Augustus took the lead in introducing himself to the matriarch. Augustus Minsk, I have heard from Cyrodiil about the tragic experience of your people, and the bravery of you and your warriors. Razigal stood up, and walked to Augustus amid the jingling of the crystals in her headdress. Razigal was much taller than Augustus, who was not wearing CMC power armor. Her palm, shining with green light, passed through the air, forming a gesture representing a prayer for tranquility. As the leader of the Dark Templar and a Protoss, Razigal is far from the word arrogant. She even naturally regards Augustus as a Protoss equal to herself, rather than an uncivilized primitive animal. Zerg. They appeared suddenly. The Dark Templar and Xel'Naga scholars who traveled in the universe had never found any trace of Zerg. Razigal said, Zerg are the enemy of the Protoss. It is the responsibility of the Dark Templar to eradicate them. It is not only a war for the human race, but also ours. Razigal's assurance convinced Augustus that his visit to Shakuras would be rewarding. If the discovery of the Xel'Naga temple in Heji was a pleasant surprise, then what Augustus had to do was to seize this opportunity to seek help. At this time, Razigal realized that he seemed to have left the Templar's executor Tassadar aside, and turned to look at him. Hello, Executor Tassadar. Please forgive my rudeness. You are dressed exactly like Adin in the past. Razigal looked at Tassadar. Adin, my mentor, your name is still spoken with reverence by the Dark Templar, she said in a nostalgic tone. Will I ever see you again? Intaro Adin. Tassadar held out his hands. palms up, in front of him. It was a friendly gesture, not an offensive one. Aden. His heroic legend is sung by poets and all the aspects, and is still sung today. My ideal is to become an executor like him, leading the Protoss to a golden age of revival again. Enarudin Aden. Razagar responded to Tassadar and said gently, Executor? You are the same as Aden, not only in your clothes, but also in your kind and merciful souls. I have heard about your experience. Once, it was Aden who was held accountable by the Supreme Council for sheltering the Dark Templar. And now you are guilty of sheltering humans. Long ago, I was arrested by the Supreme Council and thrown into prison for refusing to join Kara. They tried me for heresy and decided to execute me and my followers from other tribes. She said, it was Aden who saved us. At that time, I swore to him, I will remember this favor forever. We will follow your orders and use the void power you taught us to hide ourselves to ensure that we will not be discovered by the Supreme Council's pursuers. When the time comes, we will be happy to reunite with our brothers and sisters who believe in Kala. We, the Dark Templar, have never opposed the will of our fellow Templars. We just want to maintain our own identity and pursue our own path. Praise your tolerance. Tassadar bowed. I heard that Aiur was also invaded by the Zerg. Razigal sighed again. I am one of the few Dark Templars who still remember our ancient homeland. Aiur's lush green rainforests, blue skies, and jewel-like lakes and oceans are so charming that everything seems to be still vivid in my mind. Yes. Tassadar said this fact with regret. The Zerg invasion of Aiur is a catastrophe. The bravest Templars guard our sacred homeland Aiur. But the Zerg are the most terrible enemy the Protoss Empire has ever seen. The arrogance and underestimation of the Supreme Council will inevitably lead to strategic failure. He said, the Templars' blades can easily break the Zerg's shells, but they are endless. If the Dark Templars' void energy cannot be used, the brain worms will continue to die and resurrect, and the Zerg will continue to be reborn. But our Templars are limited. I am worried that if the Supreme Council does not summon the invincible fleets scattered across the universe, Aiur, unfortunately, even if the Dark Templar want to help you, the Supreme Council will never allow it. Razigal looked at Tassadar and said, but the power of the void is not only mastered by us, including the Templars. All the Protoss can master it, because it is the power that exists in our origin. Her words surprised Tassadar. Our ancestors had mastered psychic power before the emergence of the Kala. That kind of primitive power is the void psychic power. A primitive energy that has not been restrained by the Kala and has not been suppressed and circulated. As long as you are trained and learn how to meditate and sharpen yourself, you can master the power of the void like us. As Razigal spoke, she raised her hand under her brown-red sleeves. Without the use of the psychic blade wrist guard, a shining green psychic blade suddenly took shape in her hand. The green psychic blade itself was not cold, but Augustus, who was standing next to it, still felt a piercing chill. So, I can become a Dark Templar? Tassadar asked happily. The power of the void is hidden in your body. Razigar pointed to the location of Tassadar's 3 hearts. Don't you think the power of the Dark Templar is corrupt and sinful? I don't think so. The Dark Templar are just living their own way. They are just a part of the people who disagree with the majority. Tassadar said frankly, power has no good or evil, but depends on who uses it. You are a powerful apostle of Kala. You have been trained since birth to control your impulses and how to control their minds, so that your innate power will not get out of control. Rashigar accepted it with pleasure. You are extremely talented, and will soon learn how to master the energy of the void. There was a hint of smile in her words. But if you want to become a Dark Templar, you must pass our trial. Shadow Walk. Dark Archon Zeratul will teach you how to master the void psychic energy. After all, you have known each other for a while. As long as it can save my people, we are willing to try anything. Tassadar responded immediately. Wow. Can I learn it too? Magic. Only Tychus would interrupt at this time. All the Protoss looked at Tychus, and then looked at each other blankly. You have not shown any talent for psychic energy. Human. Only Razigal still gently explained to Tychus patiently. Moreover, we can only teach human psychics to coordinate their own psychic energy and skillfully control and use it. We cannot let you control it from scratch. Damn it. Colonel Finley. Your psi talent is almost non-existent. Corporal Faraday tactfully reminded Tychus that he had no psychic power. That means you are a squib. No. You should be a muggle. Augustus quoted a joke from Harry Potter. But Tychus couldn't understand it anyway. But this gave Augustus some inspiration. The psychic power development system of the Protoss has been quite mature after a long period of development. Presumably, the use of psychic power by the young human race is still quite primitive. The Terran Federation Ghost Academy was only built a few decades ago, and high-level psychers often lose control, which is impossible for the Protoss. If the Protoss were to train human psychers, they would undoubtedly become more stable and prevent the possibility of losing control. After mastering their own psychers, they would become more powerful than before. Augustus decided to wait until he had a better relationship with Tassadar or Cyrodiil, and then asked them to teach the psychers of the Revolutionary Army. Ah, now is not the time to tell these things. Razigal walked past Augustus and Tassadar, and walked to a spherical control console in the circular hall. Your boss? What is she going to do? Tychus asked Cyrodiil, who was walking by with some disappointment. The matriarch wants to summon our warriors through the void mind crystals throughout Shakuras. Cyrodiil was silent for a moment, and then said, originally, Shakuras was still far away from the Copperlu sector. But the discovery of the new Xel'Naga portal allows us to quickly rush to Copperlu and even Aiur. Augustus followed Razigal. He had thought that the Dark Templar leader would at most summon 1 or 2 shadow guards or centurions, but it seemed that she would send more than that. However, considering that the population base and size of the Protoss of Shakuras were still far less than their compatriots in Aiur, the number of this expeditionary force should not be too large. After all, they still had to keep some troops to defend their homeland. My people? Augustus stared and listened to Razigal's speech. Because the Dark Templars do not have Kala, their communication will still be mainly face-to-face spiritual communication and psychic voice. You all know the existence of the Zerg, and these abominations that are wreaking havoc in the universe must be eradicated, Razigal said. From now on, all Shadow Masters and Dark Templars will embark on the Shadow Road again, bringing death and fear to our enemies. Our blades will illuminate this dark age until the day of triumph. She said, I will call for an expeditionary force, which will be composed of the bravest Shadow Hunters. Warriors, draw your swords in the name of the gods. And Zagator Naz, the Protoss Kalani language, meaning that the gods are watching you. Chapter 325 Areha. Augustus was moved by Razigal's words, not just because he was moved by the determination and courage in his words. Now the Xel'Naga portal in Heji, which is under the control of the Revolutionary Army, is directly connected to the home world of the Dark Templar, Shakuras, which means that if the Zerg invade this world again, they will face the wrath of the Dark Templar. If the Federation fleet invades Heji, Augustus can also seek help from Shakuras. Although he believes that the possibility of the Dark Templar intervening in human internal disputes is very small, they will surely not allow a Xel'Naga portal connected to Shakuras to fall into the control of the Terran Federation. Mother, I am willing to join this expedition. At this time, Vorazin, the daughter of the matriarch Razigal, walked towards her mother and whispered, I am glad that you will fight alongside the warriors of my tribe. You will grow and be tempered until you return to the tribe again. Razigal readily agreed. Cyrodiil. She then turned to the dark priest beside her. I hope you can lead these brave warriors far away from Shakuras and their kin. The young Dark Templars need the guidance of the elders. This is my responsibility. Cyrodiil accepted the appointment of the matriarch. For a long time, as the dark priest, Cyrodiil has been traveling in distant worlds far away from Shakuras, following the footsteps of the Xel'Naga. Compared with the respected dark priest Mohanar, Cyrodiil has almost never managed the affairs of the tribe. After saying this, Razigal looked at Augustus and Tassadar, asking them to follow him to the top of the tower. Augustus, Tychus and Corporal Faraday followed Razigal up a spiral staircase inlaid with green and vermilion crystals, and came to the circular platform at the top of the tower where shuttles and aircraft were parked. This spire is the tallest building after the Xel'Naga temple. The spire, surrounded by strong winds, stands above the thick fog that permeates the entire city. Thousands of spires shining with bright light shine in the hazy fog, and hundreds of giant circular floating transport platforms and docking platforms stacked on each other are like clusters of mushroom caps. Shakuras is a world in twilight. The light of the lighting crystals in the city never stops, and it is impossible to judge the time by the rising and setting of the sun and the moon. As Matriarch Razigal preached, more and more spaceships flew over the city of Timetros, and the Dark Templar and Nerazim civilians, who were meditating in their residences, came out one after another. Razigal just stood on the edge of the top platform, staring at the foggy city through the energy-shaped wall. We will soon be able to gather enough volunteers. The Dark Templar are the best and bravest hunters and warriors among the Nerazim, she said to Augustus and Tassadar. Before she finished speaking, 2 Dark Templars in black armor appeared in front of Razigal as black smoke rose. Their decorations were the same as Ziratil's. Dark Priest Asma. Dark Priest Soraya. The Shadow Guard is ready, Patriarch, a Dark Priest said. Dark Templars, who want to participate in the expedition, are gathering in the central square of Telmatros. The number has exceeded 10,000. Our phase technicians and starship craftsmen also want to contribute their strength to this expedition. Thank you for your support, Rashagar said. Orega of the Alisar tribe requests an audience with you, another Dark Priest said. Orega? The last time I saw him was in the Temple of Wisdom, a large library that preserves the history and ancient skills of the Dark Templar in Elnor, a dry satellite, and a holy place for the Dark Templar, where he was an apprentice of Kriska. At that time, his hatred and disgust for the Ire Protoss and the Templars were already very surprising, Ziratil said. Over the years, Orega has become more and more extreme. He left the holy city of Elnor and spread his ideas among the Dark Templars of Shakuras, Vorazin said. It is rumored that Orega violated the rules of Elnor and was expelled. But his teacher Master Kriska did not want to reveal too much, just worried that Orega might hurt himself and his people with his hatred. Orega was not like this in the past. He was smart and meticulous, and dedicated his youth to the Temple of Wisdom in Elnor. He is pious and simple, and all the Dark Templars who see Orega are willing to make friends with him. Ziratil's deep mental fluctuations are like a sigh. Mother will not support his extreme ideas, although we have been persecuted and exiled by the Ire Protoss. There is no need to contact them again for hatred, Vorazin said. This is the internal division among the Protoss of Shakuras. Some Dark Templars have forgotten the history of being expelled from Ire by the Supreme Council in the past, while others still have that memory deeply engraved in their hearts. Olega of the Alashsar tribe among the Nerazim tribes is an example of extreme hatred for the Templar. Tell Olega. Razigar was about to say something. A Dark Templar half kneeling on the ground had appeared in front of everyone. He was wearing a blue-black robe and veil, and the nerve bundles that had been cut off were tied together with dark golden hoops and other ornaments. Who allowed him to come in? Vorazin asked sternly. I came for the expedition. Olega remained on one knee, looking down at the ground. I will fight for my people and defend our homeland. The Zerg threat must be eliminated. Otherwise they will find Shakuras one day. Templar? When the Dark Templar named Olega slowly raised his head, he noticed Tassadar and Augustus standing side by side with him. Tassadar's shining golden blue armor and blue eyes were out of tune with the Dark Templar, and were quite conspicuous in a dark black and dark gold armor. Why is there a Templar in Shakuras? Has an executive officer, the executioner of the Supreme Council, found Shakuras? Olega narrowed his dark green eyes and slowly raised one hand. A long staff inlaid with green crystals appeared in Olega's hand. With a crackling sound, 2 curved and long green sickle-shaped psychic blades appeared at both ends of the staff, like 2 symmetrical crescent moons. The next moment, the Dark Templar in a blue-black robe appeared in front of Tassadar, and the curved blade at his hand almost brushed Augustus and swung towards Tassadar. Although he had not expected to be attacked by the Dark Templar, Tassadar still reacted quickly. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and a fiery blue psychic blade was released to collide with the incoming green warp blade, making a crackling sound like sparks. Tychus Finley and Corporal Faraday rushed to Augustus to protect him, but Augustus remained calm and motionless. Augustus was not shocked, but was sure that he could not be harmed in the presence of so many Dark Templar masters and Matriarch Razigal. The battle between Tassadar and the Dark Templar Orega was like a duel between swordsmen. They moved forward and backward in a few steps with smooth and graceful steps, and drew their swords with elegant skills and terrifying precision. The incredible speed and power of their psychic blades had advantages far beyond humans. Augustus had learned swordsmanship since he was a child. He was sure that both his swordsmanship and strength were better than ordinary people. But if Orega's enemy was him, Augustus would not even last 2 seconds. The blades of the psychic blades were pressed against each other, separated and clashed again several times, and every move of Tassadar and Orega was artistically resolved by the other party, like actors dancing in an opera house. This was an artistic and beautiful battle. Under the gaze of Tychus and Faraday, Augustus put his hands behind his back and suppressed the urge to shout, "Stop fighting! What's going on? Are they fighting among themselves?" Tychus looked like he was watching a joke. I knew that these Protoss were not united. Uh-huh. The Dark Templars present were all surprised that Auriga could fight against an executor. He was just a scholar, and not a veteran Dark Templar. Put down your blade. Auriga. You can't be so unbridled in front of the Patriarch. Cyrodiil appeared between them with the rising black smoke, separating Tassadar and Auriga. You want to stop me, brother? Auriga's eyes glowed green. And he said in disbelief, he is a Templar. Our mortal enemy. High Templar Tassadar is not the enemy of the Dark Templar. He understands our culture and customs. Cyrodiil explained to Auriga, he has broken with the Supreme Council and is no longer an enemy. On the contrary, Tassadar is now our ally. You actually believe the Templar's sweet talk. Auriga's emotions were close to being out of control. The overflowing void energy stirred his silk robe, and its powerful force even made the female leader Razigal look sideways. You betrayed the Nerazim. Cyrodiil. You traitor. Back off. Auriga. This is my decision. Razigal snorted at Auriga majestically and resolutely. This is your decision. Let this once persecuted. Auriga seemed to respect Razigal very much, but he retreated indignantly, and he announced loudly to Tassadar and the Dark Templar present. Templar, if you deliberately hurt my people, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. I will never forget that our ancestors were driven by you onto the Xel'Naga spacecraft and forced to exile in the universe. He looked at Razigal. Must the expedition cooperate with this Templar? If it must be done. Razigal replied, the Zerg are a threat that can devour the entire universe. I will not, and will not allow a war against the Ire Protoss. If this is what you do. Auriga was silent for a long time. And he thought he understood. I understand. Now is not the time to start a war. The power of the Ire Protoss is still very strong. Although Razigal's power has weakened over the years, her meticulous thinking is still incomprehensible to others. The Protoss of Shakuras does not have Kara, so they have more misunderstandings and disagreements than the Protoss of Ire. Before Razigal could say anything, Auriga disappeared without a trace in the rising black smoke. From beginning to end, Auriga did not care about Augustus beside Tassadar. In his eyes, there was only anger towards the Templar Tassadar. Orgar is just too obsessed with the pain of the past, which has created an unbridgeable rift in his heart. Razigar sighed. Tassadar also put away his psychic blade. I can understand him. Patriarch. I think I can't allow him to participate in this expedition again. Otherwise it will likely cause a conflict between us and the Templar. Razigar said. The Protoss named Orgar is very dangerous. Augustus told the people around him, but don't have much to do with us for now. Next, Dark Templars kept coming to Razigar to report on the latest progress of the expedition. Thousands of Dark Templars swore to join the expedition. An enthusiastic Protoss of Shakuras poured into the square and streets. There were so many Protoss warriors who applied that Razigar had to limit the number of people in the end. Augustus, who was a guest at Shakuras, couldn't wait there until the expeditionary force was assembled. When a large number of shuttles and warships full of Dark Templars were ready to enter Hegi through the Xel'Naga portal, Augustus and Tassadar had already returned to Hegi through the Xel'Naga portal on the Protoss shuttle they came on, and rested for a night in the governor's mansion in Grandi. The next day, Augustus was informed that the Dark Templar of Shakuras had warped into a city near the Xel'Naga portal at the north pole of Hege, and a fleet of about 20 Nerazim warships larger than battlecruisers and thousands of shuttles had jumped into Hege. The Dark Templars' aircraft carriers were not as old as those of the Tassadar Protoss expedition built in the late Aeon of Sundering. They were built only a few centuries ago, and in limited numbers. After all, the Protoss of Shakuras was a branch of the army that split off 1,000 years ago, and did not have the huge military force of the Protoss Empire's invincible fleet. But according to the information Augustus got from Cyrodiil, these warships and spaceships carried at least 40,000 to 60,000 Dark Templars. Considering the Protoss' sparse population, but extremely powerful individual combat power, this is definitely a force that can destroy the world. Previously, Cyrodiil and his more than 100 Dark Templars had already caused the Overmind to lose 2 Cerebrates. Tens of thousands of Dark Templars were enough to make the Overmind reevaluate the war with the Protoss and the Human Revolutionary Army. Augustus stayed in Hege for another week, ensuring that the Hege people who were displaced by the Zerg invasion had been properly resettled. He began to rebuild agriculture, mining, parts processing and military industries, planning to build Hege into a future military factory for the Revolutionary Army based on its rich resources. Afterwards, Augustus decided to hand over the post of governor to a professional politician from Korhol 4, who was a member of the Pan-Terran Revolutionary Party. He was a senator, and a staunch supporter of Angus Mengsk's revolutionary ideas and new policies. On January 16, Augustus decided to return to Antigua Prime, to completely eliminate the Zerg that was infesting that star region. This was also what Tassadar and Cyrodiil were planning to do. They would not return to Aiur for help right now. First, no one believed that Aiur would fall in a short time. Second, once they returned to Aiur, the Supreme Council would immediately draw their swords against them. However, this time, Augustus already had two large-scale Protoss fleets behind him. Chapter 326 returned to Antigua Main. The combined fleet marched towards Antigua Main, the former main battlefield, in a solemn manner. This was already a large fleet, consisting of 12 Revolutionary Army Behemoth-class battlecruisers and more than 40 Protoss warships. The posture of entering the sub-jump state together was magnificent and spectacular, and the shining ships shone brightly in the twisted warp force field. In February 2492, the combined fleet arrived at the Antigua star system after a long hyperspace voyage. After several months, this galaxy has completely changed. There are tens of thousands of space torpedoes and major mines in the orbit of Antigua, forming a defense ring thousands of miles long. The force field barrier, composed of hundreds of signal-enhanced psychic jammers, has made the area near Antigua Prime an area that the Zerg avoid, because no brain worm likes the feeling of being out of control after the group enters the psychic jammer force field. It is like controlling the members of their own group under high ping, and they often run around without listening to commands. At this stage, when the Zerg have not found a solution, the psychic jammer is definitely a magic weapon to deal with the Zerg. The psychic jammer of the Revolutionary Army's Alien Research Laboratory can already cover an area of 200 miles in the sky, and can maintain stable operation for a long time when powered by the fusion core. Since the Zerg avoid Antigua Prime, it is also located in the center of the Zerg invasion battlefield, which is almost the only choice for refugees to take refuge. Every day, refugee ships from other marginal worlds of the Federation enter the Antigua system to seek protection from the Korhol Revolutionary Army. In the early days, these refugee ships were all revolutionary ships. Later, other refugees who fled their homes also flocked to Antigua, including several colonies that had not yet been invaded by the Zerg, but were already terrified. More than a dozen interstellar ports were deployed on the same orbit to accommodate refugees from nearby planets. Thousands of small assault boats, galaxy fleas, transport ships were traveling between the starports and the planets. And the thousands of orange or blue thruster flames were like bright starlight. A space fortress gleaming with ice blue is anchored in the synchronous orbit of Antigua Prime, next to one of the planet's satellites. The magnificent Umojan fortress is brightly lit, and every red flame comes from the newly expanded frame structure and bulkheads. A full 12 red-gold painted Revolutionary Army battlecruisers are anchored in the berth of the mobile base, lined up in a row. 2 Hercules-class battleships that originally served in the Comorian Federation are entering the port in parallel. Their brown-black camouflage-like modeled ships seem like jagged rocks on a steep cliff. And the carrier-based fighters and assault boats flying towards these warships seem to be landing on the surface of the planet. In addition to the unimaginable logistical foundation and industrial system, these facilities and huge fleets are also supported by massive financial support. Every year, the Umojan United States Congress passes a bill to provide financial assistance to the Korhol Revolutionary Army. And Arcturus Mengsk, the founder of the Empire Mining Company, is another major donor. This money is enough to make Arcturus Mengsk rich enough to rival a country, but he chose to use it all to build the army of his brother Augustus Mengsk. The Mengsk family has long been a strong supporter of Augustus's revolutionary army. At this time, the Hyperion had just sailed out of the hyperspace channel exit and was located about 4 astronomical units away from Antigua Prime. Behind it was a vortex of flashing blue arcs, and more majestic human and Protoss warships were jumping out of it, as if they were jumping out of a vertical shining mirror. Augustus was walking from the corridor inside the ship to the bridge of the Hyperion. While walking, he adjusted his hat brim that was tilted due to the tremor of the hyperspace jump, followed by Corporal Faraday and 2 martial guards equipped with electromagnetic pistols. Antigua Prime is the only planet in this sector of the Coprolus sector that is still completely under human control. The nearby colonies have either been completely destroyed or are experiencing a major battle and desperate retreat. Raynor walked out of the passage on the side of the ship's corridor, followed by his first mate and the young midshipman Matt Horner. During the time we were away from Antigua, Warfield has been leading the remaining fleet to put out fires everywhere, he said to Augustus. He personally led his troops to the front line of the battle against the Zerg and was hailed as a hero. Millions of people were saved directly or indirectly because of Warfield's rescue operations. Warfield is a man of integrity and a methodical way of doing things. Augustus smiled and said, he is one of the most trustworthy people I know. Many people are talented, and even have the ability to command as well as Warfield. But only he will fight on the front line of the alien war for what we call the just cause. This is where Warfield is better than me. You are always too modest. Warfield is reliable, and not as old and stubborn as Duke. Raynor also said, Warfield has his own code, and he will never violate it. If someone says that Tychus Finley is involved in sex and bribery, it must be true. But if that person is Warfield, then I will never believe it. Old Tychus must be in tears when he hears this. Augustus laughed and walked through the open bridge airlock door. The lights in the bridge were bright, and several technical sergeants and engineers with pliers on their waists were repairing cables or laying communication lines under the deck. On the main holographic projection screen in the center, Antigua Prime and its satellites were rotating against the starry sky, and several space stations under construction were surrounding dense alien stars and plasma turrets. Adjutant, connect to the port and prepare to enter the port. He ordered the navigator sitting in the command chair and the driving seat of the bridge. Yes, Marshal. One side of Antigua Prime on the screen was shrouded in the night, and scattered lights surrounded several newly established urban areas. The side facing the stars should be welcoming the dawn, and the almost invisible fireball is jumping out from the mountains and the revived Stickler Forest in the cold morning light. Iron Justice is connecting. I am so happy to see you, Augustus. Warfield's dark and resolute face was full of smiles. He was not yet old, and his hair and beard had already shown spots of white. You only took 3 ships, but now you have brought back 12. Haha. You are really good, kid. When you first entered the barracks, I saw at a glance that you were a promising talent. Not a greenhorn like Jimmy Raynor. Our army is growing stronger and stronger. Augustus smiled. I'm listening, General. Dressed in a dark blue Revolutionary Navy officer uniform, Raynor walked to the right side of Augustus, with the golden ring of the braid and the 5-star emblem on the brim of his hat gleaming under the lights of the bridge. Haha. I don't mean to belittle you, Vice Admiral Raynor. Warfield laughed. During the time you were away from Antigua, the soldiers of the Second Fleet rushed to the planets invaded by the Zerg one after another in the name of the Korhal Revolutionary Army and saved many people. If we had a stronger fleet, we could save more people and more planets. Augustus walked to the main screen so that Warfield could see his face clearly. It's the Protoss. I know they have signed an alliance with you. Warfield glanced at the radar detection map next to him and was surprised by the number of Protoss fleets. They seem to be more than we expected. I'm worried that this may not be a good thing. I feel uneasy about so many alien warships that are not under the control of the Revolutionary Army. Don't worry, General. Augustus signaled Warfield not to make a fuss. They won't stay here for long. See you on the shuttle platform at the port. Instantly, more Protoss warships sailed out of the time and space vortex, each of which was like an exquisite work of art. Although these warships were equally gorgeous, their artistic styles were different. Some warships were golden blue, like bright stars, while others were dark black, with brilliant green crystals dotted on their hulls. The Hyperion sailed to a large shipyard built by a Yuma construction company, employing a large number of refugees as workers. This shipyard, named Antigua Orbital Shipyard, was less than 1/10 the size of the Dalarian shipyard. But after its completion, it could still build 6 standard Behemoth-class battlecruisers within a year. Guided by the guidance beam, the Hyperion slowly sailed into the port in the belly of the Antigua shipyard, waiting for the movable berthing platforms on both sides to approach and release the steel towers that fixed the battlecruiser, placing the entire battlecruiser in a stable frame structure. A retractable passage cabin was docked with the Hyperion's port, and the air pressure and oxygen content inside were maintained within a stable range, allowing the personnel on the battleship to directly enter the shipyard through this passage. The Antigua shipyard is still under construction. Thousands of workers, wearing exoskeletons and construction robots, are welding alloy shells on steel frames. Sparks flicker during welding, and the sparkling firelight is particularly beautiful in Augustus' eyes. Antigua has now accepted nearly 10 million refugees from the 3 nearby colonies who were displaced by the Zerg invasion. Among them are many farmers, architects, workers, skilled craftsmen, and leaders from all walks of life who were tough and talented. They volunteer to fight to build a new home and defend it. Those who have no other strengths volunteer to serve as reserve militia or enlist in the army. When the Hyperion came to a stop, Augustus entered the berthing area of the Antigua shipyard through the hatch. A mile-long steel alloy dome was extending above Augustus' head, and the top was brightly lit. In the distance, the engineering elevator and plank road were being raised and lowered, and the trains carrying raw materials and refined crystal or were running on the suspended track surrounding the entire shipyard base. Like a long winding dragon, 2 rows of revolutionary soldiers in dark blue uniforms and carrying Gauss rifles were on both sides of the exit. Admiral Warfield, Lieutenant General Runstein, Colonel Honeck Hank, Major General Rick Kidd and Colonel Ilya Kolosky stood at attention and saluted Augustus. When Augustus returned the greeting, he saw a beautiful figure among them, Sarah Kerrigan, who was wearing a white-collared, waisted military uniform and a boat cap. At this moment, Augustus suddenly felt fortunate that Kerrigan did not become the Blade Queen with green skin and snake hair in his memory. You have made outstanding contributions, General. Augustus shook hands with Warfield and noticed that the other party had several more scars on his face. I was bitten by a Jormungandr hydralisk hiding underground in Abaddon, and it cut off half of my finger. Warfield laughed and patted Augustus's strong shoulders while hugging him. You are no longer a rookie in the Tullises II boot camp, Augustus. You are now the leader of the revolution that everyone expects. So many people are watching you. You are a role model for thousands of young people. Boss, the days of being driven around by the Federation fleet are over, Honeck said to Augustus. The powerful people in Tarsones are overwhelmed by the invasion of the Zerg and have no time to care about the poor people in the marginal worlds. Only we are still insisting on rescuing people from the vast sea of Zerg, Rick Kidd said. Sir, I heard you were racing a vulture in Char? I'm glad you didn't fall into the lava, Kurowski said when Augustus looked at him. Augustus looked with satisfaction at the faces of the once immature men in the first squad of the 2nd platoon of D Company, who had become more and more resolute, their eyes always looking forward firmly instead of looking left and right. The scars on Honeck's face became more and more numerous, so much so that he began to cover them with demonic tattoos based on the scars. Every time Augustus saw Honeck, his hairstyle was different, but it was quite eye-catching. This time, Honeck's red hair turned into fixed spikes, like a hedgehog. This is Honeck's usual appearance. He has always been a thorn. When Augustus turned to Kerrigan, he temporarily thanked God for his favor for the first time. Kerrigan, with a fiery red ponytail, stood in front of Augustus. Slender, fit and plump, elegant and charming but also deadly enough. Sarah Kerrigan is an extremely powerful psyker. When facing the enemy, she is also a red spider with fangs. Kerrigan was a beautiful figure, her long, silky, fiery red hair gleaming in the light. I haven't seen you in centuries, Augustus. Kerrigan reached out her hands and held Augustus's right hand, raised her head, and gently touched her plump red lips on the other's tightly pursed lips. I'm right here, Sarah. Augustus hugged Kerrigan, but did not linger on this softness for too long. He knew that this night would be a sleepless night, and he was just a small boat with sails in the storm. I can never lose you. Not the Federation. Not the Overlord. Not anyone. Chapter 327 The Rise of Antigua. Tell me more about how Antigua Prime has changed. Warfield. He looked at Warfield as he let go of Kerrigan. In addition to Abaddon, we also rescued Maltair IV, Moraner, and Adina, and defended many towns abandoned by the Federation garrison during the Zerg invasion. Warfield motioned for Augustus to follow him to the shipyard under construction and take a look. We'll talk as we go. There are some things you need to see with your own eyes to know. When Augustus caught up with Warfield, a group of high-ranking generals of the Revolutionary Army and guards with the Golden Wolf emblem followed him. Wherever he went, Augustus was the center of attention. On those planets, the militia's combat effectiveness and fighting will were much higher than the small number of federal garrisons, Warfield said to Augustus as he boarded the shuttle ramp. When we arrived at Martel IV, Marana and Edna, the Zerg almost completely destroyed the weak defenses there. The Abaddon people have already wiped out a Zerg scout force that invaded their homeland. Anti-federalism is also common among the people there, so the Lundstein army was warmly welcomed as soon as it landed. Abaddon people? I heard that they are a well-known separatist faction. But their xenophobia is also serious. My father tried to gather supporters there in the past, but the response was mediocre. Augustus and Warfield walked together in the dockyard dock. They think they can resist the Zerg attack and are unwilling to evacuate with us. Fortunately, during the time when you and Tacidar's fleet raided Char, the Zerg slowed down their attacks on Abaddon and Martel, and even evacuated there for a time. Warfield said, the Zerg did not completely destroy those planets, and most areas have not been affected. I am planning to recapture these planets and station troops there. We can't take too big a step. We don't have enough troops to guard too many planets now. Once the Zerg suddenly attack a planet, the garrisons in other areas will inevitably fall into the dilemma of scattered forces when they come to rescue. Augustus gave his own different opinion. Now, concentrating forces to defend Antigua is the safest choice. You can first build mining stations and outposts on Edna, a planet with mineral deposits, and then consider the possibility of re-establishing the planetary administrative district. Well, we still have to take steady steps and not rush. Warfield thought for a while, and said in agreement. Not counting the 40,000 soldiers of Alpha Squadron and the 90,000 soldiers of Nova Squadron, the Revolutionary Army's active soldiers have expanded from the original 100,000 to the current 450,000, including 22 fully staffed divisions of 12,000 people of the Car, 2 fully staffed divisions of the Sarah, 1 Port of the Dead army of 60,000 people, and 3 Antigua divisions, with more than 3 million soldiers in various logistics departments and reserve forces. Among these soldiers, the coverage rate of power armor has reached February 3rd, and more than 300,000 people have standard power armor, of which 200,000 are orders for the Ripper power armor delivered by the Comorian Combine, which were replaced with dark red with gold edges, and then re-equipped for Augustus's Revolutionary Army. The Ripper power armor in the late Guild War was mainly a Comorian combined armor that was comparable to the CMC 200. In this era, when the CMC 300 was fully equipped in the army, it was already outdated, but the power armor was still an epoch-making equipment that could distinguish them from ordinary armies. The remaining troops were mainly equipped with CMC 200 and CMC 300, and the latter was mainly equipped with the Guards Division and the first 10 divisions. More than 4,500 tanks also made the combat effectiveness of the Revolutionary Army incomparable to that in the early days of the uprising. Currently, the Revolutionary Army is also cooperating with the Umojan National Defense Army to produce its own enhanced version of War Pig's armor to equip Augustus Elite Guards. This huge army can already compete with the regular army of the Terran Federation and even launch a war against a certain Prime Star world. But when facing the Zerg, no matter how many people and weapons they have, it is obviously not enough. But in any case, the scale of the Revolutionary Army is enough to make the Federation dignitaries in Tarsones stare blankly. The more the Federal Army pursued and intercepted, the more the Revolutionary Army grew in number, and the larger the area they controlled. Aside from the colonies that were still under construction, Agria with a population of 4 million and Antigua Prime with a population of more than 12 million could already be considered the basic base of the Revolutionary Army in the Copperloo sector. This place was not in the core area, and if the Terran Federation wanted to defeat the Revolutionary Army of Antigua, it would have to mobilize a larger fleet. But that would inevitably leave a huge gap in the defense of the core world, exposing Tarsones to the terrifying Zerg. In the unfinished assembly center ahead, hundreds of workers in orange-gray overalls and hard hats are laying decks, pipes and cables. Their overalls have the multi-triangle combination and white swan logo of the Aeneas Star Construction Group of the Umoyan United States. The red flag and slogan of the Revolutionary Army stand on the steel frame under construction, "Fight for Freedom." Most of these workers are Maltai and Marana people, skilled workers from the foundries, shipbuilding factories, and steel smelting factories in their homes. After the Zerg invaded the workers' homes, a large number of farmlands, infrastructure and factories were severely damaged. Prices soared, and the refugees who became refugees almost overnight suddenly became penniless. It was Warfield's army that saved them when the Federation army was defeated. Food and relief supplies brought by transport ships from the revolutionary agricultural planet Agria and the affiliated world of the United States of Umojan prevented the refugees who flocked to Antigua from starving and freezing. Millions of refugees joined the construction of Antigua and volunteered to serve the cause of the Revolutionary Army. They believed that the Terran Federation had abandoned them, and the Car Revolutionary Army was the only one who could protect them and their families. At this time, The people on the elevated platform began to descend to the platform through the engineering ladder and walk to the workers' restaurant located inside the attached ecological park. Behind them was an atmospheric stabilization device that was nearly completed. At the same time, another group of workers on the bus took over. Although these workers who were walking towards the restaurant were still hundreds of yards away from Augustus and were very tired after working for a long time, they still stopped and took off their hats to salute when they saw Augustus' dark gray cloak from a distance, and then returned to their own way. "They can stand here because of you," Warfield said to Augustus with a chuckle. "It shouldn't be like this. It's because you still have those soldiers who died or were disabled due to injuries." Augustus shook his head and did not accept the honor that had actually been added to him. "We can continue to stand here because of the protection of the sacrificed. Only after going through all this can our families and children live a good life. No matter how many lofty ideals we will crown our actions. I have only one dream. That is, people can live happily without worrying about the oppression of tyranny and alien threats. The children don't have to worry, and they can find jobs when they grow up. Nothing can be worse than the current Terran Federation. You can do well. Your father and brother believe that you can do it, which is why they trust you without reservation," Warfield said. While speaking, a small, taupe-colored transport ship that looked quite shabby was stumbling through the dock entrance of the shipyard and into the berthing area with smoke. 2 Wraith fighters, with the Revolutionary Army logo on their wings, were following and escorting it. Every day, people from other colonies flee to Antigua. Some are families who fled in a hurry after hearing the news of the Zerg invasion. They pooled money or found other ways to find a ship that could cross the star system. Warfield pointed to the transport ship that was anchored in the lower berth in the distance. Antigua was one of the first planets invaded by the Zerg, but now it is the safest place. After we rescued many immigrants, more people learned that Antigua not only did not fall, but also drove out the Zerg. We are the light of humanity, General Honik Hank said carelessly. The people who came here are also very determined. After all, we are the rebels who kill people indiscriminately in the mouth of the Terran Federation, Warfield said. The refugee civilian spacecraft can't fly too far without refueling. Antigua is their only choice. He continued, this is the only known planet with a large number of troops stationed and is relatively safe. Many people came here in a daze and originally just wanted to use Antigua as a transit point. Let's go and have a look. Augustus looked at the civilian transport ship that seemed to be on the verge of falling apart, and noticed that the pilot of the ship was operating the thrusters to turn. These refugees may contain people carrying the Zerg virus or agents infiltrated by the Terran Federation, pirates, or other organizations. We must be careful. We suffered a great loss at the beginning. Lundstein finally spoke up. After almost all the people in his family died in the Corhal War of Independence and the Zerg invasion, he became even more taciturn. I have full confidence in the soldiers who will protect me. Augustus waved his hand, and no one raised any objections. The berth where Augustus was located was more than 1,000 feet away from the civilian berth below, and he had to take the engineering elevator. The elevator was large enough to accommodate Augustus and his officers and guards. At this time, Augustus truly felt how huge the shipyard was. Its wall seemed like a cliff, and the small spacecraft flying through it was as small as a bird. The platforms under construction in the distance and the ones above are like black dots, and dense black pipes extend along the sections to be constructed. The outer walls that are waiting to be assembled and the rows of 10-inch alloy steel plates to be laid are exposed to the space environment, so the workers there must wear thick space work clothes. The lower platform seems a bit crowded, and the berths are full of various transport ships and galaxy jumpers, connected end to end, with no end in sight. Most of the transport ships are old models from the colonial era, tattered and patched up like scrap copper and iron, and they may still be the spaceships driven by the grandfathers of these colonists. There are several teams of Goliath armed robots guarding here, and there are revolutionary soldiers armed with live ammunition everywhere. There are also multiple medical teams on standby to deal with emergencies. The rusty hatch of the transport ship that just landed in the berth opened with the sound of the air valve deflated, and a middle-aged couple and a blond boy walked down. They were obviously frightened when they first came down, with panic expressions on their faces, and they seemed at a loss when they were checked and questioned by several revolutionary soldiers who ran over. They are terrified. Kerrigan beside Augustus sighed. There are rebels everywhere, or soldiers in uniform, that make these people subconsciously feel afraid. Look at the badge on the spaceship. It's the people of Timar 4, Warfield said, when Augustus led dozens of senior officers and soldiers to the couple. They were obviously more scared. This is the Revolutionary Army's dock. You are safe. When Augustus walked towards the couple, the soldiers around him stood still and saluted him. Augustus's handsome face was filled with his friendly smile, which seemed to have a strange magic, immediately calming the uneasy couple. If it was Tychus Finley, the other party would probably think that they had walked into an interstellar relay dock operated by black merchants and pirates. General, we are from Timar. The husband of the couple suddenly gained courage when he saw his family. I heard that the Zerg and Protoss were about to destroy Timar, so I drove away in the unloading ship I used to transport goods. These aliens are terrible. They have destroyed Cha Sera and Ma Sera. Timar will soon be burned to stone by the Protoss. Have the Zerg invaded Timar? Augustus did not correct the man's misunderstanding of the Protoss. I don't know, sir. Some people say that the Zerg appeared in Timar. The panic spread from one town to another, and then the city fell into chaos. There was a serious riot in the spaceport of Timar. I heard that the army was still slaughtering those who rushed into the spaceport before evacuating. The haggard middle-aged man became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he was fighting against the evil Zerg and the federal soldiers who massacred civilians. I don't know what else. Sir, what I said is true. Timar is finished. Everyone wants to escape from there quickly. But many people not only don't have a spaceship, but also don't have a decent car. Sergeant, take them to the living level and arrange them. In 2 days, send them to Antigua Starport to take a spaceship to the surface, Augustus said to a revolutionary officer who was checking the transport ship just now. Then, Augustus walked to the couple's son, who was only 6 or 7 years old, and stared at the other's ignorant and frightened eyes with cold gray eyes. We are the Revolutionary Army. You are safe. Chapter 328 Home. Early February 2492. Ansidar City. Antigua Prime is synonymous with the first contact between humans and aliens and the outbreak of war, before it was almost completely destroyed by the Zerg. It was also a desolate place with a harsh environment in the eyes of many people. General Edmund Duke would say, poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people. This planet with scattered red plateaus, vast deserts, and extremely salty oceans can only support very little life. Just like other Terran human colonies that are still included in the list of colonies despite their harsh environments, Antigua Prime must have its own unique advantages that allow the colonies to establish settlements here even at the cost of enduring the harsh environment. A huge amount of metal and mineral resources. Rich reserves of high-energy gas or soil suitable for planting. The advantage of Antigua Prime lies in its extremely rich mining resources, with the Antigastical forest underground and the surrounding rich mineral mountains as the center. Precious mineral resources and extremely valuable Adian crystals are almost at your fingertips. And the resources throughout the Delta subcontinent are enough to support one or more industrial centers. The next morning after returning to Antigua Prime, Augustus set out from the governor's mansion in Ansidar and took a Revolutionary Army Fox Hunt armored vehicle along the main road of the city to the Antigua Alloy Armor Casting Factory. The factory is located in Gasper Satellite City, a newly established city named after a second lieutenant of the Revolutionary Army who died in the Battle of Antigua. His story is enough to make anyone who hears it cry. Since Augustus returned to the governor's office in Ansardar, the work report documents waiting for his final reading and signature have piled up. These clear and concise texts and authentic data can let Augustus understand the great changes in Antigua Prime. But he still wants to see the city and its people with his own eyes. In the early morning, the yellow sun had just risen, and the wind carried a cold smell of rust. Augustus, wearing a thick dark gray military coat, found that although Antigua barely met the conditions for human survival, it was better than Haiti, which was accompanied by hurricanes all year round. At least the climate was much more stable. Sarah Kerrigan stood on the right side of Augustus with a smile on her face. She wore a long-collared hand-knitted sweater with the same Revolutionary Army coat, and a pair of small and exquisite leather boots. A heavy armored vehicle with red camouflage was parked at the steps of the governor's office, and the marshal's guards with live ammunition were standing around it. The original Antigua governor's palace was facing the central park of Ansidar, but now there are high walls around it, automatic turrets and missile towers to ensure that no enemies will break in. Every few dozen minutes, a not-so-bright meteor shower would fall over Ansidar, which was a transport ship entering the atmosphere from the synchronous orbit. When Augustus looked up, 3 Wraith fighters were roaring overhead. with bright and shining orange-yellow propeller tail flames. Augustus saluted the Wraith fighter plane flying through the sky, and then walked towards the armored vehicle. "Good morning, Marshal. Everything is normal in the Antigua system today." Corporal Faraday stood next to the armored vehicle and opened the door for Augustus. "Did you sleep well last night?" "Yes, Faraday. Let's go. I have to go to the mining base in the Stickler Forest in the afternoon." Augustus smiled. Augustus and Kerrigan sat together in the back seat of the Fox Hunter armored vehicle, while his guard captain, Corporal Faraday, drove the marshal himself as usual, which was a responsibility that could never be easily entrusted to others. The armored vehicle drove out of the governor's palace and drove along Ensardar towards the western part of the city. Augustus did not like the grand way of traveling, but the necessary security measures were still very important. A squad of Marshal's Guard soldiers rode on vulture vehicles to escort the armored vehicle Augustus was riding in. The central park outside the governor's palace has been transformed into a square open to everyone, and the precious flowers and plants in it are still maintained by someone. In the middle of the park stood a crimson flag with a golden five-pointed star, a strong arm and a whip. The central city area has not changed much from the past. After clearing all the zerg and creeping fungus, most of the buildings have been restored. The tall buildings and glass curtain walls are shining in the morning sunlight. Most of the people walking on the streets in this area are revolutionary soldiers on duty in uniform, engineers and people working in Anzadar City Hall. Then Augustus saw the reopened shopping malls and stores. This area is even more prosperous than before the invasion, and it is bustling with people. A large number of refugees from other marginal worlds who came to Anzadar are trying to find a foothold in this city with their talents and diligence. The main roads are crowded with high-end and stylish hovercrafts, Volkswagen-like cars that run close to the ground, and large transport trucks that transport goods. Since it is the season for sowing and waiting for everything to be rebuilt, many rusty plowing machines and seed drills are driving from one end of the city to the other. The driver's seat and the open hood of these large agricultural machines with steam at the rear are filled with farmers carrying tools. They are dressed in a variety of clothes. The immigrants from Martel 4 wear thick clothes and auxiliary breathing masks, because it is a planet full of high-energy gas springs, and the air composition is quite different from Antigua. The Minera people wear thinner clothes, and their home is a warm ocean planet. The Alterans with lavender eyes always keep their distance from others, because their hometown is always full of criminals and criminal groups. It is a stone town where pirates, spies, and all kinds of people hang out, and it is also a temporary transit point for the Federation to transport dangerous prisoners. When walking on the street, you have to be careful at all times whether someone will suddenly rush out from behind and put the barrel of a gun into your mouth to rob you of money. But no matter what, these people with different identities and backgrounds are now sitting in the same car, and they are now called citizens of the Republic of Terra. The closer they get to the outskirts of the city, Augustus can notice more places that make him particularly happy. Every mile away from the city, there are more and more new houses and factories. They are fixed buildings built with pipes and metal overheads, mostly like great polygonal dome buildings in the Antigua style. The T-White building complex is a factory and a newly built modular settlement, which is used to accommodate those who have just arrived in Antigua and cannot find a house. As the capital city of Antigua Prime, Anzadar was built on the ruins of an ancient civilization on a dried-up ocean. Even as a city of the Terrans, few cities have a history comparable to it. Under the control of the Revolutionary Army, Anzadar has become a prosperous and enterprising city. People of all kinds are forced to flock to this city and settle down here because of the Zerg invasion. Its earth-shaking changes did not surprise Augustus. In some ways, the threat of the Zerg invasion is far more useful than laborious propaganda. The refugees pouring into Anzadar include a large number of skilled technicians, outstanding architects, engineers, teachers, doctors, and people from all walks of life. They are tough and tenacious, and will not suffer from acclimatization symptoms due to the alien world, because their original homeland may be a much more dangerous place than Antigua. The culture of these refugees from other planets may be somewhat different from that of the Antiguans, but a few generations are not enough for such differences to become a world of difference. Approaching the factory, Augustus first saw brand new low sheds and rows of rectangular houses stretching for miles. The giant vaulted building that made a roaring sound in the distance was a storage warehouse for raw materials and finished products. A large number of twisting and crisscrossing pipes formed a heavy factory under construction, a gas refinery, and a transportation hub with heavy trucks. In the center was Anzadar's second airport. The interstellar port, shaped like a tall-footed pointed cup, was hovering with cargo ships about to take off and land. Giant ruler-shaped cobalt blue transport ships, several thousand feet long, continuously transported crystal ore collected from anti-satellites and asteroid belts to smelting factories, and then sent finished products to interstellar ports in synchronous orbit. From small and delicate electronic components to large alloy armored ships of battlecruisers. The Antigua Industrial Center, which inherited the industrial system and technology of Korhal 4, can produce them all. Most of the products are used to supply the industrial chain within the planet and equip the Revolutionary Army, while other products, such as explosives from mining, are exported to the Comorian Federation. In addition, souvenirs made from Zerg limbs can also be sold at high prices in the territory of the Umojan United States. The Fox hunting armored vehicle, with a crimson flag on the rear of the vehicle, drove along a north-south main road at high speed into the industrial residential area. Augustus saw through the rear window of the armored vehicle that the traffic on both sides of the road immediately became dense. Hundreds of port workers were wearing light blue and light gray work clothes and riding industrial park buses or walking. The workers were not really curious about the armored vehicles. The Gasper Industrial Zone directly supplied the Revolutionary Army's armored forces and orbital shipyards, and was under strict military control. A whole brigade of the Revolutionary Army's 7th Division was stationed next to it. Augustus remembered that the last time he sat in an armored vehicle and looked at pedestrians through the window was 4 years ago in the stealing district of Car 4. At that time, he clearly remembered that his father Angus had eagerly called every car he had seen his own people. This also proves the original intention of Augustus to form the Pan-Terran National Party. Whether it is the Car, Tasanian, Antigua or Masera, the most important premise is that they are all Terran people. The Revolutionary Party is to unite all Terran people and establish a new regime based on this. It must be said that Augustus doesn't really care how he lives. He can handle a luxurious lifestyle and accept a simple life. But when he sees that those who are called his people are at least living a happier life than before, Augustus has an indescribable sense of satisfaction in his heart. He was happy to see his people happy and regarded it as his responsibility. "Stop, Faraday," Augustus shouted, and the car stopped steadily on the side of the road next to a row of low modular houses. Rows of closely packed houses separated a dozen-foot wide sidewalks filled with workers on their way to work. When Augustus got off the armored vehicle, people passing by immediately recognized him as Augustus Minsk, the current de facto ruler of Antigua Prime. His cold gray hair and eyes, and his weathered dark gray cloak were his most distinctive features. Of course, the main reason was that the large poster next to it had a portrait of Augustus waving and leading the soldiers, with the following slogan: Unity, Union. The freedom of the Federation is not the freedom we want. Fight for the future. There were whispers in the crowd, but Augustus noticed that not all of them were praises for him. Some people were saying that Marshal Minsk was really wise and brave, and some people were asking with a tired look on their faces who the arrogant gray-haired boy was, hoping that this guy would not find some extra work for them to do. But no matter what, Augustus was warmly welcomed when he walked towards them. Augustus asked where these workers came from and their living environment and working conditions, and told them that once the interstellar trade and navigation with the Umojan United States and the Comorian Federation were fully connected, the current situation would definitely improve. The workers passing by were still full of gratitude to Augustus and the Revolutionary Army. They had nothing at first, but it was the Revolutionary Army who saved them and gave them a bite of food. The workers here are all war refugees from other planets. For them, just continuing to live is the greatest luck, especially since life in Antigua is actually better than what many people used to live. The factory conditions in Antigua are based on the standards of Korhal 4, not to mention that it is far superior to the Edge worlds. It is much better than most core worlds of the Federation. After the Gam and Surtur swarms evacuated Antigua and the Antigua Defense War ended, the planet seemed to be developing in a positive direction. People's livelihood has been restored, and the prosperity of a large number of light and heavy industries linked to military-industrial orders, and the influx of a large number of foreign laborers have brought more than just economic recovery. In fact, this is an opportunity for Antigua to develop rapidly. She was on the verge of destruction due to the war between humans and alien insects, but now she is prosperous again. The population of Antigua Prime is still expanding. In the census of the Revolutionary Army, the officially registered population exceeded 13 million on the second day, after Augustus arrived on the planet. The massive influx of population did not lead to disorder. Strict militarized management and strong crackdown on criminal behavior eliminated all unstable factors. Antigua Prime is not only a refugee settlement. It also has the laws brought by Augustus from Cora IV and people who enforce the laws with passion, enthusiasm, and love for the people. There are many young idealists and passionate young people in the Revolutionary Army. What they lack the most is enthusiasm for work. And Augustus would call these people people of faith. The large number of garrisons and fleets also made Antigua Prime the safest planet in the Zerg invasion star field. If it was not under the control of the rebels, there would be many more people fleeing to Antigua than now. It is also because of this that Augustus and the Revolutionary Army are considered the saviors of Antigua. A planet that was supposed to be destroyed by the Protoss after the Zerg invasion has become a shelter, which should be attributed to the Revolutionary Army. Augustus walked with Kerrigan and Corporal Faraday in the crowded workers' residential area, and saw not only the muscular workers, but also their families. Outside the industrial park is the attached school, which is full of teachers who have fled to Antigua. The children are going to school in groups against the direction of the crowd. The children in the marginal colonies are very independent. They carry school bags with the Revolutionary Army emblem issued by the school, sing while walking, put candies in their pockets, and have hope in their eyes. Seeing them smile, Augustus also smiled. Only Kerrigan at the side could understand Augustus's thoughts at the moment. She wished she could have met Augustus when she was a child. Antigua is a place where countless people who have lost their families to the Zerg huddle together for warmth in the cold night. The suffering is closely connecting these people. Chapter 329 Altara. Augustus was not able to stay in Antigua for a few days to enjoy a life away from war. He had just finished inspecting the industrial zone and was about to go to the Stickler Forest, the location of Antigua's most important mineral vein, when an urgent report from Warfield pulled him back to the governor's office. Immediately afterwards, Tassadar and Ziridel's fleet also made direct contact with Augustus's martial command. On February 3, 2492 Standard Time, the Jormungandr swarm fully invaded Altara, about 140 light-years away from Antigua's main star. 5 Jormungandr behemoths jumped into the synchronous orbit of Altara, which means that the brainworm yak of this swarm is likely to have appeared in the Altair system. In any case, Augustus's army is the only military force that can rescue Altara recently, and Tassadar and Ziridel also hope to take this opportunity to deal a devastating blow to the huge Jormungandr swarm and force them to withdraw to the star field near Char. When Augustus took a shuttle to the Hyperion, which was under maintenance in the Antigua shipyard at Ansadar Airport, the Revolutionary Army fleet was ready to set off under his order. "Jim, how many people do we have in Altair?" Augustus asked Raynor loudly as he walked into the bridge door of the Hyperion, who was standing in front of the central main screen. Behind him were Kerrigan and Faraday, Antiochus Finley, and others who were chatting and bragging with Honik Hank, and Rick Kidd in the bar also came after hearing the news. More than half a month ago, Warfield sent some people to investigate the situation there, but now we can hardly contact them. Raynor turned to look at Augustus, his expression grim. "Troubles come one after another," he said, "after our successful raid on Char. The Zerg's large-scale invasion of Copperloo has been effectively curbed, but that doesn't mean they will give up the meat in their mouths. Gather the first fleet and prepare to set off." Augustus walked to Raynor and put his hands behind his waist. Antigua Prime has enough power left for defense. Warfield and Hoth's fleets plus the defense system of the Antigua system are enough to resist the attack of 3 federal naval squadrons, with Tassadar and Ziridel's huge fleets to escort him. Augustus did not have to worry about losing the war with the Zerg because he did not bring enough fleets. The Revolutionary fleet had been reorganized several times to include the newly added battlecruisers and the battleships purchased from the Calmorian Combine. Now the first fleet has a total of 10 battleships, including the Hyperion, NORAD 3, the other 3 Alpha Squadron battleships, and the newly completed battlecruisers from the Dalarian shipyard. Warfield's fleet has 11 warships after incorporating 2 Comorian Hercules-class battleships, with the flagship being the Iron Justice. Jack Sunholer commands the 3rd fleet, which is composed mainly of 9 Nova squadrons, but the captains of his battlecruisers are all reappointed by Augustus himself, and each captain is accompanied by a Revolutionary Army ghost agent. It is worth mentioning that after the full-scale invasion of the Zerg, the Comorian Federation, like the Umojan United States, began to strengthen its homeland defenses and worked hard to rebuild its military forces that were almost completely destroyed by the Terran Federation. Although the directors of the combined mining company still planned to make profits by selling large-scale arms to the Revolutionary Army, they still had to reduce exports. Otherwise, the Moria people would take over before the Zerg raid. This regime, which was once powerful enough to compete with the Terran Federation, has now declined to a third-rate force that depends on the Federation. And a large number of Comorian adventurers have become pirates. Oh my god. I like working for a bunch of farmers for free. And my favorite thing is to be a Nani. Tychus curled his lips. We just got out of the quagmire of Hedgie. If I wasn't working for you, the rebel leader, but for a mercenary or someone else, I would have to ask for more money. Don't complain, Tychus. If you don't want to go, you can apply for a vacation. Augustus silenced Tychus with one sentence. Everyone returned to their posts. The vacation at the Dead Sea of Antigua is cancelled. This is all on the Zerg. Raynor gave orders to his crew. Under the control of the navigator, the Hyperion sailed out of the giant dock of the Antigua shipyard. The bright white lights shining outside the bridge portholes immediately turned into the bright starlight in the universe. Next to the vortexes of space-time channels, with a diameter of hundreds of feet, were glorious and magnificent Protoss warships. After the Hyperion sailed into the dark hyperspace channel, Augustus called up the satellite map of Alterra and discussed with Raynor and others when and where to enter the galaxy where the planet was located. 2 days later, in the captain's room of the Hyperion, it was 4 o'clock in the morning on the ship. When Augustus woke up from a turbulence, Sarah Kerrigan was already dressed and waiting for him by the bed. Kerrigan's long red hair shone like flames under the lights. In one hand she held Augustus' dark gray cloak, and in the other hand she held a hot towel soaked in water. We're here. Augustus got up as quickly as possible and put on his shirt, then took his black square-collared jacket and cloak from Kerrigan. To be honest, I've gotten used to life on the Hyperion. I've spent most of the past year on it, running around. But you enjoy it, Kerrigan said with a smile. Enjoy it? Yes, especially when I know that many people have been saved because of my efforts. Augustus smiled back. What else can we expect? If we do nothing, things will only get worse. After a simple wash, he took the hat from Kerrigan, opened the door of the captain's room, and went to the bridge through the winding and narrow corridor of the Hyperion. A small team of engineers were entering the lower deck from a corridor nearby. They smelled of strong coffee, canned fruit, and sweet pies, and their voices were filled with anticipation and a little nervousness for the upcoming battle. Since Augustus had won or forced back the enemy in many wars against the Zerg or the Federation army, the Revolutionary Army soldiers still had a firm belief that they would win in the end. Despite knowing the strength of the enemy, this was due to their firm belief in themselves and their absolute trust in their leader. Gentlemen, have a nice day, Augustus said as he walked past the engineers. Greetings, Marshal. The engineers immediately put away their smiles and saluted Augustus, which was a necessary respect, no matter how kind and easygoing the Marshal seemed on weekdays. Thank you for your hard work. As Augustus spoke to them, the deck under their feet shook again. It looks like we are under attack. He nodded to the engineers again and continued to walk towards the bridge of the Hyperion. Reinforce the lower deck frame. We are under attack. At this time, Raynor's voice came through the broadcasting equipment throughout the battleship. Swan. Deck 7. The ship there needs repair. Guys, compared with the storms we have experienced before, today's is just a drizzle. Cheer up. We have helped each other before, and we will get through the difficulties today. I sensed the location where the Hyperion left the time and space channel and found a large number of dragons, explosive mosquitoes, and devourers, a variant of dragons, expanded arms of the Brood War. But it has appeared in the official novel Queen of Blades of the second chapter of the original campaign timeline. The author has confirmed the original English text. James Raynor also mentioned this time, Kerrigan said, lightly pressing one of her temples. There are not many Zerg flying creatures in the Jormungandr swarm, but this time it is unusual. Augustus said as he walked, we are prepared, and the Zerg are not completely unprepared. The enemy is not just a ferocious and low-intelligence beast. They will reflect, learn lessons, and make changes. This is another dangerous civilization. As Augustus stepped into the open bridge door, the flashing lights immediately came into view. Right below the bridge of the Hyperion is a mottled red planet, its synchronous orbit covered with a thick layer of interstellar dust. Right in front of the bridge is an extremely large swarm of insects. Behemoth, with tens of millions of dragons pouring out from the folds and vesicles on its surface. The attack came from below the Hyperion, and a large number of dragons and devourers were trying to launch terrifying blade insects and highly corrosive acid spores at the human warship. At this time, the indicator light of the Hyperion suddenly turned to flashing red, and thousands of mosquitoes were attacking it. The Hyperion fired a barrage of bright orange bullets at the oncoming Scourge, blowing these bat-like eyeless monsters into pieces. One Scourge can destroy an APOD transport ship, and hundreds of Scourge are enough to threaten a battlecruiser. It should not be just the Jormungandr swarm. There may also be a lot of Leviathan swarms mixed in. Augustus stood still on the shaking bridge. At this time, the flagship of the Tassadar fleet, the Star Shuttle, appeared outside the starboard window of the Hyperion's bridge. The magnificent golden blue warship was also under attack by the Zerg. A large number of small and fast Protoss carrier-based interceptors were sailing out of the Star Shuttle's dock, like a group of angry manic wasps. More Protoss carriers appeared around the Star Shuttle, and swift unmanned carrier-based aircraft poured out of them, converging into a golden blue torrent. These interceptors, with two plasma tails at their tails, were like a ferocious swarm of bees, forming a dense attack formation and rushing through the Zerg swarm, sweeping the gathered Zerg with azure plasma beams. Suddenly, a sudden but increasingly fierce space battle broke out in Altair's synchronous orbit. The Hyperion was occasionally illuminated by the light from the weapons, and Augustus watched as dozens of blast mosquitoes that had escaped the warship's gunfire crashed into the bridge. Cracks immediately appeared in the sturdy ship armor, and leakage began. Since the shield requires a lot of energy, unless necessary, in conventional combat, the Hyperion would still rely on fire suppression and its own armor to withstand the enemy's attacks like an ordinary behemoth-class battlecruiser. The war in the synchronous orbit of Altera was extremely dangerous, but as more revolutionary and Protoss warships joined the battle, the Jormungandr Zerg was surprised to find that their enemies seemed to be more than just humans who came to rescue because their colonies were surrounded. The Protoss also came, and the number of their warships was 4 to 5 times that of humans. Our Protoss allies have also joined the battle, Raynor said to Augustus. While Raynor was speaking, the Star Shuttle opened fire, and the main gun beam directly hit the huge head of a Jormungandr behemoth and penetrated it. The space whale-like creature let out a psychic scream that was heard for light years, but it still did not die. Although more than a third of its brain was completely cut off, it still opened a hyperspace channel to escape. The main gun of another Protoss aircraft carrier opened fire, hitting the spine of the behemoth and burning a shocking hole in its spiky and wrinkled body surface. But even with such a terrible and fatal injury, this tenacious and huge creature still moved at high speed. Only such an attack can really hurt it, so that its miles of pain nerves can quickly transmit the severe pain to the brain. Normally, human battle cruisers cannot approach a behemoth under the protection of endless dragons, explosive mosquitoes, swarm guardians, and swarm devourers. Even if it can be done, even if the behemoth is isolated and helpless, it may take at least several hours or even longer for the destruction of human warships to penetrate its chitin, which is thicker and harder than the warship armor, and completely kill it. If only Augustus's revolutionary army came, they would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses in the space battle stage. In the end, they would be defeated if they could not be rescued. Another beam of shining Protoss main gun beam hit the fleeing Zerg behemoth, this time completely obliterating its tail tentacles and fin-like gliding auxiliary wings, and a large number of the dragons swept by were instantly wiped out. What are the results of the scan of Altera? With the Protoss fleet nearby, Augustus's revolutionary fleet was able to retreat to the second line. There are at least 300 million Zerg on Altera. Renault pointed to the ugly red planet spinning on the main screen of the bridge. This planet has a harsh environment and a sparse population, but its rich resources should be the reason why the Zerg attacked here. Altera has amazing reserves of both Adian crystals and high-energy gas, but there is almost no complete mining and rough processing industry chain in the area, he said. If we can take this place and build our mineral collection station and high-energy gas refinery here, we will have more resources and funds to support our army. That means we can lie in bed and count money. Tychus came over and just heard what Raynor said. Before the Zerg invaded, the revolutionary army could not control an entire planet because the Terran Federation fleet would immediately swarm in. The uprising of Mossera was a lesson. Now the Terran Federation itself is overwhelmed, and the revolutionary army has a magic weapon to deal with the Zerg. The Psychic Jammer. Chapter 330, Lawless Land. Alterra is the opposite of warm and pleasant places like Tarsonis. It is a stone planet with dangerous cracks and canyons on its surface. The atmosphere is filled with red dust, like an ugly oil film covering its surface. This closed planet is just an inconspicuous red dot on the star map. It is off the interstellar route, closed and secluded, and the locals rarely communicate with people from other federal colonies. Most of the population in the northern hemisphere is gathered in a town called Oasis, where all kinds of people can be found. People from all walks of life. Those with evil intentions or poor people who have drifted here. Criminals who are temporarily detained in Altair and are about to be transported to the Norrisway 6 Resocialization Center. Wanted criminals who have fled here. Smugglers, thieves, beggars, and fraudsters. Altair is a place that is more chaotic and disorderly than the Port of the Dead. Even the most hopeless human scum in the universe will want to come here to get a piece of the pie. Gray and gloomy, closed and depressing. This was Augustus's first experience on Altair. The oasis town in the distance was shrouded in red mist. The tall four-sided pillars in the mist were the crowded and chaotic central residential area. A large number of single-story buildings with open roofs. Iron sheets and prefabricated panels extended around it. Augustus stepped on a gray rock with one foot and used a telescope to observe the environment around the landing point. But after a while, the strong wind smeared a handful of red soil on Augustus' armor and telescope. This sticky soil is embedded in the gaps between the telescope tube and the power armor. Sticky like chewing gum. A beam of bright white light shines through the swirling red dust behind Augustus. A 16-foot 4.8-meter tall two-legged steel giant is striding forward on the land of Alterra, full of deep pits and rocks. And the sound of walking feet on the ground rumbles. It is a walking mecha modified from the T-280 Tarsonis space engineering vehicle. It is a heavy walking mecha prototype designed and developed by the chief engineer of the Revolutionary Army, Rory, at the instruction of Augustus. It is made of new alloy steel and ceramic steel, which is enough to resist the sharp claws of the Zerg. It is positioned as a heavy mecha that can provide strong firepower support against armor and vehicles. This mecha is still far from the Wolf mecha 7 meters high that Augustus wanted later. The Revolutionary Army only used the technology they mastered to build a larger space engineering vehicle with multiple engines. It is equipped with battlecruiser-level ship armor, heavy artillery and missile launch bays, and has amazing firepower. Similar types of modifications are not uncommon in many areas of the Terran Federation. But correspondingly, the modified space engineering vehicle also needs to burn more high-energy gas fuel. The cost of maintaining it is also frighteningly high, many times that of an ordinary space engineering vehicle. At the same time, since it is a mecha that has not yet been modularized and mass-produced, all parts need to be specially built and cannot be replaced by ordinary engineering vehicles. This means that if it is severely damaged on the battlefield, engineers have no way to repair it immediately. It was too heavy. Once it ran aground or was destroyed, it would cost more to recover it. Woohoo! It's awesome. For the sake of fucking justice. For Augustus. Go ahead. Look at me chewing gum to teach those bugs a lesson. Augustus could clearly hear the voice of the driver Tychus Finley in the cockpit of the walking mech, who was as happy as a child who got a new toy. Tychus strode forward in this huge mech called the Wolf Warrior 1, leaving a huge footprint on the ground with every step. The leg structure of this mecha is designed for the rugged surface of the planet, while another Revolutionary Army engineering masterpiece that is in the testing stage adopts a track design. What happened to Tychus? After he boarded this mecha, he said 4 sentences of nonsense in the time it took me to say 1 sentence. Raynor watched the giant mecha driven by Tychus rush into the red mist in front, followed by 2 Revolutionary Army Goliath armed robots and a Marine assault company. That's exactly what's lovely about Tychus, Augustus said, raising one hand to brush off the red dust on his helmet visor. Lovely. I thought this word would never be associated with Tychus, Raynor said as he checked his Gauss rifle and found that it had been dyed red by Alterra. I hope this mech is worth the money. Augustus looked at Tychus as he walked away. Its cost is equivalent to 3 arc tanks. At least it can help Tychus vent his excessive energy. Raynor was just saying that when he suddenly received a report from a Ranger scout in his helmet. Zerg appeared in the southwest, about 17 miles away from us, with more than 20,000 of them, and are expected to arrive at the oasis town of Alterra in 20 minutes. Full speed ahead. We're almost there. Augustus immediately ordered on the communication channel, be careful of the Zerg and locals who may appear at any time. After saying that, Augustus climbed over a huge rock and followed a Revolutionary Army company, wearing CMC 300 power armor, and carrying single-barrel rockets to the Oasis town less than a mile away. These soldiers are accompanied by puppy-sized spider robots, which are composed of mechanical appendages and sensors with a large number of precision sensors, and a mechanical compound, emitting red light, on the head, to observe the surrounding terrain. The Spider robot is the latest upgraded version of the Spider Mine, designed by Revolutionary Army engineer Viktor Kaczynski, equipped with Umoyan's cutting-edge AI, and will explore dangerous areas or bury underground at designated locations according to instructions, acting as a mysterious mine. Although Victor claimed that this robot could serve as a bodyguard and pet, no one seemed to dare to do so. When several gunshots were heard in front, the Oasis town, which was crumbling in the red whirlwind, was getting closer and closer in Augustus's vision. At first glance, Oasis town was almost the same as the slums of Tarsones that Augustus had seen. The architectural styles of the houses were varied, and their styles seemed to be entirely up to the people who built them. Most of them were flat-roofed wooden houses with slightly sloping roofs, while others were built as tall towers that could monitor the distance and neighbors. Some are solid buildings made of rocks or even steel plates, while others are simple prefabricated houses and shacks that collapse easily. The Wolf Warrior No. 1 mech driven by Tychus is parked on the only dilapidated road in Oasis town, which is made of slag and stones. The words on the road sign next to it are blurred, and only part of the English letters of welcome to Oasis can be seen. There are also some unclear words written in bad handwriting by different people, such as "Get out of Umoyan," "Slutty bitch," "No mentally ill children here," and "Screaming skulls." Simple fortifications have been built at the entrance to the center of Oasis town. Most of them are stone and metal garbage, and behind them are dozens of fully armed Oasis town residents. Due to the rich dust and high-energy gas in Altair's atmosphere, the heat projected by the star to the surface is difficult to dissipate. So this is still a very hot planet. The residents of Oasis town are all wearing breathable plaid shirts and vests, and some even wear only a pair of shorts that cover their body. If the Mossera people are the model of a fringe world of the Terran Federation with a strong martial spirit, then the Altairans are even more fierce. The former are descendants of soldiers and miners, while Altairans gather the most hopeless scum and criminals in the Terran Federation. In a sense, Altairans are closer to the image that the Federation has promoted about the Car Revolutionary Army, a synonym for terrorists, full of violence and killing, deception and betrayal. Altairans are closer to hell than Mossera, and there are criminals and spies everywhere. It is said that the Umoyans, the Comorians, and even the spies of the Earthlings have been trying to get their hands on this resource-rich world. Federation Army? You are not welcome here. A burly man with shiny blue hair stood on their simple fortifications. His face exposed outside the vest was covered with purple and black tattoos. The first reaction of the Altairans was not that these soldiers came to rescue, but that they were as troublesome as the alien insects, although they were not dressed well, and some of them were even pale and thin. Almost everyone had weapons, ranging from electric pulse grenades, electromagnetic pistols, electromagnetic rifles, and even anti-tank rocket launchers. Everyone had a bullet belt made of green camouflage canvas on their shoulders. Damn it. Open your eyes and take a good look. Who are we? We are the Revolutionary Army. Tychus turned on the external speaker of the mecha. Revolutionary Army? The Revolutionary Army is not good enough. The man's momentum suddenly weakened when he saw the entire company slowly appearing behind Tychus. He was not afraid of pirates and criminals, but he couldn't stand up to an entire army. He had heard rumors that the Revolutionary Army had supported several Federation colonies besieged by Zerg, but he himself didn't think they were really such great people. There is no such thing as someone who would sacrifice his life for justice or die for others. I advise you to take back what you said just now. Otherwise, I will knock you down now. Tychus, who was in the driver's seat, cursed and raised a railgun removed from the Rattler tank on the right arm of the Wolf 1. In order to power this weapon, Swan also specially installed a cold fusion battery. Shut up, Tychus. We are here to help the people here. Don't make a mistake. You are neither a robber nor a bandit. Augustus walked out of the huge shadow of the Wolf Warrior 1, and a Martial Guard soldier planted a fluttering flag next to him. The Federation said the same thing last time. The man regained his courage to face hundreds of Gauss rifles because of anger. They said, there are Comorian spies here, who have captured many people, and finally blew up the refinery in the west. We are not the Federation. Augustus said patiently, There is no time to chat with you now. The Zerg are approaching this city. If you don't give way, the artillery will use artillery fire to clear the way. I didn't say you can't go in. The blue-haired man made a concession and didn't verify whether Augustus's soldiers would shoot a cannon at his head. Under his command, a large bulldozer cleared a gap in the obstruction at the intersection. Tychus snorted and drove his Wolf 1 mecha in. You are so polite, Reno said as he waved his hand to order the soldiers to move forward. Jimmy, you're right. I always use courtesy before force, Augustus said thankfully. Fortunately, it was us who arrived here first instead of the Zerg. What do you do? As the soldiers behind him ran into the interior of Oasis Town, Augustus found the man with blue hair. My name is Fersetti, and I'm a gas tanker, the man replied. Tanker? Augustus didn't really believe what he said. Augustus had never seen the worker look like this before. His tattooed hands were full of needle holes from the injection of enhancers. Most importantly, there were no thick calluses on his hands. Anyone who can make it in a place like Altera cannot be simple. Except for those at the bottom. No one has a clean background. Sarah. Augustus looked around, and a slim red-haired ghost agent appeared beside him. He's not lying. Except for the part about him being Fersetti now. But that's just one of a dozen aliases he's used. With the help of her ghost suit, Kerrigan was strong enough to lift her Gauss rifle with one hand and rest the butt on her shoulder. She used her other hand to wipe the red dust off her goggles and put them between her broad hips. Before Angus Mengsk, Augustus Mengsk, and Arcturus Mengsk were on the most wanted list. He was a famous arms thief. He was selling arms from the Taurus Arsenal Taurus. Warfield was once called the hero of Taurus and Wings of Liberty worth hundreds of millions. And the Brubaker family was so angry that they almost jumped off the building. Kerrigan said coldly. Colonel Horace. He's a hero. Augustus laughed when he heard the people of the Creation family were defeated. Tychus has always wanted to do this. A mind reader. Damn it. The face of Colonel Horace mentioned by Kerrigan was livid, as if he had suffered from a mind reader. At this moment, a beam of strong light flashed across the sky, followed by a tremor and explosion, and a cloud of ash composed of dust and gravel was raised on the horizon. It was not until several seconds later that the bright light tearing the sky finally dissipated. A controlled orbital bombardment. Augustus repeated what Tassadar had promised him. The target is the Zerg hive on the surface of Altair. Tassadar's Templar and Zyrtle's Dark Templar will also land on this planet. Their target is the brainworm Yak of the Jormungand swarm. I bet they can't find Yak on Altair unless its brain is filled with shit, Raynor said. Are those aliens going to blow up Altair? Horace's face turned even greener. If the Zerg hadn't come so suddenly, he would have run away long ago. Don't worry. I bet they won't, Augustus said softly. Horace's face had turned from green to black, and he really wanted to ask Augustus what guarantee he had that the Protoss wouldn't. Chapter 331 Oasis Town. Oasis Town. This is an ironic name. Oasis represents hope in the desert and desolation. But the actual Oasis Town has nothing to do with this word. It is lifeless, with neither gurgling water nor lush green vegetation. Oasis Town is a town built between gray-brown mountains and rocks. The whirlwinds in the mountains roll up rusty dust like red clouds. The craters of the volcanoes and the cracks between the mountains continuously spew green high-energy gas, making the sky look like a three-color palette mixed with the red of dust. The green of high-energy gas and the blue of the sky. The wind is always filled with the coppery smell of high-energy gas and the foul smell of sulfur, just like the smell of countless rotten eggs. Oasis Town is very hot and stuffy. The air is filled with sweat, urine and pungent sulfur. The crossroads paved with stones and rotten wooden boards divide the town into one block after another. In the center of the town, there are more than a dozen skyscrapers that can only be seen in cities, which are like lonely giants in the red wind. It is dark and depressing, and the atmosphere of decay is everywhere. Most people took up arms to defend their homes, so the houses were locked, and people walking hurriedly with weapons could be seen everywhere on the road. These people hid far away after seeing the revolutionary soldiers of Augustus, instead of being jubilant like other colonists besieged by alien insects. At the forefront of the Revolutionary Army team advancing along the pothole road from west to east was Tychus Finley driving the Wolf 1 mecha, and two golden-red walking mechas with Hellfire missile launchers on their shoulders, which were armed with alloy steel, large-caliber heavy artillery and machine guns, and had a great visual impact. The soldiers of the 011th Battalion of the Revolutionary Army's Guards Division, wearing power armor, marched in neat steps and were strictly disciplined. They were not comparable to gangsters and pirates. Only the regular army of the Terran Federation could compare with them. However, in the eyes of the locals, there was no substantial difference between the Revolutionary Army and the Federation Army. And the revolutionary ideas of the Revolutionary Army seemed extremely empty and unattainable in the eyes of these people. Just as empty as the campaign speeches of members of the Federation Colony Parliament. How many people are here? When marching quickly to the other side of Oasis Town, Augustus asked Horace, the former Federation colonel who led them. Along the way, Augustus saw many residents of Oasis Town who were rushing to the front with weapons, as well as drug addicts lying on the ground like a puddle of mud and villains who wanted to take advantage of the situation to rob. Most people immediately fled and hid far away when they saw the fully armed revolutionary soldiers. About 100,000 people? Horace said hesitantly, very wary of Augustus's question, and only answered after thinking it over. There are some settlements around the oasis, but the number of people living there is not fixed. There are many more gathering points in Alterra than what is recorded on paper. But I am not sure what kind of people live there. Horace was once a colonel in the Terran Federation Army. He himself became a wanted criminal and fled here because of corruption, bribery and theft of arms. He knows the extent of corruption within the Federation Army. Generally speaking, there is no shortage of truly capable and tough men in the army. But there are also many termites. Given the nature of the Federation's rulers and noble generals, they would not send troops to rescue a chaotic planet like Alterra. Even if they come, they won't come to save people. In Horace's eyes, the Manx family, which started out as a rebellion, is no different from bandits and pirates. At best, they can only be regarded as a mob of peasant uprisings. It seems that the Revolutionary Army has received huge financial support from the Umoyan and Comorian people, and has large-scale power armor and electromagnetic weapons. However, a mob is a mob. How can an army composed of farmers, workers and vagrants be as brave and good at fighting as the federal soldiers who have undergone systematic military training? Military discipline and regulations are nothing. If the people of Oasis had nothing to rob, they would have started looting long ago. Horace doesn't believe that there are people who are so brilliant in this world. The Revolutionary Army took a huge risk to come to this planet full of alien insects. Not to save these scums of Oasis, but to save Altair's resources or something else valuable. Just to save people. How could it be for such a stupid and ridiculous reason? The sky is full of overlords, dragons, and scourges. After hearing what Horace said, Renaud said to Augustus, there is no airport here, and it is not easy to evacuate so many people in a short time. Then find another way and change the angle. Augustus said, we have to defeat the Zerg in Oasis Town and win a victory. I like this plan. Renaud agreed. Jimmy, take people to organized defense immediately. We have to guard all the intersections. Augustus ordered. The 6th to 9th Army Divisions and the 1st Armored Division have landed near Oasis Town. As long as we can withstand the first wave of the Zerg attack, we can launch a counterattack. Renaud immediately left with several rangers under his command. If they wanted to establish a defense line in Oasis Town, then the direction they had to defend was not just the front. Oasis Town was located on a flat land between the cracks of the Alterra Canyon. But there was almost no defense. The surrounding area was not flat, but the rocks and mounds scattered among them provided cover for the enemy. And the rugged terrain was also beneficial for the Zerg, a flexible and ferocious creature. Marshal Augustus. The Zerg are not a second or third-rate local army of the marginal world. Horace's eyelids twitched. I have killed more Zerg than you have ever seen, bitches. Tychus, who was in the Wolf Warrior No. 1 mech, heard what Horace said. Watch how your Revolutionary Army grandfather kills Zerg. Watch carefully and learn well. So, what do you think, Mr. Horace? The former federal colonel? Augustus looked at Horace and opened his helmet mask to reveal his cold gray eyes and handsome thick eyebrows. My opinion is to wait for death. If I had my own ideas, I wouldn't stay here. Horace shrugged. I heard from my friends about the Zerg invasion of the planet. There were endless man-eating monsters. Once someone fell, they would be torn to pieces. Bullets have no effect on Zerg because there are too many of them to kill them all. Maybe after this day, you will change your mind. Renaud replaced the magazine for his Gauss rifle with a crisp click. At this time, a little girl in a blue plaid shirt poked her head out of the street. Her clothes, hair and face were all dirty. She was pale and thin. with almost no flesh on her body. She was only slightly taller than Augustus's calf. She looked lonely, small and fragile in the whirlwind of red dust in Oasis Town. Only her black eyes were still shining. "Is that your daughter?" Augustus looked at Horace, and took out a bag of biscuits from the storage unit of his power armor. The little girl with messy reddish-brown hair took the cookie hesitantly, but did not eat it immediately even though she was so hungry. "No, I don't know her. If she was my daughter, I would never let her live in a doghouse," Horace said without hesitation. "She was bought by the smuggler Mark. Since Mark died in a prostitute's bed a few days ago, no one has taken care of the child," he said. "I heard that this child named Servilia is the child of a noble in the core world. After her family was killed in a terrorist attack, she somehow fell into the hands of human traffickers." Horace finally whispered, "Terrorists are people like you." Kerrigan, who was on standby, squatted down beside the little girl, and showed empathy and sadness because of the tragic memories in her mind. "So, you are still a noble lady." Augustus saw tears in the little girl's eyes. "Don't worry, child. We will definitely bring changes to this planet on the edge of the star zone." "What is change?" The messy hair on the little girl's forehead was all stuck together. Augustus suddenly realized that he was used to saying these words. He paused and said, "So that you can eat enough." Hearing Augustus' words, the little girl's eyes seemed to light up. After saying that, Augustus picked up the confused child and handed her to a sergeant of the marshal's guard who was on guard nearby. "Give her to our doctor and tell Lee that this child needs to be taken care of." "Yes, sir." The sergeant immediately held the girl in his arms and walked to the back of the team. "It was not our people who killed her family," Kerrigan said in a low voice. "They died in a political murder to exclude dissidents. The sons of Korhal could not harm nobles other than the creation family." Augustus looked back at the street, and a man who was staring at him on the street immediately retreated into the shadow of the house. Horace shook his head. "Not touched by this. It's useless to be kind. You will continue to starve after you leave." The nobles of the Federation used to do the same thing. They would shed a few crocodile tears when they saw a homeless child, stuff a few large bills into the child's pocket and walk away, not caring whether such a young child could keep so much money. In the end, what have you changed? Augustus stared into Horace's eyes. "The Revolutionary Army will raise this child and send her to a school that only accepts war orphans. This has always been part of the Republic's government expenditures. Everything I have done and the sacrifices my soldiers have made are all for the purpose of changing this rotten Federation." "Maybe?" Horace showed the arrogance of a Federation soldier when facing the Revolutionary Army. "I'll wait and see. The Revolutionary Army doesn't need to prove anything to you deliberately. This is what we have been doing," Kerrigan said coldly. At this time, the vanguard of the 011th Battalion of the Guards Division stopped at the end of the road that crossed the Oasis town. Outside the outermost row of houses was a lowland full of gullies, deep pits and huge rocks. The north of Oasis town was full of solid wooden and stone buildings. And looking outward, there were low hills and gullies extending outward. Augustus found that many residents of Oasis town, armed with various weapons, were nervously hiding behind houses and garbage debris blocking the road, looking back vigilantly at the approaching Tychus and Goliath armed robots. These people were dressed differently. Some wore plaid shirts and bandanas with gang badges, while others still wrapped themselves in hoods and windbreakers in this hot weather. Looking up, you can see colorful mohawks and shamat hairstyles. Tattoos, mouth studs and ear studs are common among them. Residents of Oasis town, we are the Revolutionary Army. Augustus shouted to the vigilant residents of Oasis town. "We will build a defense line here. Come behind us." This immediately caused an uproar among the residents of Oasis town. But before they could say anything, the soldiers of the Guards Division had already carried Gauss rifles, electromagnetic guns and rockets, and walked into the bunkers built by the residents outside the town. The Revolutionary Army engineers driving the T-280 space engineering vehicles unloaded the fine steel plates they were carrying and quickly built a defensive wall outside the Oasis town. The Revolutionary Army's engineering corps gathered the best metallurgists and engineers from all of Korhal 4, Sarah Galaxy, and Antigua. They could steadily build defense facilities or airports amidst tens of thousands of Zerg or in the hail of bullets. Several Revolutionary Army engineers carrying psychic jammers immediately prepared to assemble Swan's latest modified brainwave Bill psychic jammer. Compared with the early prototype, this model of jammer has a larger range and stronger power, but correspondingly, It takes more time to assemble more parts and start up. Augustus once praised the loyalty, bravery, and superb technology of the Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps. They are as important as the soldiers on the front line. The leader of the Oasis town residents stood up and seemed to want to ask something. But the roar from the hydralisk immediately drew everyone's attention back. In the whirlwind of red dust, the moving swarm of insects was getting closer and closer. The low roar and stench made the residents of Oasis town feel terrified. These bastards. Horace spat on the ground and took off an old AGR rifle from his back. This should be the stock he brought from the federal arsenal. At this time, the whole company of the Revolutionary Guards Division soldiers had drawn their guns and loaded them. From time to time, Wraith fighters and bombers flew over them. Something is wrong. Augustus. Those Zerg are chasing civilians. At this time, Kerrigan, who had a strong telepathic ability, suddenly reminded Augustus. What did you say? Augustus looked in the direction of the Zerg attack. Then Augustus received a report from the frontline troops. About 300 Terrans were running towards Oasis town, and behind them were tens of thousands of Jormungand Zerg. They should be workers from the nearby refinery. It is said that they are hired by the Comorians and are unwilling to contact the people of Oasis town on weekdays. Horace said to Augustus. The townspeople of Oasis town sighed or laughed in gloating. Judging from their speed, it was only a matter of time before they were caught up and devoured by the Zerg. Forward. Augustus immediately ordered, move the defense line forward to protect civilians. Chapter 332. You will accomplish your great deeds. Augustus' orders were executed most quickly and resolutely. Led by the officers of the 011th Battalion of the Revolutionary Army Guards Division and the political commissar of the Pan-Terran Revolutionary Party. More than 100 soldiers of the 2nd Company stepped out of the bunkers and bunker clusters and advanced rapidly in units of each combat platoon and fire support group. The Goliath-armed robots between the platoons used 30mm machine guns to form crossfire above and in front of the soldiers. The Wolf 1 mecha driven by Tychus took the lead, followed by the officers and political commissars who led the way. An artillery company equipped with KMC mortars fired at the incoming Zerg ground forces under the instructions of observers and officers. A large number of pulse bombs falling on the ground provided strong fire cover for the advancing revolutionary infantry. At this time, the people fleeing to Oasis town had crossed the abandoned outpost at the outermost edge of the town. Due to the rugged terrain of Altair, vehicles were difficult to use. If there were no spaceships and walking robots, then these people could only rely on their own legs. They were already exhausted, and from time to time some were knocked down and dragged away by the Zerglings, and were torn to pieces once they fell. Seeing a fully armed army running towards them, the remaining people saw hope. The fear of death and the hope of life overwhelmed all the fatigue, driving them to run hard towards the battle line composed of golden and red power armor in the distance. Come behind us. Faster. The bugs are about to bite your ass. Tychus Finley, who was at the front, shouted to those people using the loudspeaker of his Wolf 1 mech. The new paint on this huge red mech had long been scratched by Altair's whirlwind mixed with gravel and sand. But the golden wolf logo on its right shoulder was still shining. Under the cockpit, a line of words was written in white paint, "Guns speak truth." The company led by Tychus deployed outside the Oasis town and began to fire long-range rockets to avoid a ceasefire, in order to prevent the fleeing crowd from breaking the battle line. The revolutionary soldiers dispersed under the command of the officers, leaving several passages for people to pass through. Finally, the first person ran past the huge walking foot of Tychus's rumbling Wolf 1 mech, followed by more people with terrified faces. A dark-skinned, black-haired girl stumbled as she ran towards a revolutionary soldier and almost fell to the ground. But then a pair of hard alloy gloves held her steady. A bespectacled gas refinery engineer was caught by a Jormungand Zergling as he stumbled and ran, and immediately screamed in pain and was about to be dragged away. Two Revolutionary Army soldiers rushed towards the screaming engineer. One of them dragged the Gauss rifle in his hand and stabbed the sharp bayonet into the chest of the Jormungand Zergling, forcing it to pull back its forelimbs to fight back. The other soldier drew out the P660 electromagnetic pistol from his waist and fired steadily at the head of the Zergling. The large-caliber depleted uranium bullet blew up the ugly head with just one shot. When the last person walked past the two Revolutionary Army soldiers, who were about to raise their guns to shoot, Tychus put both hands into the exoskeleton system with sensitive sensors built into the mecha, and operated the flame of destruction on the right arm of the mecha to spray a stream of hot plasma more than 10 feet wide burning the 3 Zerglings that pounced on him into ashes in a few seconds. Tychus and the soldiers of the Revolutionary Guards division behind him continued to move forward, forming a high wall of steel behind the people. In the eyes of those who were saved by them, and the residents of Oasis Town, this high wall seemed indestructible, and would never fall. Augustus looked at the battlefield in front of him from afar. The 7th Division and the 9th Division must gather to me and form a siege in Oasis Town. Call the fleet. I need more firepower support and air strikes. Just at this moment, 2 ice blue lightning flashed in the colorful sky of Alterra, tearing the sky apart. They came from the main guns of the Protoss fleet. Dozens of fighter planes from this Revolutionary Air Force wing flew over the sky of Oasis Town, dropping a bright barrage of rockets and incendiary bombs. Augustus walked to the front line and issued combat orders to more than 20,000 revolutionary soldiers who landed on Alterra through the command system. Amid the deafening explosions and cannon fire, Augustus passed through the artillery positions, followed closely by Kerrigan and the Marshal's Guard. Horus, the forgotten former Federation colonel, caught up with Augustus after a moment of hesitation. Only then did he notice that Augustus had a strong aura, even comparable to those of the prestigious old Federation generals. When Augustus loudly gave the order, Horus actually had the illusion that he was his subordinate. At the same time, Horus was also surprised that Augustus gave the order to save people without hesitation, as if it should be so. More importantly, Augustus's soldiers actually executed the order without any hesitation. At this time, the Revolutionary Army had completely taken over the position north of Oasis Town. But the residents of Oasis Town who had gathered here to resist the Zerg attack did not leave or retreat, but chose to fight side by side with the Revolutionary Army. At first, they were still skeptical about Augustus and his Revolutionary Army. But after seeing what happened just now, they were convinced that the Revolutionary Army really came to help them. It was just that the revolutionary soldiers who rushed out to rescue people just now had undoubtedly been surrounded by the swarm of insects in order to cover the retreat of civilians. This was incredible in the eyes of the residents of Oasis Town, including Horus. Most of them were selfish and had very little altruistic thoughts and dedication. Augustus climbed up a sentry tower through a safety ladder and stared at the soldiers of the 2nd Company of the 011th Battalion in front of him through a telescope. He saw that the dense, dark swarm of insects was about to drown his brave soldiers. The residents of Oasis Town behind the trenches and bunkers sighed one after another. Even the rats and flies in the gutter of Alterra thought these people were real heroes. You don't have to rescue those people. They are just miners and lumberjacks. Compared with your soldiers, they are worthless. Horus walked to Augustus and said to him when he saw that the guards of Augustus' soldiers did not stop him. Horus Mobin, a wanted criminal who was once a colonel of the Federation Navy, saw these soldiers rescue those people without hesitation and realized that Augustus's Revolutionary Army was not comparable to the regular Federation Army or the rebels in the Marginal Star Zone that he had seen in the past. They seemed to truly take protecting civilians as their responsibility, rather than the Federation Army that was just idling around or the peasant uprising army that took advantage of the chaos to steal property. Horus has seen the ugliness of the world and human nature, and has seen upright and brave people. But he has never seen so many. The army of the Terran Federation used to be a place where elite nobles and brave warriors gathered. But now it is overstaffed and corrupt, and has become a place for politicians and descendants of famous families to gild and make money. More than a decade ago, when Horus just graduated from the Tarsonis Federation Military Academy, he was still an ambitious young man with great ambitions, determined to protect the order of the Federation. But when he graduated, Horus's teachers and friends advised him to stay in the military armed forces of Tarsonis and take an easy civilian job, so that he could get a quick promotion without having to deal with dangerous Comorians and Nemoians. Even so, the young Lieutenant Horus still applied for transfer to places where he was needed. But when he arrived at the military base of Tauros, the degree of corruption there was beyond his imagination. The Creation family Brubac had already controlled the military factories and all the industries there. All the senior officers were just puppets of the Brubac family. Everyone advised him not to think about going against the Creation family and lying down to get money. Augustus did not answer Horus's question, but just stared at the time on the HUD display screen of the helmet mask. 10 seconds later, the psychic jammer in Oasis Town was activated. An invisible interference force field caused the Jormungandr swarm near Oasis Town to be in chaos and began to kill each other. The 2nd Company, which was about to be besieged, retreated while fighting under the leadership of Tychus, and retreated to the original defense line. The coverage of the Brainwave Bill psychic jammer is extremely wide, and it can even affect the Zerg underground. The Zerg still haven't found an effective way to crack the psychic jammer. Cerebrates and elite king worms such as Ix or giant king worms, which have extremely powerful psychic powers, can ignore this interference to a certain extent, but the premise is that they are close enough to their own members. Considering that the Zerg have suffered a lot from the Revolutionary Army's psychic jammer, they will definitely eliminate this flaw through continuous evolution and genetic modification. Augustus only hopes that Swan's research progress can always maintain an advantage in the war with the Zerg. Although this is almost impossible to do. Don't fight anymore, Tychus. Let these Zergs continue to kill each other. We can clean up the mess when they are almost all dead. After confirming that his soldiers were retreating to Oasis Town in an orderly manner, Augustus began to answer Horus's question. I don't think so, Mr. Horus. Augustus did not explain to Horus in detail why he did that, because it was natural for him to save those people, and there was no need to explain the reason for doing so. In the Ceres system and Antigot Prime, millions of people were saved by Augustus's revolutionary army. And people, especially those with talent, are the most valuable. Even these criminals in Altera? Horus asked again. Altera's prisoners are not just criminals. Many of them are political prisoners, or revolutionaries, who have been persecuted by the Federation. Even the people here are not all criminals, who deserve to be tried by law. Augustus said to him calmly. Of course, once Altair is recaptured, I will definitely restore law and order on this planet. He continued, you may think I am a kind person, but I will definitely use an iron fist to eliminate the unstable factors in Altair. Ensure that people who abide by the law and work hard will not be threatened by the most vicious people. Altair is a planet rich in resources, and people here can get rich rewards even if they do not commit crimes. I have to admit that although I thought you were a brat who was arrogant because of your family background at first, you have indeed proved yourself to be a qualified leader. Horus said. Marshal Augustus is not only a qualified leader, he is definitely the best one you have ever seen. Kerrigan reminded Horus. Maybe you are right. Horus stared at the two men and women in front of him who seemed too young to him, and said nothing more. You are indeed different from the federal generals, Comorian CEOs or leaders of the resistance I have seen. At least you are really practicing what you promised. Even Horus, who had experienced many hardships, had to admit that he had made a mistake at the beginning. As a leader of the Revolutionary Army, who had already gained a lot of fame, Augustus must not be a name for nothing. If you talk to Augustus face to face, you will find that his demeanor and every word and action are extremely confident and convincing. Augustus is a very charming person, and anyone who meets him is convinced of this. Maybe you can really overthrow the federal creation family and establish a new republic. Horus said, if you can really do it, you will become the ruler of the new regime. I have heard an old saying, the road ahead is long and arduous, Augustus said, as he stepped down from the sentry post and met the group of Alterans rescued by the Revolutionary Army. Augustus noticed that most of these people were wearing regular workers' work clothes instead of the strange clothes of the residents of Oasis Town. These were strong laborers, and did not look like locals. As soon as these people walked into the Oasis Town, they collapsed on the road. Some of them fainted directly, while others had the joy of surviving the disaster on their faces. I heard that these people work for Comorian's gas refinery in Altair. Horus said to Augustus, that's why the people in Oasis don't like them. Where are you from? Augustus found a miner who still had the strength to speak. Judging from his clothes, he should be an overseer. Augustus had seen similar logos on his clothes in Moria. Thank you for helping us. We almost died. Many people died. It was a bald middle-aged man with a beautiful beard. He hesitated and said, we are miners nearby. There's nothing to hide. We are Comorians. A few years ago, the Moria Mining Association built many high-energy gas refineries near Oasis Town to extract the rich gas resources of Altera and transport them back to the association. This is stealing, Horus said angrily. We discovered this planet first. You Terrans are the latecomers and robbers who robbed and plundered. The bald man immediately responded angrily. Both sides insisted on their own opinions. Chapter 333 Terrazine and Chimera Pirates. Nothing is more disgusting than seeing the Comorians on the territory of the Federation. The people of the Federation are just rats in the gutter. The Guild War has proved this. I also give you this word for word. Tyrant bastard. You are nothing in my eyes. Do you think the Federation dare not fight another war? Sooner or later we will take back everything we have lost. While Horus was arguing, the Gamorrean overseer who had just escaped death still had the strength to fight back. And his voice sounded full of energy. No matter who Alterra belongs to. Most of the factories and refineries have been destroyed or infected by the Zerg. Augustus stopped the quarrel between the Gamorrean and Horus with just one sentence. The Zerg's attack is as fast as the infection. They are more terrible than any enemy we have seen in the past. Humanity must unite and work together to defeat the powerful enemy in the universe. The hatred between us is nothing compared to the threat of the alien race. Horus and the Calmorian overseer could only shrug. But they still cursed each other in their hearts. The conflict between the Terran Federation and the Calmorian combined had arisen since the two forces' large-scale expansion in the Copperless sector and their control areas overlapped. The Guild War only truly transformed this conflict into a deep-rooted hatred. The most dangerous enemy always comes from within us. Kerrigan pointed this out sharply at this time. For example, those people in Tarsonis. Augustus continued Kerrigan's words. Tychus Finley, who was driving a tall and heavy mech, led the soldiers of the second company behind him through the fortifications and came to Augustus. The electroplated titanium alloy steel plate in front of the cockpit of his mech had been stained red by the blood of the Zerg, and the Minx Golden Wolf logo on it looked even more ferocious. I need to take a break. Augustus, I think this guy may need some repairs. Tychus opened the door of the cockpit, lowered the ladder, and climbed down from it. Behind Tychus, 2 rows of soldiers from the second company, who had just withdrawn from the front line, were withdrawing to the assembly point. Their power armor was stained with the blood of Zerg and humans. They were really fighting bloody battles. These soldiers were praised by the people they rescued, and some even called them angels. The Gamorreans worshipped their ancestors, so this was also seen as the blessing of their ancestors. He pointed to the 40mm hard alloy steel inner arc rectangular shield on the right shoulder of the golden and red mecha, which was full of scratches and bite marks, and said, God knows what the spines of the Hydralisk are made of. This poor little shield was almost penetrated, and the chassis frame was also damaged. At that time, it was crawling with Zerglings and blade worms. This hard shield is also a new design of the Revolutionary Army's Technology Laboratory, which can protect the relatively fragile joints and cockpits of human mechas. This design is not the first of its kind. The Gamorreans also install fixed shields on the side of their Goliath-armed robots to resist the fragments of explosive shells. Similar inspiration may come from the armed security forces of the Morian Mining Guild Enterprise. Those security personnel armed with sonic and electric shock weapons always hide behind forests of riot shields and shoot to suppress the crowds of strikers and protesters. Now the Revolutionary Army Military Research Center is also trying to use this shield in CMC power armor. After the emergence of Zerg and Protoss, humans must advance the research of military technology to cope with the increasingly severe battlefield situation. Engineers always complain that you are a destroyer, whether to yourself or others. Augustus said to Tychus. Yes, we always break things, and they are responsible for repairing them until the thing is broken again. Tychus seemed to be in a good mood. The excitement of facing a whole swarm of Jormungandr just now was making his adrenaline surge. It will definitely not be a problem to fix it. But we still have a tough battle to fight before that. Augustus looked past the mech driven by Tychus to the battlefield in the distance. Affected by the psychic jammer, a large number of Jormungandr Zerg were killing each other, and their cruelty increased exponentially. According to past experience, most of the Zerg that lost the control of the brain worm would die from frantic attacks on each other. But another part would try to escape the range of the psychic jammer and become wild Zerg until they were controlled by the brain worm again. In the distance, the mad giant thunder beasts were crushing their own members back and forth, crushing the springtails, hydralisks, and scorpion worms into meat paste. The dragons in the sky were fighting each other, and sometimes some of the affected king worms fell from the sky like deflated balloons and were smashed to pieces. The uncontrolled Zerg rushed towards the oasis town, but these sporadic and less intensive attacks were quickly swept away by the defensive firepower in the oasis town. Don't take it lightly. Hold the line until I issue the next order. Augustus ordered in the command channel of Battalion 011. The Zerg may return at any time. Then, Augustus asked Kerrigan to open a 3D map holographic projection device she carried with her, and called the Kelmorian supervisor who had just quarreled with Horus. How many refineries are there nearby? The last time Augustus saw the Kelmorian was in Moria, and he had to admit that the Kelmorian, who were proud of their family bloodline, were actually much easier to deal with than the Terrans and Umagans. Most of the time, They were honest businessmen and they got what they paid for. I don't know the exact number, but it may be more than 500. The Comorian overseer thought for a moment and said, "Mark it on it." Augustus looked at him and said, "The factories secretly built by the Comorians in Alterra obviously could not be marked on the Federation's map. These factories were also very secretive, and could not be discovered by satellites or aerial reconnaissance. Some factories were even built underground." The Comorian overseer immediately did what Augustus said. He also knew that this could save his compatriots. "I never knew there were so many. You bunch of thieves." Horus didn't care about the property of the Terran Federation. But in the eyes of someone like him, who had integrated into local life, Comorian was stealing his property. Comorian's high-energy gas distillation technology and factory automation production technology are already quite perfect. Don't you think we didn't calculate the labor cost before investing in these facilities? Compared with Altair's rich high-energy gas and terrazine resources, the cost of maintaining automated equipment is not worth mentioning at all. Terrazine? While Augustus was talking, Tychus had already received an anti-gas cigarette from Faraday, the purple gas in Becher that makes the Taldarim addicted like drugs? Later I learned that the back of the planet of the D-4358 colony was filled with this toxic gas. And the people there were said to have demonic purple pupils. This thing can enhance a person's sensory abilities in all aspects, including both pain and pleasure. This is much more exciting than what I've seen, Tychus said. Terrazine is a rare resource, but it's also dangerous. Augustus thought of the Taldarim Protoss in the Revolutionary Army's alien laboratory, who often use simple prosthetics to walk around in front of the researchers. Now this Taldarim Protoss has been able to use human language proficiently, and get along well in the research station. His most common phrase is, "Do you want a breath of the Creator?" Since the Taldarim Protoss always hide more than the allowed amount of terrazine, Dr. Francos and the young apprentice Stedman always have to confiscate it through surprise inspections at the research station. Terrazine is a companion resource of high-energy gas, but it is extremely rare and currently only appears on planets. The Comorian overseer continued, "Terrazine is extremely rare. It is highly addictive, and it is a very popular drug with a high price. Terrazine can greatly enhance human perception, so it will be used as a catalyst for the noble's indulgence. The ingester will have all kinds of hallucinations, so much so that they will think they have some kind of superpower, and can hear other people's voices," he said. "How is this possible?" "Without exception, people who have ingested terrazine either become crazy or die suddenly. However, terrazine may really be able to enhance the telepathic ability of the ingester," Kerrigan said at this time. Dr. Francos once experimented on a cat and a PSI 3.5 level criminal volunteer, and found that after inhaling a large amount of terrazine, he really mastered the telepathic ability and certain psychic power that only level 5 psychics can have. But the side effects are equally uncontrollable, causing terrible hallucinations and violent tendencies. In the end, the doctor had to give up this research. "So, you secretly collect the terrazine resources in Altair, and sell them at a high price?" Augustus looked at the Comorian supervisor. "This is not our main job. The guild's goal is still Altair's rich high-energy gas resources. Under normal circumstances, we would rather wait for the terrazine to slowly evaporate into ordinary high-energy gas. Terrazine also has some kind of attraction to the Zerg, which may be one of the reasons why the Jormungandr swarm attacked Alterra," Kerrigan said. "If we are talking about terrazine, there is definitely more in Becher than in Altair. Why didn't I think it was worth a lot before?" Tychus said, stroking his chin. "Who are you going to sell the terrazine to? The drug addicts in the Federation or the Taldarim?" Augustus looked at the marks made by the Kelmorian overseer on the holographic map and calculated the distance. "Even if we are short of money, we will not sell drugs. As for the Taldarim Protoss, they will only use force to seize the terrazine." Augustus had already made a decision while speaking, and ordered the 7th Division, which was closest to the Oasis town, to form several exploration and rescue teams to go to these Comorian mining sites to search for possible survivors. "I mean, if it is possible. I mean, if you are really short of money." Tychus's pockets are always empty, because he will spend all the money as soon as he has it. There is no such possibility, unless you are no longer a revolutionary. Augustus interrupted Tychus and strangled Tychus's last extravagant hope with cold words. After getting the confirmation from the commander of the 7th Division, Augustus summoned his guards and returned to the center of the town. Along the way they came to find the mayor of Oasis Town. Augustus would order his troops to clean up the mess only after the Jormungandr swarms outside had almost killed each other. To deal with the Zerg, it is not enough to just kill them. The main nest and hatchery must be completely destroyed, and the infection must be eliminated with fire. The Protoss are much more familiar with this than humans. With the help of Tassadar and Zeratil's fleet, Augustus only needs to send troops to protect human settlements, without having to confront the large-scale Jormungandr swarm head-on. Of course, even if Augustus fights against hundreds of millions of Jormungandr swarms, it will definitely be defeated. As one of the most important ground attack hives among the swarms, it is only a matter of time before the Jormungandr swarms overwhelm hundreds of thousands of revolutionary soldiers, just like the tide spreading flat on the beach, without causing a single wave. Tassadar, who adheres to the teachings of Dao, still regards the Protoss as the protector of mankind, and regards the extermination of the Zerg, who are also creations of the Xel'Naga, as his duty. Augustus had just learned that a captain under his command had found the mayor of Alterra. At that time, the other party's shuttle was attacked by a Mutalisk while trying to fly away from Alterra into space, and was forced to make an emergency landing near the route of a revolutionary army company. Alterra is a planet more desolate than Hegi, with a sparse population. This planet had several governors of the Federation colonies, but they all died in assassinations and local armed conflicts. The Federation military base here is also in a semi-abandoned state, and soldiers with some background try their best to avoid being transferred to this dangerous place. On Alterra, a planet full of criminals and spies, the order and laws of the Federation no longer exist, and the people living here have their own set of survival rules. Although the election process is full of money and power transactions, threats, murders, and even naked vote buying, the mayor of Oasis Town is elected by the residents of the town after all, which at least shows that he has some ability. 10 minutes later, Augustus met the mayor of Oasis Town in a 2-story modular building in Oasis Town. What surprised Augustus was that the mayor was still quite young, only in his early 30s. When he met the mayor of Oasis Town, he was quite happy, calling Augustus the savior of Alterra and the hero of the Terrans. He even knelt down and kissed the ground under Augustus' feet, saying that he would eventually become the king of Copperloo, if the other party had not wanted to abandon his own townspeople and flee at all costs. Augustus would have almost really believed that he was a person who loved Alterra and the people of Oasis. The mayor of Oasis was full of lies. He claimed that he had been a supporter of Augustus' father, Angus Mengsk, a long time ago, and he actually said Angus's political demands and the program of the Revolutionary Army word for word. If Kerrigan had not exposed him, Augustus would never have known that the mayor of Oasis was a captain of the Chimera Pirates, and he was actually a psychic of a high level. After confirming that he was an old friend of the Chimera Pirates, Augustus had him locked up without hesitation, and asked Kerrigan to find out the despicable purpose of these technology dealers of the Chimera Pirates in Altair. Chapter 334: The Supreme Council's Pursuer. In late February, the area where Oasis Town is located ushered in a continuous light rain for several days. The rain not only brought a little coolness to the sultry Oasis Town, but also showed signs of weakening the lingering red mist in the sky. The sun's rays projected from the dispersing mist, and the horizon was covered with a layer of transparent blue light, like the hem of a skirt. At the beginning, Oasis Town was just a small settlement. The wide and narrow alleys composed of rows of staggered prefabricated houses and high oil storage cylinders of the gas refinery were located between the rugged and winding Rift Valley terrain of Alterra. This may be the most suitable place for human habitation in the region. There is a river in the Rift Valley below the town that rises and falls with the flood season, and to the south is the drought-resistant and tough Alterra Black Forest. It is not easy to find water sources and settlements that can shelter from wind and sand and stabilize soil in Alterra, because most areas are either barren land with no grass or on dangerous active plates. Alterra's land plates have been extremely active in the past few million years. Almost every moment, new high-energy gas springs are discovered with the latest cracks, and cracks that have existed for many years are buried. Despite its name, Oasis has always been a chaotic and desperate place. There are all kinds of wanted criminals and people who engage in illegal activities living in the town. Mercenaries and pirates also like Oasis's tobacco shops, bars, and underground black markets. The population composition of Alterra is even more complicated than that of the Port of the Dead. Pedestrians must be careful behind their backs even in the daytime. In recent times, with the invasion of the Zerg and the arrival of the Korhal Revolutionary Army, the chaos and crime in Oasis have been cleared. This is not because the people here suddenly became law-abiding. when there is an army stationed in the town with siege tanks and Goliath-armed robots with shining muzzles. Even the most vicious people have to temporarily keep their tails between their legs. Even if many people in Oasis Town are dissatisfied with the current situation, they dare not complain. The streets are full of revolutionary soldiers wearing power armor and carrying live ammunition. From time to time, arc tanks and heavy armored vehicles pass through the widened and rebuilt town roads to the front line to clear the alien insects. The tallest and most conspicuous buildings were all decorated with the golden and red flags of the Revolutionary Army. As long as people looked up, they would inevitably see these red flags of the wolf and whip. For the vast majority of people in Oasis, who made a living by doing illegal businesses, the arrival of the Revolutionary Army was definitely more worrying than joyful. The Revolutionary Army built a new government building and a sheriff's office with a 5-pointed star emblem in Oasis Town. Not only that, the school and hospital were also rebuilt. Marshal Augustus Minsk of the Revolutionary Army seemed to be very obsessed with the construction of the infrastructure of his territory, which can be seen from the fact that he vigorously promoted the construction of the subway network in Ansadar City, the main star of Antigua. The bigwigs who once controlled the situation in Oasis Town did not like these changes. They believed that the Revolutionary Army destroyed the customs and survival rules of the people of Alterra. But Augustus just laughed it off. He could not allow a town full of assassinations and violent conflicts to exist for a long time under his rule. Even if Augustus would not completely clean up Oasis Town, he would let those criminals know the value of abiding by the law. On this day, Augustus did not stay in Oasis Town to wait for his generals to report back the latest progress of clearing the Alteran Zerg, but went to the largest nearby Comorian high-energy gas refinery. At this moment, on the other side of Altair, Tacidar's Protoss fleet was still bombing the main nest of the Jormungandr Zerg, while Cyrodiil's Dark Templars were hunting the elites of the Zerg in the wilderness and dark canyons of Altair. The Comorians had a stretch of several miles of high-energy gas collection, extraction and storage industrial facilities at the foothills of the mountain south of the Oasis Town. This was not difficult to find on the satellite display map. But the Comorians bribed the officials of the Terran Federation in exchange for the right to build a factory here. Those corrupt federal officials did not care whether the bribers were Comorians or pirates. It was legitimate to exchange Altair's natural resources, which had little to do with them, for real money. The gas refinery was a building composed of solid alloy buildings, thick and tangled pipes, exhaust gas outlet gates and tall gas storage tanks. There were also workers' living areas, entertainment areas and even supporting bars. The living environment was much better than that of the Alterans under the federal rule. Before Augustus came to this factory, the guild guards of the Comorian Colonies Guild were guarding these gas refineries. Their equipment was enough to deal with any pirates and other threats in the interstellar space. But this did not allow these brave guild guards to guard this place for long. After the Jormungandr swarm invaded Altair, none of the more than 2,000 Comorians in this factory survived. Most of the buildings were covered with pus and purple crusts, and the interior of the buildings was filled with bloody tissues and meridians. Under the guidance of the Zerg hive genes, all the infected human buildings seemed to have regained life, living like a real creature, and the spreading fungal carpet provided nutrients for these buildings. If these infected buildings are not destroyed, they will transform the humans devoured by the swarm into terrible infected people. The infected people who exist according to the will of the hive will move with the movement of the swarm and become real monsters. It took several days just to clean up the infected buildings and the broken pieces on the road. The facilities in the refinery were completely unable to operate. The explosion of the core reactor destroyed dozens of buildings and collapsed the outlet of the high-energy gas fountain. Augustus was now standing in front of a completely infected refinery control center, watching the revolutionary soldiers use flamethrowers to clean the sticky attachments on it. The air was filled with the smell of burnt protein. Some new creatures were found in this area. The livestock and pets of the factory workers have undergone more or less deformation. Various alien creatures frequently attack our soldiers and local civilians. Sarah Kerrigan stood beside Augustus. This factory cannot be used, Augustus said to Kerrigan. It must be destroyed and buried. The infection of the swarm has penetrated deep into the ground. As he spoke, a crack appeared in the building in front of them, which was covered with exoskeleton, ugly hard skin and purple shell. A Comorian guild guard with a spike piercing his brain was squeezed out by the squirming tissue, like a fish pulled out of a ruptured stomach, and the surface of his body was covered with a thin layer of amniotic substance. The abominable distortion has already shown itself in this Comorian. He was once a guild guard of the Honorable Kalani's Guild, as evidenced by the totemic sun emblem on his chest. All the honors are far from what this warrior is now. He is just a monster controlled by the main hive mind. Bury him. Augustus left this sentence and walked through a main road of the refinery to the production area, passing a collapsed holographic projection theater. Many dead souls were buried under the pile of rubble covered with charred organic matter. But the colored lights and glass fragments in the rubble sparkled in the sun. In the distance was a huge Zerg hatchery, which was composed of hundreds of tons of organic matter, covered with sharp spikes and keratinous crusts. The sturdy exoskeleton and skeleton supported this huge building, which was much larger than the stadium. It was throbbing like a living thing, as if it was breathing. The purple-black creeping fungus carpet spread from the hatchery to the surroundings, like ink immersed in clear water. Hundreds of Revolutionary Army soldiers and Goliath-armed robots stood below the hatchery, all of them staring at this living building that seemed to be alive. Far away were a dozen Zerg extraction rooms covering the high-energy gas springs. The special organs they evolved could replace human distillation and refining facilities to convert high-energy gas rich in impurities into a concentrated state, and then make these precious gas resources serve the evolution of the entire Zerg swarm. A running psychic jammer was lighting up with a yellow light, which meant that this area was safe. Reporting to you, the Great Marshal Augustus Minsk. I am Captain Frank of the 9th Division. We are keeping a close eye on these dangerous Zerg buildings all day. A Revolutionary Army officer wearing a dark gray uniform and a 2-silver vertical bar badge on the brim of his hat reported to Augustus. No need to add the Great Captain before my name. Augustus knew this man's name. Captain Frank was a software engineer in Corhole 4 before joining the Revolutionary Army, and now he is a fanatic believer of the Marshal himself. Many people admired Augustus, but this captain was particularly paranoid. Salute to the soldiers of the 9th Division. As Augustus saluted the captain, Tychus was grunting over from the other side of the hatchery. If the soldiers paid a little attention, they would have noticed that this burly man was dragging a worker bee that looked much larger than himself towards Augustus. It was an ugly creature shaped like a manta ray, with huge claws and many pairs of tiny triangular eyes, and webbed wings on both sides of its worm-like body. Although the fleshy wings didn't help the Zerg fly, it did float in midair like a vulture. Guess where I got in the bug-kicking contest? A good 10 feet 3 meters one away, Tychus said as he walked, dragging the worker bee's tail towards Augustus. Are you crazy? Don't let this monster get close to the Marshal. Corporal Faraday almost jumped up and shouted at Tychus. Shut up. You jumping Corhole monkey. Stop giving the orders. You are not qualified. Tychus dragged the motionless and no longer struggling worker bee to Augustus without any concern. Don't worry. The monster's sharp teeth and thorns have been pulled out, and Kashidi has given it enough anesthetic. He threw the worker bee to the ground, clapped his hands and said with satisfaction, this monster is even more dangerous than the springtail, and can spit out poisonous thorns at you like a hydra. Some people have been hit, and are still lying in the hospital, waiting for orders to return to Anaga or Umogen. It's just a toy now. A dangerous toy, Kerrigan added sternly. You're acting like an ignorant child. A big ignorant child. Augustus walked over to the slumped Jormungand worker. The sedative still kept it flat on the ground, its relatively soft abdomen exposed, its head hanging low. The Cerberus guys will need it. And this hatchery. Hopefully we can find a way to get those larvae to turn into cocoons, Augustus said. It will take a long time to transport these back to Umogen. Kerrigan looked at Augustus and said, during this period, we have transported a lot of live Zerg samples back to Umogen Prime. Aren't those scientists in Umogen really playing with fire and getting burned? Everything is within the scope of the Umogen Council's permission. Augustus put his hands behind his back. You will never imagine how much the Umogen people want to obtain a complete Zerg hatchery. They paid a high price for it, he said. If the Umogen Protectorate can't even deal with a few worker bees and hatcheries, then the United States should not expect them to protect it. Maybe one day the Kelmorians and Umogens will have to ask us for advice on how to deal with the bugs, Tychus said with a chuckle. Can you sense this worker bee? Augustus looked at Kerrigan at this time. This place is very far away from Char, and is in the center of the influence of the psychic jammer. Even if the psychic power of the Overmind is powerful, it cannot sense here. I think I can. Kerrigan extended a hand to the worker bee. You warned me not to touch the Zerg against your orders. Now you can try. Augustus said to Kerrigan, I want to see the limit of your ability. Try to control it. The psychic jammer has a great influence on me. Kerrigan concentrated, and golden light appeared in her emerald pupils, but at such a close distance. It shouldn't be a problem. Kerrigan used her powerful mental power to control the worker bee that was being controlled by drugs. It quickly turned around and poked Tychus, who was asking Corporal Faraday for a cigarette, with its huge claws. Ouch! Tychus jumped up holding his butt. Holler might be able to do it, but there are so few such psychers among humans. Augustus smiled and continued. Next, try to transform this worker bee into a hatchery. Augustus did not have any expectations for this. Why do you think so? Okay. However, under Kerrigan's control, the worker bee immediately turned into a pool of squirming tissue, if the hatchery is what is in front of you. Dr. Franco said that the gene that responds to psychic energy seems to be hidden in the bodies of these worker bees. Cancel this order, Augustus said immediately. Oh my god. Tychus and Corporal Faraday were shocked. Emergency. An unmarked Protoss fleet appeared in the outer space orbit of Altera. Just at this moment, the deputy captain of the Hyperion suddenly reported on Augustus's pager. Should we intercept them? We need your instructions. Chapter 335 Artanis. Altera Aerodrome. This shipping port built on a cliff was once abandoned because illegal goods could only enter through those little-known private starports. Now it has been put back into use after being renovated by the Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps, and is listed on the Revolutionary Army's star map with the new name of Altair Aerodrome. Open to any Revolutionary Army or friendly forces. The airport has a wide and brand new apron and a towering launch tower. All the buildings exude a beautiful silver-white luster under the sunlight. Halfway down the mountain is a battalion-level camp of the Revolutionary Army. The mountains are high and the roads are long, so it is seldom visited. The wind that blows through the mountain stream brings the high-energy gas that escapes, and the entire mountain seems to be covered with a thin green blanket. These mountains are generally considered to be poisonous, because the gas spewed by a large amount of high-energy gas springs even forms a lingering fog between the mountains. When Augustus heard the news that the unknown Protoss fleet jumped into the Altair system, he rushed from the Comorian gas refinery to the Altair airport, and two golden-red Revolutionary Army APOD-33s were landing with the rumbling of the engines. Pirates with their hands bound by metal shackles were walking down the gangway below, followed by revolutionary soldiers in power armor. These pirates wore old and tattered ivory long vests and long leather boots, with turbans or low-brimmed hats on their heads. Their captains wore Justicar-style tights, with a triangular hat with a gold-threaded chimera and ship. Since interstellar pirates roam the fringe star regions all year round and use pirate ships as their homes, their equipment and clothing generally look tattered and old. Some pirates were still wounded, obviously because they escaped during the pursuit of the Revolutionary Army. The Chimera pirates have bases in many places. The Revolutionary Army destroyed only a pirate gas collection station in Altair. In this galaxy, hundreds of Chimera pirates use a huge space wreck as their base, and plunder technology and goods with fast small plundering airships. Of course, what they do most in Altair is the business of robbing Robo-Robo. The Chimera pirates are a large force in the Altair galaxy. Their main plundering fleet wandering in the Copperless sector even has a modified battlecruiser. But if they run into the Korhal Revolutionary Army, the biggest reactionary force in the sector, they can only consider themselves unlucky. Pirates are haunting, and you can run into them anywhere. Kerrigan twisted her beautiful eyebrows in annoyance as she followed Augustus past these dejected pirates. Pirates are pirates. They are everywhere, and they can penetrate any hole. When Augustus figured out that the Chimera pirates just ran into him by chance, he no longer cared about these pirates. He was thinking about the purpose of the strange Protoss fleet. As long as the Sea of Stars still exists, pirates will not disappear. I hope these pirates can learn a lesson, Kerrigan said. The Federation has given us enough headaches. Augustus shrugged his shoulders, not even looking at the group of unfortunate Chimera pirates, and boarded the imp transport ship with Kerrigan and others. A few Wraith fighters also took off with the transport ship. These fighters with a deep red background and gold trim turned into part of the silver meteor shower as they rotated on the horizon. After the transport ship jumped out of Altera's planetary gravity field, it headed straight for the flagship of Tacidar's fleet, the Star Shuttle. Outside the small, round observation window on the side of the ship where Augustus was, the magnificent and shining Protoss fleet was already in sight. Tacidar's Protoss fleet did not intercept the imp transport ship that Augustus was on. In the past, Augustus often took this ship to visit Tacidar on the Star Shuttle. The growing friendship between the human Revolutionary Army and the former executive officer of the Protoss Expeditionary Force was already well known to Tacidar's followers. In the outer space orbit of Alterra, in addition to the Tacidar Protoss fleet that Augustus was familiar with, there was another golden-blue fleet facing it from a distance. Judging from their consistent styles, it should also belong to the Protoss Empire fleet. And the two fleets were obviously confronting each other. Based on Augustus's understanding of Tacidar's current situation, it should be the fleet of the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire that came to hunt him down. Sitting on the hard-cushioned seat of the transport ship, Augustus contacted the bridge of the Hyperion again when the ship he was riding was quickly heading towards the Star Shuttle. At this time, the deputy captain of the battleship, Lieutenant Colonel Ryan, was issuing a first-level alert order to all decks to deal with emergencies that could occur at any time. Lieutenant Colonel, prepare for a space fleet battle in the Altair system. Augustus gave the order to the deputy captain. They come with bad intentions. Who are our enemies? The deputy captain asked. If they start a war, will we join in? Of course, Augustus replied. And without a doubt, we must stand on the side of Tacidar. Yes, Marshal. The deputy captain responded to Augustus' order with a brief reply. Augustus then asked Lieutenant Colonel Ryan, where is Cyrodiil's Dark Templar fleet? The Protoss Dark Templar fleet disappeared when this strange Protoss fleet appeared, and it should have entered a stealth state. The deputy captain immediately replied, if the Supreme Council fleet discovers that there is a Dark Templar fleet here, it will inevitably lead to new conflicts. Augustus nodded. Cyrodiil's choice is very wise. Stay on high alert, Commander. At the end of the call, he told the deputy captain of the Hyperion, you are responsible for more than the fate of the crew of a warship, but also our lofty beliefs and immortal mission. Augustus then handed over the command of the Altair Revolutionary Fleet to Jim Raynor, who hurried back to the Hyperion, and focused his attention on the two Protoss fleets outside the porthole of the transport ship. It seems that the internal strife of the Protoss is no less than that of humans. Kerrigan, who was sitting next to Augustus, said at this time, it's strange, since the Protoss has the Kara, a mental network that can connect everyone's thoughts and emotions. Why are they still involved in conflicts and civil wars, even if they understand and empathize with each other? The opinions and ideas of the Protoss will not be exactly the same. Augustus replied, the Protoss Kara cannot resolve all conflicts. The Kara may be able to achieve unity of mind and indivisibility, but as long as they are creatures with independent thoughts, differences are inevitable. The imp transport ship passed the side of a Protoss aircraft carrier and headed towards the Star Shuttle, the most magnificent and gorgeous battleship in the Protoss fleet. It seemed so small in front of these magnificent and shining giant battleships, like a sardine swimming past a giant whale. Various beautiful butterfly, needle and disc-shaped shuttled back and forth around the giant warship, and the elegant hulls, like works of art, flashed bright golden light under the illumination of the stars. The driver who drove the boat for Augustus drove into the berthing port at the bow of the Star Shuttle with ease, and stopped at a position full of Protoss golden shuttles. As soon as the gray little devil stopped, two Protoss phase technicians in blue robes walked towards it. The swarm of servants, like swimming fish, came around the human spaceship and used ion beams and gravity tractor beams emitting blue light to repair the damaged hull. Whenever Augustus came to the Star Shuttle, the spacecraft was meticulously maintained without exception. In the eyes of Protoss engineers, human spacecraft were crude and primitive. In the eyes of Protoss, humans still believed that as long as the engine power was strong enough, the spacecraft could fly into the sky, even though their aircraft were so crude and simple, without any artistic and aesthetic feeling. As for the extremely violent aircrafts of human mercenaries and pirates, in the eyes of Protoss engineers, they were undoubtedly a blasphemy against beauty. Hail to Aden! Amid the sound of hydraulic deflation, Augustus walked down the ramp of the transport ship below and said to the two Protoss phase technicians who were walking towards him, Hail to Aden, Marshal Augustus Minsk. When addressing Augustus, the Protoss still almost stereotyped Augustus' full name and position, which they took for granted. What happened, my friends? Augustus asked the two Protoss phase technicians. That was a fleet that was supposed to defend Aiur. A Protoss phase technician with golden hoop ornaments on his long nerve bundle said to Augustus, we don't know who the executive officer of this fleet is, but they have the symbols of Templar Akiri and Arbiter Yara tribe. Hasn't Aiur been attacked by the Zerg? Kerrigan was walking down the gangway. Had the Protoss dealt with the Zerg that invaded Aiur and can spare their hands to send out the fleet? We don't know, the Protoss phase technician said. Where is the executor? Augustus asked. The bridge, the phase technician replied. Augustus nodded and took Kerrigan and Faraday straight to the bridge of the Star Shuttle. Seeing Augustus's hurried steps, the two Star Shuttle phase technicians just looked at each other and then immersed themselves in their work again. An ancient Protoss colony language is still circulated among the Protoss's Kalei hierarchy. Our duties never end. Through the teleportation matrix inside the Star Shuttle, Augustus arrived at the bridge corridor with transparent crystals and stars on the dome a few minutes later. We are here to arrest you. Then, we will take you back to Ire for trial. As soon as he entered the bridge of the Star Shuttle, Augustus heard an arrogant voice. The voice was far less powerful than Tassidar's, but it was definitely not weak. This tone reminds me of that old guy Duke, Kerrigan said as she walked. The arrogance of the old nobles of Tarsones is exactly the same as that of the Protoss. Arrest me? The Zerg are destroying Ire. And you came all the way here just to arrest me? Tassidar's voice sounded full of anger. Tassidar. What happened? Augustus ran straight to Tassidar, who was standing in front of the bridge platform. The Templars around Tassidar did not stop Augustus. They did not think Augustus was someone who would hurt Tassidar. Sarah Kerrigan, the human psyker who followed Augustus, might be a dangerous character, but her loyalty to Augustus himself was absolutely unquestionable. Who is this human here? Tassidar. He is Augustus Mengsk, the leader of the Human Revolutionary Army. He is a brave and upright man, Tassidar replied. Augustus finally saw the owner of the voice clearly. He was a Protoss wearing a golden red robe and a hood. There was a crystal clear blue crystal embedded on the top of his hood. Interesting. Your taste in choosing companions is getting more and more incredible. You have touched heresy. I can feel the stain left by the Dark Templar in your spiritual world. That stain even blasphemed Kara. Who is this arrogant and rude guy? Augustus asked Tassidar. What an idiot. Kerrigan said sarcastically. Don't look down on humans. Duke is a good man compared to him. You are here, Augustus. Tassidar looked at Augustus and said. He is the arbitrator Aldaris of the Supreme Council. As you heard, Arbitrator Aldaris is here to arrest me. Don't let them take you away. Executor. You are not a puppet at the mercy of the Supreme Council. Augustus looked at Tassidar and said. Arrogant. This is not the place for you to speak. Human. The blue flames in Aldaris' eyes shone brighter with anger. Shut up. Kerrigan said. Don't be rude to Marshal Augustus, or I will shoot you. If you have a mouth. Pathetic guy. Kerrigan didn't need to be humble to Aldaris. She would never give a good face to anyone who dared to offend Augustus, whether human or Protoss. For a moment, Aldaris was almost speechless after being scolded by Kerrigan. The fire in his eyes had never shone as brightly as it did today. But as a Protoss, Aldaris would never be like Tychus even if he was furious. Interesting. Aldaris claimed that he remembered these two humans. If you remember the honor you once achieved, Tassidar, we once believed in you so much. Believed you as the son and the great Adon. He ignored Augustus and Kerrigan and continued to speak to Tassidar. And now you have failed us and allowed these humans to enter the Supreme Shuttle. I am here to arrest you. I repeat, you and all your foolish followers will be imprisoned and brought back to Ire for trial. What does he want to do? Force people to rebel? Kerrigan whispered. Everything I do is for Ire. Once the opportunity is right, I will return to Ire. Tassidar responded calmly. The Dark Templar have corrupted you so deeply. Aldaris' voice rose. Arbitrator. Anger does not help solve problems. At this time, a voice that sounded too young appeared. A Protoss in a golden and blue executor's robe stood out from behind Aldaris. He was wearing almost old-fashioned plate armor, and his eyes were as clear as sky blue. Executor. You are still so young, but you have already risen to my past position. Tassidar looked at him and said. Artanis. Chapter 336. What are you doing? Artanis? As Tassidar said. Artanis, who is only 254 years old, is too young among his long-lived people. Artanis is also the youngest of all the executors. He was born in the most powerful Templar tribe, Akiri, which ruled other tribes for hundreds of years during the Aeon of Cataclysm of the Protoss. Akiri has long been the leader of the Templars, and many great executors have come from this ancient and glorious tribe. The Protoss Empire has more than one executive officer. Many fleets carrying out missions in the galaxy have an executive officer. But they are all experienced warriors and wise men. And the many years they have experienced have finally tempered them into steel. Even in the Protoss Empire, Artanis can be promoted to executive officer at the age of more than 200 years, which is enviable. As the new executive officer, Artanis' attire is almost exactly the same as Tassidar's. The gorgeous armor is lined with a blue robe that falls like the night sky, and the feet are exquisitely made alloyed boots. Apart from his attire, Artanis at this time was not much different from the Archbishop of Darum in Augustus's memory. Not surprisingly, Artanis' smoother and more vibrant skin showed that he was a much younger Protoss than Cyrodiil or Eldaris. Young and strong, full of honor. Compared to the rigid arbitrator elders in the Supreme Council, Artanis may be more receptive to new ideas. It makes me uneasy to see you again, noble Tassadar. I often doubt whether I am qualified to take over the position of executor. You are the role model of the Templar and the leader that everyone expects, while I am just a novice. At first, Artanis warned Eldaris that anger would not help solve the problem at hand. But once he saw Tassadar, his attitude softened almost immediately. In front of Tassadar, Artanis was almost embarrassed like a child who had made a mistake. And his sky-blue eyes burning with psionic flames were widened like a human's helplessness. It was obvious that Artanis felt guilty about taking over Tassadar's position, even though it was not his fault. This sudden change in attitude caught everyone present and the Protoss off guard, and even Tassadar was a little confused. In any case, now was not the time to say such things. Hey, so you're a little fanboy. Sarah Kerrigan shook her fiery red ponytail and whispered to Augustus. As she grew older, Kerrigan's ability to speak coldly and venomously also increased. She believed that it was the dark side of her heart that was at work. I know you, Artanis. You will be able to protect our people. Tassadar said, I refuse to destroy the human planet because those people should be saved and not destroyed with the nightmare that invaded their homeland. Enough? I have heard enough. What are you talking about? Young executor, Eldaris said untimely. We are here to arrest Tassadar and bring him back to Ire for trial. He has fallen too far. I order you to arrest him. Executor. Artanis was silent. Perhaps he had to choose between the Protoss Empire he was loyal to and Tassadar, whom he respected. You colluded with the fallen Dark Templar and refused to execute the order of the Supreme Council to purify the infected human planet. Tassadar, you must surrender immediately. Accept strict interrogation, and wait for the trial of Kala law. You have supreme virtue and honor. Your belief in protecting the people was as pure as the sun's rays. What made you fall to this? Was it the Dark Templar or these humans? Perhaps neither. Tassadar said, we must not let outdated dogmas influence our judgment. We fight for the Protoss Empire and our people, not the Supreme Council. How dare you question the sacred will of the Supreme Council? Eldaris said, refusing to abide by the ancient traditions and dogmas that maintain the stability and prosperity of the Protoss Empire. You are no different from a heretic and a traitor. I'm sorry, Arbiter. Tassadar stretched out his hands to Eldaris in the psychic projection, and pushed his palms outward. I will never surrender. He reiterated his previous words to Eldaris, and his determination could be heard in his tone and words. I said that I would return to Ire, but not as a prisoner. The threat of the Zerg is imminent, and I cannot fall. Tassadar, you really disappoint me. What surprised Augustus was that Eldaris seemed to be surprised by Tassadar's determination. Perhaps the seemingly pedantic and stubborn Protoss Empire arbitrator thought that as long as he chased Tassadar here, who had essentially broken with the Supreme Council, he would go back with him obediently. I told the other arbitrators that Tassadar was still loyal. He just made a mistake that must be corrected immediately. He said, I thought that as long as you return to Ire, things would be back on track. We will forgive you because we will never forget the achievements and honors you have made in the past. If there is an arbitrator by your side, he will definitely be able to correct your mistakes in time. But the Supreme Council trusted you too much and never thought of betrayal, so it did not do so. Facts have proved that. We were all wrong. I was not wrong. Tassadar said, I just followed the teachings of Daw to protect the weak races. Is it also part of Daw's teachings to be with the Dark Templar? Eldaris questioned Tassadar. Tassadar immediately responded, the Dark Templar can help us kill the Zerg brain worms. The original power of the Protoss they use is the key to dealing with the Zerg. And I think that the many misunderstandings and prejudices we have about the Dark Templar are not correct. Don't you believe that the Templars can easily defeat the Zerg? They even need the power of the traitors. What a shameful cowardice. Aldaris was shocked by Tacidar's outrageous words. Even without the Dark Templar, we can kill the Cerebrates. He then emphasized, the power of the Dark Templar is not worth mentioning at all. They are just pathetic traitors and fugitives. How can they be compared with the Holy Kala? The fleet that Tacidar sent back to Ire also brought back the news that the Zerg would collapse if the Cerebrates were killed. But just like Aldaris, the arbitrators of the Supreme Council always believed that what the Dark Templar could do, the Protoss Empire could not fail to do. You must believe me. The Dark Templar is the key to defeating the Zerg. We should. Nonsense. Aldaris raised his voice. You are no longer the same person you used to be. Surrender, Tacidar. We will give you a fair judgment. I refuse. Tacidar replied firmly. I will not surrender either. Well said, Tacidar. Only by firmly grasping your destiny in your own hands can you avoid being passive. Augustus had been listening, trusting Tacidar to make his own judgment. The Protoss executor was as opinionated and confident as Augustus, which was one of the characteristics of a leader. So, in order to escape the blame, you are willing to go to war with us here? As a powerful arbitrator of the Supreme Council, Aldaris had never lost his temper in centuries. Even when the Zerg swarmed into Ire, Aldaris did not lose his mind because of anger. I will never go to war with our compatriots, Tacidar said. Tacidar, my friend, I do not understand the differences and disputes between the Protoss. But if you must fight them on Altera, the Human Revolutionary Army will definitely stand on your side. Augustus made his position clear at this time. Division and division are the beginning of all disasters. The psychic flames in Aldaris' eyes flickered, and he was trembling with some fear. Since the Aeon of Disaster, there has been no more killing of the same race. Do you want to let that tragic catastrophe happen again? Wage a war? No. I will never be the sinner as you wish. When Aldaris found that he could only arrest Tacidar through a civil war, he found that the fleet he led could not gain an advantage in the war with the fleet of Tacidar's followers. Tacidar led more than 20 Protoss aircraft carriers and thousands of fighters instead of just the flagship Star Shuttle. The history of many of these warships can even be traced back to the early period of the establishment of the Protoss Empire after the Aeon of Catastrophe. The history of each Protoss aircraft carrier is extremely long. Aldaris and Artanis led only a small fleet from Ire, and no matter how insignificant the revolutionary fleet next to them was in the eyes of the Protoss, they were not completely without threat. If Aldaris really decided to fight Tacidar's fleet in the Altair system, considering that the opponent was the former executor who was outstanding, they would most likely be defeated. For a moment, Aldaris was obviously hesitant about what to do. He was not unfamiliar with war. Aldaris Ire is being ravaged. You should return to Ire to defend our homeland instead of traveling thousands of miles to hunt me down. Tacidar had long been certain that Aldaris would not dare to go to war with him. Return to Ire. Arbitrator. Artanis. The Protoss Empire will remain as powerful as ever. But our people need you. Aldaris said nothing more. He already knew that he would return empty-handed. Air also needs you. At this time, Artanis said, the threat of Ire Zerg still exists. Their nests are deep underground, tarnishing the magnificent and charming underground temples and precious heritage. Once I return to Ire, I will be met with the wrath of the Supreme Council. Tacidar knew his situation well. After a brief silence, Artanis said sincerely, no matter how unreasonable and heretical they say you have become, I still believe that you are still loyal to the Protoss Empire and our people. Tacidar, you will never betray your beliefs. Selendes, order the fleet to set sail. We are going back to Ire. He turned to the other side and announced his decision. Have you decided to give up? Aldaris questioned Artanis. We have failed. Arbiter. The new executor Artanis looked at Aldaris, showing strength and unquestionable, unless we fight a losing war in this star region. You know this very well. Have the arbiters been accustomed to hiding their thoughts in the Kala and playing dumb? Artanis is very young, which makes other Protoss think that he is underqualified, inexperienced and reckless. But as a young man, he does not lack the courage to challenge authority. He is the youngest executor, but he is also the most capable. Although Artanis was almost humble in front of Tacidar, who was also an executor of the Templar, he was definitely not a weak character. Tacidar was only over 300 years old, and he could have served as an executor to lead the Templar for several centuries. Perhaps the Supreme Council has never been so urgent in need of a new executor to lead Tacidar's army. But there is no doubt that the arbitrators who entrusted Artanis with the important task believed that he was definitely the best candidate. He just lacked experience. Outside the porthole of the Star Shuttle, Artanis, who was facing him from a distance, was jumping into the ice-blue vortex reflected by the hyperspace channel. Tassadar, I just hope you won't do something more terrible. Aldaris, wearing a golden-red hood, warned Tassadar before leaving, you have made a big mistake. Don't make the same mistake again. Aldaris would not hold a grudge against Artanis for his tough attitude today. He was not a politician in the Terran Federation Parliament who played tricks for his own selfish desires. No matter how rigid Aldaris is, the purpose of everything is to ensure that the Protoss Empire can survive long and stably as Kos, the founder of Kala, expected. They are leaving. After the Protoss fleet on the opposite side finally left, Augustus took a deep breath. Fortunately, it was Artanis who came. If the Supreme Council deliberately selected those executives who were dissatisfied with you to arrest you, it would be difficult to end today. Is it over? Corporal Faraday always followed Augustus. And he also witnessed the dispute between Tassadar and Aldaris. I thought we had to fight the Protoss government forces. In Faraday's eyes, Tassadar was the rebel army of the Protoss Empire. The Protoss are really honest. They can find an excuse to trick Tassadar back, or force his followers to choose between their leader and Ire. Kerrigan expressed her own opinion. Sarah Kerrigan didn't mind using some conspiracies and tricks that didn't violate morality. In fact, she had always been a tough character as a ghost agent. Tassadar, are you going back to Ire? Augustus saw Tassadar lower his head and felt his frustration and defeat. No, it's not the right time yet. I need to convince Cyrodiil and the Dark Templar from Shakuras to support Ire. Tassadar looked at Augustus. Cyrodiil is happy to return to Ire and fight alongside us. But not all Dark Templar regard Ire as their eternal home. You must hurry, Augustus said. Once you decide to return to Ire, we will definitely help you, because you have helped us a lot before. It seems that the Protoss Empire is still at ease in facing the Zerg attack. Otherwise, why would they dispatch a fleet to hunt down Tassadar? Kerrigan said. I hope so, Tassadar said. Chapter 337 Shadowrun. Several weeks have passed since the Protoss fleet chasing Tassadar evacuated the Altair system. And Oasis Town has entered the increasingly hot late March. Just like this boring, sultry planet with a sky covered with green mist. Oasis Town was once just a gray town made up of prefabricated houses and crisscrossing alleys. Criminals and pirates are rampant here, and 9 out of 10 people are wanted criminals. Drug addicts, parts thieves, smugglers, and armed thugs. Everyone has evil intentions, because innocent and pure people can't survive in this dark world. The Revolutionary Army has controlled and managed Oasis Town for nearly a month. And strict and effective administrative measures have gradually put the town on the right track. For the people of Oasis Town who are accustomed to crime and fierce armed conflicts, the management of the Revolutionary Army is closer to harsh and high-pressure rule. Even though the Revolutionary Army Marshal Augustus Mengsk announced that he had pardoned those who should have been detained for insignificant crimes, there were still about 20,000 people arrested for various horrific crimes, of which about 1/3 were charged with murder, kidnapping, drug smuggling, and violence. In 2 weeks, there were thousands of lawsuits filed in the Oasis Town Court. The people of Oasis have become accustomed to a life of deception and deception. Many cunning criminals have even been hiding here for more than a decade or even longer. And the evidence that proves their guilt may be far away in the federal territory a few light years away or has been destroyed. Augustus ordered all the psychics of the Revolutionary Army to participate in the investigation of criminal cases. So even crimes that have been buried for many years cannot be hidden in the long-term one-on-one investigation of high-level psychics. After the Nova Squadron with many ghost agents joined Augustus, the number of ghost agents in the Revolutionary Army has reached nearly 90. These former Federation ghost agents, who swore to fight for Augustus Mengsk and the New Order, are all outstanding assassins and darlings of telepathy. And mind reading is a skill that all Federation politicians fear. Even drug lords and pirate captains with extraordinary mental qualities cannot endure the gaze of a human psychic for long, and will always collapse under the pressure of one question after another. Because the criminals who hide their crimes do not know how much of their crimes the psychic on the other side has read. Every contradictory statement may expose their feat. Apart from the Revolutionary Army, the Terran Federation and the Umojan United States would not waste their precious psychics on solving criminal cases, because that was a waste of talent. Even in the courts that heard political cases, Psychics would not be allowed to intervene. The mind-reading ability of psychics was obviously underestimated. First, because their number was too small. And second, because the rulers did not trust these psychics. According to the laws of the planets ruled by the Revolutionary Army, these sinners should be immediately sentenced to death or detained in Antigua prison for decades. But they can choose to atone for their crimes by working in the mines. At this moment, Augustus was at the top of a ridge in the north of Oasis Town, and directly below him was a large, rugged rift valley. This rift valley spanned sparse deciduous tree forests and exposed natural crystal veins that shone with a faint blue light in the sun, and finally buried in steep mountains full of high-energy gas springs. From where Augustus was, the vast rift valley was in full view. The mountains in the distance were dotted with geothermal fountains and gushing high-energy gas springs shrouded in green mist. And the sun seemed to be about to set, and the rays of light burned out the clouds in the sky. Is the ceremony about to begin? Augustus, wearing a square-collared dark blue long coat, held a telescope in his hand and occasionally looked at the rift valley below. According to Tassadar, it should be at sunset. He continued without waiting for the people around him to answer. Tassadar must pass through this canyon, where more than 100 Dark Templar masters are hidden at the moment of day and dusk. The most powerful Dark Templar among them is the Dark Archon Zeratul himself. It's incredible that, as a Templar, Tassadar would accept the trial of the Dark Templar. He really mastered the power of the Void in such a short time. The last Protoss who mastered both Kala psychic energy and Void psychic energy was the ancient Protoss hero Adin. Since Tassadar became familiar with Augustus and Zeratul, the Protoss Empire Templar, the Dark Templar of Shakuras, and the leaders of the Human Revolutionary Army often sat together to discuss their views on the form of war, and later even developed to the human history of the Protoss and humans, and talked about everything. In many ways, Tassadar and Zeratul can definitely be called Augustus' teachers, and they gradually formed a relationship of both teacher and friend. Augustus also saw Tassadar asking Zeratul for advice on how to master the energy of the Void. Tassadar did not think that ignorance and asking for advice were shameful and worthy of shame. As long as the power of the Void could help his people, he did not mind learning humbly like a student. It was also at this time that Tassadar discovered that when the pure blue psychic energy in the Kala was combined with the green Void energy of the Dark Templar, it could burst out with infinite power like a supernova. He had said more than once that using this might be able to completely kill the Zerg Overlord, forever solve the threat of the Zerg, and keep the Protoss Empire safe. Although Augustus followed Tassadar to attend Zeratul's class, he was also confused. Only Kerrigan, who was allowed to come to the Star Shuttle with Augustus, could learn from it. It sounds amazing. Raynor stood on Augustus' right hand. Shadow speed. How can this be some kind of ancient tribal custom? The technology of the Protoss is quite advanced, but the customs are primitive and ancient. Shadow speed. An ancient ritual of the Protoss of Shakuras is a must for a young Shadow apprentice to become a Dark Templar. They must go deep into the river valleys and canyons of Shakuras where there is no starlight, and accept the tests of other Dark Templars until he defeats everyone or proves that he has the ability to become a warrior. Undoubtedly, such a trial is extremely difficult, and the Dark Templars must practice hard for centuries. Therefore, all Dark Templars are incomparable warriors without exception. The Protoss is a civilization that was forcibly promoted from the tribal era to the interstellar era by the Xel'Naga. This is common in them. Augustus's understanding of the history of the Protoss is also different from before. This is the Protoss. They can blow you to pieces from a few miles away, but they have to use knives. Kerrigan was on Augustus' left. She was wearing a ghost tights with dense circuits, but the curvy curves between her waist and hips were hidden under a long-hemmed gray Revolutionary Army coat. Jimmy, where's Tychus? Augustus stared at the rift valley below through the telescope in his hand, looking for traces of Tassadar and Zeratul. This desolate canyon was not uninhabited. Across the rift valley was a mine built by the Comorians. Rows of factory sheds covered with red dust stood quietly in the wind. In the center of the rift valley, there is a Revolutionary Geological Survey station, next to which is a blue crystal tower several dozen feet high. Sheriff Tychus is busy chasing criminals and rectifying the custom industry in Oasis Town. Reno laughed and said, Old man Tychus has been very happy these days. Never let the devil do the work of the angel. Tassadar has appeared, Kerrigan reminded Augustus. Augustus looked in the direction of the sound, and Tassadar and his Templars appeared. Standing at the foot of the ridge, the Dark Templars of the trial had already retreated into the shadows. Waiting for Tassadar, to cross the dangerous canyon on foot. Tassadar was a powerful high-level Templar, so he faced many times more Dark Templar than a normal Shadowrunner. What's going on? Why is Tassadar wearing a blanket? What kind of weird Protoss custom is this? Raider said in surprise. Holding up his telescope, he is almost naked. I have to say, this outfit is pretty cool. Isn't it? In Rainer's eyes, Tassadar was not really naked. But he did not wear the shining gold and blue alloy armor like other Templars, but only a Dark Templar-style gray belt slung across his right shoulder and hips. Not only that, Tassadar did not even wear a wrist blade that could activate psychic blades. This means that Tassadar will only rely on his own strength instead of weapons or armor to pass the Dark Templar trials. Augustus also noticed this, but thought that they were not peeping, but a prearranged observation. Tassadar's power is far greater than before. In the past, Cyrodiil could still have the upper hand in the competition with him. But now, Kerrigan said, Jimmy, how far do you think you can go if you participate in the Shadowrun trial of the Dark Templar? Augustus said jokingly. You want me to wear open-crotch pants and fight with more than 100 world-famous peerless swordsmen with bare hands? Augustus, then you bastard, will definitely see my shiny but when I run away. Raynor laughed. At this time, without the leader's order, all the Templars had retreated to one side of the rift, and Tassadar walked towards the depths of the rift with vigorous steps. In terms of the age of the Protoss, Tassadar is not an old man. He is physically strong. Even if we only talk about combat skills, few Templars and Dark Templars can match him. However, in Shadowrun, the trialists need both great strength and wisdom to resolve crisis. A powerful Dark Templar is not a reckless man who only knows how to use brute force. He should be better at winning with wisdom. Guys, do you want to give it a try? Kerrigan shook her long red hair and turned her head to look behind. Originally, there were only a platoon of Martial Guard soldiers led by Corporal Faraday behind them. But now more than 20 Revolutionary Army Ghost agents suddenly appeared. There were both men and women among them, and most of them wore helmets or masks, so no one could see the expressions underneath. The first one was a well-built black-haired female ghost, wearing a black Umojan matte mask that covered her forehead, eyes and nose, leaving only her purple lips exposed, full of charm, mystery and danger. She was the only 8th level Psyker in the Nova Squadron. A powerful Psyker. Lagdaman, an instructor at the Terran Empire Ghost Academy. Since graduating from the Ghost Academy in Tarsones, she had never tasted defeat. Removing the psychic inhibitor from Ragdaman's brain is an extremely dangerous job. Once it gets out of control, no one in the operating room will survive. Fortunately, the removal operation was finally completed without any danger. Ragdaman, the black-haired beauty with an Asian face, quickly accepted her new identity. In fact, according to Kerrigan, Ragdaman was almost grateful to Augustus. For Augustus, this is a dangerous statement. It must be said that the Ghost female agents are quite charming and dangerous. Almost all Ghost agents hated the Terran Federation and Ghost Academy, and this hatred eventually turned into a sense of identification with the Revolutionary Army and a common hatred of the enemy. The Dark Archbishop Cyrodiil once taught us the fighting methods of the Dark Templar, Ragdaman said indifferently, including but not limited to disrupting the enemy's vision and using the terrain to sneak behind the enemy. Then take out a light blade. You must learn humbly. Ragdaman. Augustus hopes that his Psykers can learn useful knowledge and skills from Cyrodiil, and this will be taught to the new human Psykers in the future to avoid tragedies. Cyrodiil is the most outstanding master of shadows, and he can teach you more than this. Augustus said, You don't want to know how much I spent asking Cyrodiil to teach you a lesson. Yes, Marshal. Ragdaman immediately saluted Augustus and said, Maybe we can't use the Protoss' psychic blades now, but we can equip each of you with 2 long swords from the ancient Earth era. Augustus said, The best among you will be allowed to wear the Minx family emblem and be stationed on my left and right. Your side is always full of ghosts, Ragdaman said metaphorically. As Augustus spoke, the sky gradually darkened, but even with the night vision goggles, Augustus could not really see what was happening in the canyon. Only occasionally there was a flash of green light in the canyon, and a hissing sound of burning was heard, as if 2 swordsmen were clashing their swords in the dark, retreating at the first touch. And the winner was already decided. The flashes of swords and sabers were getting farther and farther away, but Tassadar was still moving forward without stopping. What can we learn from this? Augustus looked into the distance and asked his loyal followers. We are stronger than ever before, Ragdaman replied. The ghost agents of the Revolutionary Army, led by Ragdaman, all wore cloaks and hoods made of simulated light materials over their combat uniforms. Almost everyone carried ancient cold weapons such as sickles and long swords, and carried C-10 rifles on their shoulders. Under the guidance of the Dark Templar Masters, the ghosts of the Revolutionary Army have made great progress in the use of cold weapons in close combat, and the Templars have taught them the art of controlling psychic energy through meditation and restraint, which has made the ghosts under Augustus more proficient in psychic control and telekinesis. The most significant change is that what they have learned is not something that can be taught by the Federation Ghost Academy. The combat style of Augustus ghosts will be closer to that of the Protoss. Since they can control the psychic energy in their bodies more easily, they will also be able to release more powerful psychic power and discover many new abilities that have not been discovered with the help of the Protoss. Chapter 338 Counterattack. In this perilous Shadowrun ritual in Altera, no Dark Templar Master could defeat Tassadar and stop him. The Shadow Road. So far, Tassadar has long been able to activate the blazing blades of light without the help of the psionic beam. And after learning to draw energy from the void, his power is no longer the same. When crossing the Great Rift north of Oasis Town, every Dark Templar Tassadar faced was a legend among the Protoss of Shakuras. But they were all humiliated by the swift defeat today. Each time, Tassadar gracefully dodged and dodged, choking the opponent's vital points or knocking him down before continuing forward. And in Augustus's sight, it was just a flash of light in the canyon. The ceremony will end with the duel between Dark Master Zeratul and Tassadar at the exit of the Great Rift. Augustus watched from afar, but he expected the earth-shaking sound and the shining light that appeared from the fierce clash of the Master's psychic power. It is said that those Nerazim who pass through the shadows are considered to be one step closer to the great Twilight Apostle Anaxon Adon. Augustus's guard Captain Faraday is also closely watching the progress of the Protoss Shadow Rush. As long as you understand it carefully, you will know what this ceremony means to the Protoss of Shakuras. Young Shadow apprentices must cross the Shadow Road and accept the tests of their predecessors and mentors. After going through all kinds of hardships and tests, they can walk in the name of the Blade of Nerazim. The myths and legends of the Protoss Empire and the ancient prophecies of the Nerazim Protoss all mention the salvation of Adon. Adon has never really left, and when the Protoss is facing a catastrophe, the soul of the savior Adon will return. Augustus recalled the history of the Protoss that Zeratul and Tassadar had told him. It was predicted that a person with the same talent as Adon would appear again. Since then, the Dark Templar have been searching for such a person in the universe. He said, Adon was the first Protoss to master both Kala psionic energy and void energy, and Tassadar was the second. If Tassadar really did it, he would undoubtedly be Adon's successor and the savior of the Protoss. But I remember that the heroes in the Protoss mythology sacrificed themselves to save their people. If the fatalism of the Dark Templar is true, then Tassadar, Adon, a great Protoss hero. But his story is closer to tragedy and sadness. Sacrifice has always been regarded as the most noble belief by the Templars. They are not afraid of sacrifice, because the warriors will return to Kala with glory. The Dark Templar believe in fate and prophecy, and we all know that prophecies are all lies. Kerrigan said at this time. The Dark Templars always said that they had received some mysterious guidance, but most of the guidance was vague. This did not prevent Kerrigan from classifying the Dark Templar as superstitious and mystical. At this time, the sun in Altair had already set, and the light of the stars was also obscured by dense clouds and high-energy gas, and the horizon was covered with green floating light. In addition, there was no light source at the location where Augustus was, and it was almost pitch dark. Only in the Rift Valley below was there a little blue light like lights and stars. It was a strange fungus plant that was born in Altair's unique ecological environment. It often grew between cliffs, and was shaped like a water bottle wall lamp. In the dead of night, clusters of Altera Aquarius mushrooms looked like cobalt blue clouds. At a certain moment, when Augustus looked in the direction of the Great Rift, a bright light suddenly emerged from it. At first, the light was as fragile as a candlelight swaying in the wind, but in a few breaths it became as bright as the sun. Even from a distance, Augustus could clearly see that the light drove the darkness, and even illuminated the rock walls on both sides. That's Tassadar, Kerrigan said to Augustus. He released the two psychic energies of Kala and Void at the same time, just like two substances that will produce a strong chemical reaction when fused. And only a small dose can release extremely bright light. This light has no killing power, and it will reveal itself in the dark night. The Dark Templar will not easily show their skills and secrets to anyone other than their tribe members. But Zeratul is willing to let Augustus audit his classes, because Augustus is a figure with a star-like soul in his heart. The Shadow Master values the inner soul more, and he will regard Augustus as a brother and his own person rather than a despicable alien. Sarah Kerrigan also received Zeratul's approval because she had a deep affection for Augustus. Like the latter Shadow, Kerrigan's powerful psychic power, far surpassing that of her peers, also received attention from Zeratul and Tassadar. If Augustus was considered to have the character of a Protoss, then Kerrigan's power was close to that of a Protoss. In Tassadar's words, this was rare among the young race of humans who generally had no psychic talent. The statement that she stood out from the crowd was a conservative statement, and it should be said that she was unparalleled. Kerrigan listened carefully to Tassadar's story about the history of the Protoss Empire, and learned from Zeratul how to control the energy of the Void. The Dark Templar's skill of absorbing psychic energy from the Void comes from the innate talent of the Protoss race. So Tassadar, who was originally a high-level Templar, learned it easily. However, as a human, it is quite difficult for Kerrigan to communicate with the Void like the Protoss. Although Kerrigan was not able to master the power of the Void, her understanding of psychic energy has obviously deepened. This allows Kerrigan to control the power in her body with ease, and her ability to sense psychic energy and mental fluctuations is also increasing day by day. As a level 10 psyker, Kerrigan's psychic power is far superior to her peers, and now she has become a uniquely powerful psychic individual among humans. Now Kerrigan can even use her mental power to crush the armor of an arc tank and lift a soldier wearing CMC 300 power armor out of thin air. As she grew older, Kerrigan's psychic powers became stronger. Kerrigan was delighted, as this allowed her to continue to serve as Augustus's guard without dispute, preventing those coveting her position from succeeding. This light not only exposed Tassadar himself, but also illuminated the shadows in the entire canyon, leaving those Dark Templars, who are good at hiding, nowhere. Hearing what Kerrigan said, Augustus nodded, according to the customs of the Nerazim Protoss. During Shadowrun, if the Dark Templars, who are about to attack the Challenger, are exposed before the attack, they should immediately withdraw from this trial. Tassadar used his wisdom to easily deal with the remaining Dark Templars. He took advantage of the rules, but this is also seen as a valuable quality of the Dark Templars. But at this moment, in the light released by Tassadar, a shadow came in the blink of an eye, and Augustus was sure that it was Zeratul. The shadow penetrated the light in an instant, but it was just an illusion condensed by Tassadar using his psychic power. That was the ability learned by high-level Templars in the Fortress of Aden and the Archives. They can condense multiple illusions that are the same as the original body to confuse the enemy. Tassadar used the abilities of the Dark Templar while also using the abilities he already had, which was also within the permitted range. The real Tassadar had already escaped into the shadows at the edge of the cliff, and walked out of the canyon with the undetectable shadow. Tassadar concealed his intentions, and used a feint to attract Zeratul's attention. Generally speaking, the Ire Protoss are a race that is not good at lying. It's not that Tassadar doesn't have any schemes. He just doesn't tend to do so. It's over. As for Augustus in the distance, he didn't know what happened exactly. He just saw a shadow flashing by quickly. Let's go and take a look. This is crucial. If Tassadar passes the trial and truly masters the energy of the Void, it means that he can also kill the brain worms, and even the overmind like the Dark Templar. Augustus said, then we can try to completely destroy a major swarm. A camouflaged revolutionary APOD turned on the searchlight at this time, and the bright light dispelled the surrounding darkness. Augustus led the martial guards and ghost agents to board the transport ship and headed for the exit of the Great Rift in Oasis Town. When the transport ship landed at the exit of the Great Rift, Tassadar, Zeratul, and Vorazin, the daughter of the Sakura's Protoss matriarch whom Augustus had met in Sakura's, were standing together, with two neat rows of Templars and Dark Templars next to them. Vorazin was a well-built Dark Templar, and the exquisite robe she wore interpreted the Sakura's Protoss's perception of beauty. Women are uncommon among the Templars, and even rarer in high positions. But the Protoss of Shakuras are known for their outstanding female clan leaders. Your success is incredible, Tassadar. You have used the power of both the Templar and the Dark Templar. Without either of them, you cannot pass this trial. Zeratul, wearing a dark purple robe, is praising Tassadar. Salute to all the brave who have walked through light and shadow. Even Vorazin, who was considered to be alienated and indifferent to the Templar, praised Tassidar's bravery. Generation after generation of brave warriors have embarked on the path of the Dark Templar, Cyril finally said. Tassadar also changed into a shadow robe carefully crafted by the master of the Dark Templar. Otherwise his decoration would really look like an Iron refugee who had drifted here. Congratulations, Tassadar. Augustus also said his congratulations in time. I am grateful, Cyril. Augustus, Tassadar said with great excitement. The power of the void lies within our potential, and I have never discovered it before. This power is incredible and unprecedentedly powerful. What have we given up for so long? Tassadar said. Without the Dark Templar, we will lose the war against the Zerg. I believe that now is the time for us to return to Ire. He declared to his followers, the foolish decisions of the Supreme Council are destroying our advantages. If they try to kill the Cerebrates with their own strength instead of the Templar at all costs, it will inevitably lead to disastrous consequences. After Artanis and Aldaris left, I felt anxious and worried every day. It's hard to feel at ease with such a group of pig teammates. Kerrigan put one hand on her waist, glanced at Tassadar, and comforted him with her usual cold words. I can relate to this. When the Revolutionary Army wanted to rescue a colony world that was conquered by the Zerg, the local Federation army either caused trouble for us or fled in panic under the attack of the Zerg. Air is our common, sacred homeland, and it is my responsibility to protect it from the ravages of the abominable Zerg, Cyril said. I agree. Although I think the Dark Templar do not need to sacrifice their blood for the Templar's homeland. The Zerg are our common enemy. Vorazin agreed. I've said it many times, and it doesn't matter if I say it more. Augustus firmly told Tassadar that he would always stand with him. The Revolutionary Army will continue to fight alongside you. Since the Zerg invaded Ire through the wormhole, their attack on the Copperloo sector has slowed down. Only a few swarms of the Jormungandr, Gam and Surtur are still invading the Federation world. Under the protection of the Psychic Jammer, Warfield can easily defend the few existing Revolutionary Army planets. Instead, they have to be careful of the Terran Federation, which is also an enemy of mankind. I can't express my gratitude enough, Tassadar said to Augustus and others. Tassadar, aren't you worried that Ire's coordinates will be known to humans and leaked? Augustus asked Tassadar in return. Ire's coordinates have always been unknown to others. If the Revolutionary Army will return to Ire with Tassadar, then the coordinates of the Protoss home planet will also be known to humans. You are trustworthy humans, Tassadar said to Augustus. Aire's coordinates cannot remain a secret forever. In the face of the crisis of genocide, any help is crucial. You don't think it's shameful to seek help from humans? Augustus smiled and said, this is what makes you different from other Protoss. Air. I'm afraid it will take us a long time to get there, Faraday said. But what about other worlds invaded by the Zerg? I have discussed this with Tassadar and Cyril. Augustus looked around. We decided to launch a counterattack against the Zerg in the Copperless sector before returning to Ire, forcing them to retreat to the line of Marsera and Char. If that's not possible, at least we have to inflict heavy damage on one or two major Zerg nests. The Zerg Master is apparently deploying the main hives to Ire, and the Protoss Empire is facing the wrath of the Zerg. The Zerg we are facing is still powerful, but not invincible. We can't stay in Altair for long. He finally said, I have received intelligence that the Zerg's vanguard high forces have approached the core world of Vardona, and the counterattack will begin there. Chapter 339, Vedona Prime. For a long time, Vedona has been a planet known for its advanced technology, clean cities, and lush greenery among the many colonial worlds of the Terran Federation. Vedona is a planet that was developed in the early colonial era and is located in the core area of the Terran Federation territory. This also makes Vedona always under the influence of Tarsonis Prime. The Vedona nobles, who led the colonists to build their homes in the early days, are also closely connected with the founding families of Tarsonis. Located in the core world, Vedona was not affected by the Guild War. In the past, it was still a peaceful world with singing and dancing. This planet has a mild climate and beautiful natural scenery. Vedona Prime is well known to the people in the Terran Federation for its magnificent and majestic cities, beautiful natural scenery, and charming coastline. As an old and historic colony, Vedona is also a cradle of culture, and its various natural history museums are well known in the Federation. Because of its inextricable connection with Tarsonis Prime, the nobles of Tarsonis can often be seen in Vedona, in the tourist cities of Vedona adjacent to the charming ocean. The natural deep-water harbor, with rippling blue waves, is surrounded by flowers and expensive private yachts. Whether it is the brilliant modern city or the classical streets along the coast, there is an atmosphere of wealth and indulgence. Compared with the beautiful resort planet Terran, Bedona has become the first choice for the noble descendants of the various colonial worlds of the Terran Federation to visit, with its luxury casinos, where you can spend a lot of money. The luxury brand shopping street famous throughout the Star region. The opera house that cultivates sentiment. The church choir and outstanding beauties. There is no doubt that Valdona is a place of luxury for nobles with immeasurable wealth and merchants willing to pay for high expenses. The wealthy people indulge in luxury and debauchery, and the atmosphere of wealth and luxury is almost comparable to that of Tarsones. Critics who write travel guides for many of the territories of the Terran Federation describe Valdona as a wealthy, romantic world, while worlds such as Marsera and Antigua are recorded as the residence of uncivilized barbarians. The last time Augustus heard of this world was when he was toasting with the nobles of the Tarsones creation family at Andrea Tagore's birthday party. He heard the nobles talking next to him mention several prestigious core worlds, such as Vedona and Victoria, where the nobles won the recognition of the Tarsones nobles for their knowledge and observance of etiquette. Many nobles in other core worlds still have not abandoned the tenacious spirit of their ancestors in the colonial era. But the former glory and tradition are only a thing that can be preserved in records and memories. The nobles of the main star world like Vedona also have inextricable ties with the Tarsones creation family. They either have direct or indirect marriages and blood relations, or have long-term exchanges with a certain creation family. Compared to Tarsones, Vedona's government management is still efficient and honest. The nobles of Vedona can still get a decent evaluation from my father Angus. He believes that behind the noble and gorgeous appearance of the Tarsones nobles is the coldness and greed of venomous snakes, while the nobles of Vedona at least still have the spirit of chivalry in decline. Augustus Menck's flagship Hyperion is approaching the outer orbit of the planet of Vedona Prime. Outside the porthole of the bridge, a deep blue planet is rotating peacefully, shaped like a pure water drop. Augustus, holding a War Department briefing in his hand, is telling his old impression of Vedona with one hand behind his back. In the past, Vedona was dimmed by the brilliance of the Federation's Pearl Coral 4, and now she is still unknown. Compared with the pragmatic Menck's family, the Vedona noble family is a frequent visitor to the aristocratic social circle, and they are obviously happy to do so. Compared to the Loki Menck's family, the nobles of Vedona are more willing to wear badges that show their noble and family status when entering and leaving various social occasions. Vedona's industry and manufacturing are also quite developed. As a large ship production base and prototype weapon laboratory, it plays an extremely important role in the Terran Federation. However, Vedona is not a planet that advocates military traditions. Its public security and the protection of the star system are all handed over to the Federation Marine Corps and the Federation Navy Fleet. There is a jewel-like satellite and several giant space stations in the orbit of the planet Vedona. One of the space stations is so close to the Hyperion that it looks as big as the satellite. Looking along the giant space station composed of an arch-framed dome and countless docking platforms, a giant swarm behemoth is clearly visible. Its bright purple carapace and long stabilizing fins make it look like an unparalleled giant space fish. As expected, this space station, which originally housed at least 20,000 people, had already been infected by the Jormungandr swarm. The shiny alloy outer wall of the entire space station was covered with a layer of dark gray chitin honeycomb exoskeleton. A large transport ship was quietly moored near the space station. Judging from the direction of its bow and engine thrusters, it was obviously preparing to escape from the space station. The alien spikes and tentacles extended along the protruding keel and ribs, pulsating with the rhythm of breathing. Like a living creature, the space station was surrounded by the wreckage of many ships and even piles of freight containers. It was obvious that the defenders of Vedona had paid a heavy price to protect the space station. But that did not stop the Zerg attack. The laser cannon on the side of the Hyperion was shooting at a behemoth, and the orange-red barrage swept across the starry sky in front of the bridge window. A missile weighing several tons was ejected from the cabin, and the painted skull logo on it was clearly visible. The space station and the ship have been infected. There is no possibility of finding survivors. Augustus stared at the static Federal Space Station and spaceship outside the porthole and sadly stated this fact. Send a special operations team into the space station and this transport ship to perform demolition tasks, and equip them with the best equipment and psychic jammers. Augustus immediately ordered, We cannot let them become a breeding ground for infection and distortion. They must be blown up. This space station, originally used for scientific research and shipping transit, has a diameter of more than 1 mile and has a permanent population of less than 3,000 people, most of whom are scientific researchers and merchant ship crews who rest here. The most famous thing about the space station is the famous Vedona Grill and the botanical garden in space. But now these have become a bloody slaughterhouse for the Zerg. The space station is too large to be destroyed by the firepower of the battlecruiser. This is a life or death mission. We need the most elite team to ensure that we can escape unscathed from the space station full of Zerg. Jim Raynor, wearing a Navy general uniform, said, I think we should ask the Protoss for help. After all, they showed no mercy when destroying the infected ships in the orbit of Antigua Prime. Kerrigan, who was standing next to him, said to Augustus at this time. Kerrigan, who was wearing a tailor-made military uniform, had always been a beautiful figure beside the revolutionary marshal. But it was undeniable that her emerging military talent should not be ignored. Tassadar and Zyrtil's fleets will not appear directly in the Vedona system. Their appearance would inevitably cause panic in Vedona and cause an overreaction in the Federation. Augustus said, we can't rely on the Protoss for everything. He continued, they just intercepted a behemoth fleet that was heading to Vedona. That was also a difficult battle. This matter can be completely handed over to the resocialized people of Alpha Squadron and Nova Squadron. They are the best cannon fodder. Tychus Finley, wearing a dark gray stand-up collar uniform, looked tall and burly standing next to Augustus. How can you count on such a group of brainless zombies? Raynor said, I am arranging an elite force, drawing the bravest warriors from various units of the Rangers. At this moment, many dazzling lights appeared around the Hyperion due to the super time and space distortion phenomenon, and more revolutionary warships jumped into the Vedona galaxy. There are as many as 20 of these warships, each of which is shining golden red and magnificent. The Revolutionary Army fleet that jumped in immediately joined the attack on the Jormungand behemoth, intending to force these unparalleled giant monsters to evacuate the Vedona galaxy. This is wrong, Raynor said. Vedona belongs to the core world. When she was attacked, the Federation fleet should be able to get here quickly. But now it seems that there is no fleet stationed here, unless another more important core world was attacked. Augustus pointed to a planet called Brontes on the battle map. Intelligence shows that the Gam Zerg is invading this important colony world in large numbers. At least one Federation Navy squadron guarding Brontes was severely damaged, and several Federation fleets were in a bitter battle there. Only one behemoth appeared in the Vedona system, which seems to be within an acceptable range. The Federation troops guarding the planet should not have been defeated by the Zerg. Had the Zerg landed on Vedona? Augustus looked at the image of the battleship sensor on the main screen of the bridge, even facing the firepower of an entire revolutionary fleet. The Jormungandr behemoth remained motionless, as if the attack of the ship's guns had no effect on it at all. They have already landed on Vedona, but in limited numbers, Raynor said, according to the report of the reconnaissance team. The local planetary defense forces are fighting against the invading Zerg, and the Vedona nobles are the leaders of these troops. After all, this is their homeland, Augustus said with emotion. Prepare to deploy an airborne division to assist the local army in defeating the invading Zerg. Vedona is not a world that produces many warriors. This planet has enjoyed peace for too long, and the suffering they have suffered cannot be compared with that of the Coral people. He said, it's time to tell the people of the core world that the Revolutionary Army is the one who can truly protect them. At this time, a demolition team headed for the Federal Space Station under Raynor's arrangement has set off. The order from the Marshal is being transmitted to the transport ships of the Revolutionary Army's 1st Airborne Division, an army mainly composed of Terrador, Hygi, Antigua and Korhal 4 mountain people. The area where they live is high and mountainous, and paragliding and skydiving are local national sports. Several Revolutionary Army transport ships full of soldiers are heading towards Wadona under the escort of fighter planes. The posture of these transport ships moving together alone is impressive. Received a communication from the Wadona Federation Command Center. At this time, an unknown call popped up. Pick it up. Augustus nodded. It's a waste of time to say a few more words to you Federal rebels. It was a Federal Navy Vice Admiral, who was wearing a general's uniform and a gorgeously decorated hat. I've heard this at least 5 times. Renaud Rechton said, don't they know that talking to bedbugs is also disgusting? What do you think? Augustus' face was expressionless. The fleet of Tarsones will arrive soon. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. It will benefit all of us. The Federation Lieutenant General said nonchalantly. Everyone will save trouble. You came all the way here just to ask for money? A bunch of riders. I can't imagine what will happen if you break into Wadona. 108,000 light years away. Renault said sharply. Shut up, General. This makes me feel that the professional quality of the Federation Generals is just SOSO. Feeling bored? Augustus cut off the communication with the Federal Lieutenant General. If the other party was not a stubborn person, Augustus thought it was worthwhile to continue talking. Don't say polite words to these federal bastards. We finally arrived at a good place. Augustus. Take down Wadona. The honor and wealth will be yours. And the women will be mine. Put away your gangster style. Tychus. We are not robbers or thieves. Augustus had already rebuked Tychus like this more than once. Or 40:60? Tychus retreated to advance. You'd better shut up. Kerrigan looked at him coldly. Augustus's old subordinate, the Heavens Devils, enjoyed a great reputation in the Revolutionary Army. But Kerrigan would not give them a cold shoulder. Especially since Tychus was a guy that everyone hated in most cases. And only those who shared his taste could win his praise. That's right. Don't act like a pirate or a bandit. Jim Raynor also criticized Tychus, saying, Our cause is much nobler than that. Don't always say cheap words. I just speak my mind. Tychus defended himself nonchalantly. Tychus Finley didn't have any lofty goals. Sometimes he wanted to be a hero. But more often, he was just a selfish, vulgar man. Tychus was surrounded by a group of revolutionaries and idealists. And he was the only big villain. Okay. Let me go down and meet those bugs and the Wadona people. Tychus's expression was almost evil. The Wadona people might be willing to pay some protection fees for our sacrifice. I heard they are very rich. I'll let Jimmy follow you. Augustus responded coldly. You monster can't do whatever you want. Chapter 340 Carolina Davis. The main city of Wadona stands on a plain surrounded by mountains and rivers. As if in a picturesque and charming painting of green grass. The high-rise buildings that are shoulder to shoulder are bathed in the morning light, casting a jagged black shadow on the lush grassland. The humid monsoon often brings abundant rainfall to the city. And the sunshine is always just right. It is most appropriate to describe Wadona as a paradise on earth with good weather and good harvests. Compared with it, Ma Sera is just a barren rotten stone in the universe. When the war came, the people of Wadona were not completely unprepared. When the Zerg approached a sister colony of Wadona in the Terran Federation that was established at the same time, the people of Wadona were ready. Retired soldiers, who participated in the Guild War, and brave volunteers from Wadona spontaneously organized themselves under the call of local nobles to assist the Federation Marines stationed in Wadona to resist the Zerg attack. Countless people and warriors sacrificed their lives to protect their homes. The dance party of the nobles of Wadona, which imitated the ancient Earth Palace banquet, continued. The elites from all walks of life in Wadona gathered here, trying their best to find the shadow of the past in the melodious music. Emmett Tagore was the initiator of this banquet. As the descendant of the Tagore of the Creation family, the frivolous and cruel guy was enjoying the wonderful feeling of being the center of attention. As a member of the Creation family, Emmett Tagore has been staying in Wadona for many days. The Tagore family announced to the news media that closely followed the every move of the Creation family that this young family member was undergoing mental rehabilitation treatment, and his mental disorder and indirect madness were already well known. Although this is also a scandal that has brought shame to the proud Tagore family. It is nothing compared to the charges of child abuse and murder filed by the Tarsonis Federal Police Department. Emmett originally planned to go to the edge world of Helshin, which is a peaceful agricultural world. The climate of Helshin is extremely suitable for agricultural development. The paths along the green farmland, the fences, and the red brick houses are a peaceful and pastoral scenery. The slow-paced Helshin is a good place to recuperate and relax the spirit. And perhaps it is also suitable for mental patients. But after the massive invasion of the Zerg, all the fringe worlds were considered dangerous and vulnerable to attack. So Emmett's trip was put on hold. Carolina Davis was also a member of the party. But she was not as comfortable as usual at the moment. Davis was leaning on the sofa in the corner of the banquet hall, sipping the red wine in the glass while staring at the city outside the window. This is a skyscraper that stands tall in the center of Wadona, and the shadowy buildings are outside the window. Everyone knows that the war has reached Wadona, and a brutal war is unfolding on the outer plains. General Varen of the Federal Marine Corps leads the war against the Zerg, with a force of as many as a Wadona Legion and dozens of militia regiments. The rulers of the Davis family are convinced that the city is the safest place at this moment. This downtown building complex, which took 20 years to build, has complete modern facilities and at least 18 efficient security systems, including vibration sensors, infrared monitors, vibration sensors and motion capture equipment, and is guarded by the most famous security company in Wadona. Since the Korhal Revolutionary Army and the Sons of Korhal committed many sensational massacres in the Terran Federation, the nobles in the Terran Federation are all in danger. Even those wealthy businessmen who have not had much conflict with the Revolutionary Army have begun to strengthen the security facilities in their homes and factories. Once the Zerg invade the city, Davis can also escape from Wadona through the helipad on the roof. The Davis family is not so powerful in Wadona, but as a prestigious family, they still own many industries in other territories of the Terran Federation. But Davis was not complacent about her status. She was anxious about the invasion of alien insects, and had no time to care about the drunken life of the rich and powerful. Admittedly, there was nothing wrong with old Davis's idea. What could a young lady from a noble family do in a war of blood and fire? As a daughter of a noble, Davis should wear a luxurious long dress that suits her seductive figure, and go in and out of places where nobles should be. There are hundreds of male and female servants who revolve around her life. There is no need for her to put herself in danger. However, this is not the life Davis wants. Davis is tired of the ugliness and socializing in the aristocratic circle, and she is eager for a new life or a war. The dance music in the banquet hall is still playing, but it has been drizzling outside, and the lights outside are dim in the rain. A team of old-fashioned Wadona Avenger fighters passed over the city, shaking the raindrops sliding down the windows. The window reflects the cold face of Carolina Davis. Her usually smooth and straight light golden hair is tied up high, combed smoothly and softly. This hairstyle, which symbolizes elegance and nobility in Wadona, is the favorite of those noble ladies with outstanding temperament. The lights in the banquet hall with hollow carved ceilings were shining, so Davis's hair looked even whiter. The beautiful lady from Valdona, who often went to aristocratic social occasions, didn't smile much. She stared at herself in the window and the gloomy scenery outside the window, turning a deaf ear to the beautiful music and the laughter of the nobles and young men and ladies. Davis had never hated these people as much as he did today. This was not due to his disgust for the nobles and the ruling class, but simply because he felt that they were boring. "Miss Davis, you look sad?" A young nobleman with a frivolous smile leaned drunkenly on the maple leaf table in front of the sofa where Davis sat. His concerned tone was fake, like a cat caring for a dead fish. "Thank you, Mr. Henry. You really act like a proper gentleman." "Oh, I'm just worried about the soldiers on the front line." Davis glanced at the blonde and blue-eyed Tarsoni's nobleman and soon realized that all his attention was on her deep purple low-cut lace. "Ah, they are just some stupid bugs. What's there to be afraid of? General Varen will lead the invincible federal army to defeat those monsters. And then the Natural History Museum of Wadona may receive an extra collection from the Zerg." The noble smiled contemptuously, just like when he mentioned the Korhal Revolutionary Army in public. "Oh, really? You idiot," Davis said with a smile. "What did you say?" The drunk young noble opposite was in a state of confusion, and he was undoubtedly doubting what Davis said in his ears. "You are so considerate." Davis continued to smile. His smile was impeccable, as sweet as a flower blooming with honey. "Yes, thank you." The young noble immediately confirmed that he had heard wrongly, because in his impression, the flower of the Davis family's palm, who was proud of it, would never say such a thing. Tagore doesn't like people mentioning Zerg and rebels here, but he is busy having fun now. He was a small noble of Tarsoni's, who came to Wadona with Emmett Tagore. He was only the second son of the family, and the wealth and title he could inherit were pitifully small. It would be better for him to follow the descendants of the Creation family to enjoy the good life. "I heard that the Zerg that invaded Wadona were called Jormungandr by the Federation Army. You know, it's a mythical monster. The world-devouring serpent. It sounds awesome, doesn't it?" The young Tarsoni's nobleman's mind was full of the plump body under Carolina Davis's dress, and he was thinking about how to get her. The Davis family is a famous family in Wadona, and Carolina Davis's father and brothers are not easy to mess with. The young Tarsoni's nobleman must conquer her with his personal charm. Of course, he was very confident about this. Very powerful, Davis said. Aren't you afraid? The nobleman of Tarsones intended to tell the beautiful noble girl of Vidona about the horror of the Zerg. Perhaps in his imagination, the other party would scream and throw herself into his arms. Man-eating monsters, snakes with fangs, butchers of scorpions, and monsters with the upper body of beautiful women. Not really. Davis looked at him with interest. What is the one behind? It sounds like the mythical siren. Is it a new variant of the Zerg? It was Lame Mike who said that. He always likes to exaggerate. I also think that it is really sensational. The young Tarsones noble sat down in front of Davis. Don't worry. I said that the Federation army will deal with those disgusting Zerg. Just like they won the Guild War and the Battle of Korhal. He said, the Zerg are just slightly larger dogs and snakes. They have undergone abominable mutations due to industrial pollution on the Edge world. And the Korhal 4 are the culprits. The Korhal Revolutionary Army is a bunch of clowns. I met Augustus Mengsk once in Tarsones. And he was as weak as a beautiful woman. How come this is different from what I heard? Davis was confused, not knowing how much fabrication the other party had added to the story. Davis had also seen Augustus Mengsk in person. A few years ago. She also attended Andrea Tagore's birthday party, and met several members of the Terra family, and other creation families. Augustus Mengsk had already impressed Davis deeply at that time. But she was not able to squeeze into the ladies, and young ladies surrounding Augustus. Augustus was the kind of person, who you could tell at first glance, that he must be extraordinary. He was so handsome and generous that no girl would ignore him. People in the Terran Federation always speculated about the rebels, the Zerg and the Protoss. Even if the Federation officials denied an attack, people with nothing to do would put the blame on their imagined enemies. Not much different. The Tarsones noble said, the Protoss are just aliens who have just entered space. They just rely on the technology of those ancient civilizations to fight bravely in the human world. I heard that the Protoss burned Ma Sera and Cha Sera directly, Davis said. If you know how to be scared. He then said to Davis, stay close to me. I will protect you. My bodyguard is much stronger than you. Davis grinned, which almost made the young noble opposite stare at his beautiful red lips. You'll see. The Tarsones noble thought he had succeeded. Just as he was about to say something, a sharp air raid alarm suddenly sounded in the city. This immediately caused a cry of surprise in this elegant and rich hall. And the expensive silk carpets were soon splashed with expensive amber wine. Ah! The young noble who was talking to Davis just now screamed and almost threw himself into Davis's arms. But the latter immediately dodged like lightning. Shut up, everyone. When many people were panicking and trying to find a way to escape, Emmett Tagore at the center of the banquet almost shocked everyone present with his roar. Don't stop the music. At this time, Davis looked at the heir of the Tagore family named Emmett, who had light blue eyes and sparse gray short hair. Emmett Tagore's skin was so pale that he was often called the vampire of Tarsones. Emmett is just an ordinary member of the Tagore family. His talents in many aspects are far inferior to those of his brothers and sisters who have received aristocratic elite education. So he is not taken seriously. The closed aristocratic life and high status have cultivated Emmett's weird personality. In recent years, he has begun to seek some novel stimulation. Davis simply looks down on this Tagore family member. He is just a twisted beast. Even though he is not taken seriously, Emmett continues to live a luxurious life after committing a heinous crime. If a descendant of the creation family could be tried by law, it would inevitably undermine those established rules and traditions. And even though Emmett was a descendant of the noble Tagore family, not all the people around him revolved around him. In any case, the atmosphere could not return to the way it was before. The people here firmly believed that the Federal Army would quickly eradicate the alien Zerg on Wadona. And many people still stubbornly believe that the alien Zerg had not even come to the ground of Wadona. Are you okay, gentlemen? Davis reached out his hand, but didn't help the young nobleman, who fell to the ground. He just reached for his wine glass. It's just an air defense alarm. How could the Zerg appear in the city? The Tarsones noble looked up and looked out the window. His terrified eyes immediately reflected a group of flying dragons. The monsters that took off into the sky on the heat wave of the city blew sharp horns while flying. And the roar of the Vidona anti-aircraft artillery followed. At this time, even those who had the most optimistic estimate of the war began to feel real fear. The banquet soon ended unhappily, leaving Emmett Tagore sitting on the ground alone, sulking and wantonly venting his anger by smashing things. If you think your life is too long, you can stay here. Davis mercilessly shook off the Tarsani's noble who wanted to entangle him, and followed the crowd out of the banquet hall. Carolina. The Zerg broke through the defense line in the north of the city. I'm afraid the war will spread to the city. When she walked out of the banquet hall, the butler of the Davis family was waiting for her. Has the Federation fleet not arrived yet? Davis asked the old butler with white hair. I'm afraid that's the case. Because it's the rebel fleet that's coming. The rebel warships are anchored above the main city of Wadona, and they claim to be the savior of mankind.